Lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Sun slowly opened his eyes. The bright lights before him were dazzling, like a long-lost rebirth. He turned around and saw his girlfriend Du Jing lying beside him, soundly asleep. Zhang Sun recalled his previous dreams, and the scenes of the end of the world replayed themselves one after another, causing him to feel deep pain. When they parked their car in the underground garage of the mall and were about to go upstairs, a crowd suddenly began to swarm in. Many people wanted to enter the garage, while others tried desperately to get out. Some car owners even drove over the crowd to escape. Zhang Sun and Du Jing were terrified. They watched the chaos unfold, completely confused as to what was happening, and were trapped in the building. Just then, a broadcast from the underground garage blared. Asteroid impact. Disaster quickly struck. Food began to run out. Temperatures rose, corpses rotted, and infectious diseases spread. Every day, more and more people died. Zhang Sun and Du Jing endured hunger and lived in endless fear. Fortunately, a government rescue vehicle found them and took them to a bomb shelter, where they lived for the next 2 years. Food became increasingly scarce, and the oxygen began to thin. Every day, Zhang Sun braved acid rain and radiation to search for supplies. In the second year, survival became even more difficult, and food became even more difficult to find. Finally, Du Jing pushed her last bit of food to Zhang Sun's bedside and died quietly. When Zhang Sun woke up, he found her already stiff, her heart filled with endless pain. The next day, he also passed away. At this moment, Zhang Sun felt a sharp pain in his left ring finger. He looked down and found an indentation on his ring finger. It was the mark left by his dream of marrying Du Jing. Could this really be some kind of hint? He was filled with doubts. Suddenly, the news on TV broke his immersive thoughts. The newly discovered near-Earth asteroid 2025 CA1 is expected to fly past the Earth on January 25, 2025. Zhang Sun's pupils instantly dilated. That asteroid was exactly the one he dreamed of. Disaster seemed imminent. What should I do? He thought, filled with despair. He thought about a lot. His mother, his girlfriend, and even his future. He realized that he had to save himself, and that was his only option. Chapter 3. Zhang Sun woke up from his hospital bed. The first ray of sunlight from the window shone into the ward, illuminating his determination. He decided to change the trajectory of his life from this day forward. That morning, he asked his girlfriend to help him with the discharge procedures. His girlfriend stayed in the hospital to continue working, while Zhang Sun took a taxi home to rest. Although he felt very sleepy in the morning, he slept until the afternoon, ordered a takeout, and after a simple lunch, he took out a new notebook and began to work on his self-rescue plan. Zhang Sun was unwilling to continue staying in the chaotic shelter. He wanted to build an independent shelter for himself to ensure that he would not be disturbed by the outside world. Considering that there may be a heavy rainstorm coming, the shelter must be located at a relatively high altitude to ensure safety. He decided to choose a sparsely populated area with high terrain. The best choice would be to build it on a mountain, away from the bustling city. In order to avoid attracting attention from the outside world, he realized that he needed to find a suitable name as a cover. Zhang Sun also planned to stockpile survival supplies. For several hours, he wrote a large amount of information in his notebook. Although only a small part of it was completed, he already had a preliminary idea. After finishing this part, he put away the notebook and decided not to let his girlfriend know about these plans for the time being. After all, these sounded like fantasy, and Zhang Sun didn't want his girlfriend to think that there was something wrong with him. After dinner, Zhang Sun picked up his keys and rode his electric scooter to the hospital to pick up his girlfriend. When he arrived, his girlfriend had just finished taking a shower and was lying down. Seeing Zhang Sun's exposed finger, his girlfriend asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your finger?" Zhang Sun replied with a guilty conscience, "It's nothing. I picked up an iron ring during the day and played with it for a while, but couldn't take it off, so it got strangled." Zhang Sun was moved by his girlfriend's careful treatment of his wound, and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. His girlfriend gave him a shy look and continued to bandage his wound. When the lights went out, Zhang Sun suddenly said in the darkness, "Xiao Du, I will treat you well for the rest of my life." His words were gentle and firm, as if he was promising her something. Du Jing gently leaned on Zhang Sun's shoulder, put her arms around him, and whispered, "You are good to me all my life, and I will be good to you all my life." Zhang Sun kissed her forehead and sighed silently, knowing that the real challenge had just begun. Closing his eyes, he began to think about his plans for the afternoon. The only problem was funding. Where would the money come from? He was an ordinary worker with a low income, and building a shelter was a costly undertaking, so his own savings were not enough. Suddenly, he thought of a possible opportunity, the lottery. Zhang Sun remembered a dream in which he knew a 60 million yuan jackpot would be drawn the following Tuesday, and he clearly remembered the winning numbers. In his dream, he bought a lottery ticket and thought that if he got 3 more numbers right, he would win the jackpot. In order to verify whether he remembered it accurately, Zhang Sun looked up relevant information after dinner and found that there was very little information about shelter construction in China, but there were many references in this regard abroad, especially in the United States. Some shelters cost as little as $100,000, while more luxurious ones can cost as much as $1.1 billion. These shelters range in function and size, from the simple to the luxurious like the Doomsday Hotel. Zhang Sun thought that although he did not have sufficient funds at the moment, he might be able to find a suitable way to achieve it step by step. The next day, Zhang Sun didn't go to work. After all, his girlfriend had taken a week off for him. After dropping her off at the hospital, he went straight to the lottery shop and bought more than a dozen lottery tickets based on the numbers in his dream. Chapter 4. After buying the lottery ticket, Zhang Sun followed the navigation instructions on his phone and rode his bike to an engineering design company. However, when the salesperson saw that he was just an ordinary worker, his attitude immediately turned cold and he was quickly sent away. Despite this, Zhang Sun still obtained some basic information about the construction of the shelter. Although it was not much, it was already helpful to him. In China, there aren't many companies working on these projects, and many are just gimmicks. They repurpose abandoned air raid shelters, which offer no practical value. In contrast, the situation in the United States is different, where many capitalists are building doomsday bunkers. Although these bunkers meet earthquake and nuclear resistance standards, are luxuriously designed, and even have swimming pools, the billions of dollars in construction costs put them beyond the reach of ordinary people. Zhang Sun knew that he could not decorate his shelter as luxuriously as those wealthy people. His shelter had to be practical, and the financial pressure was also very heavy. Even if he won the jackpot, the money would not be enough to cover the cost of building the entire shelter. Subsequent stockpiling and procurement of supplies would require more financial support, so he would need to continue raising money. Zhang Sun kept pondering in his mind whether the lottery would bring some hope. He was both looking forward to winning and afraid of it. Winning the lottery means that he will have to completely believe those dreams about the end of the world. However, if he doesn't win, doesn't it mean that everything in the dream is fake? Despite this, he did not stop planning. In the afternoon, he went to 2 similar engineering design companies and received almost the same answer. They had no experience in doing this type of project. However, a designer from one of the companies gave him a useful suggestion. Find a professional design company in the United States to conduct site selection and design based on the geological structure, and then find a domestic construction unit to complete the construction. Zhang Sun tried to ask if they had any overseas contact information, but the designer shook his head and said no. Slightly disappointed, Zhang Sun did not go home directly. Instead, he went to Jiangxing University of Geology, asked some students about their major, and then quietly slipped into a geology class. The content of this class was somewhat complicated, and Zhang Sun did not understand the professional terms. However, he did not come to attend the class, but to find an opportunity to meet a geology professor. When get out of class was over, Zhang Sun approached Professor Wang and introduced himself as a senior student majoring in environmental engineering, hoping to ask him some questions. Professor Wang didn't refuse, and the two of them went into an empty classroom next door. After sitting down, Zhang Sun began to ask Professor Wang, "I'm planning to write a paper on the impact of asteroid impacts and high-altitude nuclear explosions on Earth's geology and environment. I'm a little confused about the geological aspects, so I came to ask you for your advice." Professor Wang smiled, as if he realized that Zhang Sun had decided to write about this topic because of the recent news. Zhang Sun nodded and continued, "I imagine that if a 15-kilometer diameter asteroid struck the Pacific Ocean 1,000 kilometers west of Chile at 40 times the speed of sound, the resulting geological and environmental disaster would be devastating. Could you please explain how such an impact would affect Earth's geological structure, particularly China's?" Professor Wang's expression grew serious. After a few seconds of thought, he began to answer in detail. Depending on the impact scenario, this side of the Earth will see a massive fireball, far brighter than the sun. The energy generated by the impact is equivalent to the explosion of billions of atomic bombs, and the heat released will evaporate the surrounding crust. Professor Wang continued, "The impact would have created a crater 500,000 meters deep, and the resulting shock wave would have covered everything within a 2,000-kilometer radius, triggering powerful earthquakes. The epicenter would have been virtually destroyed." Zhang Sun was extremely shocked and asked, "Is it possible for humans to survive?" Professor Wang paused for a moment before answering. Only a few people can survive, provided they can hide in sturdy underground shelters. If these shelters have sufficient closed-loop ecosystems, the population can be sustained, but without these supports, death is inevitable. Otherwise, death is inevitable. Furthermore, the collapse of the Earth's ecosystem will cause oxygen levels to drop further and further. Chapter 5. After some thought, Zhang Sun looked at Professor Wang and said, 2 to 3 months after the impact, with the end of the heavy rain, the weakening of crustal movement and volcanic activity, and the extremely low energy of sunlight radiation, the Earth should have experienced a period of extremely cold conditions. Professor Wang nodded. You're right. The dust in the atmosphere will gradually settle, but this process will take a long time. Zhang Sun continued. Professor Wang, how long do you think this situation will last before recovery? Professor Wang thought for a moment and replied, I can't be sure about that. It could be 100 years, or it could be 200 years. My previous speculation was based on an asteroid impact 66 million years ago. I used it as a reference and exaggerated the damage and impact. After all, that asteroid was only about 10 kilometers in diameter. After a pause, Professor Wang continued. Based on my research on the Cretaceous geological layers, it would take 500 to 1,000 years for the ecosystem to rebuild. International research indicates that it will take at least 3 million years for the organic matter content of marine ecosystems to return to pre-disaster levels. Marine algae, terrestrial ferns, and fungi that survived the catastrophe will be key to ecosystem recovery. Some underground organisms and small cave-dwelling animals may also have survived. Zhang Sun took a deep breath and continued. You mentioned the impact of a nuclear explosion earlier, right? Professor Wang nodded. Yes. I imagine that if a major power launches a nuclear weapon before the asteroid enters orbit, the shock wave of the nuclear explosion will slow the asteroid down. However, current defenses are barely sufficient to accurately lock onto such a high-speed target, and our defensive measures are practically non-existent. Indeed, your idea is very interesting, but I can't answer this question. You need to think about it yourself. Professor Wang seemed a little regretful. If conditions permit, I hope to borrow a supercomputer to run simulations. After all, the data I mentioned before is just based on speculation. Zhang Sun looked at Professor Wang gratefully, feeling somewhat moved. However, not wanting to waste time, he asked, Professor, as a geologist, where in my country do you think would be suitable for building shelters to cope with these impacts? What other requirements would a shelter need to meet? Professor Wang pondered for a moment before answering seriously. First, you need to choose a location with a relatively stable crust, one that hasn't experienced any major earthquakes in history, and one that's far from any major impacts. The location needs to be at least 500 meters above sea level, with a strong geological structure, preferably hard granite. He paused for a moment and continued. We also need stable groundwater. Once it reaches a certain depth, acid rain will have little impact on the groundwater. This is very important. Shelter design and the construction of a closed-loop ecosystem are not my expertise, so you can ask other teachers for advice. Zhang Sun listened carefully and continued to ask, where in our country do you think is suitable for building such a shelter? Professor Wang frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, Chongqing and Sichuan province are both located in an earthquake zone. The eastern part is at a lower altitude, and the first wave of tsunami is likely to flood the inland. The situation in the south is similar. If there is a suitable place, it would probably be the Yisangwan area at the junction of Inchi Prefecture and Shenangjia. The mountains here are mostly hard granite, the geological structure is stable, and there is abundant groundwater. Professor Wang continued. The numerous mountains here help to withstand shock waves. Although this is a tourist area with a relatively scattered population, transportation is relatively convenient, making construction easier. Zhang Sun nodded, his mind already clear. He checked his phone and saw it was almost time, so he said to Professor Wang, Thank you very much, Professor. I'm so sorry to have kept you so long. Could you please leave your contact information so I can treat you to dinner some other day? Professor Wang smiled and waved his hand. The contact information is fine, but forget about the meal. As a teacher, I don't need students to treat me. Your question today surprised me, and it actually made me interested in your ideas. Professor Wang continued. However, I still suggest you change the direction of your paper. What we've discussed today is purely speculative. If you really want to write about it, I suggest you treat it as a separate research project. After all, this problem is too broad, and the data requires supercomputer simulations, which is not only time-consuming but also requires a lot of investment. As a senior student, I'm afraid you don't have enough funds and equipment to complete this project. Zhang Sun lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. I was oversimplifying. After listening to your explanation, I realized the complexity of the problem and benefited greatly from it. Professor Wong smiled and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The fact that you had such an idea and came to me specifically shows that you are very outstanding." He pulled his phone out of his pocket and opened the WeChat QR code. "This is my WeChat. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me directly." Zhang Sun immediately added Professor Wong on WeChat and expressed his gratitude once more before Professor Wong left with his thermos. Zhang Sun watched Professor Wong leave, feeling grateful that the shelter location issue had finally been resolved. After leaving Jiangxing University of Geosciences, Zhang Sun took the bus to where the electric bikes were parked, then rode his bike to the hospital, just in time to meet his girlfriend getting off work. After Du Jing put on the helmet, Zhang Sun started the electric bike and immediately felt a push on his back. Du Jing said unhappily, "Did you get a good rest at home today?" "Well, after sending you to work, I went home to take a nap and then went shopping for a bit in the afternoon." Zhang Sun was enjoying the time with his girlfriend. Du Jing raised the corners of her mouth and asked half-jokingly, "Tell me, did you go out to look at beautiful women? With a beauty like you at home, how could I look at other women? You have to believe that I am an upright person who is free from vulgar tastes," Zhang Sun said, and couldn't help laughing, and then he suddenly felt a pain. In the next few days, Zhang Sun made an excuse that a classmate in another place was getting married and said goodbye to his girlfriend, but in fact he went to Inchi Prefecture. There, he hired 2 technicians from the geological department, rented a car, and brought some professional tools to conduct a field survey at Yisangwan. The 2 technicians happened to be free, so they agreed to help Zhang Sun and earn some extra money. Soon, they arrived at Yisangwan. Just as Professor Wong said, the scenery here is picturesque, surrounded by mountains, with an oxygen bar in the mountains and a complete tourist route. However, there are not many people and the villages are widely distributed. After 2 days of observation, the 2 technicians finally located an underground river about 30 kilometers from the nearest village at an altitude of about 1,200 meters. Based on their experience, there was an 80% chance of the existence of an underground river there, although more sophisticated equipment was needed to detect it. A provincial highway passes through here, but after entering the mountains, the road becomes rugged and difficult, so a simple road needs to be opened during construction. Zhang Sun discussed with 2 technicians, and they decided to prepare a geological structure and environmental assessment report. The 2 technicians hesitated for a while and agreed to Zhang Sun's request, but they asked not to sign their names. After negotiation, Zhang Sun paid each of them 7,000 yuan. 10 hours later, Zhang Sun dragged his exhausted body back home and found that his girlfriend had been transferred to the night shift this week, and she was not at home. He lay down on the sofa and fell asleep quickly due to exhaustion. Chapter 6. In the early morning, Zhang Sun was awakened by the sound of a door opening. His girlfriend Du Jing came back and was startled to see someone on the sofa, thinking the house had been robbed. "Are you going to die? Why didn't you send me a message when you came back? I only bought one breakfast." Du Jing complained a little. I came back too late last night and fell asleep right away." Zhang Sun rubbed his eyes and slowly got up. "You eat. I'll go out to eat later." "You slept on the sofa all night?" Du Jing put down her breakfast and touched Zhang Sun's forehead. "Don't do that again. It's so cold. What if you catch a cold?" Zhang Sun nodded, held her cold hand, and blew on her gently. Du Jing quickly pulled her hand back and started eating breakfast. After she finished eating and washed up quickly, she was ready to go to sleep. Seeing that Zhang Sun had not left yet, she urged him, "Go and have breakfast." Zhang Sun saw her enter the bedroom before going out to have breakfast. When they returned from dinner, Du Jing had already fallen asleep. Suddenly, he remembered yesterday's lottery draw and pulled out his phone to check. Within moments, Zhang Sun's eyes widened. All the numbers matched. Despite winning the lottery, Zhang Sun felt a pang of sadness, his premonition of the end of the world growing stronger. He decided not to tell Du Jing about his win, not because he didn't trust her, but because his plans for the next year or so were so crazy that he didn't want to let it affect their relationship. Just as he was thinking, his cell phone rang. It was the company leader calling, urging him to go to work. Zhang Sun hung up the phone and decided to go to the company to quit his job. He donned a hat and a mask before leaving the house, covering himself completely. He also carried his lottery ticket and ID card with him. After resigning, he still had to go to the lottery shop to register. At noon, he completed the resignation procedures, ate something outside, and then went to the lottery shop to register. No one in the shop knew him, and the staff looked at him enviously. He took out a few lottery tickets, completed the registration, and learned about the prize redemption process. Afterwards, he went to the Municipal Welfare Lottery Center to get a winning certificate and then went to the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center to go through the ticket verification procedures. These places weren't far away, saving a lot of time. The 60 million jackpot would have to be taxed at 20%, and some would have to be donated. The final payout was estimated to be less than 50 million. Zhang Sun was a little worried about whether this amount of money could be used to build a shelter. After finishing everything, he began to wait for the prize notification from the Welfare Lottery Center, which he estimated would take 2 to 3 working days. On the way home, he stopped by the market and bought some abalone, lobster, sea cucumber, and other ingredients that he rarely eats. Du Jing had been very busy these days, so he wanted to make her some delicious food to nourish her body. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when he returned home. Seeing that Du Jing was still sleeping, Zhang Sun did not disturb her and went straight to the kitchen to make soup. In the evening, Du Jing had to go to the hospital at around 10 o'clock. It was still early, so Zhang Sun patiently prepared dinner. At around 5 o'clock, Du Jing got up and saw a sumptuous dinner on the table. On the surface, she complained about Zhang Sun's extravagant spending, but in her heart, she was deeply moved. The two of them finished their delicious dinner and then stayed together for a while. Zhang Sun heated up some midnight snacks for her and put them in a thermos lunchbox. Eat when you're hungry. As they lay cuddling on the sofa, Zhang Sun suddenly asked, Xiao Du, how can you nurses become doctors? Du Jing smiled and responded, Do you think this is a game? There are almost no nurses becoming doctors these days. In the past, you could take the assistant physician exam, but now there are 2 ways. The first option is to retake the college entrance exam, enter a medical university, study for 5 years, and obtain a medical license. The second option is to study full-time at a junior college for 3 years, followed by 2 years of general practitioner training. The latter can only be used as a general practitioner in a village. So it's so demanding? Zhang Sun asked in surprise. Yes, it's a matter of life and death after all, Du Jing replied. Zhang Sun thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, Why don't you quit your job and study to become a specialist doctor? Du Jing rolled her eyes at him. Are you crazy? This is so unrealistic. I'm already this old, and I'm still in school. You support me. Zhang Sun grinned. I will support you. Du Jing was furious and wanted to hit him, but Zhang Sun said, Since 5 years is too long, then learn more from doctors. There are surgeons in the hospital, right? Watch how they perform surgery and understand the principles. You should also learn some knowledge of internal medicine. You don't necessarily need a medical license. Why do you suddenly want me to learn all this? Du Jing was puzzled. Zhang Sun smiled and said, Didn't I faint once before? If it happens again, you can show me. If anything happens to my parents in the future, you can find out in time. Du Jing didn't hear any hidden meaning and nodded. Actually, when you were in the hospital that day, I had the same idea. Whether it's for you or for the elders, I will learn it secretly. By the way, you should read more medical books and consult a doctor if you don't understand something. Zhang Sun reminded him again. I know it's annoying. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Sun rode an electric bike to take Du Jing to the hospital. After returning, he took out a notebook and began to record. After redeeming his prize, he planned to register a hotel investment management company. After all, the construction of the shelter still needed to be covered by a resort hotel. But this amount of money was far from enough, so he had to find a way to get more money. Zhang Sun suddenly thought of stocks. He remembered that there was a less prominent pharmaceutical company in China that was expected to release 3 new drugs in June, specifically targeting epidemics, Alzheimer's disease, and Parkinson's disease. These drugs have shown excellent results in clinical trials, and once released, the company's stock price is expected to soar. He plans to invest half of his prize money in the company's stock after he redeems it and registers the company. He planned to use the remaining money to start the preliminary construction of the shelter. However, he still needed to find a design company for the shelter, and he also planned to visit the United States to personally inspect the doomsday bunkers there. He plans to find out which domestic construction company has the best cost-effectiveness. Although local construction companies are more convenient, he trusts companies in big cities more. With an idea in mind, Zhang Sun began to write down his plans for the next few days. Only after he finished did he go to bed with peace of mind. Chapter 7. After Zhang Sun picked up his girlfriend from get off work in the morning, she went home to rest while he went to an agency to rent an office space of about 100 square meters. He knew that after establishing the company, it would not be enough to do it alone, and that finance, procurement, cashier, and other work would require assistance from others. In the future, he will need to recruit a few people to help handle affairs, but the real tasks of these employees will not tell them his true purpose. He quickly found a suitable office. The previous company's bankruptcy had allowed him to use the office's renovations. Zhang Sun paid 6 months' rent and received the property ownership certificate and a copy of the landlord's ID card. Next, he went to the company that handles company registration affairs and decided to entrust them to handle the company registration because he was not very familiar with the process and it would be more efficient. Although everything was going smoothly, Zhang Sun's savings were almost gone, and he hadn't received the lottery winning notice yet. He returned home helplessly. Just then, he remembered a high school classmate who had immigrated to the United States, so he hurriedly called him to contact him. After dialing the number, he realized that the other party was probably still asleep, and he couldn't help feeling a little silly. So he put away his phone and rode his electric bike home. When he got home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. When his girlfriend got up and saw Zhang Sun coming home so early, she asked, "Why did you get off work so early today?" Zhang Sun pulled her to sit on the sofa and said, "I quit my job." His girlfriend asked in surprise, "Why? Are you still not feeling well? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Zhang Sun explained, "It's like this. A few days ago, I went out of town to attend a classmate's wedding. He introduced me to a boss who wanted to open a hotel in Hubei province and asked me to help oversee the construction." After hearing this, the girlfriend was still a little skeptical and asked, "Really? How could someone you just met trust you so much?" Zhang Sun patted her hand and said, "My classmate's father works in the government. His boss is also very rich and well-connected. He won't cheat me. Besides, the salary is not bad either, 20,000 yuan a month." His girlfriend exclaimed, "It's so high? Has the contract been signed?" Zhang Sun nodded and said, "The boss will come to Jiangcheng in the next 2 days to handle the formalities, and the contract will be signed." Zhang Sun added, "However, the hotel is in Inchi Prefecture, so I might be traveling a lot this year and next. But don't worry, after this year, I'll try to save some money, and we'll get married next year and have a grand wedding." His girlfriend smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "Okay, I'll listen to you." After dinner, Zhang Sun took out his notebook and thought about his plan in his mind. This notebook is used to record all the details of building the shelter. Although he does not intend to tell his girlfriend, he knows in his heart that the road ahead will be very difficult. Zhang Sun also considered the lottery. After all, once he won the prize, the subsequent funding issues would not be a problem. In the evening, he went to the movies with his girlfriend and then sent her to work. When he opened the door on his way home, the phone rang. It was his old classmate. Zhang Sun quickly answered, "Hi Z, this is Zhang Sun. I'm sorry for not considering the time difference when calling you." "Nothing. I was asleep and didn't hear you. Why did you think of calling me?" It was Heizi's voice on the other end of the line. Zhang Sun smiled and said, "It feels like a long time since we last met." Heizi said unhappily, "Don't I know you? You usually don't like socializing. If you took the initiative to call me, there must be something. Just say it." Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Look, the boss wants to open a doomsday-themed hotel. There are very few design companies like this in China, so I'd like you to help me find a company in the United States that has done similar projects." "You've asked the right person. One of my recent clients is a design company. My colleagues and I will go there tomorrow and help you find out then." Heizi agreed readily. Zhang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much. I'll introduce you to the company later. Our boss is urgently looking for someone." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sun felt more confident. He knew that this doomsday-themed hotel was just a cover. The more important thing was to prepare for the construction of the shelter. The next day, he picked up his girlfriend from get off work and went to the Welfare Lottery Center to collect his winnings. The Welfare Lottery Center staff gave him a check for 48 million yuan, and the media also arrived quickly. Zhang Sun did not stay for long, but only responded briefly, saying that he would donate 1 million yuan to the Provincial Charity Foundation, and then went to the bank to handle the relevant procedures. After completing everything smoothly at the bank, Zhang Sun finally felt at ease. He transferred the remaining money to another bank account, and then went to the computer mall to buy a few computers to prepare equipment for the company's office. He also bought a Huawei tablet for his girlfriend and a laptop for himself, which he then packed up and arranged for delivery the next day. Chapter 8. Zhang Sun receives a call from his girlfriend early in the morning, asking when he will be home for dinner. He replies that he has already arrived and will be back soon. Upon returning home, he sees his girlfriend cooking. Zhang Sun quietly hides his food and goes into the kitchen to help. During the meal, Zhang Sun pretended to be mysterious and said to his girlfriend, "I have a gift for you today. Can you guess what it is?" His girlfriend's eyes widened. She put down her bowl and asked seriously, "Are you wasting money again?" Zhang Sun explained with a smile, "No, my boss came today, and I went with him to handle the paperwork. We're opening a branch office here in a few days, and I'll be a manager, specifically responsible for overseeing the project's progress. My boss even gave me a month's salary in advance." He then pulled a Huawei tablet and laptop from his bag. "I'll use the laptop for work, and you can use the tablet." His girlfriend looked at him in surprise. "Really? So high? Have you signed the contract?" Zhang Sun feigned excitement and replied, "This hotel project is in Enshi Prefecture. The boss said that when we get married next year, I will save some money and have a grand wedding." After dinner, Zhang Sun took a notebook from his bedroom and carefully put it in his bag. His girlfriend had never looked through his bag, and he didn't want her to know his plans. After dinner, the two went to the movies together. Zhang Sun sent her to the hospital. When he came back, he suddenly remembered that he had just received a call from his high school classmate Heizi. He quickly dialed the number, and Heizi answered quickly. "Why did you think of calling me?" Zhang Sun smiled and said, "It feels like a long time since we last met." Heizi teased, "You hate socializing the most, so you must be busy, right?" Zhang Sun immediately said, "Actually, I'd like to ask for your help. My boss is planning to open a doomsday-themed hotel. He's read some doomsday novels and wants to do this project. But there aren't any suitable design companies in China. Could you help me find one abroad?" Heizi smiled and agreed. "No problem. I just happen to be in contact with a design company. I will ask them tomorrow." Zhang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. If there is a good design company, please help me find their contact information." He also made an appointment with Heizi to treat him to dinner another day. Zhang Sun continued with his planned preparations. The next day, he picked up his girlfriend from get off work, and that evening, the lottery center finally sent him the winning notice. Zhang Sun quickly went to the provincial lottery center and completed the prize redemption procedures. After receiving the 48 million yuan prize, he also donated 1 million yuan to the provincial charity foundation. He hurried to the bank to handle the relevant matters and transferred the money to the designated account. After completing the bank procedures, Zhang Sun felt mixed emotions. Although he had received a huge bonus, he knew that the money was not enough to achieve his ultimate goal, to build a shelter. Afterwards, he transferred 300,000 yuan to another bank card and went to a computer mall to buy several office computers and some equipment. After returning home, he began to think about how to further utilize the money. At the same time, the news reports about Zhang Sun also made him feel a little uncomfortable. The media attention made him feel like the protagonist of a farce. Despite wearing concealing clothing, his appearance while receiving the award still looked strange, and the media coverage left him speechless. That night, Zhang Sun quietly picked up his girlfriend's wallet and put a bank card in it. The label read, "The password is your birthday." This was the money he was leaving for his girlfriend for emergencies. People these days rarely touch their wallets. Aside from their ID cards, they use their phones for everything else. He doubted she would notice for a while. Chapter 9. Zhang Sun suddenly remembered the stock investment he had forgotten about before, and hurriedly opened his mobile phone to look up the stock code of the company he was interested in. After some research, he confirmed that the company's stock price was trending well and immediately placed an order to buy it. At that time, the company's market value was only 50 billion yuan. Zhang Sun knows that as time goes by, especially after this year, this company will be able to compete with international pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer, Roche, and Merck. Considering that the market value of these giants has exceeded 1 trillion yuan, he is full of confidence in the company's future. Although the company's market share is still relatively small, Zhang Sun speculates that there must be a genius in biology or medicine behind it. As he bought more shares, the stock price hit its upper limit, and Zhang Sun decided not to touch the stock for a few months. He planned to donate 1 million of his 48 million bonus, 20 million for buying more shares, and the rest for other expenses. At this time, he had only 26.7 million yuan left in his account. Despite the ample funds, Zhang Sun felt that time was running out, and his inner anxiety was not alleviated by the accumulation of wealth. Zhang Sun roughly estimated that 26 million yuan should be enough to cover the initial costs of building the shelter. He didn't intend to build a lavish shelter like some wealthy people, as the subsequent funding requirements would also increase accordingly. According to his plan, he expects the value of the company's stock to increase tenfold between June and July, reaching approximately 200 million renminbi. At that time, he can sell off some of his holdings to provide more funds for shelter construction and material storage. The next day, Zhang Sun decided to go to the job market to recruit a few people to prepare his team. Although the company hadn't been fully registered yet, he knew he couldn't handle it alone and would need help sharing the responsibilities of finance, cashier, purchasing, and other positions. So, he paid some money and set up a stall in the market to recruit people. He printed simple recruitment signs for finance, cashier, and purchasing clerk, but did not make any flyers, which seemed a bit informal. Zhang Sun knew that this recruitment method would likely lead people to suspect that the company was a scam. After sitting in the market for half a day, most of the applicants Zhang Sun encountered simply glanced at him and then turned away. Just as he was about to go to lunch, a woman who looked to be in her 30s and slightly plump walked up to him and asked, "Are you really hiring?" Zhang Sun was stunned for a moment before answering. Yes. Although this is a new company and we're not ready yet, don't worry, the salary and benefits are negotiable. He was delighted and asked, what's your name? What position are you applying for? Do you have any relevant experience? My name is Li Yan. I'd like to apply for a position in finance. Cashier is also fine. I've worked as an accountant in a company for 6 years. Li Yan paused and continued. I stayed home to take care of my child 3 years ago. Now my family is under great financial pressure, so I'm thinking about going out to work. Zhang Sun smiled and said, Sister Li, our company is in hotel management. We'll be developing a resort hotel project in Inchi Prefecture, and the related procurement and financial work will be in Jiangxing. However, we may need to travel to Inchi Prefecture occasionally. I wonder if you're okay with that. Li Yan nodded. Okay, what's the salary? Tell me what you expect, Zhang Sun asked. 7,000, Li Yan said hesitantly. Sure, Zhang Sun nodded. Because this is a new company, the formalities for the resort hotel haven't been completed yet. The initial work will be quite complicated and might be a bit arduous. Are your children okay? Li Yan replied. The child is fine. My mother-in-law is here to help take care of him. Okay, I'll take you to see the office location at noon today. After Zhang Sun said this, he put away the sign. Li Yan hadn't expected her boss to be so anxious, but after a moment's thought, she felt relieved. Zhang Sun had been planning to take the subway, but Li Yan suddenly suggested, why don't you take my car? My husband brought me here. Zhang Sun nodded and got into Li Yan's husband's car. During the ride, Li Yan's husband would occasionally look at Zhang Sun through the rearview mirror, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Zhang Sun continued to discuss some project details with Li Yan. After arriving at the office, Li Yan discovered that the company procedures here had not been fully completed. However, Zhang Sun paid part of her salary in advance and said in front of her husband, once the company's formalities are completed and the preliminary work for the resort hotel has started, the company will consider giving you a bonus. With this upfront salary payment, their concerns about Zhang Sun were greatly alleviated, and Li Yan agreed. Zhang Sun then assigned him a few tasks. Get ready and start work tomorrow. Since you don't have much to do recently, go to the job market and recruit someone for a cashier and a purchasing agent. Li Yan had no objection, but she asked, are there any other positions? What are the salaries? Zhang Sun thought for a moment and replied, for now, we're only hiring for these 2 positions. We'll recruit for the others later. Salaries will be adjusted appropriately based on market conditions. Li Yan nodded, and Zhang Sun handed her the key to his office and invited her and her new colleagues to have lunch. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Sun went to buy a car worth 300,000 yuan. After completing the formalities, he drove the car directly back home. Although the license plate would take some time to be processed, he didn't need it for the time being. After returning home, Zhang Sun waited for his girlfriend to wake up, then told her about the car purchase and explained, this is the car the company allocated to me. He also took his girlfriend for a ride in the car for a while. His girlfriend Du Jing was happy for Zhang Sun, and they went out to enjoy a big meal together. After sending his girlfriend to work, Heisey called. I've looked into what you're talking about. We have a design company here that's done many similar projects. I'll send you their information and contact details later. But it would be best if your boss comes in person to discuss this, as we don't understand your specific needs. We also need geological data on the hotel. Zhang Sun was very happy to hear this. He had never expected to find a suitable company so quickly. After expressing his gratitude, he decided to go to the United States. The next morning, after picking up his girlfriend, Zhang Sun went to apply for a passport and a tourist visa at the consulate. Although the process was slow, he had no choice but to wait. Zhang Sun received word that the company's paperwork was nearing completion, so he planned to take this opportunity to visit the construction company in Hunan province to personally learn about the project details and inquire about the company that designed the wealthy man's doomsday bunker. He hoped to reach a preliminary agreement on cooperation with the construction company. In the afternoon, the agency completed all the procedures smoothly. Zhang Sun went to collect the 3 certificates, official seal, and other documents, and paid the balance. When she returned to the company, Li Yan had already brought back 2 new employees. She thought she could recruit 2 people in just one morning. Zhang Sun saw the 2 female employees she brought back, one in her 20s and the other in her 40s, both of whom had some work experience. After Li Yan introduced the new employee to him, Zhang Sun handed the financial seal, official seal, and 3 certificates to Li Yan for safekeeping, and kept the contract seal for himself. Zhang Sun instructed Li Yan, I'm going to Hunan province tomorrow. You 2 can discuss purchasing the equipment the company needs. I'll transfer the funds to the company account in a few days. Sister Li, I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you today. If it's not enough, come back for more. Li Yan quickly refused. No, No, I can just pay with WeChat when I buy something. Zhang Sun insisted. It's okay, sisterly. I trust your character. I've been quite busy lately and may have to go abroad next week, so I won't be in the company very often. I'll leave the money with you for now. Tell me if you need anything. He transferred 50,000 yuan to Li Yin and another 500 yuan to her separately, so that they could have a meal together and get to know each other. Zhang Sun did not join in, feeling that he, a man, would feel uncomfortable dining with 3 women. Chapter 10. After Zhang Sun got the license plate, he briefly told his girlfriend that he was going on a business trip and drove to Hunan province. Since Hubei and Hunan are adjacent provinces, it only takes about 3 hours to drive to the provincial capital. Zhang Sun drove along the Hongrui Expressway and arrived at the agreed location around 2 p.m. He had called ahead to confirm the details of the cooperation, and when he arrived, he was greeted by a salesperson named Gao Shang. After a simple registration, Zhang Sun joined the company, Xiangji Engineering Company, Limited, which has extensive project experience. In the reception room, Gao Shang was joined by project director Li Pan and technical director Zheng Sheng. They both handed Zhang Sun their business cards, but he said he had forgotten to bring his own, so he showed him his company ID. Zhang Sun briefly explained his needs. I saw in the news that you had undertaken a doomsday-themed hotel project in Zhongyuan province, and our company would like to do a similar project. However, our target audience is high-end clients, and the project will be built to apocalyptic standards. He pulled a geological report from his bag and handed it to Zheng Sheng. This is the geological structure report for our site selection. Please take a look. After Zheng Sheng reviewed the report, Li Pan asked, "What is your company's projected investment?" Zhang Sun replied, "The entire project, including renovations and equipment, is estimated to cost between 300 and 500 million yuan. I haven't found a suitable design company yet. Do you have any recommendations?" Li Pan looked at Zhang Sun and replied, "Design companies in China have little experience, so it's best to find one from abroad. We also hired a foreign design company for our previous project. Our company can help with the contact, but you'll need to handle the specific negotiations yourself." Zhang Sun nodded and asked the name of the design company. Li Pan provided the information, which happened to be the company mentioned by Heisey, located in Houston, Texas, USA. "Please help me introduce it. I will go there as soon as my visa is approved this month." Zhang Sun added. Li Pan agreed and handed him a business card. "You can find Dawson when the time comes. He is the sales manager. We will communicate with him in advance." After reviewing the report, Zheng Sheng told Zhang Sun, "Construction will be challenging, but it can be solved. Based on the current situation, construction is expected to take more than a year." Zhang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." He then asked, "How long will the construction take?" Zheng Sheng replied, "Based on the scale of investment you mentioned, it will take at least a year. Excavating the granite mountain will take quite some time." Zhang Sun felt he still had plenty of time, so he continued to ask them other questions and received a lot of useful advice. At 5 p.m., Li Pan invited Zhang Sun to dinner. Because the investment was so large, they had to go all out for this project. Zhang Sun didn't refuse, and after they had a good meal, Li Pan wanted to take him to MMC, but Zhang Sun declined because he had a video call with his girlfriend that evening. At 8:30 p.m., Zhang Sun started a video call with his girlfriend. They chatted for half an hour, and Zhang Sun thought about the content of the conversation and considered his next move. Soon, Zhang Sun fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, Zhang Sun checked out of the hotel and drove home. He passed by his hometown and went back to visit his mother. When his mother saw Zhang Sun bought a car, she was both happy and puzzled. "Son, why did you buy a car so soon?" Zhang Sun explained, "Mom, I changed jobs, and this is the car the company gave me for business trips." After lunch, his mother brought up the matter of marriage again, and Zhang Sun replied, "I plan to get married next year." His mother was even happier after hearing this, and couldn't wait for them to get married as soon as possible. After staying at home for one night, Zhang Sun returned to Jiangxing the next day and went directly to the company to check on the progress. The 3 new employees had already prepared some office equipment, including printers and water dispensers. Zhang Sun inquired about the progress of the company's affairs and gave Li Yin some money to support the next purchase. Li Yin reported the previous purchase expenses and said that the remaining money would be returned to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun suggested that they keep the equipment for now and use it later when needed. He also arranged for Li Yin and her colleagues to purchase the equipment the company needed and transferred 50,000 yuan to Li Yin for the purchase. Afterward, Zhang Sun went to the bank to handle the company's fund transfer. After the transfer was completed, he dropped Li Yin off and returned home to wait for her to wake up. Since tomorrow was the weekend and her shift had changed, Zhang Sun planned to take a couple of days off to spend time with her. On Saturday, Zhang Sun took his girlfriend to the mall for a day off, and then to a movie. On Sunday, they drove to a tourist attraction in the suburbs and spent the whole day there. Looking at the smile on his girlfriend's face, Zhang Sun felt unprecedented satisfaction, and at the same time, a sense of responsibility surged from deep in his heart. Zhang Sun secretly vowed that no matter what happened in the future, he must protect everything and provide the best future for his girlfriend and family. Chapter 11. In the evening, Zhang Sun hugged his girlfriend Du Jing and suddenly said, "Wife, I have something to tell you." "What is it? Tell me." Du Jing responded while playing with her mobile phone. "Our company boss plans to send me on a business trip to the United States." Zhang Sun said lightly. "America? It's so far away. Didn't you say before that you would supervise the construction of the hotel? Why are you going abroad again?" Du Jing stopped talking on the phone and asked in confusion. Zhang Sun explained with a smile. "Yes, my boss has found a design company in the US and needs me to go over there to liaise with them. I'm not sure about the rest, but I'll have someone there with me." "Then go ahead, but remember to be safe and don't go to those messy places. I saw on the news that there is an overabundance of guns in the United States and that women are very open-minded." Du Jing warned. "I understand. I'll just be gone for a few days. It's okay, I'll be back soon." Zhang Sun comforted. A few days later, while his visa was still pending, Zhang Sun bought a lot of books on construction engineering and mechanical equipment to enrich his knowledge. After receiving notifications from the Exit Entry Administration and the consulate, he quickly booked his flight and hotel. Before leaving, he went back to the company. Neither the cashier nor the purchasing manager were there, so Li Yan was the only one left. "Sisterly, I'll be away for a few days. Please help me gather some information," Zhang Sun said to Li Yan. Li Yan nodded. "You say." "One is to understand the types, advantages, and disadvantages, consumption and lifespan of small civilian power generation equipment." Zhang Sun continued. "Also, I need some inventory lists from large supermarkets. But there's no rush. I'll just take my time looking for them." Li Yan asked doubtfully. "Are you planning to open a supermarket?" "We have plans for this. We'll see how it goes later," Zhang Sun said perfunctorily. His real purpose was actually to prepare for future supplies. The shelter he envisioned would be self-sustaining to a certain extent. The only problem would be electricity and fuel. In order to cope with possible extreme situations in the future, Zhang Sun planned to consult some doomsday survival experts to see if they could provide some useful advice for his own shelter. "Sisterly, go to the bank tomorrow and open a foreign currency account. We're hiring a foreign company to design the resort hotel, and once the design is finalized, there will be a transaction in the accounts," Zhang Sun continued. "No problem," Li Yan noted carefully. "Also, I'll transfer 20 million renminbi to the company account, and you can help me convert this money into US dollars, Zhang Sun instructed. "Okay, no problem," Li Yan agreed. After completing these arrangements, Zhang Xuanxuan returned to his office, thinking about what to do next. He turned on his phone and wanted to call Heizi's number, but considering the time difference, he decided to wait until the evening. "Is there anything else I haven't considered?" Zhang Sun asked himself quietly. After pondering for a while, he decided to deal with the matter at hand first. At noon, Zhang Sun invited Li Yan to lunch at the company, and then he went to the bank to complete the foreign exchange. After returning home, he checked his documents and packed his luggage. His girlfriend, Du Jing, had already packed everything for him. That evening, Zhang Sun dropped Du Jing off at the hospital for work and then went to the airport himself. After arriving at the airport, he received his boarding pass and began waiting to board. While waiting, he called Heizi to confirm some details. "I'll be at your place tomorrow. Could you please help me find an interpreter?" Zhang Sun said with a smile. "That's no problem. I know a lot of international students and can help you arrange it tomorrow," Heizi replied. "Thank you. See you when I get there," Zhang Sun said. This was Zhang Sun's first trip to the United States, and he felt both excited and reluctant to leave. The nearly 20-hour flight was tiring, but it was his first time traveling abroad, and he was excited. After arriving in Houston, Texas, Heizi was already there to meet him at the airport. "Old Zhang, over here," Heizi's voice came. Zhang Sun turned around and saw Heizi, and he happily went to greet him. "Come on, I'll take you to my house for dinner," Heizi said with a smile. Zhang Sun said that he had booked a hotel online, but Heizi insisted that he stay at his house. "There's not much to eat on the street tonight, so it's a good opportunity for you to try my family's cooking." Heizi took Zhang Sun out of the airport. In the car, Zhang Sun chatted with Heizi while replying to Du Jing's message. "It should be 12 noon Beijing time now. Your girlfriend should be resting. Give her a call to let her know she's safe," Heizi suggested. "Oh yeah, I'm confused." Zhang Sun hurriedly called his girlfriend. That night, Zhang Sun stayed at Heizi's home. Heizi's family was very welcoming, and Zhang Sun felt very welcome. Heisey worked in finance and came from a well-off family. Zhang Sun began to reflect on his future. Although he had won the 60 million jackpot, his wealth was still far from that of Heisey's family. Chapter 12. The day after Zhang Sun arrived in the United States, Heisey took a day off and drove him around Houston. Zhang Sun found that the city was similar to other big cities, with tall buildings everywhere and nothing new to see. But he did get a taste of what it was like to be a foreigner. That afternoon, Chung, the translator Heisey had arranged, arrived, and the three of them sat down in a cafe. Chung was an international student, pursuing a doctorate in the United States and planning to return to China after graduation. Zhang Sun briefly explained his situation to her and discussed the translation costs. Chung quoted a price, $200 a day. Zhang Sun didn't quite understand the price, but seeing Heisey nod, he didn't ask any more questions. The US dollars I exchanged earlier may not be enough. Can I transfer you RMB? Zhang Sun asked. Chung smiled and replied, no problem. In RMB, I'll charge 1,500 yuan a day. When do we start? Chung asked. Tomorrow at that company. I need you to make an appointment for me. Zhang Sun handed her Dawson's phone number, and Chung helped her dial the number. Chung confirmed Zhang Sun's visit with Dawson. After hanging up the phone, she relayed to Zhang Sun. He said he knew you were coming. Just go to the front desk tomorrow and ask for Dawson. Zhang Sun nodded, thanked her, and confirmed the meeting time. That night, the three of them had dinner together. Zhang Sun treated them, and then insisted on staying at the hotel. Heisey was a little unhappy, but he finally agreed. Zhang Sun planned to stay for 3 days. There was still a lot of work to be done with the design company about the shelter design. The next morning, Chung was waiting for him downstairs at the hotel. After breakfast, they took a taxi to the design company. Zhang Sun had previously researched the company online and discovered it specialized in doomsday bunker design. Arriving downstairs at the company, Chung took Zhang Sun to register. After the front desk security confirmed their identities, the two took the elevator up to the 17th floor. A blonde beauty greeted them, but instead of taking them directly to Dawson's office, they went to the showroom first. The exhibition hall displayed models and photos of various doomsday shelters, and the luxurious facilities left Zhang Sun speechless. These shelters were custom designed based on client needs. What's your biggest project? Zhang Sun asked. The woman pointed to a large model and said, this is our flagship product. It costs $800 million, has 13 floors, and covers 25,000 square meters. It can withstand a magnitude 12 earthquake, tsunamis, and nuclear, biological, and chemical attacks. Zhang Sun was stunned and asked, what other types are there? The cheapest is 97 square meters, priced at around $40,000. The most popular is 500 square meters, which costs 4 times as much, the woman replied with a smile. What's the largest scale you can build? Zhang Sun asked. We can build a 30-story, 100,000 square meter underground shelter, but the cost is prohibitive. Almost no one is willing to pay that much, the woman said. Zhang Sun was shocked by the price, but continued to inquire. What about the lifespan of these shelters? That depends on your budget and the severity of the disaster. The woman spread out her hands. After touring the exhibition hall, the beautiful woman took Zhang Sun to Dawson's office. Dawson greeted Zhang Sun warmly, shook his hand, and poured coffee for both of them. Zhang Sun briefly explained his project and handed Dawson a report containing information on the mountain's structure and geography. Dawson glanced at the report, but since it was in Chinese, he didn't understand it. Zhang Sun planned to translate it into English upon his return, but he still asked, do you have an electronic version? We can translate it ourselves. Yes, I'll send it to you later, Zhang Sun replied. We're only responsible for the design. The actual construction will still be handled by the company we previously partnered with, Zhang Sun added. Dawson picked up the phone and made a call. A few minutes later, 2 designers walked in. Dawson briefly introduced them and asked, Mr. Zhang, what are your specific requirements for the shelter? Zhang Sun pulled a notebook from his bag and began to list his needs. Chung translated Zhang Sun's requirements for the designers. Chapter 13. Zhang Sun put down his coffee cup and looked at Chung seriously, waiting for her translation. He then mentioned his own scenario. I imagine an asteroid hitting the Earth, and governments around the world use nuclear bombs to intercept it, but ultimately it's ineffective. You can refer to the impact event 66 million years ago in the Gulf of Mexico. After he finished speaking, Zhang Sun continued to express his aspirations for the shelter. My goal is to build a closed-loop system shelter with strong self-sustaining capabilities, based on large families, capable of withstanding environmental challenges such as a magnitude 12 earthquake, high temperatures, nuclear radiation, acid rain, and hypoxia. After Chung finished translating, the 2 designers and Dawson were surprised. They had never expected that this Chinese man before them would be so thoughtful and come up with such a demanding shelter design. Typically, clients like Dawson's, especially those who are wealthy, are more concerned with interior decoration rather than such high standards of design. The two designers exchanged glances and began discussing Zhang Sun's vision and goals. They occasionally wrote and drew on their notebooks, and Cheng Cheng didn't translate, clearly engaged in a deep analysis. About 10 minutes later, the two designers paused. One of them, wearing glasses, looked at Zhang Sun and said, "Based on your concept, our initial idea is to add an agricultural cultivation system to the shelter. Based on this small ecosystem, and in combination with the type of disaster you mentioned, the entire shelter will need to be equipped with a power system, air and temperature monitoring and control systems, a water circulation and filtration system, wired and wireless communication control systems, an oxygen production system, a waste recycling system, a security system, and a master control system." After listening to this, Zhang Sun was struck by what true professionalism truly was. The designer's responses perfectly matched his requirements for the shelter. However, Zhang Sun then put forward some more specific requirements. First, all pipelines, lines, and equipment need to be explosion-proof and easy to disassemble and replace. Second, all equipment with control systems must be programmable to facilitate the addition of new functions later. Third, the shelter's main structure, seals, equipment piping, and wiring must be rust and corrosion-resistant, using the finest materials. Fourth, all equipment and control systems must have backups, at least 3 sets, that operate independently, allow for interchangeable spare parts, and have a longer lifespan than standard products. Fifth, movable equipment should be equipped with brake energy recovery systems to conserve and recycle excess energy as much as possible. Sixth, the interior of the shelter should be decorated with flame-retardant and waterproof materials, and fire-extinguishing equipment should be installed on every floor as much as possible. Seventh, fuel and chemical storage must be independent of the shelter, connected by a main backup passage, reinforced and fireproofed, and treated with anti-static measures. The passage should have 2-way pressurized doors. Eighth, except for the main standby freight elevator, other floors do not need personnel elevators and should be connected by walking stairs, with doors in the middle of the stairs that can be closed when needed. Ninth, the upper garage should be larger, able to accommodate at least 10 medium-sized trucks. 10th, the escape routes and entrances and exits must also be reinforced, and a set of procedures for entering and exiting the shelter must be designed. After saying this, Zhang Sun paused, observing the 3 people's reactions. Cheng Cheng, among them, seemed a little surprised. Zhang Sun's request was so demanding, even somewhat unconventional, that Cheng Cheng didn't know how to react. Dawson took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and said seriously, "According to your requirements, the area and budget of the shelter will be very large. That's all I can think of for now. If there are any new requirements later, I will let you know as soon as possible. Before designing, can you give me a rough estimate? As for the budget, you can make an assessment based on the needs." Zhang Sun said. Dawson nodded and responded, "Of course. We'll prepare an evaluation report. Next, we can discuss ways to cooperate in business." "Yes, originally I only planned to ask you to provide design plans, but now I have changed my mind. In addition to design plans, you should also be more deeply involved. After all, many of the shelter's control systems require your participation." Zhang Sun continued, then suddenly remembered something and added, "You should communicate with Qiangji Company first. The 3 of us can find a time to finalize the cooperation plan." "Okay," Dawson replied. Many of the materials for the shelter, such as special alloy steel springs, which serve as shock absorbers, were specially developed by the University of California Laboratory at a high price. Next, Zhang Sun handed the electronic version of the geological structure report to Dawson. After arranging for the company to translate it, the 2 sides discussed some specific matters. At noon, Dawson treated them to a meal in the company cafeteria. At the table, Dawson indirectly asked Zhang Sun what the budget was. "It's probably between $100 million and $200 million. If subsequent projects exceed the budget, I can increase it appropriately." Zhang Sun didn't hide anything and gave Dawson a clear figure. Dawson smiled with satisfaction, but Zhang Sun felt a sense of unease. While he could raise approximately 200 to 300 million RMB, it was still far from $100 million. Furthermore, the project's phased payment structure, along with the design, construction, testing, and acceptance processes, could drag on for a significant period. If payment was delayed, perhaps even until the end of the project. That afternoon, the translated geological report was handed to Zhang Sun. After preliminary research, The two designers told him that the design proposal required more investigative reports, but they weren't worried because Rising S would commission a domestic partner to produce the detailed report. They estimate that the report will take about a week to complete, and once the detailed report is out, they can start formal design work. However, they need to sign a formal agreement before they can start further work. Zhang Sun agreed and asked Rising S to contact Li Pan from the construction company so the three parties could finalize the cooperation plan as soon as possible. After Dawson verbally agreed, Zhang Sun said goodbye to the translator. In the taxi, Chung asked, "Does your boss really plan to build this kind of shelter in China?" Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Of course we have to build it. Although it's not open to ordinary people, it's aimed at wealthy people who want to experience excitement." He added, "The wealthy have money and are willing to try anything exciting. Once this project is launched, I guess many wealthy people will throw money at us, wanting to experience it." Chung curled her lips. "Seeing you so serious before, I thought the end of the world had really come, but it turned out to be just a gimmick. Next, take me to find a consulting company. They will need to help me review the contract for the subsequent three-party negotiations." Zhang Sun looked at the time and said softly. A few minutes later, Zhang Sun and Chung found the consulting firm and quickly reached an agreement. The consulting firm would review the contract based on Zhang Sun's requirements and begin work after Zhang Sun paid the fees. That evening, Li Pan, the construction contractor from Hunan province, called Zhang Sun and informed him that Xiangji Company had decided to send a team to Houston to discuss cooperation. Zhang Sun briefly explained the changes to the cooperation model and stated that he would be fully responsible for the subsequent negotiations. Li Pan understood Zhang Sun's arrangements and hoped for his support during the negotiations. Zhang Sun was mentally prepared. After all, he needed to ensure efficiency on the part of his partners and avoid delays. Chapter 14, Making Money. It would take Li Pan and his team 2 days to reach Houston. After Zhang Sun finished his own business, he had some free time, but since he was in the United States, making money was still his top priority. He couldn't stay in the United States for long, so he definitely couldn't buy lottery tickets, not to mention that he didn't know anyone's winning lottery numbers. But he thought of an easier way to make money quickly, which was to bet on sports, NBA, and Super Bowl. Although Zhang Sun seldom plays basketball, he likes watching the NBA very much. The memory of recent NBA games and results is particularly clear in his dreams. Tomorrow is the 57th Super Bowl in the United States. To be honest, Zhang Sun doesn't know much about it, but this one is an exception, because every Super Bowl invites some international superstars to perform. It just so happened that this year, a sexy female star whom he had always been following performed on stage, so he paid more attention to the news about this Super Bowl. Let's not talk about sexy female stars for now. His goal these 2 days is the Super Bowl. "Can you take me to the casino tomorrow?" Zhang Sun called Chung. Chung was a little surprised after hearing this, but she didn't refuse. After all, there was money to be made, so he agreed. In the evening, Zhang Sun studied some of the rules of American gambling to avoid being in a hurry when the time comes. The next day, Chung arrived at the hotel entrance. After Zhang Sun got off, he called a car and drove straight to the largest casino in Houston. When he arrived at the casino, Zhang Sun was dazzled. There are a lot of people here today, almost all of them are like him, who come here specifically to bet on football, and they are all in the sports betting area of the casino. I'm betting that the Kansas City Chiefs will score 38 points. Place my bet for $2 million. Zhang Sun looked at the casino staff and asked Chung to translate. The staff was a little bit surprised. The probability was 1 to 100. Few people bet in this way. If they do, they are fanatical gamblers who have lost so much that they want to make a comeback. The staff member looked at Zhang Sun and thought to himself that he didn't look like that kind of person. Chung also tried to persuade Zhang Sun, but he remained unmoved. Before coming to the United States, he asked Li Yin to buy foreign currency from a bank and exchange 20 million renminbi into US dollars, just for this moment today. Although he suffered a loss due to the exchange rate fluctuations at that time, he would be able to earn it back 100 times after today. This means that if his bet succeeds, $2 million will turn into $200 million. Even after deducting the high tax rate, he can still get more than 100 million. However, the casino is together with the bookmaker, and the staff were a little worried about such a large amount of bets, so they called their person in charge over. Zhang Sun waited for a while, and the person in charge arrived. Although they wanted to earn the money very much, they were afraid that Zhang Sun would go back on his word, so they tricked him into signing an agreement in advance. This is exactly what Zhang Sun wanted. He did not believe in the integrity of the casino, and having the agreement in hand would provide an extra layer of protection. After all, it's $200 million, and it's impossible for the owners of casinos and gaming companies to remain indifferent. After the agreement was signed, Zhang Sun also transferred $2 million from the account, leaving more than $500,000. This bet, also the largest in the casino this year, even attracted reporters. However, Zhang Sun did not accept the interview, but instead wandered around the casino. In the afternoon, the Super Bowl final was held in Arizona, USA, with the Kansas City Chiefs facing the Philadelphia Eagles. Every gambler in the casino stared at the big screen intently, because this game also determined their own win or loss. Zhang Sun was also a little nervous, wondering if his arrival would cause a butterfly effect and affect the outcome. At the last moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, and Zhang Sun was no exception. In the end, the Kansas City Chiefs defeated the Philadelphia Eagles 38-35 and won the game. Everyone in the casino was extremely surprised, staring intently at Zhang Sun, the biggest gambler winner in Houston in recent years. 10 minutes later, the casino owner also hurried over, a little out of breath, and stood in front of Zhang Sun. She looked at him with a complicated expression, was silent for a while, and finally stretched out her hand. Congratulations, Prophet from the East. After all, with so many people watching the signing of the agreement and reporters present, he didn't dare to play any tricks. But the casino manager is definitely in trouble. With such a huge amount of money, apart from the money lost by other gamblers, the rest has to be compensated by the casino and the bookmaker. He was already feeling vomiting blood in his heart. Next, he went to the bank and gaming department with the casino to handle the relevant formalities, and the money would soon be transferred to his account. After paying $200 million and 20% tax, he still got $160 million in the end. Zhang Sun also transformed from a millionaire to a billionaire. On the way back, Zhang Sun looked at Cheng Cheng, who was still in shock, picked up his phone, and sent her some download. He smiled and said, "Everyone who sees it gets a share. You've worked hard these past few days, and this money is a bonus." Cheng Cheng looked at the huge amount of money in her mobile phone and was very excited. After some hesitation, she accepted it and looked at Zhang Sun with shining eyes. Zhang Sun quickly joked, "Don't look at me like that. I already have a family." After returning to the hotel, Zhang Sun remembered that there was an NBA game. He turned on the TV to watch the game while taking out his mobile phone. He downloaded the app of the largest gambling company in the United States and slowly translated and registered an account. He plans to bet on this in the future and can't be as high profile as he is today. "Lao Zhang, I heard from Cheng Cheng that you have become a billionaire." Heisey called suddenly, his tone full of disbelief. "Yes, a blind cat meets a dead mouse. Life is unpredictable, and the big intestine is bound to the small intestine." Zhang Sun pretended to be calm and said, "When you come back, I'll give you a big red envelope, but please keep it a secret for me. You know that wealth should not be shown off." I hope the news in the United States will not reach his relatives and friends in China. However, he was wearing a mask at the scene and told reporters to remain anonymous, so as long as the haters don't mention it, no one should know. "No problem, I understand you. But forget about the red envelope. You know our family, we don't need that little red envelope from you. Just treat me to a big meal when I come back." Heisey hung up the phone without waiting for him to speak. "This kid," Zhang Sun muttered. After video chatting with his girlfriend, Zhang Sun lay on the bed watching domestic news when he suddenly received a long-distance call. The caller ID showed a landline number from a new materials company. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhang?" There was a girl with a sweet voice on the other end of the phone. "Yes, who are you?" Zhang Sun had no impression of this company. "Oh, I'm a customer service representative from Changjiang New Materials Company, Limited. I saw you leave a message on our company's official website before. What product do you want to know about?" the girl asked. Zhang Sun suddenly remembered that he had been searching online for materials that could resist nuclear radiation. He saw such a company and went to their official website to learn more about it. This is a cooperative unit of the Institute of Plasma Physics of the Hefei Institutes of Physical Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences. To be precise, the Chinese Academy of Sciences should be their shareholder. "Yes, our company wants to build a post-apocalyptic nuclear disaster-themed hotel, so we want to see what materials can effectively shield nuclear radiation," Zhang Sun explained. Chapter 15 Contract. "Well, our company mainly produces and develops new coatings. Basically, we have anti-corrosion and anti-rust technology. We definitely didn't have the technology you mentioned a few years ago. However," on the phone, the girl paused for a moment, and then the sound of flipping through documents was heard. "However, last year we collaborated with the Institute of Plasma Physics of the Hefei Institutes of Physical Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences, to develop a new material coating. This is a composite material of gadolinium hydrogen boron system that can slow down and absorb neutrons. The high-energy incident neutrons produce inelastic collisions with hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen, and elastic collisions with them until they become thermal neutrons. Finally, it is absorbed by gadolinium and boron. Gadolinium, as a heavy nuclear element, also has the function of absorbing gamma rays. The girl turned a page and continued. Our test results show that the neutron shielding rate of this composite material reaches 98% when it is 8 millimeters thick. In a radiation environment, concrete walls also have good shielding properties. If this material is used to cover concrete walls, the neutron shielding rate will be close to 100%. All radiation protection coatings on the market contain lead, including the lead layer used to wrap the core of the nuclear reactor in nuclear power plants. However, long-term use of lead is toxic to the human body. Therefore, our company's new composite material is the best choice for both the environment and the human body. Furthermore, our products were already used in several nuclear power plants in China last year. You can check them out. After listening to the girl's introduction, Zhang Sun felt moved and was very happy. This was really the anti-radiation material he had expected. Hello, I am very interested in the material you mentioned. Can you send me a copy? Zhang Sun asked. Okay, sir, please tell me your email address and the name of your company. I will send you the detailed information later, said the girl on the phone. After giving the company name and email address, Zhang Sun hung up the phone, thinking about using this kind of paint in the future design plan. Just as he was about to go to bed, another overseas call came in. Hello, Mr. Li. The caller showed that it was someone from the Inchi Prefecture Geological Department whom Zhang Sun had invited earlier. Hey, Mr. Zhang, I have news for you. The geological team of our unit organized an investigation later. The location is just 3 kilometers away from the site we previously selected. There is definitely groundwater there, and it's an underground river that flows through your area, said Engineer Li. Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Li, for bringing me the news. Sorry for the trouble, Zhang Xuani said. There's also good news. This underground river is a hot water river. The water temperature is very high, but it's quite deep. Do you know what this means? This means you can use it to generate electricity, use it for heating, and even use it to build a hot spring-themed hotel, said Engineer Li with a smile. When Zhang Sun heard the news, he could no longer lie down. After hanging up the phone, he sent a red envelope to Mr. Li to express his gratitude. Get up, pick up a notebook and pen, and revise the plan overnight. This is geothermal energy. Before, he had been worried about his electricity supply problem, but this RE project will greatly help him get rid of his dependence on and shortage of fossil energy. But then he thought again. During the last ice age, will the water temperature of this underground river also cool down? He doesn't understand geological issues, but there are people who do. I picked up my phone and dialed Professor Wang's number. Beep, beep, no one answered. I guess he was in class. 20 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Professor Wang. After Zhang Sun expressed his doubts, Professor Wang was surprised that he was still concerned about this matter, but he also patiently answered his questions. Probably not. Although the ice age caused by the giant impact made it difficult for species to survive, on the scale of the Earth, the average minimum temperature would only be minus 50 degrees Celsius. The underground river you mentioned is about 80 meters underground and is actually more affected by the crust, which means the crust there receives more heat from the mantle and core, so there's no need to worry about it, Professor Wang replied. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Professor Wang. Zhang Sun felt relieved after hearing this. Which department and class are you from? Majoring in environmental science in your senior year. Why didn't Professor Ouyang hear about you when I asked him last time? Professor Wang suddenly asked. Zhang Sun was dumbfounded when he heard this. His identity was completely fabricated. How could he explain this? So he said, I'm from class 5, and my instructor is Teacher Zhu. Oh, Zhu Huaixiang. It's nothing, just asking. Professor Wang hung up the phone. It was obvious that there was such a Teacher Zhu, and Zhang Sun fooled him again. Early the next morning, Zhang Sun learned that Li Pan and the others had arrived and were staying at Zhang Sun's hotel. He had a meal alone with Zhang Sun, exchanged some ideas, and without much rest, they went to Rising S Company together in the afternoon. As soon as they arrived at Rising S Company, Dawson came out to greet them and said to Zhang Sun with a smile, Zhang, you are a celebrity in Houston. Seeing the puzzled look on Li Pan's team's faces, Dawson explained the previous incident of Zhang Sun gambling on football. This also made Li Pan and others envious and amazed. This local rich man has become a wealthy man again, and they are also full of expectations for the future cooperation. After a brief greeting, the people from the consulting company invited by Zhang Sun also arrived. In addition to Cheng Cheng, the translator, they also brought their own people. The 3 parties officially got down to business in the conference room. For the entire afternoon, Du Lapon and Dawson had a heated argument over who would be the general contractor. After listening to their respective opinions, Zhang Sun finally decided to let Li Pan's company become the general contractor. However, considering some other interests, Zhang Sun and Li Pan made some concessions, and Rising S Company was also able to make a lot of money. Dawson knew that Zhang Sun had made his decision, so he stopped worrying about it. The next step was to discuss and sign a specific cooperation agreement. This process was painful. Zhang Sun couldn't help but think of the apocalyptic novels he had read before. The male and female protagonists built shelters and stockpiled supplies so easily, as if they could be done in 2 months or even a few days. Why is it so troublesome for him? Sigh. If only he had a spatial ability or a system cheat, Zhang Sun sighed. Another day passed, and after several hours of dry-mouthed negotiations, the content of the contract agreement was finally finalized. Before Zhang Sun came, he brought the company's official seal and contract seal with him, just for this moment. The contract clearly defines the responsibilities of the 3 parties and the payment method and time of the project, and also stipulates the construction period, legal liability, and other contents. As for the project payment, the agreement is to pay according to the progress, basically every 2 to 3 months, based on a certain note. In addition, a portion of the balance will be reserved as a deposit, and payment will only be made after acceptance. As for the budget, Zhang Sun considered it for a long time and decided to increase the original budget as much as possible based on the funds he had. He did not ask for a large scale, but all the materials and functions must be the best. Of course, he only had so much money on him, and since he had spent all his money, he had no intention of paying back the remaining debt. After the contract was signed, Zhang Sun told Dawson and Li Pan about the discovery of the underground G-hole. It is hoped that during the design process, the energy system and temperature control system will be tilted towards geothermal energy. With the geothermal source, you can not only expand the theme boundaries of the hotel in the future, but also save a lot of energy costs. This is indeed a pleasant surprise for you. There is no problem with my design. Dawson patted his chest and promised. Zhang Sun looked at the 2 designers and felt relieved when he saw them nodded. Is there any problem with the construction over there, laying 80-meter deep underground water pipes? Zhang Sun asked Li Pan. No problem. We have done this kind of operation many times. Li Pan also assured. In the evening, Dawson invited Zhang Sun, Li Pan and others to go to a luxurious nightclub in Houston. The atmosphere here opened Zhang Sun and Li Pan's eyes. It was indeed the decadent life of capitalism. TUO medical dancers, large-scale clothes-fitting hot dances, etc. There is also a model catwalk segment. In this segment, if you like a model, you can stuff US dollars into their panties. Take it back to the hotel at night. Of course, rich people usually take a large group of beautiful women back home to continue the party. Translator Cheng Chung had never been to such a place and felt uncomfortable, so Zhang Sun asked her to leave early. Zhang Sun felt the TUO medical dancer touching him randomly, and although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually already getting excited inside. People tend to follow the crowd. Zhang Sun looked at the calm and composed people in Li Pan's team and immediately put his thoughts aside and picked up the wine glass to drink. But Dawson had no scruples. He touched the girls all over, one on the left and one on the right, very unrestrainedly. He also pushed one of the dancers towards Li Pan, scaring him. Li Pan also wanted to save face. Seeing Zhang Sun's calm expression, he thought to himself that he was indeed a rich man who could remain calm even in such a situation. In the end, they didn't dare take any girl away. When Dawson came out, he brought 2 women with him. He kept yelling at Zhang Sun and Li Pan to take him back to the hotel where they were staying. It seemed that this guy still had some sense. At least he didn't take the person home. At night, the giants from the east are alone in the empty room. Chapter 16, Returning to China. Later, the technical team, brought by Li Pan, continued to stay here for a few days. On the one hand, we need to coordinate with the design team of Rising S Company to discuss the specific time and responsibilities of the project. On the one hand, it was a great opportunity to go abroad, and I could experience the decadent yet simple life in the capitalist world. On the afternoon of the 5th day after gambling on football, Zhang Sun's winnings were about to be credited to his account, but he had to go to the gambling center to sign. At that time, the owners of casinos and gaming companies, people from banks and notary offices will also be there. He took Cheng Chung to the gambling center and confirmed his identity and account. The money, which was subject to a high tax rate of 20%, was finally handed over by the staff of the banking system under the witness of a notary. $160 million. Got it. After politely declining the reporter's interview, Zhang Sun immediately informed Li Yin to use the company's overseas account to make an advance payment to Rising S Company and Xiangji Company. Rising S Company's design fee was paid separately, and Xiangji Company was the general contractor. All subsequent project payments just need to be paid to them. Xiangji Company then transferred part of the payment for the systems and materials to Rising S Company. The next day after getting the money, Heisey returned from his business trip. Zhang Sun specially treated the whole family to a meal and also transferred $500,000 to Heisey to express his gratitude. Heisey refused to accept it, but could not resist Zhang Sun's strong request, so he accepted it reluctantly. After staying in the United States for so long, it's time to go back. Before going back, Zhang Sun solemnly suggested to Heisey that he buy a shelter from Rising S Company. If a disaster really happens, there will be a place to hide. I don't know if he listened or not, but the $500,000 that Zhang Sun gave him was just enough to buy a better shelter product. As for what Heisey would choose, he couldn't say it clearly. Later, Zhang Sun went back with Li Pan and the others. After studying the gambling app for a few days, he finally understood the rules. Now, looking at the English above, he can operate it smoothly. While waiting for the flight, I placed bets on the next few NBA games through this app. After more than 20 hours of travel, we finally returned to Jiangqing. Li Pan was also transferring here to return to Hunan province, but they were in a hurry, so Zhang Sun did not plan to treat them to dinner. I went back home first and put back the gifts I bought for my girlfriend and parents. His girlfriend was on the day shift and hadn't come back yet, so Zhang Sun put down his things and drove to the company. He wants to put the contract and official seal in the company. Because Xiangji Company had communicated with Li Yin in advance about the construction of the resort hotel, it also contacted Li Yin. So today Zhang Sun plans to hold a meeting with them to arrange future work. An hour later, it was already 4 p.m. Zhang Sun took out 3 red envelopes from his pocket, each containing $300 as gifts for them when he returned from the United States. Then let them go home from get off work. Afterwards, Zhang Sun planned to have a good rest for a few days. He had been running around all this time and felt a little depressed. After that, you need to go to the local Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, and other units in Inchi Prefecture to apply for a project construction permit. Although environmental supervision of protected areas is very strict now. However, his project is not a production-oriented enterprise, so it will not cause pollution problems and can also promote the development of local consumption and tourism. Zhang Sun had already inquired about it before. He knew that it would be easy and the government was very supportive of such projects, so it would probably be completed quickly. I drove slowly to my girlfriend's workplace, but couldn't find a place to park. When I was about to go back to ride my electric scooter, I saw my girlfriend. I honked the horn, stopped briefly, and picked her up. This seemed to be the first time Zhang Sun drove to pick her up, although he had bought the car not long ago. Why did you get off work before 5 o'clock today? Zhang Sun asked in confusion. Knowing you were coming back today, I told the head nurse I could leave work early, said my girlfriend happily. The two of them were talking sweet nothings in the car all the way. After about 20 minutes, Zhang Sun drove the car into the basement of a high-end Western restaurant. This trip to the United States has been a success, and my boss has rewarded me with 100,000 yuan. I can eat whatever I want a day, and Master Zhang will pay for it. Zhang Sun said proudly. His girlfriend rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Look at how little you can do." But I didn't say anything about wasting money. While they were eating, Zhang Sun told his girlfriend about the interesting things he saw after going to the United States. Of course, he skipped over many things that he didn't want her to know. By the way, why is there one of your cards in my wallet? There's 300,000 yuan in it. Where did you get so much money? When it was almost over, my girlfriend suddenly asked. Zhang Sun knew she would find out eventually, so he had a plan. He wiped his mouth and said calmly, "I want to give you a surprise. I'll keep it with you as our wedding fund next year. As for the money here, part of it is actually the salary from last year's installation to last month plus the year-end bonus, which is about 100,000 yuan. Also, when I resigned, my former boss gave me a long-term salary bonus of more than 80,000 yuan because I was a long-term employee. Add in the salary my current boss pays me, and the money I make from lottery tickets and stock trading, and I'll leave it all with you, totaling 300,000 yuan. After hearing this, the girlfriend was both touched and envious. Why is your boss so nice to you? Yes, the boss is good to me, and I am good to you. Isn't it equivalent to having a good boss too? Zhang Sun said with a smile. Boss Zhang, how are you going to treat me well? The girlfriend held her chin with her hands and stared at Zhang Sun with narrowed eyes. Is this okay? Zhang Sun suddenly stood up and kissed her on the forehead. Many people around saw this scene, which made his girlfriend embarrassed and annoyed. She quickly pulled him away. When she got home and saw the gift Zhang Sun bought for her, her girlfriend was extremely happy and kissed and nibbled him on the face. After the two of them had their passion, they took a shower. Zhang Sun said to his girlfriend, I still have 100,000 yuan. I'm planning to take your mom and dad out on a trip. After all, he's old and hasn't been to many places. Now that he has more money, it's time for them to enjoy some of the good life. My girlfriend was touched, but also a little worried. I'm afraid they won't want to go? That's fine. When the time comes, just say our company has family tour spots available. It would be a waste if you don't go. One of your days off, let's look for information on senior travel groups and sign them up as soon as possible. Zhang Sun thought, I'll buy a camera tomorrow so they can take more pictures along the way. His girlfriend nodded, snuggled up to his chest, looked at Zhang Sun affectionately, and said, Baby, you are so nice. I may be very busy this year, so please take care of my mom and your dad. After this busy period, we will get married, and then we can go on a honeymoon. Zhang Sun said. When my girlfriend heard about marriage and honeymoon, she buried her head even deeper and said softly, Okay, I'll listen to you. The night is quiet, but there are more whispers and murmurs. Zhang Sun just came back and is exhausted again. The next day, Zhang Sun bought a SLR camera online and went to several travel agencies to ask about travel routes and services. After comparing, I made a decision in my heart. So I called my mother and my girlfriend's father separately and persuaded them to join the tour group. In fact, he also felt a little regretful that he had been working hard outside for so many years and had never taken his family out for a walk. In less than 2 years, the end of the world will come. Zhang Sun thought, let his mother and future father-in-law take advantage of the time to have a good look at this beautiful world, because maybe they will never have the chance again in the future. Chapter 17 Family Reunion. On the phone, Zhang Sun spent a lot of time convincing the two elders to agree to go on the trip. After confirming the time of arrival in Jiangxing with them, Zhang Sun registered with the travel agency staff. He has many routes to choose from, including a trip abroad. For example, places with similar cultures such as Japan, Vietnam, and Thailand. Then come back to rest for a few days, and then go to some places in the country. Beijing, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Yunnan, Sanya, etc. Travel from north to south. I always heard my mother say that she wanted to go to Beijing to see Tiananmen Square, and this time she finally fulfilled her dream. The tour fee this time was not low. For 2 people, it would cost more than 300,000 yuan. I paid the deposit without hesitation and the matter was settled. On the 3rd day after returning, Dawson called and said that the detailed investigation report had come out and they had started the formal design work. It will take at least 1 month for the design plan to be finalized. Zhang Sun thought for a moment and said to Dawson, prepare a simple design for me in the next few days, based on the hotel type. Alternatively, you can modify the previous project drawings and give them to me. I am going to apply for a construction permit soon. The local industrial and commercial, public security, and environmental protection departments need the design drawings to be filed. Of course, I'll pay for this separately. Dawson agreed and made the arrangements immediately. The company also started to operate normally. Although there were only a few people, Li Yan had already communicated with Xiangji Company and asked them to go to the project site for inspection in advance and do their best in the early preparations. After a day's rest, Dawson sent the revised design drawings to Zhang Sun's email. After printing them out, Zhang Sun took the company's cashier Huang Min to Enchi Prefecture. Because cashiers are generally familiar with the business procedures of ICBC, it is more convenient for Zhang Sun to bring her along. After spending 2 days visiting the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, and the Tourism Zone Management Department. Finally, the land purchase and registration procedures were completed. The next step is to wait for the issuance of the construction permit and business license. Zhang Sun knew that this process was very complicated and required layers of approval. To this end, we spent 2 days inviting leaders from various departments to dinner and gave them many valuable local specialties. Because the investment was nominally acceptable, these leaders gave him some face and promised to help deal with it as soon as possible. After finishing these things, he went to the project site again. After driving around the area, we found a flat land less than 5 kilometers away from the shelter. He planned to build a temporary warehouse at this location later. Supplies that are stockpiled in the future can be placed here first and then transported to the shelter by yourself. Because the shelter is located in a very remote area, there is only one provincial road passing through it. There were no villages within a radius of 30 kilometers, but Zhang Sun still felt it necessary to be careful. The construction company is from Hunan province, and they are all from outside the area. Zhang Sun is not worried that they will set their sights on this place. The urban area of Enchi Prefecture is also very far away from here. It takes more than an hour to drive here through the winding roads. Before the end of the world, everyone only had about an hour to prepare. By the time someone realizes that there is a shelter here, it may be too late. A major impact will not only cause shock waves and earthquakes, but also cause flint to fall from the sky everywhere. I'm afraid that the entire tourist area will become a sea of fire. Zhang Sun sent a location message to his girlfriend's mobile phone, wrote down the specific address, and drove back. By the time he got home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Driving is too tiring. Huang Min has a driver's license, but hasn't driven a car in several years. Zhang Sun didn't dare let her drive, so Zhang Sun drove alone the whole time. So after coming back, he collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. When he woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and there was an extra blanket on his body. His girlfriend didn't disturb him when she came back. Seeing that Zhang Sun had woken up, she shouted, "Go wash your face quickly. The meal will be ready soon." For the next week, Zhang Sun stayed in the company office reading books and watching videos. Mainly some books and videos on electromechanics, construction, and programming. He originally studied mechanical and electrical engineering, and later worked in after-sales service of mechanical equipment. I have a good understanding of common mechanical equipment and some basic programming, but I don't know much about the construction industry. The purpose of reading these is to deepen my understanding in this area. I will probably stay in a shelter for most of my life. Without the relevant knowledge, he might not even be able to tell the difference between the neutral wire and the live wire in the circuit. While he was leisurely reading a book and drinking tea, Huang Min knocked on the door and came in, saying, "Mr. Zhang." And she sent a notice saying that the land purchase approval and construction permit have been completed. Zhang Sun was a little surprised. "So fast? I thought it would take 2 or 3 weeks." "Then, you can ask Sister Li to inform Qiangji Company that they can start leveling the construction site. We also need to build a simple construction road to connect to the provincial highway. The design plan from Rising S Company will probably be ready soon by the time he finishes it, so they should hurry up." "Okay." Huang Min took note and went out. After more than a month of running around, we finally got to build the shelter. It wasn't easy, Zhang Sun sighed. In fact, he also wanted to use 1 day as 2 days, but the actual situation did not allow it. Money, design plans, construction preparation, and government approval all take time and are never achieved overnight. After thinking about it, he was still a little worried, so he called Li Pan of Qiangji Company again, urging him to ensure the progress and quality of the project. After receiving Li Pan's assurance, Zhang Sun asked again, "The last time I went to register, I heard that people from the Environmental Protection and Public Security departments would go to the construction site to inspect it?" Li Pan explained, "There is such a process, but basically they will go to check it out when construction starts and before the project is completed and open for business. They will assess the environment and ensure safe construction, but it's just a formality." "Why are you asking this?" "It's okay. I just want to ask if they need me to be there when they go." Zhang Sun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He had thought the plan would be very strict because there were some big discrepancies between the design plan he had filed and the actual plan. After hanging up the phone, I suddenly remembered something else. A composite materials company had sent him a document, which he had not finished reading, so he opened his computer mailbox and started studying the document. An hour later, after reading the product introduction and related cases in this document, Zhang Sun compared it with the relevant anti-radiation materials he had previously found on the internet, and really felt that this product developed by the Institute of Plasma Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was good. I have already decided to add this new type of composite material coating to the main structure of the shelter. He forwarded the email to Dawson, asking them to include the coating in their designs. In the future, we can just let Qiangji Company purchase directly in the country. Before the end of get-off work, Zhang Sun left early and went straight to the bus station. His mother arrived in Jiangqing today. After picking up her, he had to go to the train station to pick up his future father-in-law. In the evening, Zhang Sun was too lazy to cook, so he took his family out to eat. At the dinner table, the thing the elderly talked about most was marriage. Including the time of marriage, where to hold the wedding banquet, how many children to have after marriage, etc. After staying in Jiangqing for 2 days, the two of them packed their luggage and cameras and finally set off with the travel agency's senior tour group. Their previous trip abroad lasted about 2 weeks, which was a good time for Zhang Sun to sit down and study and recharge. Things were going step by step as he had planned. Although it was tiring, the process was still relatively smooth. Sometimes he thought, if only the end of the world wouldn't happen, his life would be pretty good now. I have a house, a girlfriend, and family, so the pressure is not too great. But the news a month ago, about winning the lottery and becoming a billionaire by gambling on football, all hinted to him that this was not a dream, but something that would really happen. Chapter 18 Design Plan released. The next day, after sending the 2 elderly people on a trip, Zhang Sun went to buy a cheap mobile phone and got a few anonymous phone cards. used the outside network to start publishing some doomsday information on various platforms. He did this because he was afraid of being accused of spreading rumors and being reprimanded and detained by the authorities. But it's of no use. The internet is full of various doomsday rumors, but most people don't take them seriously. Instead, they use them as topics of conversation after dinner. After doing this for several days, Zhang Sun did not receive any positive feedback, so he stopped this meaningless practice. In the past 2 weeks, Zhang Sun has returned to his previous routine life. In fact, he didn't have to go to the company if he had nothing to do, but sitting at home, he couldn't seem to find the feeling of studying. Only by staying in the company could he feel the joy of being busy. 2 weeks later, my mother and future father-in-law came back from their trip. Looking at the smiles on their faces that were both tired and full of freshness, Zhang Sun and his girlfriend also felt an indescribable sense of happiness. They rested in Jiangsheng for 3 days and then started the second half of the journey. This time we are in the country, and the first stop is the capital that the two elders have been longing for, Beijing. Zhang Sun also received good news. Rising S Company's design plan and engineering drawings came out. In 2 days, Dawson and 2 designers from their company will come to Jiangsheng in person to explain the design plan to Zhang Sun in detail. After getting Zhang Sun's approval, they can officially start work. In fact, Dawson himself did not need to come to China, but this collaboration with Zhang Sun also made Rising S Company understand the huge potential of the Chinese market. In addition to meeting Zhang Sun, Dawson was also responsible for assessing the prospects of the Chinese market in this field. Zhang Sun also welcomed Dawson's arrival, but he was more looking forward to this design plan. 2 days later, not only Dawson arrived, but Li Pan also came with the project manager. They wanted to know the details of the design plan in advance and stayed in the same hotel. Zhang Sun didn't take them to the company, for no other reason than that it was too small and there was no conference room that could seat so many people. So I booked a small meeting room in the hotel. Before the start, the designer of Rising S Company projected the rendering of the shelter in front of everyone. This gave Zhang Sun a more intuitive understanding of the structure of his shelter. Next, the designer will give a more detailed introduction. According to Zhang Sun's goals and requirements, a closed-loop system with family as the unit and a certain degree of self-sustaining ability is built. They designed a 5-story structure with a total area of 3,800 square meters. The entire shelter structure is made of 2 layers of concrete, and the middle layer of the 2 concrete walls is equipped with thickened alloy steel plates. Filling material with flame retardant, heat preservation, and cushioning reducing properties, and sealed with steel pads. Steel beams were driven into the granite mountain outside the main structure to further strengthen the external structural strength. At the same time, each surface outside the concrete wall is equipped with 4 high-strength, corrosion-resistant, and long-life alloy steel springs. It will significantly reduce the impact of earthquakes, and while preventing and absorbing shock, it can also protect important internal equipment and pipelines and provide buffering protection. A new composite material coating developed by the Plasma Institute of Hefei Institutes of Physical Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences, is applied on the surface of the outer wall and the middle steel plate. It is 3 centimeters thick and together with the concrete structure, serves as the maximum barrier for nuclear protection. The entire shelter is located 20 meters below the mountain. The exit at the foot of the mountain connects to the shelter passage and extends down to the first floor. The passage is 50 meters long and 5 meters wide. It is also cast with high-strength concrete and has undergone special reinforcement treatment to ensure the smooth flow and safety of the passage. The passage extends downward in an L-shaped structure. After entering the passage and walking straight ahead for 20 meters, there is an L-shaped right-angle bend. This 90 degrees bend is crucial to the shelter. When Zhang Sun opens the exit door of the shelter, nuclear radiation from the outside will rush into the passage in an instant. This 90 degrees can effectively reduce the speed and amount of radiation spreading to the other side. The shelter exit is a thickened steel airtight door, also coated with radiation-proof composite material. It can not only block nuclear radiation, but also effectively prevent various toxic gases and pollutants produced in the outside environment. In order to combat the acid rain environment, in addition to the anti-radiation coating, it is also equipped with thick anti-corrosion materials and coatings. The 5-story shelter has 2 sets of freight elevators and 2 sets of walking stairs as backup. The first layer is the protective layer, which has the highest protection level except for the living area. The main focus is on earthquake resistance and radiation protection. The area is 900 square meters, the floor height is 3.8 meters, and it includes a garage. It can accommodate 1 RV, 2 small excavators, 2 medium-sized trucks, 3 family SUVs, 2 forklifts, and multiple forklifts, etc. In addition to the garage, there is also a processing area equipped with a number of small processing machines and CNC machines with different functions, as well as various cutting, welding, and other tools. There is also a warehouse next to the processing area for storing various materials, such as steel, plates, cement, lubricants, antifreeze, etc. The second floor is a material warehouse with an area of 800 square meters, which is equivalent to the size of a medium to small supermarket. It is divided into several areas, such as the freezing area, which is specifically used to store meat and seafood that need to be frozen. The third floor is the living area, and there is also a material warehouse with an area of 300 square meters. Generally, important food and other supplies are stored here. The separate living area is 600 square meters and includes a living room, 5 bedrooms with separate bathrooms, a kitchen and dining area, a movie room, a gym, a simple medical room, a study, a game room, and the most important main control room. The protection level of the entire living area should be the highest, and it is connected to the escape passage. The fourth layer should be called the ecological layer. It has an agricultural area, a small breeding area of 80 square meters, an agricultural warehouse, a seed and feed storage room, and a water storage room. In the agricultural area, hydroponics and soil cultivation are mainly used to grow wheat, rice, fungi, and some common vegetables. The breeding area is very small, mainly raising small livestock such as chickens and geese. The number of livestock raised is not too large, but the family can occasionally supplement some eggs. There are some agricultural machinery in the agricultural warehouse, such as threshers, flour grinders, ovens, and other agricultural tools. The nutrient solution for crops is also stored here. There is also a storage room for seeds, feed, and other supplies, which has relatively high requirements for temperature and humidity. There is also a water room dedicated to water storage and treatment, which is equipped with 10 large water tanks that can store 50 tons of water at a time, as well as various water pumps and filtering devices. The bottom floor is the equipment area, which includes a power room, an air conditioning room, 2 independent distribution rooms, and a maintenance area. In addition, a fuel warehouse was opened in the parallel space behind the 5th floor. It is independent of the entire shelter and is connected by a special passage, where flammable items such as diesel, gasoline, coal, and liquefied gas tanks are stored. Of course, the design also fully considered the requirements put forward by Zhang Sun. All important equipment and pipeline routes have additional backups, and equipment with control systems are all programmable systems. After nearly an hour of introduction, it was generally good, but I also had some suggestions, mainly about redundant design. I hope the space layout can be adjusted to be more reasonable. For example, the garbage disposal in the back, the concealed design of the entry and exit and escape passages, the design of the fire protection system, etc. After noting down Zhang Sun's suggestions, the designer said he would go back and make fine adjustments. If Zhang Sun agrees with the current plan, construction can proceed first. Zhang Sun nodded and said to Li Pan, "Mr. Li, the plan is ready. You can get started now." Li Pan said, "Well, once our project team gets the construction drawings back and studies them, we can start full-scale construction next week at the latest." Next, the designers from Rising S Company began to give a detailed introduction to each internal subsystem. While listening, Zhang Sun wrote down some key information in his notebook. Some of the information he didn't understand needed to be carefully confirmed. Chapter 19 Shelter Construction begins. At noon, everyone had a simple buffet lunch at the hotel. The design plan will be explained in the afternoon. After listening to their introduction, Zhang Sun signed a confirmation letter. This also means that the design plan has been approved by him in principle, and it also means that the construction of the shelter can officially begin. However, Zhang Sun made another request, which was that a complete manual must be compiled for the maintenance, repair, and upkeep of the entire shelter and given to him. The initial estimated budget for the entire refuge is $160 million. The main reason is that the construction has to be done underground in the mountain, and the construction period is short and the intensity is high, so the cost is relatively high, and there is no luxurious decoration. The designer originally wanted to build a swimming pool inside, but Zhang Sun refused. This thing is too luxurious and has no practical meaning. It not only wastes water and electricity, but also makes people lazy. The next day, I wanted to do my best to be a good host and take them to visit East Lake and Yellow Crane Tower, but Li Pan was in a hurry to go back to finalize the construction matters, so he went back first. Dawson also declined Zhang Sun's invitation because he was in a hurry to go to Beijing and Shanghai. Zhang Sun was also happy to have some free time. When the formal construction started later, he would need to go to Inchi Prefecture again to take a look, but that would have to wait until next week. It is already April. After visiting the construction site, The two elders should have returned from their trip. After sending them back to their hometown, Zhang Sun also planned to take his girlfriend out for some fun during the May Day holiday. This was the plan, but when he asked his girlfriend, he found out that people working in their hospital didn't get that much leave at all. They basically had to adjust their leave, and it was not easy to ask for it. For a moment, he wanted to ask his girlfriend to quit her job, but when he thought about the future situation, he gave up the idea. As for traveling, it seems I'll have to wait until after I get married. In addition to the smooth progress of the shelter's affairs during this period, there is another thing worth being happy about. He used that app to bet on sports, mainly NBA leagues. Because the investment was not large, the winnings were not too much, only about $15 million US. Mainly because I'm afraid of attracting too much attention, so I don't dare to invest too much. After all, no one can accurately predict the results every time. If you do this too many times, the platform will block you without waiting for the official investigation. A week later, Zhang Sun received a notice from Li Pan that on-site construction had officially begun. Instead of driving there, he bought a high-speed rail ticket to Inchi Prefecture first. He was exhausted the last time he drove there, so this time he rented a car and it would take less time to get to the scene. At around 2 p.m., Zhang Sun was walking slowly on the provincial road. There were usually not many cars on this road. Not long after, he saw a simple dirt road winding into the mountains from the left side of the provincial road. He rented an SUV, but even so, it was shaking violently as he walked on this road. The dirt road was more than 1 kilometer long, not very long. After arriving at the destination, he parked the car on the side of the road. The construction site is in front of us, and on the far left, near the ravine, is a mobile home. It was probably a place for workers to rest. There was a relatively large shed on the right side, which stored a lot of cement and steel bars. There are also many excavators, rock drills, bulldozers, and other equipment working. When Zhang Sun went to look for the construction manager Ren Gong, he saw him wearing a safety helmet and directing the work on site, so he waited for a while. At around 3 o'clock, Mr. Ren finally finished his work. When he saw Zhang Sun, he ran over to say hello. "Mr. Ren, thank you for your hard work. How long will this excavation work take?" asked Zhang Sun. "If it's fast, it'll be 4 months. If it's slow, it might be 6 months. This kind of mountain structure is likely to encounter various problems." Engineer Ren was worried that Zhang Sun would not meet the deadline, so he explained, "A large tunnel boring machine will arrive on site in 2 days. We will do our best to ensure the project progress." Zhang Sun nodded and asked, "How long will it take to cast the main structure, complete the interior decoration, and install the equipment?" Engineer Ren made a quick estimate. Casting the main structure, which will be embedded with steel plates, will take about 5 months. If we assign more people to the subsequent decoration and equipment installation and commissioning, it can be completed in 3 months. Zhang Sun calculated in his mind that it was now late April 2023. Based on the longest construction period, the earliest it will be completed is June or July next year, which is acceptable. There are still more than 4 months left to stockpile supplies, as long as the construction period here is not delayed too long. In addition to stockpiling supplies, he still has plenty of time, so he can consider asking his girlfriend to quit her job and go traveling. He stayed here for a while and found that he had nothing to do. Watching them digging holes was quite boring, so he drove back to Inchi Prefecture and stayed here for 1 night. Then the next day, I spent half a day shopping at the wholesale market in this place. After returning the car in the afternoon, I took the high-speed rail back to Jiangqing. When he got home, his girlfriend had switched to the night shift and was still sleeping. She would not go to the hospital until after 10 p.m. So Zhang Sun started to prepare food. Wow, so many delicious foods. After waking up, the girlfriend saw that Zhang Sun had made a lot of delicious food. Before she even served the rice, she took a shrimp and started eating. "Well, you must have worked hard on the night shift. I'll make some nutritious food for you," Zhang Sun said as he served her food. "Thank you, husband." The girlfriend peeled another shrimp and put it to Zhang Sun's mouth. After the two finished their meal, they went downstairs for a walk, then came back and cuddled together to watch TV series for more than an hour. "It's over. I've gained a lot of weight these days," the girlfriend said in horror, touching her belly. "No." Zhang Sun looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Why didn't I see that? The fat has all grown on my belly, so of course I can't see it." His girlfriend rolled her eyes at him and continued, "No, starting tomorrow. Not from the day shift. I have to lose weight." "You work so hard in the hospital. Doesn't that count as losing weight?" Zhang Sun asked. "That's different," the girlfriend said angrily. "How come you eat so much every time and don't seem to gain weight?" "I have a good physique, haha," Zhang Sun laughed. When his girlfriend heard his shameless words, she felt extremely stimulated and pretended to hit him. The two of them played and fought, and only stopped when it was almost 10 o'clock. Zhang Sun sent her to work before coming back to sleep. This was the most comfortable night of sleep he had had in recent times. He had a dream about his wedding with Du Jing. She held his arm, and, in the presence of both sets of parents, they exchanged rings. The next morning, Zhang Sun got up early to pick up his girlfriend from get-off work, and then went to the company. The first payment of more than $4 million was paid to Changji Company, and another payment is expected to be made next month. A meeting was held in the company today, and Li Yin also introduced the financial matters with the construction unit. They will need to purchase some subsequent internal equipment and special materials themselves. Fortunately, both partners were relatively reliable and directly provided a list. They only needed to pay an audit, and the rest was handled by Changji Company. Mr. Zhang, please take a look at the second payment next month. This is the subsequent project plan, and the arrangement of each payment is on it. Li Yin handed over a document and said. Zhang Sun took it, looked at it, and said to Li Yin, "How much money do we have in our account now?" Li Yin replied, "You previously transferred 6 million renminbi to the company account, and later another $160 million to the overseas account. In the first payment, you paid the design company $2 million in design fees and Changji Company an advance payment of more than $4 million. Currently, 6 million renminbi in the company's accounts remain untouched, totaling over $150 million. It seems that he didn't spend much money before. In fact, he also has a personal account, and the gambling app earned more than $10 million. If this is added, it will be even more. In this way, withdraw $100 million from the overseas account and exchange it into RMB. Later, we will use our domestic account to pay the construction party. In addition, you can pay more next time. Your 30 million is too little. I can give you 60 million. Zhang Sun waved his hand and gave direct instructions. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it right away. Li Yin said. And you, Lin Fong. Zhang Sun looked at the other girl, the youngest one in the room, and said, the equipment and materials on that list have a list of suppliers. Please follow up and make sure the quality is up to standard and the prices are not inflated. The purchasing agent named Lin Fong wrote down Zhang Sun's words and said there was no problem. If you're too busy, the company can hire more people. It's up to you to decide. Just tell me when the time comes. Chapter 20 Bonuses and Travel. It is already the end of April and May Day is coming soon. Many companies will have holidays, and Zhang Sun is no exception. I told Li Yin about the holiday in advance and asked them to take care of everything before the holiday. He had previously asked Ring Gong at the construction site, and the answer he got was no, which made Zhang Sun relieved. If he took a holiday, the construction period would be delayed. Although he didn't want to be a black-hearted capitalist, he still paid every penny less. On his last day at work, he came to the company and began to fulfill his original promise. Sister Li, when I recruited you into the company, I said that if the project started smoothly, I would give you a bonus. Well, I'll send it to you using my own account, so you don't have to deduct taxes. Li Yin had originally forgotten about this matter, but when she heard Zhang Sun mention it, she was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Also, please contact the person in charge of the construction site, Mr. Run, and tell him that the brothers who did not go home during the May Day holiday will receive an extra 300 yuan per day. This money will be paid separately by our company. Zhang Sun ordered. Okay, I'll do it right away. Li Yin glanced at Zhang Sun when she left, and thought to herself that this boss was really different and generous. If I wasn't already married, I would have wanted to throw myself at her and give her everything. After Li Yin left, Zhang Sun opened WeChat and transferred some money to the 3 girls in the company as bonuses. After get off work, Zhang Xuan returned home and found his girlfriend had already gotten up and prepared dinner. Has your unit made the holiday arrangements? Zhang Sun asked. I'm out. I'll be in the next 3 days, replied my girlfriend. How about I take you out for a trip? Zhang Sun said. Where are we going? According to the news on May Day, there are crowds of people everywhere and it's so congested. My girlfriend was a little hesitant. Aren't your dad and mom coming back tomorrow? They said they'll be staying here for just 1 day before leaving. After they left, we went to Shenangjia, which is within the province and relatively close. Besides, the air is better, it's a natural oxygen bar, so why not just treat it as a place to recuperate? Zhang Sun suggested. My girlfriend nodded and didn't refuse. The next morning at around 11 o'clock, Zhang Sun drove to pick up his mother and father-in-law. After dinner, the 2 elders took out their cameras and showed Zhang Sun the photos they had taken of various places. Especially in Beijing, the number of photos is obviously an order of magnitude more than in other places. After staying at Zhang Sun's place for 1 night and copying the photos and the camera to their mobile phones, they couldn't wait to go back the next day, probably to show off to the village. After the 2 elders left, Zhang Sun suddenly remembered that he had not booked a hotel yet. So he opened his mobile phone to check the information about the tourist area. Since it was a holiday, most hotels were fully booked. But this did not pose a problem for Zhang Sun. He used his money and directly contacted a homestay, asking them to vacate a special theme room in the best viewing area. A day later, Zhang Sun drove off. His girlfriend fell asleep as soon as she got in the car. When she woke up again, she found that they had already arrived at their destination. The two checked in smoothly after being welcomed by the owner of the BB. "How much will this cost?" My girlfriend opened the window of the room and exclaimed at the picturesque scenery and clear air outside. "Don't worry about it. Just enjoy yourself for the next 2 days." Zhang Sun replied as he packed his luggage. About 10 minutes later, the BB owner brought lunch for the two of them, which was all natural and green food. After dinner, his girlfriend was no longer sleepy and pulled Zhang Sun to go hiking. Along the way, many tourists took photos and checked in. Zhang Sun also took many photos of his girlfriend, and there were also many photos of the two of them together. We wandered all the way to the mountain. It got colder the higher they went, so he put his coat on his girlfriend, and they sat on the stone slabs of the observation deck on the mountain. Before them was a sea of clouds, a sea as white as cotton. Under the gentle breeze, it is like waves hitting the shore, causing ripples on the mountainside. Looking from behind, the pair of figures leaning against each other seemed to blend into the painting, harmonious and beautiful. Click, the shutter sound was heard behind him. A tourist saw this scene and quickly raised his camera to take a picture. He then uploaded the photo to his social account, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. "This is the most healing photo I've seen this year." In front of the photo is a sea of clouds. The man drapes his clothes over his lover, and the lover leans on him. There's no other movement. Just quietly, they take in the beauty in their lover's presence. What could be more beautiful than this? Indeed, but I wonder if he published this photo with the consent of the couple? Does anyone know where this place is? I want to go there with my boyfriend too. Important things should be said 3 times. All this has nothing to do with Zhang Sun, and he and his girlfriend don't pay attention to the online developments. During these 2 days, they visited these attractions as if they were taking a stroll and also ate a lot of special snacks. They had a very fulfilling time, and their usually tense mood due to work also became relaxed. Good days always pass quickly. On the 3rd day, the two of them set out on their return journey with a bit of reluctance. It was already past 5 p.m. when the two got home. They had set out at noon, mainly due to traffic jams. After lying at home for a while, I didn't feel like cooking, so I decided to eat out. Zhang Sun. A voice called him at the door of Heking Shuixiang. Heking Shuixiang is a specialty restaurant decorated in a retro style. I heard that the food there is delicious. It's not far from his home, but he was short of money before because he wanted to buy a house, so he could never afford to come here for a meal. This time he brought Du Jing here to experience it for himself. After closing the car door, he looked in the direction of the sound, but because it was getting dark, he couldn't see the man clearly. "It's me, Yang Mingjian. Don't you remember me?" The man came to Zhang Sun with a girl beside him. "Yang Mingjian, squad leader, it's you?" Zhang Sun was stunned for a moment after seeing who it was. He sighed. "We haven't seen each other since college, but you haven't changed at all." Yang Mingjian looked at Zhang Sun and smiled. "Yeah, I'm fine. But you, it seems like you've changed a lot, especially your forehead has gotten higher." Without waiting for Zhang Sun to speak, he asked again, "Is this your wife?" Zhang Sun nodded and said, "Well, this is Du Jing. We haven't gotten married yet, but we're planning to get married next year." "Oh, hello. My name is Yang Mingjian," he said, pointing to the girl next to him. "This is my wife, Lu Xiaoya. Are you guys coming to eat too?" "Well, I don't want to cook, so I came out to eat. What about you guys?" Zhang Sun asked. "You're already at the door. Why don't you come and eat?" Yang Mingjian said with a smile. "How about joining us? It's my treat." Zhang Sun looked at Du Jing and saw her nod, so he agreed. The 4 of them entered the private room, and while ordering food, Yang Mingjian started chatting again. "By the way, where do you work now?" Zhang Sun was stunned for a moment, then replied, "I work for a hotel management company. What about you? What did you do after you got out?" Although he and Yang Mingjian were in the same class, they were not that close. After all, only those who shared a dormitory could be called close friends. It was just 4 years of college, so there was some camaraderie. "Hotel? What exactly do you do?" "We are studying mechanical and electrical engineering, and you are doing logistics support." Yang Mingjian asked. "I guess so. It's similar to being an overseer." Zhang Sun lied without blushing or getting nervous. The main reason is that his girlfriend is still here, so it's not easy to tell the truth. Otherwise, he would have boasted that he was the boss. Then it seems he is the leader. Yang Mingjian smiled and said, "After I was released, my family gave me some money, so I opened a training center in Jiangcheng. I mainly help children develop an interest in robotics, programming, and other areas. Now I have developed 3 chain stores. That's good. You have good taste. Zhang Sun praised. Chapter 21 Donations. It seems that you are the best in our class. In fact, even if Yang Mingjian didn't say it himself, it can be seen from the Tesla car key worth more than 700,000 yuan on the desk. No, I'm just hanging around, Yang Mingjian said with a laugh. Du Jing, what do you do? The 2 girls didn't talk much before and seemed quite awkward, so Lu Xiaoya suddenly asked. I work as a nurse at Shi Hospital. Du Jing said a little embarrassedly. Nurses, that's very hard work every day. Lu Xiaoya said. My dad was hospitalized there before, and I see you have to work the night shift. Well, it's okay once you get used to it. By the way, what about you? Du Jing said. I used to work in a bank, but now I've quit and am helping my husband. Lu Xiaoya's face showed a hint of pride. That's great. The 2 of you can work together, and you're the boss. You should be very free, right? Du Jing said enviously. Yeah, we often go out for trips and so on. After Lu Xiaoya said that, she took out her cell phone and showed her photos of their travels. The dishes were served quickly, and the 4 of them ate and chatted. Yang Mingjian and Zhang Sun recalled their college days. The 2 girls shared their daily lives and other things together. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, although Yang Mingjian and his wife inadvertently revealed some sense of superiority. But when classmates get together, they don't always talk about these things, so Zhang Sun can understand. If it were him, it would probably be the same. But later, Yang Mingjian joked about his increasingly high forehead, which made him feel a little amused and helpless. After all, it was true that the other person was more handsome than him. When you have time, let's get together more often. I haven't seen my former classmates in Jiangxing for many years. Yang Mingjian sighed. Yes, it's understandable that everyone is busy now that we have a family, said Zhang Sun. Yang Mingjian also deeply agrees. At this time, Zhang Sun's cell phone rang. It was Professor Wang from the Geological University. I originally wanted to go out to answer the phone, but when I saw there were a lot of people outside and it was a bit noisy, I answered the phone in the box. Hello, Professor Wang, hello. Zhang Sun said. Xiaozhang, are you free next Wednesday? Professor Wang asked. If you have time, do you have something to talk to me about? Zhang Sun asked doubtfully. Is that so? The second National Planetary Defense Conference will be held in Jiangxing next Wednesday. I saw that you were quite interested in this before, so I want to ask if you want to participate. I am also the keynote speaker and can help you register. Professor Wang asked. What is this? He had made up an identity before, and going there would only make himself more embarrassed, not to mention that he actually had no knowledge in this area, which made him feel a little amused and helpless. However, what surprised him was the National Planetary Defense Conference, which he seemed to have never heard of before. Could it be that the country discovered something was wrong? Zhang Sun guessed. Do you want to go and have a listen? Zhang Sun was a little conflicted. If he went, Professor Wang would definitely ask for his ID information. By then, Professor Wang would definitely realize that he had been cheated, and it was not certain whether he could help him register. If he didn't go, he would be unwilling to do so. If the country took some measures secretly, it might have a great impact on his asylum. This should also be a good opportunity to get inside information. Zhang Sun was having trouble making up his mind, so he replied, Professor Wang, could you please let me think about it and give you an answer tomorrow? Okay, there's still time to register. If you want to go, it will be a good learning opportunity, said Professor Wang. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sun fell into deep thought. When he noticed that everyone around him was looking at him, he realized that they had heard what was said on the phone. Although the call was not played out loud, they could still hear it clearly. Well, it's a headache to explain it to them. After all, how could a person who studied mechanical and electrical engineering and worked as a hotel maintenance worker be involved with the National Planetary Defense Conference? It's hard to believe for anyone. Zhang Sun, what's wrong with you? Yang Mingjian asked in confusion. It's okay, he's just a scammer. He called me before, and I was just teasing him. Zhang Sun had an idea and gave his own explanation. Oh, I thought so. It turns out to be a scammer. How could you have so much free time to talk to a scammer on the phone for so long? Yang Mingjian said unhappily. The atmosphere was restored, but Zhang Sun seemed a little absent-minded while eating. What's wrong with you? On the way back, Du Jing noticed something was wrong and asked. Huh? What did you say? Zhang Sun was driving and didn't react for a moment. I say, what's wrong with you? Why are you so absent-minded? Du Jing asked again. No, I was thinking that after graduation, I might be a failure. Others have become big bosses, but I'm still a worker. Zhang Sun made an excuse. How could that be? We now have a house, a car, and savings. Our lives are getting better and better. This is all due to your hard work. And your classmate is still where he is today, thanks to his family, isn't he? Du Jing was worried that he might feel a psychological burden, so she quickly comforted him. Well, it's okay. Don't worry about me. It's you who has suffered with me all these years. Zhang Sun said with emotion. What are you talking about? We don't steal or rob, and our lives are getting better and better. There's no need to envy others. I follow you because you treat me well. Do you know? Du Jing said calmly. Zhang Sun was silent for a while, then said to her, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. When he returned home, Zhang Sun had made up his mind and decided to confess to Professor Wang. The next day, after sending his girlfriend to work, Zhang Sun made an appointment with Professor Wang. At 11 a.m., Professor Wang had no classes, so they could go to his office to chat. At 11 o'clock, Zhang Sun knocked on Professor Wang's office door on time. Professor Wang. At this moment, Zhang Sun felt like a big liar. He had told more lies in the past 2 months than in the past 20 years combined. And even at this moment when he confessed to Professor Wang, he was still lying, using another lie to cover up the previous lie. So, you're just a wealthy man with a keen interest in apocalypticism? Professor Wang did not show any anger after hearing Zhang Sun's confession. Instead, he asked curiously, why are you, like those capitalists abroad, who have so much money that they can't spend it all, always thinking about these illusory things? You can also understand this as us eating too much and feeling bloated, right? Zhang Sun said embarrassedly. Professor Wang looked at Zhang Sun, speechless, tapping his fingers on the table, not knowing what he was thinking. 2 minutes later, he said, it's not impossible to help you register, but your identity is a bit difficult. After all, you're not from our school. Do you have a solution? Zhang Sun asked hurriedly when he heard there was still hope. There is a way. It just depends on whether you are willing to pay the price. Professor Wang hinted. Yes, Zhang Sun understood immediately. Our laboratory is still short of a batch of exploration equipment. I'll pay. The amount of financial aid provided by the school to poor students is too little. I'll pay. The school cafeteria will be renovated in the second half of the year. I'll pay. There's a library on the new campus of the school that's short on funds. I'll provide moral support. Zhang Sun was terrified when he heard this, fearing that if Professor Wang continued, he would go bankrupt. Next, Professor Wang took him to the principal's office and met the principal. After hearing the purpose of the visit, the principal notified some members of the school committee to come for a meeting, and Professor Wang himself was also a member of the school committee. After friendly negotiations, Zhang Sun voluntarily donated 5 million yuan to Jiangxing University of Geosciences to support the great cause of education. Jiangxing University of Geosciences also decided to award Zhang Sun an honorary bachelor's degree. Originally, they wanted to hold a small commendation meeting, but Zhang Sun refused and said he did not want it to be public and preferred to remain anonymous. In this way, Zhang Sun spent some money and transformed himself from a mediocre college student into an undergraduate graduate from a key university. At the same time, now that he had an identity, Professor Wang successfully helped him register for the Planetary Defense Conference. Chapter 22 National Planetary Defense Conference. After the matter was settled, Professor Wang invited Zhang Sun to dinner on behalf of the school, which made Zhang Sun a little flattered. Don't worry, it's not some exotic food, just the restaurant on the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. Professor Wang took the note approved by the principal and brought him to the restaurant on the 3rd floor. There are usually not many people eating here. Occasionally, when the school has some business banquets or students have dinner together and don't want to leave the school, they will choose this place. Professor Wang, can you tell me about the National Planetary Defense Conference? Zhang Sun asked impatiently after ordering the dishes. This Planetary Defense Conference is exactly what it says on the tin. While washing dishes, Professor Wang said, in fact, on October 23, 2021, the National Planetary Defense Conference was held in Guilin, Guangxi. The then Deputy Director of the National Space Administration expressed the need to establish a near-Earth asteroid defense system. The plan at the time was to conduct an orbital change experiment on a threatening asteroid by the end of the 14th five-year plan, or in 2025 or 2026. Zhang Sun was secretly surprised that he didn't know such an important thing. He used to be a corporate slave and rarely paid attention to news in this area, so he had never heard of this matter. Then why did you go this time? Aren't all the participants there astronomers and aerospace technology personnel? Zhang Sun asked puzzledly. Originally, it's none of my business, but they're going to launch an asteroid impact sampling probe called Tianwen-2. As geologists, we have to study the geological structure of extraterrestrial bodies, don't we? Professor Wang continued, somewhat proudly. In the past, we used meteorites to study extraterrestrial bodies, and Jiangxing University of Geosciences has some background in this area. Astrogeology is also an important part of national planning projects and the asteroid defense system itself. Finally, Professor Wang asked, are you clear now? Zhang Sun nodded and asked doubtfully, "Why does it feel like it's the same thing as what they're doing in America?" "Yes, there's nothing strange about that. The United States is a superpower, and China is a super-developing country. Since we are both superpowers, if you can do it, I can do it too. It's just that we started too late, and our actual actions are one step behind the Americans." Professor Wang pointed to the ceiling and said, "On September 27th of last year, the United States successfully conducted an asteroid orientation test mission. This test was also the first time since humanity launched its asteroid defense program that a man-made spacecraft has been used to impact an asteroid in an attempt to change its orbit. I cannot deny that our country has a competitive mentality with the United States, but this is also a good thing. At least in the future, we can also make our own science fiction movies," Professor Wang said with a smile. Zhang Sun was not optimistic. He knew that with the current technological means of mankind, if all resources were invested, this disaster could be dealt with. This crisis can definitely be resolved by simply bringing a large number of space shuttles or deep space vessels to the surface of the planet Kaijin. It is 15 kilometers in diameter and is in space far away from the Earth. Even if a nuclear bomb with the largest yield cannot destroy it, the impact of the explosion can cause it to change its orbit. However, based on current observations and calculations, the orbit of this asteroid is normal. It will not have any impact on the Earth. At most, it will be too close, more than 400,000 kilometers away. Even if Zhang Sun reminded him, would anyone believe him? Will this asteroid be hit by some unknown celestial body when it approaches the Earth, causing it to change its orbit and head towards the Earth? A solar storm happened to break out that day, affecting global communications and observation equipment. This type of coincidence is no different from the various doomsday theories on the internet. It's just that there is too much information on the internet, which has affected everyone's judgment. "Do you need to make a report too?" Zhang Sun asked. "Of course, why else would they invite me?" Professor Wang said unhappily. "I wrote a report on the structure and composition of near-Earth asteroids. Currently, humanity has no real ability to deal with the threat of an asteroid impact on Earth. However, many theoretical countermeasures have been proposed, including nuclear bomb destruction, laser ablation, solar cell propulsion, kinetic impact, etc. Among them, kinetic impact is currently the easiest to achieve. By analyzing the structure of asteroids, we may be able to break them up through kinetic impact or explosion, but of course, at present we can only deal with small diameter and irregular celestial bodies." After listening to Professor Wang's introduction, Zhang Sun couldn't help but sigh. "Professor Wang, after listening to your professional explanation, I feel like you've suddenly gone from ground-based research to space. That's quite a leap. Kid, do you think geological research is only about land and rocks?" Professor Wang introduced while eating. Geophysics, geochemistry, and historical geology, which are the result of the integration of modern geology with physics, chemistry, history, and astronomy, are important pillars of Earth science. After listening to Professor Wang's introduction, Zhang Sun felt that he benefited a lot. The professor's level of popular science is different. The ability to transform things that are difficult to understand from books into something that ordinary people can understand is indeed well-deserved. After dinner, Zhang Sun asked Professor Wang another question, with a hint of conspiracy theory in his tone. "Professor Wang, you mentioned that both China and the United States have attached great importance to space defense in recent years. Could it be that something has happened that we are unaware of?" "Nonsense. This is the information age. Even if there are things we don't know about, the country can't block them even if it wants to. If you look at things that are blocked online, there are actually still many people who know about them. They just don't speak out." Professor Wang laughed and said, "I'm talking about the American internet. Look at their capitalists. They even dare to block the president's account, not to mention information that is detrimental to the West. I used to have accounts on Twitter and Facebook because I often went abroad for academic exchanges. I also registered one, but because I talked about some actual situations, my account was blocked. Tell me, are they worse?" Professor Wang said indignantly. "Ahem, Zhang Sun is a little weird. Why did the tone change while we were chatting? Aren't we discussing the National Asteroid Defense Conference? How did it turn into complaining about the United States?" He didn't care. Most of his money came from cutting the flesh of Americans, so there was no need for him to indulge in it. Zhang Sun set a reminder on his mobile phone for next Wednesday. Although his main purpose was to find out if there was any inside information, it would be fine to listen to other content as well, just to expand his knowledge. After saying goodbye to Professor Wang, Zhang Sun went to the company again and listened to Li Yan's report on some financial matters. When she heard that Zhang Sun was going to donate 5 million yuan to the Geological University, she once again sighed in her heart that Zhang Sun was rich, and at the same time, she felt a little admiration for him. By the way, I have compiled some information about the small power generation equipment and large supermarket product categories that you asked me to inquire about before. Will I send it to your email later? Lian asked. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Sun nodded. The matter of the small generator has actually been confirmed. The design company has considered it very carefully and fully utilized the characteristics of the underground heat source. As for the product category list of large supermarkets, Zhang Sun just wanted to use it as a reference when stockpiling supplies later and would not copy it completely. Zhang Sun left before the time came. Instead of going home directly, he went to Chow Tai Fook. I specially chose a diamond necklace for my girlfriend. Although it is not big, it cost more than 30,000 yuan. May 13th, the day after tomorrow, is my girlfriend's birthday. I can't forget it. After hiding the necklace box in his bag, Zhang Sun calculated the time and went to pick up his girlfriend from Get Off Work. Chapter 23 Participation. On my girlfriend's birthday, Zhang Sun specially went out to buy a bouquet of roses and a cake, and after returning, he cooked a few dishes that his girlfriend liked. He didn't say anything these days, pretending to have forgotten about the matter, as if she was not in a good mood. It's time to pick up my girlfriend from Get Off Work. After picking up the person, he still didn't say anything about the birthday. When they got home, his girlfriend was resting on the sofa. Zhang Sun took out the roses he had hidden in advance and said affectionately, "Happy birthday, baby." Seeing this, his girlfriend covered her mouth with her hands, surprised and touched, and took the flowers from Zhang Sun. Then he took out a small box from his pocket and opened it. A necklace shining with clear light came into her sight. At this moment, Du Jing's eyes were full of tears. She hugged Zhang Sun tightly. "Thanks." Zhang Sun held the necklace in one hand and patted his girlfriend's back with the other, saying with a smile, "Don't cry, I'll put the necklace on for you." "Yeah." Du Jing let go of Zhang Sun. He took out the necklace and carefully put it on his girlfriend, then looked at her face and said, "It's really beautiful. Do you like it?" "I like it. How much is it?" Du Jing asked this question subconsciously. 30,000. "It's so expensive, how about? I can't return it. I've already bought it. Don't spend money like this anymore." "Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's go eat. I made something delicious." "Well, I thought you forgot my birthday." My girlfriend was still a little resentful. "How could that be? I forgot my own birthday, but I will never forget my leader's birthday. I just wanted to give you a surprise." Zhang Sun served the meal and handed the bowl to his girlfriend. "Would you like some red wine?" "I bought some." Zhang Sun asked. "It's just a birthday, why drink? You have to go to work tomorrow." The woman's face changed instantly. Zhang Sun was helpless and did not force her. After dinner, Zhang Sun took out the cake, lit a candle on it, turned off the lights, and said to his girlfriend, "Make a wish." My girlfriend held her chin with her hands, closed her eyes, and after 10 seconds of silence, she blew out the candle. "What wish did you make? Let me see if I can help you realize it." Zhang Sun asked curiously. His girlfriend rolled her eyes at him and pouted. "If I don't tell you, it won't work if I tell you." "All right." Next, the girlfriend took out her cell phone, took a few photos and selfies with Zhang Sun, posted them on WeChat Moments, and forced him to post on WeChat Moments as well. On Wednesday, Zhang Sun went to Jiangxing University of Geosciences early. He was going to attend the second National Planetary Defense Conference with Professor Wang. The conference was held in Jiangxing Planetarium, and Professor Wang asked Zhang Sun to pick him up in advance. When I arrived at the place and saw Professor Wang, I discovered that he was accompanied by two young people, a man and a woman, who looked like they were still students. After greeting them, Professor Wang introduced them. "These two are doctoral students in geogeology, also under my supervision. His name is Sun Jian, and her name is Zhou Yu." Then someone pointed at Zhang Sun and said, "This is the rich man I told you about before, the one pretending to be a student from our school, Zhang Sun." Zhang Sun touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed, and greeted him awkwardly. After helping Professor Wang open the passenger door and waiting for everyone to sit down, Zhang Sun drove to Jiangxing Planetarium. After arriving at the place, Professor Wang took out an invitation letter from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Sun. This was the admission ticket. This Planetary Defense Conference is hosted by the Planetary Defense League. The Planetary Defense Alliance is composed of a planetary defense expert group formed by the government as its core, as well as well-known experts from relevant scientific research units. The conference lasted 2 days. In addition to speeches by aerospace leaders at the opening and closing ceremonies, there will also be a series of separate reports, lectures, and discussions. The conference invited experts from fields such as astronomy, aerospace, physics, geology, and technology to discuss the feasibility, preparation, and latest ideas of asteroid defense and other activities. As expected, the opening ceremony was held with speeches by the organizer, the Deputy Director of the National Space Administration and the Commander-in-Chief of Deep Space Exploration. Today, Zhang Sun had the opportunity to meet these big guys in person, who he could only see on TV. Mr. Zhang, which one are you going to listen to later? After the opening ceremony, Zhou Yu saw Zhang Sun looking at the activity schedule in his hand and asked curiously. After thinking for a while, Zhang Sun said, I plan to go to Hall B to listen to the special report on the monitoring and early warning of near-Earth asteroids. Oh, Sun Jian and I are going to Hall C, where the professor's lecture will be held later. Zhou Yu said. Zhang Sun was not interested in studying the geological structure of asteroids, and he had no plans to attend Professor Wang's lecture, even though it had already been scheduled in advance. This afternoon, the Chief Engineer of Deep Space Exploration will give a presentation on China's Deep Space Exploration Program and the progress of the Asteroid Impact Probe development. Do you want to attend? These are all key national space projects. Sun Jian said excitedly, feeling a little regretful about not choosing a school majoring in aeronautics and astronautics. Zhang Sun nodded. There would be a question-and-answer session at the conference. He would see if he had the opportunity to ask questions that concerned him. There were still 30 minutes left before the lecture, so Zhang Sun had nothing to do, so he wandered around the planetarium. This was his first time there. Looking at the various rocket models in the planetarium, the Long March series of rockets, the space station, remote sensing satellites, and the Beta navigation system, Zhang Sun was also marveling at the strength of his country. There were also various scientific demonstrations that were novel to him. Soon, the lecture he was interested in began, and Zhang Sun arrived at the venue 5 minutes early. The report was given by an expert from Purple Mountain Observatory. His report mainly talked about monitoring principles, the development of new observation equipment, domestic and foreign monitoring data, and some future plans. Zhang Sun didn't understand many professional terms, but some of the content caught his attention. For example, the expert said that the orbits of the near-Earth asteroids currently monitored are divided into different levels from far to near, but there is no risk of direct collision with the Earth. Also, he mentioned a detail, that is, there are still many asteroid bodies in low Earth orbit and far Earth orbit that have not been observed and recorded, and this is also their subsequent focus of monitoring. The 40-minute report will be very compact, and there will be several opportunities for questions afterwards. Zhang Sun was the first to raise his hand and got the opportunity to ask a question. Excuse me, if a celestial body that we have not monitored accidentally collides with another asteroid, causing the orbit of the asteroid to change. So an asteroid that was not originally intended to cross the Earth suddenly crosses it. Will this happen? What is the probability? The expert smiled and replied, this hypothesis is very interesting. In theory, this situation could happen, but the probability is very small because the universe is very large. Although we have monitored a large amount of asteroid data, the universe is still very empty, so I cannot give you an accurate answer to your question. All I can say is that if we really encounter such a thing at this stage, we are just unlucky. The expert's words caused laughter from the audience. Zhang Sun felt a little disappointed. After all, humans are not gods, and it is impossible for them to know everything. In the afternoon, he attended a special report by the chief designer of Deep Space Exploration, which mainly focused on aerospace technology and applications. Zhang Sun had planned to ask questions later, but the opportunities were few, and he didn't get one. He was a little disappointed. After all, he still wanted to get some inside information from these senior officials. The next day, Professor Wang did not come. His lecture had already ended, so he did not go to join in the fun. However, Zhou Yu and Sun Jian went. After Zhang Sun took them to the planetarium, he started to walk around on his own, listening to anything he found interesting. I also met some experts within the system and took the opportunity to ask them some questions. Although he didn't get any answers, he realized that the country didn't seem to be aware of the impending disaster. This conference has many objectives, but the main three are: by strengthening the aerospace industry, we can drive the development of the new economy. Conduct cutting-edge research in Earth defense. Start a space race with the rogues across the Pacific. With a feeling of loss, Zhang Sun ended his trip to the conference. After saying hello to my girlfriend, I invited Sun Jian and Zhou Yu to dinner in the afternoon. Chapter 24: Stocking up on supplies, starting with spiritual food. After the National Planetary Defense Conference, Zhang Sun refocused his attention on the construction of the shelter, calling engineer Ren almost every other day to check on the progress. Fortunately, although there were some minor problems during the excavation process, they were all resolved and did not affect the progress. Almost a month after the construction started, he went to the site again. Seeing that the construction site had changed a lot, he felt a little relieved. I stayed in Enshi Prefecture for 3 days, mainly considering starting to stockpile supplies. If you suddenly hoard so many things at once, it would be hard not to arouse other people's suspicion. There is still more than a year left, so take it slow and minimize the risks. He found a local engineering company, told them the address he had previously considered, and asked them to help him build a warehouse. This place is not far from the shelter, only about 5 kilometers. When the shelter is built, he can secretly transfer the supplies from the warehouse to the shelter himself. Fortunately, it was just a warehouse, so I just had to build the overall framework and prepare the land, which cost more than 500,000 yuan. He doesn't need to worry about any procedures. It's just a temporary warehouse, and it can be done in a month if things go well. When we returned from Inchi Prefecture, it was already 3 in the afternoon. My girlfriend had switched to the night shift and was still sleeping. The next day, he went to the computer city again and looked at the hard drives. The most common hard drives on the market are 2 terabytes in size. The largest one is 20 terabytes. Zhang Sun walked around and learned about it, trying to find out which brands have good quality and large memory. After much deliberation, I finally settled on Seagate Galaxy's Enterprise-class 16 terabytes solid-state drive. I didn't buy it at the computer mall, but instead used Taobao to open the official flagship store of NetAC and placed an order for 50 of them. A 16 terabyte solid-state drive costs 2,000 yuan, and 50 of them would cost 100,000 yuan. Soon, a large box was sent to his home. When his girlfriend saw so many hard drives, she was full of questions. Why did you buy so many hard drives? This is from our resort hotel. We're going to open it later, and there's a cinema inside. We needed a batch of downloaded movies and TV shows, so we bought these hard drives. Zhang Sun smiled and said, we don't have the staff to do this right now. Are you interested in taking a part-time job? If you fill up a hard drive, the hotel will give you a 2,000 yuan subsidy, and your memberships on major video websites will be reimbursed. After hearing this, my girlfriend's eyes lit up. Really? Then can I take it to the hospital? Our nurse's station has fast internet. Of course not. If you take such a big thing to the hospital, people will think you are trying to steal secrets. You can do it slowly when you have time. But you can also download some documentaries, such as A Bite of China. The more the better, and don't mix them up. It's best to download TV series, movies, and documentaries separately. Zhang Xuandao continued. Just tell me every time you finish downloading a hard drive. I'll go to the company and get the money. Well, there is such a good thing. Then I just need to come back every day and spend some time to select the resources, turn on the computer, and wait for it to download by itself. My girlfriend said happily, no, the internet speed at home is too slow. Call China Mobile and ask them to speed up our network. Seeing that his girlfriend was obsessed with money, Zhang Sun felt helpless and had to call 10086 to upgrade the 100M package at home to the highest level. After dinner, there were still more than 2 hours before work, so Du Jing couldn't wait to turn on the desktop computer at home. After connecting to the hard drive, I opened a VVIP account on the video website without hesitation, selected 50 or 60 TV series resources and hundreds of episodes, and clicked to download them locally. Hey, Xiaodu, you'll be late if you don't leave now. Zhang Sun urged his girlfriend who was still sitting motionless in front of the computer. Wait for me another 5 minutes. The third part is almost finished downloading. Let me see if the speed will slow down. The girlfriend didn't even look at him. Just leave it there and wait for him to download it himself. He doesn't turn off the computer at night anyway. Zhang Sun said speechlessly. Then you have to take a look at it. Don't interrupt it. After saying that, he stood up. After sending his girlfriend to work, Zhang Sun glanced at the desktop computer screen and ignored it. Instead, he opened his laptop and logged into the National Digital Library of China. After registering an account, I selected many books on basic architecture, medicine, electronic information, mechanical equipment, etc., and started downloading them. These may play a big role in the future, but other types should also be downloaded. For example, humanities, history, mathematics, physics, chemistry, etc. The first 2 can be used to pass the time, and the latter ones are just a souvenir for Zhang Sun himself. But there is no rush now. There is still time. You can slowly take your time later. This is not free. Downloading and reading also require payment. Zhang Sun is rich now. After purchasing the highest level membership, he can get the biggest discount when downloading a large number of books. In addition to these, he also downloaded some books about doomsday survival. For example, Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talents, Wiseman's Survival Manual, and Barefoot Doctor's Manual. In addition to the electronic versions of these 3 books, you must also buy a few physical copies. So he took out his cell phone again and placed an order online, buying 5 sets of each of the 3 books. After doing this, he took out a notebook and pen from his bag. Write it down. I need to download some online novels and some foreign study materials. I wonder how many books I can fit on a 16 terabytes hard drive. It's just that these resources are difficult to find. Zhang Sun thought for a moment, took out his phone, found a number he hadn't contacted in a while, and dialed it. Hey son, what are you doing? Fuck, why are you here? Dad was just masturbating. Are you done fighting? Zhang Sun asked with a smile. I'm done, getting ready to take a shower. The voice on the phone was filled with fatigue. Fuck, you're really still masturbating. What are you thinking about? Dad just got off the plane. An irritable voice came from the other side. After the two of them joked with each other on the phone for a while, Zhang Sun got down to business. I didn't expect that you would be so thirsty sometimes. After understanding what Zhang Sun meant, a mocking tone came from the other side of the phone. Tell me quickly, how do we do it? Zhang Sun asked. Actually, it's very simple, just buy it online. Buy online. Yes, you need resources. Spend some money and others will give you resources, novels, study materials, and they are all available in large quantities. Do you have a channel? Nonsense, if you want. I'll give you the contact information, and you can contact them yourself. Okay, Zhang Sun said happily. After I hung up the phone, less than a minute later, I received the contact information of not just one, but several people. So Zhang Sun started calling and adding people on WeChat one by one. If it were something else, Zhang Sun would consider whether to call during the day, but it was too late now. But things like studying are definitely best done at night. Fortunately, the introduction was made by an acquaintance, so there wasn't too much beating around the bush, and we happily reached a cooperation agreement. There are so many online storages on this platform and that platform that there are endless learning materials. Zhang Sun didn't think about the issue of repeated downloading and just downloaded it directly. There are also novels, which are all packaged, including urban, fantasy, fairy tales, etc. Zhang Sun operated slowly, and it lasted until 3 in the morning. If he hadn't been unable to bear it any longer, he might have worked all night. The next day, he was woken up by several alarm clocks. He checked the progress, quickly turned off the computer, and removed the hard drive. There is too much information, so I will continue to download it later. The most important thing now is to pick up my girlfriend from get off work. After receiving the call, Du Jing looked at him suspiciously and asked, Why do you look so haggard? Didn't you sleep well last night? If you have insomnia, it's best not to drink tea at night, as it can easily cause insomnia. Zhang Sun explained without blushing or beating his heart. Chapter 25 Secret Photography. For some time afterwards, Zhang Sun kept downloading these things. 16 terabytes hard drives were indeed very large. It is actually very troublesome to download various types of novels and short movies on many major platforms. After Zhang Sun bought the resources online, it was very convenient to download them. There are also many books, such as fairy tales for children, various textbooks from elementary school to university, basic introductory books for various industries, etc. Although he might not even look at 99% of them in his lifetime, keeping them would at least give him a sense of peace of mind. When my girlfriend has nothing to do, she keeps downloading movies, TV series, documentaries, cartoons, etc. from various platforms. The computer at home was never turned off for 24 hours a day. Zhang Sun looked at the buzzing computer host and wondered whether he should buy another one. Time quickly came to June. 2 months have passed since the shelter officially started construction. Zhang Sun would call from time to ask about the progress, and fortunately everything was going smoothly. The local construction company that was previously found in Enshi Prefecture to build a warehouse is now nearing the final stage, and Zhang Sun is expected to go there for acceptance next week. While Zhang Sun was downloading various resources online, he was also considering stockpiling supplies for the future. Every day after his girlfriend went to work, he would take out his little notebook to write and draw. The rows and rows of lists, filled with dense nouns, really made his scalp tingle. In the future, we will have to find various channels to stockpile all the supplies that need to be stockpiled. That day, Zhang Sun went out to take a look at the largest wholesale market in Jiangxing. After shopping for a whole morning, he was dazzled by the various things he saw, and he shamelessly asked for a lot of business cards from these wholesalers. On the way back at noon, I was looking for a place to eat and saw a high-end hotel. Zhang Sun thought, since I have money, what's wrong with being extravagant? So he walked straight in. When I was about to order food, I unexpectedly ran into Yang Mingjian and his wife Lu Xiaoye. But there was a man wearing glasses next to them. When Zhang Sun saw this man, his pupils shrank, but soon returned to normal. What a coincidence, Zhang Sun. Yang Mingjian stopped. Yes, have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Zhang Sun stood up and said with a smile. No, I'm with a friend. Yang Mingjian hesitated, then introduced the man with glasses next to him. Excuse me, this is Section Chief Chi from the Jiangxing Education Bureau. Hello, Chief Chi, my name is Zhang Sun, and I'm Lao Yang. Zhang Sun stretched out his right hand. The man with glasses also extended his hand and shook it symbolically. Chief Chi. He is my college classmate and now works in a hotel. Yang Mingjian said with a smile. Well, nice to meet you. Section Chief Chi, the man with glasses, nodded again and said to Yang Mingjian, let's go over there. Zhang Sun looked at the back of the man with glasses, snorted coldly, and continued to look at the menu. Section Chief Chi Sijuan. Even without Yang Mingjian's introduction, he would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. As far as I can remember, after arriving at the official shelter, it was this man who had always harbored improper thoughts about his girlfriend. Du Jing is a nurse, has good looks, and knows medical knowledge. This identity is actually rare in the shelter, and the treatment she enjoys is better than that of ordinary people. And Qi Sijuan was a government official before the end of the world. After the end of the world, he became a middle-level manager in the shelter because of this identity. So he set his eyes on Du Jing and wanted to make a move on her many times, but was always scolded away by Zhang Sun. Later, because of the resentment he held, he often made things difficult for them and even withheld their supplies. Fortunately, less than a year later, this guy fell ill and passed away. When he saw him today, Zhang Sun's memories were immediately brought back to mind. He was a vengeful person, and he had been thinking about how to deal with Qi Sijuan while eating. He remembered that he once accidentally heard this person bragging to others. He talked about how glorious he was in the education department before the end of the world, how highly regarded he was by his superiors, how his subordinates also came to curry favor with him, and that he even had several mistresses outside, etc. Qi Sijuan should be in his 40s this year, and he seems to have a wife at home who is a shrew. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun suddenly had an idea in his mind. After dinner, Zhang Sun drove to the Golden Years community and parked his car at the entrance of the community. When the security guard saw Zhang Sun's car, he hurried out and said, Sir, parking is not allowed here. May I ask if you are the owner? If you are, please drive in. Excuse me, I'm here to look for someone. May I ask which building Zhang Xuejiao lives in? Zhang Sun asked in the car. Zhang Xuejiao? You come to look for her, but don't know where she lives? We can't disclose the owner's information casually, said the security guard. It's like this. She just told me about it on the phone, but I forgot about it. Now I can't get through on the phone, so I can only wait here. Zhang Sun said, Sir, why don't you move your car outside? This is the entrance to the community, and parking is not allowed, said the security guard. I have no choice but to park here. It's only for a few minutes. Look, the roadside is full of cars outside. Zhang Sun was as calm as a dead pig. Well, please wait a moment. I'll check the records and make a phone call for you. The security guard said helplessly. Zhang Sun also got out of the car and followed the security guard to the security stop, where he saw him rummaging through a booklet. Soon, the security guard found a phone number and dialed the landline. Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Sun quickly took out his cell phone and secretly took a photo of the booklet. Sir, I didn't get through on the phone either, but we really can't park here. Why don't you come back next time? Said the security guard. I'll make another call. If it doesn't work, forget it. Zhang Sun said. Seeing the security guard nod, Zhang Sun pretended to dial a number, but still no one answered. Zhang Sun drove away without saying a word. In the second community, not far from Golden Years, Zhang Sun did the same thing and successfully took a secret photo of another woman's information, including her name, phone number, and building address. Qi Sijuan, section chief of the Provincial Department of Education, although not a high-ranking official, does hold a position of real power. Be it the school, suppliers, or even powerful parents, they all treat him with respect and often ask him for help. Taking advantage of the benefits brought by power, he owned 5 properties in Jiangxing, 2 of which were secret, where he kept his 2 mistresses. The next afternoon, after finishing his business, Zhang Sun strolled to Golden Years. This time he did not drive, but registered and went in directly. He went straight to the 19th floor of Building 13, where only one household lived. Zhang Sun took out a small camera from his pocket and stuck it under the fire window opposite. After quietly finishing it, he sat in an inconspicuous corner of the corridor and played with his mobile phone. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the elevator door on this floor opened. The person Zhang Sun saw coming out from the crack in the door at the stairs was Qi Sijuan. After a while, there was the sound of a door opening, and a woman stuck her head out and pulled him in. An hour later, the sound of a door opening was heard again. After Zhang Sun waited for the elevator to go down, he waited for a long time before sneaking out. After taking the camera, he left. In the next few days, Zhang Sun went to another community every afternoon to stake out the situation. Finally, on the 3rd day, he captured some useful information. Zhang Sun connected the camera to the computer, took a few screenshots where the face could be seen, and then transferred them to his mobile phone. Chapter 26 Money Obsessed. Hello, Professor Wang, what's up? Professor Wang called early in the morning, and Zhang Sun asked sleepily. Look, tomorrow the vice governor in charge of education will be visiting the school. The school committee has also invited several people who have made contributions to the school in recent years to participate in a discussion. Professor Wang was silent for a moment, then bluntly said, "To put it bluntly, we're inviting financial backers like you to come over. On the one hand, this allows you to get acquainted with the higher-ups, and on the other hand, it allows us to see if you can invest more money." Well, Professor Wang, you know I'm just a nouveau riche, with little money and a small figure. It's not necessary, right? Zhang Sun came to the bathroom and lowered his voice. It's up to you, but don't you businessmen all like to make friends with officials? Deputy Governor, don't you want to meet him? Professor Wang tempted. Okay, Professor Wang, please tell me the specific time. Zhang Sun said after thinking for a while. Please come to the conference room on the 7th floor of the school's administrative building before 9 a.m. The vice governor will arrive at 10 a.m. Professor Wang said and hung up the phone. Click, the bathroom door opened. What are you doing sneaking around so early in the morning? My girlfriend came in and asked suspiciously. Zhang Sun handed her the phone and explained. Professor Wang, the liar I told you about before. Why are you still hiding from me and answering the phone? The girlfriend looked unconvinced, picked up her phone and dialed the most recent call record. Hello, Mr. Zhang, is there anything else? A man's voice came from the phone. Zhang Sun quickly grabbed the phone and said to it, No, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. After saying that, he hung up the phone, spread his hands, and said to his girlfriend, Do you believe it now? My girlfriend was a little embarrassed and said quickly, Get out quickly, I need to go to the bathroom. After breakfast, his girlfriend suddenly took out 2 hard drives from the room and said to Zhang Sun with a smile, I've downloaded so much data from these 2. When will you give me the money? Really? Zhang Sun said deliberately. Well, this one is full of TV series, and this one is full of movies. My girlfriend turned the hard drive over and said, Look, I even put labels on it. Now that it's downloaded, you continue to work hard to get the rest done. I'll give you the money when I get back from get off work in the evening. How about that? Zhang Sun said. Great, I can finish one in 3 days. Why do I feel like making money is so easy? My girlfriend exclaimed. Hee hee, you're going to be a rich woman soon. Zhang Sun joked. After breakfast, Zhang Sun drove his girlfriend to work and then came to the company. He first checked the account and the current financial status of his phone. He previously won 60 million renminbi in the lottery, earning 48 million renminbi, and then won $200 million in football gambling, earning $160 million. In addition, he won more than $10 million on the gambling app. At his peak, he should have had close to $180 million in funds. Among them, 20 million renminbi was used to buy a pharmaceutical stock. Previously, $2 million in design fees were paid to the design company, and $4 million in advance payment was made to Tianji Company. Later, another 60 million renminbi was paid for the project. He donated 5 million renminbi to Jiangxing University of Geology and later spent more than 3 million renminbi on miscellaneous items. He now has about $150 million left. In about 2 months, Tianji Company expects to pay another 210 million renminbi in project funds. Because this is a major milestone, the cooperation agreement has clear provisions on the payment ratio. Fortunately, at the end of this month, the stocks he holds will experience a surge in value, and the 20 million will become 200 million, which means he will have another sum of money coming into his account. There are no financial problems for the time being. On the procurement side, purchase agreements have been reached with all materials and suppliers. Tianji Company will be responsible for the acceptance and contact of the supply, and Zhang Sun only needs to pay according to the contract. The subsequent purchase of materials and equipment will also be a huge expense. After a preliminary calculation of the amount, it is estimated to be 200 to 300 million yuan. Rising S will also provide some key materials and control systems, and the cost of this will account for about 10% of the entire project. To be honest, domestic companies are not very strong and do not have much experience in this area. Otherwise, Zhang Sun might have spent less money. In the afternoon, Zhang Sun also received a call from Dawson. He had been in China for more than a month, visited many provinces, and even opened an office in Shanghai. What surprised Zhang Sun was that in just over a month, he had actually managed to close 2 deals, one for building doomsday bunkers in Hangzhou and the other in the suburbs of Guangzhou. Of course, the investment is not as high as Zhang Sun's. These 2 are small and medium-sized shelters, with a capacity of about 30 million people. Dawson boasted on the phone that these 2 were wealthy friends he had made recently and were helping him boost his sales. Zhang Sun certainly didn't believe his nonsense. From his perspective as a Chinese, he probably thought that these people were just lustful and wanted to build a secret fortress like the Hai Tian Shangyan. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sun called Li Yin over. Sisterly, these are two 16 terabytes hard drives. Let them help download some single-player games when they have time. Zhang Sun handed the hard drive to Li Yin and continued. You're familiar with the theme of our hotel. There will definitely be a limited internet connection later on. We'll play these single-player games to help guests kill time. Li Yin nodded and was about to leave when Zhang Sun said, tell them not to place bets twice. If they fill up the bets, I'll give them an extra 2,000 yuan each. Okay, Zhang Sun. Li Yin was moved when she heard this and asked tentatively, is there anything else I can help you with? Zhang Sun smiled and said, yes, this hard drive. Please help me download some songs. Classical, modern, popular, classic, and various types of opera. Of course, you have to classify them well. Don't download them randomly. When the hard drive is full, you will get the same reward as the other two. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. When do you need it? Li Yin asked. You guys are fine. Take your time getting off. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Sun said, then thought of something and asked, is there any cash in the company? Yes, there is 500,000 cash in the safe. Li Yin said. Previously, due to some needs, Zhang Sun asked Li Yin to withdraw some cash and put it in the company, and he didn't care about it much afterwards. Now that he had found out, he said to Li Yin, please help me withdraw 10,000 yuan in cash later. Please keep a record of it. Okay, Mr. Zhang. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Zhang Sun nodded. At dusk, Zhang Sun picked up his girlfriend from get off work as usual. When it was time to eat, Zhang Sun pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, swung it in his hand, and said with a smile, look, what is this? Money, this is mine. Du Jing's eyes lit up when she saw the red, glittering Mao Zedong notes. Then, she asked, a little puzzled, why is there so much? Isn't it 4,000? I only bet on 3. The boss said that the remaining ones are given to you in advance. What do you think? Are you happy? Zhang Sun explained. Real? Of course it's real. Here, take it. Zhang Sun put the 10,000 yuan in Du Jing's hand. Du Jing flipped through the money. Her eyes almost narrowed into slits, and she even forgot to eat. Zhang Sun reminded him several times before he stood up and put the money away. When his girlfriend sat back down, she said to Zhang Sun happily, did you know? Our savings are almost 500,000. If you hadn't bought me so many things before, I'd have thought it would be more than 600,000. I'm so happy looking at these numbers. Yes, we will become rich soon. Rich Lady Xiaodu, it's time to eat. Zhang Sun said with a smile. Well, let's eat. We must eat more today. My girlfriend just picked up the bowl and suddenly put it down again. By the way, I have to deposit the money into the card at noon tomorrow to prevent it from being stolen at home. After hearing this, Zhang Sun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This little money grubber at home was really adorable. Chapter 27 Tracking. The next day, after sending his girlfriend to work, Zhang Sun drove directly to the administrative building of Jiangxing University of Geosciences. After arriving at the place, we were received by a special concierge. Zhang Sun followed the beauty's guidance and came to the reception room on the 7th floor. There were a few people sitting inside. Some of them were relatively young, like Zhang Sun, while some of them were severely bald and looked to be in their 40s or 50s. Seeing Zhang Sun come in, several people greeted him and introduced themselves to each other. After more than 10 minutes of awkward conversation, Zhang Sun also had a preliminary understanding of the identities of these people. Among them are real estate bosses as well as some bigwigs in internet technology. Some of them are elites who graduated from Jiangxing University of Geosciences, achieved success in their careers, and returned to give back to the school. After Zhang Sun exchanged business cards with them, he chatted with the people around him for a while. At around 10 o'clock, the door of the reception room opened and more than 10 people walked in one after another. The person walking in front should be the vice governor, accompanied by many school leaders, and in the row behind him, Qi Sijuan was also there. Everyone in the reception room stood up and lined up to shake hands with the vice governor. Qi Sijuan was also a little surprised to see Zhang Sun here. To be honest, when I first met Zhang Sun, he was dressed in ordinary clothes, and Yang Mingjian introduced him as working in a hotel. I didn't take him seriously and thought he was just an ordinary office worker. It turns out that I was wrong. Those who can get here are either worth over 100 million or have extraordinary fame and power. Zhang Sun is a man I've never heard of before. Could he be a hidden rich man? Qi Sijuan guessed. Hello, Governor Li. I am Zhang Sun. It is a great honor to meet you today. Zhang Sun introduced himself neither humbly nor arrogantly. It's Xiao Zhang. I just heard from the principal that you donated 5 million to Jiangxing University of Geology some time ago. On behalf of the government and the school, I I would like to thank you for your contribution to education. Vice Governor Li patted the back of Zhang Sun's hand. This is what I should do. No matter how much money I have, it is just a number. It is meaningful to use it for education and give back to society. Zhang Sun said seriously and modestly. After saying hello, it was the next person's turn to continue. After about 10 minutes, the greetings were finally over. Everyone, please sit down and don't be so reserved. The vice governor shook his hand, seeing that everyone was seated, and continued. Actually, I've just walked around the campus accompanied by several school leaders. I've seen that the school's teaching facilities and accommodations are much better than when I arrived 3 years ago. After the vice governor finished speaking, warm applause broke out in the reception room. Zhang Sun summarized the content of his speech in his mind in 3 points. One is that I hope that the business and technology professionals present here will continue to support the university and invest more money in higher education. Second, they hope to use their connections to recommend and bring in more talented people to teach at the university. The third is to promote a virtuous cycle of education, industry, and research. At the symposium, Zhang Sun also actively talked about his own views and expressed that he would set aside a sum of money to provide living allowances for poor students at an appropriate time. With Zhang Sun taking the lead, those who attended the symposium also made some promises. The deputy governor also left them his contact information and some instructions. At noon, they had another meal in the school cafeteria. As the wine flowed, Zhang Sun became a little tipsy. After the meal, the vice governor had to go to inspect another university. After saying goodbye to Professor Wang, Zhang Sun called a designated driver and left Jiangxing University of Geology. Qi Sijuan. Zhang Sun sat in the passenger seat, muttering the name from time to time. During the previous meal, Qi Sijuan even came to Zhang Sun's table, drank 2 glasses of wine with him, and exchanged contact information. His attitude was completely different from when they first met. Master, please help me drive to Jindi community, Zhang Sun suddenly said. After arriving at the Jindi community, Zhang Sun asked the designated driver to park the car on the side of the road and wait for him. He came to the gate of the community and took advantage of the time when the owners were entering and leaving to open the access control system to sneak in. Villa area, 23 buildings. Zhang Sun sat on a stone bench in the distance and observed for a while, then saw a fashionable woman walking out of the villa. Zhang Sun followed her all the way to a leisure club outside the community. Zhang Sun hesitated for a while, but decided to follow. He pretended to be a customer and spent 5,000 yuan to get a junior membership card. What kind of consumption item was that woman just now? Zhang Sun asked casually. Sir, ladies who consume here have many options to choose from, such as sauna, steam room, bath, health massage, SPA, beauty, etc. Most of them are the same as men. The front desk clerk of the club introduced. Are there any special services? Zhang Sun asked cautiously. Sir, this is a formal place and we don't have these things. He explained with a smile the day before yesterday. Oh, forget it if you don't have it. Zhang Sun turned the membership card in his hand and said regretfully, Take me for a massage. Soon Zhang Sun was brought to a dark room. The pink lights and ambiguous decoration style made Zhang Sun drool. Hello, technician number 98 is here to serve you. The sweet voice touched Zhang Sun's heart. He lay on the massage bed, sweat coming out of his palms. Fortunately, this is a formal occasion, Zhang Sun thought to himself. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear it. Zhang Sun pressed the massage for about 30 minutes, and technician number 98 kept telling him to relax. As a result, Zhang Sun was so relaxed that he almost fell asleep. Brother, half of the time has passed. Are you satisfied with my service? The technician girl said sweetly. Satisfied, satisfied. Zhang Xuanchuan responded. We have many services in our store. Would you like to experience them? No. I've seen all your projects, nothing special. I just want a massage to relax. Haha. No, the service I'm talking about is not on the list for external parties. This is a service that can make you truly relax. The technician's voice became seductive. Only for men. Zhang Sun turned his head, his eyes shining with a hint of doubt. Why did I see a woman coming in? Do you think you men are the only ones who need it? A large portion of our clients are women. These are basically wealthy middle-aged women whose husbands are unable to support them and who feel empty and lonely. The technician's sister laughed and continued. We have a lot of handsome male technicians here, and those rich women just like little boys. Zhang Sun seemed to be lost in thought. He glanced at the technician and said with some regret, Forget it today. I'm drunk and don't have the energy to experience other services. Then he picked up the coat beside the bed, took out 500 yuan from his pocket, handed it to the technician girl, and said, This is a tip for you. Good technique. The girl was sorry that the business went wrong, but when she saw the customer gave an extra tip, She felt happy and massaged more vigorously afterwards. After pressing the button, Zhang Sun left the club and waited for a while opposite the club. Sure enough, the woman, Qi Sijuan's wife, came out of the club. Zhang Sun quickly and secretly took a few photos. He returned to his car and found that the designated driver was still there, but had fallen asleep. Zhang Sun quickly woke him up. "Boss, I saw you go into the club over there, so I didn't call you and fell asleep in the car. What do you think of the fee?" the designated driver said with a smile. "Okay, that's enough. Drive me back first, and I'll give you an extra 500 yuan. Zhang Sun said with a helpless smile. "Okay, sit down." Half an hour later, Zhang Xuanxuan arrived home. The first thing he did was take a shower, and then went out on his electric scooter to pick up his girlfriend from get off work. Chapter 28 Reminder. The warehouse in Inchi Prefecture was later completed, and Zhang Sun went there again to see how it was and to check on the progress of the shelter. He took the high-speed rail to the state, then rented a car. When he arrived at the warehouse, the construction company's boss was already waiting for him. Since it is a local unit with a small size, this warehouse is of great importance to their boss. After chatting with the boss for a while, Zhang Sun went inside to check. This warehouse is not big, with an area of only about 800 square meters. There are already many shelves in the back part, some large and some small, which was Zhang Sun's special instruction. The other party had already cleaned it up before Zhang Sun arrived. He carefully checked the walls on both sides and found no problems, so he asked the boss to bring the documents and sign them. After signing, he called the company's finance department in front of his boss and asked Li Yin to pay the bill. "I'll give you an extra 20,000 yuan. I have some other things to deal with, so this warehouse probably won't be put into use this year. Please send someone to check on it frequently to prevent it from being destroyed by the villagers." Zhang Sun said, "No problem. We have another project over there. We'll ask the workers to help take a look when they come and go." The boss said readily. Later, the boss gave the key to Zhang Sun and kept a spare key for himself. After leaving here, he drove to the shelter. "Is Mr. Ren here?" After Zhang Sun arrived at the place, he didn't see Mr. Ren, so he caught the worker and asked. Engineer Ren had something to do at home, so he went back. "Now Engineer Feng is in charge here," said the worker. "Okay, thanks." After finding Engineer Feng, Zhang Sun asked about the progress. At present, the excavation work has been completed for the most part, and it is estimated that it will take more than 2 months to enter the main construction phase. As Engineer Feng introduced the place, he pointed to the dark entrance and said, "Mr. Zhang, do you want to go in and take a look?" Zhang Sun thought for a moment and said, "No, maybe next time. In fact, while we are digging, we will simultaneously reinforce the inner wall of the mountain by driving in steel bars and cement. There is no need to worry about safety, and it will also save a lot of time during subsequent construction." Engineer Feng explained. "Well, that's great. I think it can be completed successfully around the middle of next year, right?" Zhang Sun asked. "Yes, if the subsequent testing and acceptance procedures go smoothly, it will be around the middle of next year." "Okay, you work hard here, and I'll give everyone a red envelope when we're done." "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." After the two chatted about some other details about the shelter, Zhang Sun left the scene. After returning to Inchi Prefecture, he went to the local wholesale market and asked for some business cards. Later, he planned to stockpile supplies such as staple food, fuel, tobacco, alcohol, etc., and purchase them locally for greater convenience. After returning the car and staying here for one night, Zhang Sun took the high-speed rail back to Jiangxing the next day. During this period, in addition to downloading some movies and TV dramas, he has also been learning about architecture, programming control, emergency rescue, and equipment maintenance. He has a certain foundation in equipment maintenance and programming control, but he must be adequately prepared for various situations that may arise in the future. Even his girlfriend was surprised at Zhang Sun's self-discipline and eagerness to learn every time she came back. This also motivated her to observe and learn harder while working in the hospital. "Every time I come home from get off work, finish my meal, and fiddle with the computer for a while, I also pick up a medical book and read it carefully." Zhang Sun naturally welcomed this. "But sometimes I am afraid that my girlfriend's body can't handle it, so I buy a lot of nourishing ingredients every time and make delicious food for her in different ways." Among the lotus flowers, clear water, and fragrant osmanthus trees, 3 people were sitting. "Chief Chi, thank you very much for your help this time. It allowed me to successfully obtain this financial grant." Yang Mingjian raised his glass and expressed his gratitude to Qi Sijuan. Yang Mingjian Company is engaged in children's interest training. Recently, the country has paid more and more attention to this form of early education, but the market has become increasingly unregulated. Therefore, on the one hand, the state has introduced laws and regulations to crack down on some fraudulent institutions, and on the other hand, it has provided subsidies to capable training institutions to encourage them to make up for the shortcomings of public institutions. Yang Mingjian had been eyeing this subsidy for a long time. The economic situation has been bad in the past 2 years, and he has opened several chain stores, which has led to financial difficulties. He didn't want to go to the bank for a loan, but he happened to see the news, so he used his connections to find Qi Sijuan, the section chief of the education department, and asked him for help. But it's not in vain that I help out. 30% of the money must be given to him as a filial gift. His wife Lu Xiaoya also raised her glass and toasted Qi Sijuan. After drinking a glass of wine, Qi Sijuan said meaningfully, "Brother, you are not authentic either." Yang Mingjian was shocked when he heard this and asked, "Brother Qi, where did this come from? What was the name of your classmate before?" "Zhang Sun." "Yes, that's him. You seem to tell me that he worked in a hotel." Qi Sijuan said, "Yes, that's what he told me. Is there any problem, Brother Qi?" Yang Mingjian said in confusion. When Qi Sijuan heard this, he seemed to know something, so he replied, "No problem, just asking out of curiosity." He picked up the wine glass, and Yang Mingjian quickly poured it for him. Qi Sijuan was about to take a sip when he suddenly put it down and said to Yang Mingjian and Lu Xiaoya, "This classmate of yours is no ordinary person. Even the governor has praised him." When the two heard Qi Sijuan's words, they were shocked and asked in surprise, "Brother Qi?" Qi Sijuan waved his hand, interrupting Yang Mingjian. "Don't ask so many questions. Just pretend you don't know. He didn't tell you, which means he's very low-key. There's no need to delve into it, okay?" Qi Sijuan was a veteran in the officialdom, and his words were vague and half-spoken. Although Yang Mingjian had a lot of questions, he did not continue to ask. After the three of them finished their meal, Yang Mingjian called a designated driver for Qi Sijuan and took him home. After returning, Yang Mingjian was still hesitating whether to call Zhang Sun to ask, "Why are you taking so long? I just called to say hello. I'm not asking you to ask about other people's privacy." Lu Xiaoya complained from the side. After the call was connected, Zhang Sun's joking voice soon came. "Hello, Mr. Yang. What's wrong so late?" Nothing. Just called to chat with you for a while." Yang Mingjian paused and asked, "Did you know Qi Sijuan before?" The other party was stunned for a moment, then replied, "I know him. Didn't you introduce him to me last time?" "Oh, that's okay. We had dinner tonight, and he talked to me about you." Yang Mingjian asked tentatively, "Talking about me? Oh, what did he say about me?" Zhang Sun asked in surprise. "I didn't say anything. I just said that you are a low-key person," Yang Mingjian said with a smile. Zhang Sun was silent for a while on the phone, then said to Yang Mingjian, "Old classmate, I have a suggestion for you. Stay away from this person in the future to avoid being implicated." When Yang Mingjian heard this, he panicked again and asked hurriedly, "Can you explain it more clearly?" "It means exactly what it says. I've already warned you, but whether you listen or not, I can't do anything about it." After Zhang Sun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yang Mingjian was still in the posture of answering the phone, looking at Lu Xiaoya, not knowing what to say. Lu Xiaoya also heard the content of the call. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "From what Zhang Sun said, is Qi Sijuan going to be arrested soon?" Yang Mingjian put down his phone, sighed, and replied, "How should I know? The key is that we recently asked him for help. What if he drags us into this?" Lu Xiaoya panicked upon hearing this. "How could this happen? What do you think we should do? Turn ourselves in." Chapter 29 Revenge. After Zhang Sun hung up the phone, he fell into deep thought. What he has in his hands is not enough to push Qi Sijuan into the abyss. Is there any way to get more evidence? As I was thinking, I fell asleep. The next day, he went out early in the morning and came to Jindi community again. Sitting opposite the villa, Zhang Sun took out the bearer card mobile phone he had bought before, made a call, and then waited. After a while, a man wearing sunglasses and a mask came up to him and asked mysteriously, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Zhang Sun looked him over and pointed across the street, saying, "If a woman comes out of the villa in front today, steal her wallet." "How much?" asked the masked man. 30,000. Zhang Sun stretched out his finger. "Make a deal." Zhang Sun also waited here for a while. When he was about to leave, the woman in the villa actually went out. Zhang Sun gave the masked man a wink, and the masked man hurried away. After a while, he returned to Zhang Sun and handed him a pink wallet. "Give me the money without anyone knowing," said the masked man. "You didn't touch the things inside, did you?" Zhang Sun asked. The masked man hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, "There was 1,000 yuan in it. I took it. Put it back and I'll make it up to you." Zhang Sun's voice was unquestionable. The masked man hesitated for a moment, then took out the money. Zhang Sun took out a wad of money from his pocket and handed it to the man in the mask. The masked man was about to leave when Zhang Sun stopped him and said, Don't leave yet. Return the wallet to that woman later. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? No. Just say you found the wallet and return it to her. It would be troublesome if she calls the police. As for me, I'm just helping the husband check if his wife is having an affair. Don't worry. I'll return it to her for the best of both of us. Zhang Sun explained. You'll get sick if you eat too much. The masked man muttered. Zhang Sun ignored him, opened his wallet, took out his ID card, bank card, etc., and took photos of them with his mobile phone. He also found a copy of Qi Sijuan's ID card in his wallet. After taking the photo, he put the item back into his wallet. 10 minutes later, the woman came hurriedly to the villa. The masked man took the wallet from Zhang Sun, took off his sunglasses, walked in front of the woman, and pretended to be anxious and said, Sister, did you drop something? The woman stared at the masked man suspiciously and said, Yes, I lost my pink wallet with 1,000 yuan in cash inside. Did you pick it up? Give it to me now. The masked man took out his wallet and said, It looks like it's really yours. I've been waiting here for a long time. The woman grabbed the wallet and checked it. She felt relieved when she found nothing missing. She smiled happily and said to the man in the mask, Thank you so much. Then he took out the 1,000 yuan from his wallet and said, This is a small token of my appreciation. Please keep it. The masked man was a little hesitant, but when he saw the woman's sincere look, he still rejected her sternly. The light of righteousness shone upon him. My mother taught me since I was a child that I should return lost property and never take something for nothing. Zhang Sun was speechless watching the two men's extreme tug-of-war from a distance, and he quickly left. After finishing his lunch outside at noon, he found a deserted place, took out his anonymous cell phone, and made another call. Hello, is this the light chaser? It's me. What's the matter? The voice on the other end of the phone said coldly. Help me check the information of the two people, focusing on real estate information, privacy information, etc. Zhang Sun said calmly. Just give me money. How much do you plan to give? The other party asked. If you can find some useful information for me, the price is 100,000. But now I can only give you a deposit of 10,000, and I will give you the rest after the matter is done. Zhang Sun said. Okay, give me your identity information. I'll text you my email address and account number later. Just send it here. The person on the other end hung up the phone. Zhang Sun smiled, and today's plan was half completed. The masked man before was actually a thief, and the person on the phone now is a hacker. Zhang Sun had bought resources from some people before. Some of them had extensive connections and could find you anything, including thieves, hackers, female anchors, and models, as long as you paid. Zhang Sun saved himself some trouble because of this. In less than 3 minutes, the email address and account number were sent. Zhang Sun sent all the photos he had taken before, including Qi Sijuan's phone number, to the hacker via email, and then transferred 10,000 yuan to this account. After finishing, Zhang Sun hummed a little tune and walked back home slowly. The next day at noon, there was a message in his mobile phone mailbox. Zhang Sun clicked it and saw that he had found a lot of negative information. In addition to the villa at home, Qi Sijuan also has 3 properties under his name, 2 properties in his wife's name, with a total value of nearly 15 million. Although he couldn't find out how much money was in his wife's bank card, his bank statements were found. Every once in a while, his wife would transfer some money into the account. In the past year alone, she transferred about 20 million yuan into the account. What's even more exciting is the content in the two people's mobile phones. Zhang Sun can only sigh that both of them know how to play, but they are playing their own games without even knowing each other, including videos, photos, chat records, etc. taken by each of them. Zhang Sun transferred another 90,000 yuan into the hacker's account and then found a black internet cafe. This information was packaged and sent anonymously to a newspaper and the Discipline Inspection Commission's reporting platform. After doing all this, Zhang Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After transferring the evidence from this phone to his own phone using Bluetooth as a backup, he threw away the anonymous phone and the card inside. Now, it's time to wait and witness the miracle. After returning home in the evening, his girlfriend complained that Zhang Sun had been acting mysteriously at home these days, which was not normal. Zhang Sun also smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Sure enough, the next day, Yang Mingjian called Zhang Sun hurriedly and said, Zhang Sun, I surrendered to the Discipline Inspection Commission yesterday. What? Turn yourself in? Why do you want to turn yourself in? Zhang Sun asked in confusion. He knew that Yang Mingjian and Qi Sijuan knew each other, but he didn't know the inside story between them. Yang Mingjian explained why he had asked Qi Sijuan for help, and then said, Just now, the Discipline Inspection Commission told me that Qi Sijuan was detained this morning because the source of his huge amount of wealth was unknown. They asked me to come back and wait for news. Yang Mingjian was a little scared. At this time, Lu Xiaoya's exclamation came from the phone again. Husband, please read the news. It's all about Qi Sijuan. Yang Mingjian was stunned for a moment and looked at the mobile phone handed to him by Lu Xiaoya. The news in it was indeed evidence of Qi Sijuan's infidelity and bribery. Finally, he said to Zhang Sun on the phone, Zhang Sun, thank you for telling me in advance, otherwise I would definitely be sentenced for bribery. Fortunately, I surrendered in advance, so there should be a chance of recovery. Before turning myself in, I did some research and found that if a briber confesses to the bribery before being prosecuted, their punishment can be mitigated or even waived. This is a special provision for bribers who surrender themselves. Article 67 of the criminal law stipulates that criminals who surrender themselves may be given a lighter or reduced sentence, and those whose crimes are relatively minor may be exempted from punishment. I should be the one who committed a less serious crime, right? Yang Mingjin murmured. Zhang Sun also comforted him over the phone. It shouldn't be a problem. Didn't the Discipline Inspection Commission let you come back? I guess you'll be needed to testify in court later. When Yang Mingjian heard what Zhang Sun said, he felt relieved. In fact, he was also a little surprised when he heard the Discipline Inspection Commission tell him that Qi Sijuan had been arrested. Shouldn't the Discipline Inspection Commission investigate first? But now when he came back, he found that the news was all about Qi Sijuan. He became even more curious about Zhang Sun's identity and background. How could he know such news in advance? But he wasn't stupid enough to ask Zhang Sun directly. Chapter 30 Stocks. Qi Sijuan's arrest relieved Zhang Sun of a worry. Of course, he didn't really need to do that. In reality, he wanted to build a shelter, and he probably wouldn't have any intersection with Qi Sijuan in this life. But when Zhang Sun saw his face, the memories in his mind were suddenly filled with anger and hatred. Zhang Sun's only thought was to make him lose his reputation. As for Qi Sijuan, who has been detained, he couldn't figure out who was plotting against him and who had produced so much evidence. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Having an extramarital affair, accepting bribes, having huge amounts of wealth of unknown origin, etc. are enough to get him into trouble. The next morning, Zhang Sun whistled as he went to pick up his girlfriend from get off work. While they were having breakfast outside, he suddenly received a call from Yang Mingjian. Zhang Sun, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you and your wife to dinner. Okay, but let's not talk about what happened before anymore, okay? Zhang Sun agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and said to his girlfriend, we have something delicious tonight. Yang Mingjian is treating us to a meal at Huqing Shuixiang. My girlfriend asked in confusion, why are you suddenly inviting us to dinner? It's just a get-together. Zhang Sun said. In the evening, Zhang Sun drove his girlfriend to the place where they were going to have dinner. Yang Mingjian and Lu Xiaoya were already waiting. When they saw Zhang Sun coming, they hurried to the door of the private room to greet him. Du Jing was confused by the couple's enthusiasm. She didn't know what was going on and ate the meal in a daze. Yang Mingjian was tactful enough not to mention the previous events and did not even ask about Zhang Sun's background. Instead, they talked about some things that happened during their school days at the dinner table. However, when Lu Xiaoya was chatting with Du Jing, she wanted to find out some things indirectly, but Du Jing had no idea, and the answers she gave were all worthless. After dinner, the two left early because the girlfriend had to go to work. What's going on with them today? Why are they so enthusiastic towards us and even seem a little respectful? Du Jing asked in the car. Zhang Sun did not explain much and just made up a random excuse to get away with it. By the way, I have to go on a business trip tomorrow and can't come to pick you up. Zhang Sun said suddenly. Where are you going on business trip? How many days? Asked my girlfriend. Magic City, probably 2 to 3 days. Zhang Xuanchuan said. It was already the end of June, and I had been busy dealing with Qi Sijuan's affairs and hadn't paid much attention to stock trends. This morning, the pharmaceutical company suddenly called him and asked him to go to Shanghai to attend the shareholders' meeting. Only then did Zhang Sun remember the stock issue. He quickly opened his mobile phone and found that the stock he bought had been rising for a long time. The stocks he bought for 20 million have now increased in value to over 100 million and are expected to reach 200 million in 2 days. Since the pharmaceutical company launched 3 products, it has greatly shocked the market and the company's stock has soared. As a small shareholder, it is reasonable for Zhang Sun to be invited to attend the shareholders' meeting. After receiving the call, Zhang Sun immediately booked a flight to Shanghai. His purpose for attending the shareholders' meeting was very clear. One was to learn about any new drugs being developed by their company. The second is to inform their company's decision-makers in advance about the future sale of stocks. Because Zhang Sun is a retail investor, although he is a shareholder in name, he actually has no voting rights or decision-making power at the company level. Moreover, Zhang Sun did not have the time to hold this stock for a long time. So he cashed out early and saved himself some trouble. The next day, Zhang Sun boarded a flight to Shanghai. After finding a random hotel to stay in, he video called his girlfriend for a while in the evening. In the video, his girlfriend told him that she had filled up several more hard drives and asked him to come back as soon as he finished his business trip to get the money. Zhang Sun smiled and told her that he would buy her a gift and give her a big surprise when he returned. After staying in Shanghai for one night, Zhang Sun had breakfast at the hotel the next morning and took a taxi to the pharmaceutical company's conference venue. This is the location of their RD headquarters in Shanghai. When Zhang Sun arrived at the place, he found that there were quite a few people there, some of whom were heavy investors like him. According to the procedure, they visited the company's RD center together in the morning and learned about the company's history, structure, prospects, etc. Zhang Sun also asked the people in the RD center about the issues that concerned him. In which direction are new drug research and development being organized? What new products will be released later? What is the patient feedback on the 3 previously released products? The head of the RD department also answered Zhang Sun's questions truthfully. Our current work mainly focuses on 2 aspects. On the one hand, we organize the improvement and upgrading of previously released drugs. On the other hand, we focus on the research and development of anti-cancer drugs. The RD cycle for anti-cancer drugs is very long. Although we have made some progress, specific clinical trials are still a long way off. Furthermore, the patient feedback we received on the previously released products you mentioned has been very positive. After listening to this, Zhang Sun nodded thoughtfully. He was also very interested in the 3 products released previously. Her mother and future father-in-law were also getting older. It would be a troublesome thing if one day you develop one of these old age diseases. With the new medicine ready, maybe it would save him a lot of worries. The 2-hour visit and QA session made the shareholders very satisfied. I had a simple lunch in the company cafeteria at noon, and the shareholders meeting was held in the afternoon. The company's CEO introduced to everyone the company's financial situation, personnel system, market performance, follow-up plans, and other issues that shareholders are interested in. In short, the company has a good prospect, strong RD capabilities, and more importantly, it will bring you benefits in the future. Zhang Sun also watched this scene with great interest. This was his first time participating in such a meeting, and it always felt a little unreal. The afternoon passed quickly, and the pharmaceutical company booked a restaurant to invite the shareholders to have dinner together to celebrate. While toasting, Zhang Sun told the CEO about his own affairs and made up an excuse that he was in urgent need of money and wanted to sell his stocks in the near future. The CEO was very surprised after hearing this and was somewhat tempted, but he knew that Zhang Sun was a retail investor and had a trust account, so he could not conduct one-to-one transfer transactions, otherwise he would have wanted to buy it. The CEO expressed understanding of Zhang Sun's behavior. At least he informed the company in advance. He also expressed the hope that Zhang Sun would tell him the exact time before selling so that the company could repurchase the shares in a timely manner. So the 2 of them exchanged contact information. After the events in Shanghai were over, Zhang Sun went shopping in the mall and picked out a few gifts for his girlfriend. He also did not forget to give gifts to his mother and father-in-law and mailed them to them after returning home. It was very late when Zhang Sun returned to the hotel. After taking a shower, he used his mobile phone to transfer 500,000 yuan to the card he had given to his girlfriend before. About 10 minutes later, my girlfriend's video call came. How come there's suddenly an extra 500,000 yuan in the card? My girlfriend looked a little nervous, fearing that the money came from unknown sources. Don't be so nervous. Have you paid attention to the news about Fuxing Pharmaceutical before? Zhang Sun asked. I've heard of this company. It's very famous in our hospital. Many people in other departments have been discussing their new drug recently. But what does this have to do with Callie's money? The girlfriend asked in confusion. I bought their stock before their new drug was released. After the release, the stock I bought went straight up, increasing by 1,000%. Do you think there's a connection? Zhang Sun smiled, and then took a screenshot of the invitation letter in his mailbox and sent it to his girlfriend. Du Jing looked unconvinced, but after seeing the invitation, she suddenly became excited and said in a low voice, Wow, honey, you are so lucky. So we will become millionaires, right? Yes, rich lady. How about this gift? Look, I just bought you a lot of other gifts, and mom and dad did too. As Zhang Sun spoke, he showed his girlfriend the gift he had bought earlier. I like it, husband. You are so nice. Du Jing's face was filled with happiness. Chapter 31 Doomsday Canned Food and Reserve Food Package. It is getting hotter and hotter in Jiangxing in July. Zhang Sun watched the news about climate change and couldn't help but sigh at the madness of human activities. Then he called Engineer Ren and asked them to ensure the safety of the workers during construction. We took good measures to prevent heat stroke and cool down, and paid a few hundred yuan in high-temperature subsidies to each of them out of our own pockets. In fact, Xiangji Company also pays workers at this time every year, but Zhang Sun always feels that it is a little too little, so he makes up for it himself to make him feel more at ease. My girlfriend at home is still working as usual. Ever since her savings exceeded 1 million, she has become a little arrogant, and the speed of downloading videos to her hard drive has slowed down a lot. In the past, it took 3 or 4 days to complete a whole one, but now it may not be completed in a week. In the second week of July, Zhang Sun sold all his shares in the pharmaceutical company. Because he had informed them in advance, most of the stocks sold by Zhang Sun were bought back by the company. After deducting the transaction fees from the cashed-out stocks, he got about 230 million yuan, or about 33 million US dollars. Together with the 150 million US dollars he had left, the total amount was 180 million US dollars, which was all his assets. Zhang Sun made a preliminary calculation and concluded that the money to build the shelter should be enough. He had previously thought that if the budget exceeded the limit, he would not pay them the balance, since the end of the world was coming anyway. However, now that he has enough money, Zhang Sun can no longer do things in such an unethical way. With an extra income, he did not forget his previous promise to Jiangxing University of Geology to donate money to poor students to improve their living conditions. After finding the school account, Zhang Sun transferred a sum of 500,000 yuan. Then he called Professor Wang and said, "Hey, Professor Wang, I transferred some money to the school account, just as I promised the vice governor when I met him at the school. Please ask the school to check it." "Okay, I thought you forgot. I'll ask the school finance department later." Professor Wang joked, "Do you want me to ask the school to give you a medal?" "Forget it. I'm not interested in this." Zhang Sun shook his head. After chatting with Professor Wang for a while, he hung up the phone. After turning off the TV, he was about to read a book when Heisey called him. "Lao Zhang, I bought a doomsday bunker from Rising S Company a few days ago and spent more than 500,000 US dollars. Heisey said on the phone. "Really? I thought you wouldn't buy it." Zhang Sun said with a smile. "I had no intention of buying one, but lately I've been watching the news a lot, with things like the decoupling of China and the US, the war between Russia and Ukraine, and the possible use of nuclear weapons. I always felt uneasy, so I used the money you gave me to buy one, just to give myself some peace of mind." Heisey said, "That's good. Your family is not short of money anyway. By the way, how far is this shelter from your home?" Zhang Sun asked. "It's not far, just in the suburbs. It only takes 20 minutes to drive there. My home is also very close to the suburbs." Heisey suddenly remembered and jokingly said to Zhang Sun, "You know what? I actually spent $60,000 to $70,000 to buy a few doomsday packages. What was it like at the time?" My brain was twitching. "What doomsday package? Tell me about it." Zhang Sun immediately became interested. Through Heisey's introduction, Zhang Sun understood that this doomsday meal was actually a doomsday canned food and reserve food meal, launched by an American company called Costco. What makes it special is that it is very expensive. A set of doomsday cans costs 8,499 US dollars and 99 cents, which is equivalent to about 50,000 renminbi. The shelf life is as long as 70 years or more. In fact, most food spoilage is mainly caused by the proliferation of microorganisms. Modern methods are used to sterilize food and seal it to create a sterile environment. This is why foods like canned food can be sealed and stored for a long time. The shelf life of canned food sold in supermarkets is generally around 2 years. I saw in the news that canned food from Japan during World War II is still edible after being opened. Zhang Sun was shocked by the 70-year shelf life and wondered if this canned food might contain a lot of preservatives. But if you think about it carefully, it shouldn't be that outrageous. The US FDA, Food and Drug Administration, has such strict supervision that if there is a problem, it will definitely not be sold on the market. Through Heisey's introduction, Zhang Sun understood that each doomsday meal contained up to 600 cans of various foods. Adding 30 barrels of food, the total weight of the canned food reached 816 kilograms, which is more than 1,500 kilograms. If Chinese people stock up 1,500 kilograms of rice and flour, it is enough for a family to eat for 1 to 2 years, so it is not surprising that the doomsday canned food is sold at such a high price. This package not only includes staple foods such as flour, grains, rice, but also dehydrated fruits, dehydrated vegetables, corn, beans, meat, dairy products, and some basic spices. Each person can consume 2,000 calories a day to meet the basic energy needs of the human body's daily activities. It is said that one serving of this set meal can meet the survival needs of a family of 4 for a year. After listening to Heisey's introduction, Zhang Sun was unsurprisingly moved. Regardless of whether it tastes good or not, The rich variety and extremely long shelf life make him salivate. Later, when stockpiling supplies, the shelf life was always a concern for Zhang Sun. Although the shelf life of staple food is relatively long, it is greatly affected by factors such as temperature and humidity, and he cannot guarantee that it can be properly preserved. For example, if rice is not shelled and vacuum-packed, it may be preserved for 20 years. But Zhang Sun had no confidence that the shelled staple food could be preserved for more than 10 years. This is also why he needs to build an ecological zone, because it can produce new food continuously. The Doomsday Canned Food and Reserve Food Package that Heisey mentioned is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for Zhang Sun's future survival. Heisey, can you help me contact this company? I also want to buy some. Just say the quantity is large. Zhang Sun said anxiously. Why did you buy so much? Heisey was puzzled. Don't worry about it. Our boss is interested. Zhang Sun said. Okay, I'll help you contact them. How many copies do you need? I'll see if they can give you a discount. Heisey said. About 200 copies. Zhang Sun said. So much. Can you finish it? Heisey exclaimed. If you can't finish it, sell it. Business opportunity. Don't you understand business opportunity? Zhang Sun said with a smile. Okay, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Heisey said and hung up the phone. Zhang Sun thought about it. He had $150 million in his overseas account before, and later he withdrew $100 million and transferred it to China. In addition, he still had more than $10 million in his gambling app, so he had a total of more than $60 million. I had originally planned to convert all of it into RMB and transfer it to a domestic account. This should be enough to buy this Doomsday Canned Food meal. I might buy some things abroad later, so I'll keep it for now. The retail price of 200 Doomsday Canned Food packages should be $1.7 million, which is fortunately within Zhang Sun's acceptable range. It's a pity that guns are banned in the country. Otherwise, he would like to go to the United States and buy some weapons as security for his shelter. These things cannot be bought in the country. It is illegal and a serious crime. Zhang Sun dare not show up. He had learned some knowledge about this before and planned to purchase some cold weapons slowly in the future. For example, nail guns, non-regulated, tang swords, Mitsubishi bayonets, folding knives, steel crowbars, crossbows, etc. If possible, buy some chemicals, preferably chemicals that can make poison gas. It seems that the stockpiling of supplies is about to begin. Zhang Sun leaned on the sofa, looking at the various types of supplies densely packed on the notebook in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Some items can be purchased now, while others can only be stockpiled after the shelter is completed next year. I guess this process is also very painful. Chapter 32 Stocking up on supplies in the early stages. After telling his girlfriend that he would be on a business trip for a while, he went directly to Enchi Prefecture. Throughout July, Zhang Sun was busy again. The action of stockpiling supplies has officially begun. Food and fuel will probably have to wait until next year, so other supplies should be prepared first. First of all, medicine. According to his own list, he bought a little bit every day in different pharmacies and accumulated it little by little. For example, potassium permanganate, iodine, medical alcohol, antibiotics, penicillin, tetracycline, cephalosporin, etc. Antimalarial drugs, stomach medicine, analgesics, hemostatics, skin disease drugs, gauze, sterile cotton, bandages, vitamins, cold medicines, anti-inflammatory drugs, scalpels, and other surgical instruments, etc. These are basically available for purchase. If you can't buy them, you can order them online. These are some basic medical supplies. There were other things like special effect medicines and prescription drugs, and Zhang Sun also bought some. Although some pharmacies required a doctor's prescription before buying them, they often turned a blind eye. In addition to medicines, weapons were also purchased online in several batches, only a little at a time, including nail guns, tang swords, crossbows, etc. For a week, he spent more than 4 hours every day traveling between Enchi Prefecture and the warehouse. The hotel he stayed in the city couldn't store so many things, so he had to transport them to the warehouse as soon as he finished buying them. After spending a week, Zhang Sun felt that he had bought most of the cold weapons and medicines, so he turned his attention in other directions. In the second week of July, I mainly bought some survival tools. For example, Zhang Sun bought 5 sets of multifunctional household toolboxes from Germany's OLED, and also bought 5 sets of auto repair and mechanic toolboxes and placed orders online. There are also labor protection supplies that can be purchased in the wholesale market, such as engineer shovels, waterproof tents, safety helmets, and safety ropes. Cotton gloves, latex gloves, welding gloves, canvas gloves, white cotton gloves, microwave gloves, labor protection shoes, work aprons, masks, protective glasses, knee pads, etc. In addition, considering that we might have to leave the shelter to look for supplies, we also bought a lot of tools for survival in the wild, like blankets, sleeping bags, mats, lunchboxes, walkie-talkies, small iron pots, kettles, compasses, and whistles. High-power flashlight, lighter, magnifying glass, hand-crank generator, candles, map, nylon rope, fishing line, fish hooks and bait, rechargeable batteries, etc. There were a lot of things, and every time he bought a batch at the wholesale market, he would negotiate in advance, then rent a truck and hire a driver to pick them up directly and then deliver them to the warehouse. Items purchased online were also delivered quickly. Zhang Sun was exhausted during these 2 weeks, running back and forth every day. These things are just part of his shopping list. On Heizi's side, the Doomsday Package deal has also been negotiated. After Zhang Sun paid a down payment of $1 million, Costco will ship the items one after another within this week, and it is expected to be delivered around mid-August. 200 Doomsday Meal packages. Because of the huge quantity, Costco also gave a certain discount. It was bought for $1.6 million, which is equivalent to a saving of $100,000. Of course, the shipping fee is more expensive, which was paid separately, more than 200,000 renminbi. The remaining $600,000 will be paid to Costco after Zhang Sun receives the goods and signs for confirmation. Before waiting for the Doomsday Meal, Zhang Sun also bought some staple food and vegetable seeds. He had to wait until next year to buy the culture medium because he was afraid it would go bad if stored for too long. In addition, we also bought some lubricating oil, grease, antifreeze, and hydraulic oil packaged in 320L small barrels and 2200L large barrels. The viscosity of number 15 and number 22 is not considered to have a high viscosity because the temperature is low later and the wide temperature HV-type hydraulic oil is more suitable. The gear oil is also the same, 80 barrels, 68/100 viscosity, and 70 barrels each of complex lithium-based grease 00/000/1/2. I also bought more than a dozen barrels of ethylene glycol concentrate, which can be mixed with water to achieve antifreeze effects at different temperatures, which can reach a minimum temperature of around -70°C. Of course, these things are prepared for the equipment and vehicles in the shelter later. For excavators, off-road vehicles, cranes, etc., in addition to fuel, lubricating oil and antifreeze are also essential. For example, an excavator needs to add not only diesel fuel, but also a lot of hydraulic oil. Taking into account the problem of low-temperature cold start, it is generally more appropriate to add ethylene glycol solution to the antifreeze. As for grease, it can be used for lubricating various equipment in shelters and vehicle bearings. Don't underestimate these things. All mechanical equipment will generally have a much shorter lifespan if it is not well lubricated and maintained. If fuel is the heart of the equipment and provides the power source, then lubricant is the blood of the equipment, which can effectively ensure the transmission of power. These things were bought in advance, and some construction vehicles will be purchased next year. Later, Zhang Sun spent another 3 days sorting the supplies in the warehouse into categories. The warehouse is not large, and the purchases made in the past 2 weeks have already taken up 1/3 of the entire warehouse. After locking the warehouse door, Zhang Sun breathed a long sigh of relief and drove back to Enshi Prefecture. I had another good night's rest in the hotel. The next day, after returning the rental car, I boarded the high-speed train home. On the high-speed train, Zhang Sun was still thinking about what was ahead, wondering if there was anything else he hadn't considered before. Whatever came to mind, I wrote it down in my notebook. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Zhang Sun dragged his tired body back home, only to find his girlfriend at home. "You're back." When his girlfriend saw Zhang Xuanling coming, she hurried over to help him take his luggage. "You're not at work?" Zhang Sun asked in surprise. "Well, take a day off today." His girlfriend looked at him and said with some concern, "How come you've lost so much weight after being away on business for so long?" "The hotel project is mainly in the mountains. There's nothing we can do about it." Zhang Sun lay on the sofa, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Thank you for your hard work, honey. I'll make you something delicious later." After saying this, the girlfriend prepared to take the key and go out. "Where are you going?" Zhang Sun asked. "I'll go to the market and buy a chicken to make soup for you to nourish you, and also buy a fish," said my girlfriend. "Don't bother. I'll just eat whatever I want." "No, you've lost so much weight. Just wait and eat." Without giving Zhang Sun a chance to refute, Du Jing left. Zhang Sun had no choice but to lie on the sofa and play with his mobile phone. Before returning, Zhang Sun went to the shelter to take a look. The responsible persons, Engineer Rin and Engineer Feng, told him that in about half a month, The excavation of the internal space at the foot of the mountain would be completed and the next step of construction could begin. Moreover, the Doomsday Meal packages shipped by Costco in the United States will arrive around that time and will be directly transported to the warehouse for unloading. Rest at home for 2 weeks and then go there again. One is to receive and inspect the goods, and the other is to supervise the construction of the main structure of the shelter. After all, this is an important note. While his girlfriend was still here, Zhang Sun called Li Yin from the company and asked about some recent company matters. When Li Yin called him before, he was usually driving or purchasing supplies and often had no time to answer the phone. I forgot about it recently and just happened to remember it today, so I called to ask. Li Yin reported some financial and procurement matters, but they were not important. Zhang Sun gave a few casual instructions and hung up the phone. After Du Jing came back, she was busy in the kitchen, and Zhang Sun fell asleep unknowingly. When he was woken up by his girlfriend, he found that there were many dishes on the table, including stewed chicken soup, grilled fish, pork ribs, and kelp soup, fried meat with celery and black fungus, fried bacon with watercress, fried bamboo shoots with sauerkraut, and fried cabbage. It smells so good and makes me salivate. Zhang Sun looked at the dishes and his appetite was indeed whetted. This month, in order to save time, I have been eating fast food outside and I am almost vomiting. My wife's cooking skills are really good, Zhang Sun said as he ate voraciously. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you for it. Chapter 33 Receipt and Notes. In August, Zhang Sun rested for 2 weeks. It can't be said that I have a complete rest. I go to the company occasionally to listen to reports and look at the accounts. But most of the time I am reading and studying. When the end of the world comes, everything in the shelter will depend on him. The maintenance, repair, and upkeep of all equipment requires a lot of knowledge and experience. Zhang Sun is engaged in equipment maintenance and has experience, but he still needs to learn and accumulate experience in many types of equipment involved. In addition to these, I also slowly download various books, movies, TV dramas, and other things at home. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and Zhang Sun suddenly thought of a problem. He slapped his head and said angrily, "How could I forget such an important thing?" He had previously ordered a doomsday meal, but he wasn't sure if it could be stored for a long time at an ambient temperature of 35.6 degrees. It is very likely that it will not work. We placed the order in a hurry without considering the impact of the high-temperature weather. Moreover, his warehouse is not equipped with any temperature control system, so I am really worried about leaving the goods like this for a year. Zhang Sun looked at the list of goods and luckily, he still had 2 days to prepare. After thinking for a while, he called the construction boss who had built a warehouse for him before and asked him to help find out if there was a logistics park equipped with cold storage in the local area. Around 5 p.m., the boss finally called him back and said he had found a logistics park where he could rent out some space to customers to store goods. Zhang Sun was overjoyed to hear this. After thanking him, he used his mobile phone to check the high-speed rail tickets for the next morning. In the evening, I made a delicious meal for my girlfriend and told her that I was going on a business trip again. Du Jing didn't say anything, but just told him to take care of himself. After arriving in Inchi Prefecture the next day, Zhang Sun immediately went to the person in charge of the logistics park according to the address and contact person given by the construction boss. After negotiations, the logistics park also agreed to rent some space to Zhang Sun to store the doomsday package. 12,000 per month. After signing the agreement, Zhang Sun quickly called the delivery company to inform them to change the address to this logistics park. After resolving the matter, Zhang Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After staying in Inchi Prefecture for a day, the doomsday meal was finally delivered. This is the first batch of 50 copies, loaded into 3 trucks. There are 2 more batches to come, and it is estimated that they will take another 2 days to arrive. After seeing the real doomsday meal, Zhang Sun finally realized how substantial and large the portion was. He even began to wonder if he had bought too much. Without getting too hung up on these things, I borrowed staff and a forklift from the logistics park to unload the goods. Zhang Sun checked it carefully again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he signed the documents for this batch of goods. After staying here for another 2 days, the remaining 2 batches of goods arrived one after another. Just like before, I checked them carefully and confirmed that there was no damage, then signed the contract smoothly. After signing for all the goods, Costco in the United States also sent an email, urging him to pay the remaining balance of 600,000 yuan. Zhang Sun did not hesitate and called Li Yin directly, asking her to transfer $600,000 to Costco's account. On August 17th, the first phase of construction of the shelter was successfully completed, nearly half a month ahead of schedule. Zhang Sun arrived at the scene early and, accompanied by Ren Gong, wearing a safety helmet, stepped into the mountain for the first time. The granite and hard rock walls on both sides of the passage made him feel at ease when he felt them with his palms. The excavated rock walls were wet, with a lot of white mist swirling around, giving people a stuffy feeling, and water was still bubbling in some places. This is groundwater coming out through some cracks. It will be fixed after cement is laid later. Engineer Run explained beside him. Then, after the two of them passed through this 20-meter-long downward passage, there was a right-angle turn to the lower left in front of them, which still extended downward. This part of the passage is directly connected to the first floor of the shelter, about 20 meters from the ground. Looking down from the first floor, there is a large circular hole about 30 meters deep. Under the strong light of the searchlight, a rumbling sound can be heard from the bottom of the hole. Mr. Zhang, the workers below are reinforcing the mountain and inserting steel bars from the outside. Engineer Ren shouted loudly close to Zhang Sun's ear. The noise from the construction inside was indeed too loud, making it difficult to talk or communicate. Zhang Sun nodded, looked around for a while, and then signaled Ren Gong to go out. Although he was called a supervisor, Zhang Sun was actually a layman and was just a little curious about the construction process. After coming out, he had a quick meal in the on-site cafeteria, and Mr. Ren also took the opportunity to introduce his future work to him. Halfway through the meal, Manager Li Pan from Qiangji Company also arrived, specifically to look for Zhang Sun. Li Pan talked about the project payment in a roundabout way, and Zhang Sun smiled and assured him that he would transfer the money to him according to the agreement after returning. The next step is to start construction of the main structure of the shelter after the surrounding mountains are reinforced. Many materials will be delivered to the site one after another, including special concrete materials, high-strength steel plates, thermal insulation and fireproof materials, rust inhibitors, anti-radiation coating materials, etc. Rising S's high-strength, corrosion-resistant alloy spring and shock absorption systems have also arrived. This spring shock absorption system is the most important shock absorption means of the entire shelter. According to Mr. Run, the entire shock absorption system is composed of isolators, dampers, etc. By adding rubber isolation bearings, the upper building structure is isolated from the lower foundation structure. The flexible isolation layer absorbs and dissipates earthquake energy, preventing and reducing the transmission of earthquake energy to the upper structure. The natural vibration period of the entire building can be extended to reduce the seismic response of the superstructure. An isolation device is installed at the base or a certain location of the building to form an isolation layer, isolating the upper structure from the lower foundation to dissipate earthquake energy. Avoiding or reducing the transmission of earthquake energy upwards can more effectively ensure the safety of the superstructure and internal personnel and equipment. In fact, it is relatively simple to understand. 1. If the house is suspended above the ground, the earthquake will not affect it at all, but suspension is almost impossible in reality. 2. The weight of the house needs to be supported, as indicated by a ball bearing with low friction. Fixing the house horizontally becomes a problem. 3. To stabilize the house horizontally, you can add springs, but once vibration occurs, it is difficult to stop it. 4. To stop the house from vibrating, a damping device is added to prevent continued vibration. The combination of balls, springs, and damping forms the principle of a seismic isolation spring. Zhang Sun seemed to understand what he said, but as long as it was useful, it was fine. In the afternoon, Li Pan also inspected the construction site, and then returned to Inchi Prefecture with Zhang Sun. In the evening, he was invited to dinner again, during which Li Pan cryptically expressed the problem of the apocalyptic theme hotel to him. The investment is relatively large, and the geographical location is too remote, so the consumer audience is too small. Zhang Sun naturally understood his well-intentioned reminder. After all, the things that were put on the surface were just to cover up his actual purpose. Everything else was not a problem he needed to consider. Didn't I say this before? The target audience is the middle and upper class groups in China. I naturally have the channels for fame and so on. Zhang Sun opened his phone, showed Li Pan a photo, and asked, "Do you know who is next to me?" Li Pan took a closer look and shook his head. "This is Vice Governor Li of Hubei Province." Zhang Sun smiled and said that in fact, this photo was taken when the vice governor visited Jiangxing University of Geology. He shamelessly begged the vice governor to take the photo. "You also know the provincial leaders?" Li Pan was surprised. Zhang Sun naturally smiled, but said nothing. Using a photo could dispel many doubts, so why not do it? It seems that your network of contacts is quite extensive. Now I don't have to worry about whether your project can be profitable. Li Pan sighed. "Thanks, I have never doubted this." Zhang Sun boasted and laughed. Chapter 34 New Year. The subsequent main construction of the shelter will take several months, which is not slow. The main purpose is to enhance structural strength, and many new designs and material processing are more troublesome. The only thing Zhang Sun could do was to wait. Fortunately, it was only August and there was still time. Half a year has passed since Zhang Sun awakened that memory in February. He went from an ordinary worker to a billionaire, and he feels very emotional about it. Although he got all this money by cheating, so what? The next day after returning to Jiangqing, he went to the company. Sisterly, Qiangji Company has paid them the project fee for this phase. Zhang Sun said to Li Yin as soon as he arrived at the company. Well, okay. Li Yin nodded, but did not leave. Instead, she showed a hint of hesitation on her face. Zhang Sun asked doubtfully, is there anything else? Mr. Zhang, the hard drive you asked us to download things to last time is already full. Li Yin said. Is it full? Okay, give it to me later. Zhang Sun said with a smile. After Li Yin left, he used his mobile phone to transfer 2,000 yuan to each of the 3 people. At noon, I invited a few people to have a big meal outside. Busy times always pass quickly. By November, the construction and installation of the shelter's main structure and some pipelines and equipment had been completed. There is still interior decoration and key equipment installation work to be done. The electrical pipelines, equipment, etc. that need to be installed have all been specially designed and modified. In addition to strengthening anti-rust and anti-corrosion, anti-seismic buffer devices are also installed. Moreover, the materials used are all top-notch, and if they are not subjected to strong impact, their life cycle is extremely long. After the 3rd project node, Zhang Sun spent another part of the funds, and currently there is about $110 million left. It is estimated that more than $60 million will be needed to complete the entire project. The remaining money will be used to stockpile supplies, which should be enough. There is still more than a month before the Chinese New Year. Li Pan has informed him that the shelter project will be temporarily suspended during the Chinese New Year. After all, the workers have been busy here for half a year, and they have to go back to celebrate the New Year. Zhang Sun thought that the end of the world was still about a year away and most of the construction period had passed, so he agreed to Li Pan's request. Some of the supplies he had prepared in advance almost filled up the warehouse there. Mainly some non-food supplies, such as tools, spare parts, lubricants, daily necessities, etc. As for food, except for doomsday canned food packages, meat, seafood, and other supplies, there are no plans to stockpile them for the time being. On the one hand, there is no place to store it, and on the other hand, due to the shelf life, it is better to stockpile it later. In addition, during this period he also solved a problem that had been bothering him, which was the procurement of bulletproof vests and radiation-proof clothing. It turned out that he thought these were regulated products that ordinary people could not buy, so he even asked someone to inquire about them abroad. Later I found out that ordinary people can buy these 2 things by themselves, and the quality of domestic products is excellent. So in October, I bought dozens of sets in the name of the company. It is not just a bulletproof vest, but a whole suit, which includes a vest, helmet, protective gear, gloves, etc. The anti-radiation suit is more expensive and is also for military use. It has a 3-layer structure, namely modified polyethylene, PE, layer, lead layer, and polyvinyl chloride, PVC. In addition to radiation protection, it also provides chemical protection, especially protection against ammonia and acidic substances. In addition to protective clothing, the suit also includes a portable testing box and an external oxygen supply device. The whole set looks a bit clumsy, but fortunately the protective performance is still very good. I have downloaded most of the 16 terabytes hard drives I bought before, and the speed is getting slower and slower. On the one hand, people who download are a little numb, and on the other hand, they really can't think of what else to download. There is still a year left, I can think about it slowly, Zhang Sun thought as he looked at the room full of hard drives. Another thing that makes him quite satisfied is that his programming skills and understanding of various equipment structures and building structures have also greatly improved. Of course, this knowledge improvement was not just due to reading. During this period, he also spent money to open a number of high-quality online courses. For something like programming, if you have time, you can follow the progress of the premium courses and perform actual operations on the computer. If you don't understand something like maintenance of different types of equipment, building structures, etc., you can just call the professionals at Qiangji Company for advice. In short, learning makes him happy and helps him progress. February 3rd, 2024. There are still 5 days until New Year's Eve. There are still about 11 months until the end of the world on January 25th, 2025. In the morning, Zhang Sun drove back to his hometown and took his mother to Jiangqing. My girlfriend's father arrived here by high-speed rail yesterday. This year, they will all celebrate the new year in Jiangqing. On the one hand, My girlfriend works in a hospital and has too few days off for the new year. On the other hand, it is the second new year after buying the house and the first time to celebrate the new year in the new home, so we decided that both families will celebrate the new year together in Jiangxing. Construction at the shelter has also stopped and will resume on the 7th day after the Chinese New Year. The equipment installation and interior decoration were partially completed before the new year. It will take about 3 months to enter the debugging and acceptance stage. The subsequent debugging of the shelter's various systems, construction quality, etc., are estimated to be completed and delivered around June. Zhang Sun was quite satisfied with this, as the progress of the project was exactly in line with his expectations. As for the next period of time, he has already made plans. First, he will transfer all the previously stockpiled supplies into the shelter and then continue to stockpile food, fuel, engineering vehicles, and other supplies. Later on, I can get married, take my family out for a stroll, have some fun, and take a good look at the beautiful scenery of the old world. Less than 2 years, building shelters and stockpiling supplies may seem like a long time, but there is actually a lot of work that needs to be done. The first thing is money. How to solve the funding problem. Then how do you design and plan your own shelter, and where should you build it? What features are needed? Who to find for construction? Only after these problems are solved can we enter the formal construction phase. You can't sit idle here either. You have to start preparing the supplies you need to stockpile in advance, and also learn about the future operation and maintenance of the shelter in advance. How to operate the device. How to maintain. How to solve the problem. These things need to be learned by yourself. You can't wait until the end of the world to cram, right? All of this takes time and cannot be sloppy. Zhang Sun sometimes thought it would be great if he had a system or spatial ability. It feels like the protagonists in these novels can build their shelters in no time, which is convenient and saves trouble. But it was just a thought, as he was destined to have no chance of getting the golden finger. Or rather, his golden finger was just that precious memory. In addition, his company had already gone on holiday. After paying the employees' salaries, Zhang Sun gave them each a year-end bonus ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, officially ending their work for the year. My girlfriend's work schedule for the new year has also come out. Since she was on duty last year, she has been scheduled to rest from New Year's Eve to the second day of the new year this year. For the two of them, after working hard outside for so long, they finally have a home in a big city, and with the company of their family, they feel particularly warm and happy. New Year's Eve. Mom brought the last dish to the table, and the whole family raised their glasses to celebrate the arrival of the new year together. I don't usually pay much attention to the Spring Festival Gala, but this year Zhang Sun and his family were particularly happy watching it. The time signaled midnight on TV. New Year has arrived. Happy New Year. I wish my mom and dad good health and everything goes well. I wish you peace and happiness, and a happy marriage. Amidst the blessings, Zhang Sun's family happily held fireworks and set off brilliant fireworks in the square below the community. Chapter 35. Buying a car. The 7th day of the first lunar month. It's officially time to go to work, and the machines at the shelter have started up again. Zhang Sun also went over to take a look immediately. Seeing the 5-story space wrapped in a thick layer of reinforced concrete, I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of security. Accompanied by Ren Gong, Zhang Sun carefully inspected every place and asked many details. He made some temporary requests and left satisfied after receiving Mr. Ren's reply. Later he went to Shanghai again, mainly for the purpose of buying a car. Because a relatively large garage is designed on the first floor of the shelter, some tool carts will be needed when the end of the world comes. For example, excavators, bulldozers, forklifts, cranes, etc. used for construction, as well as off-road vehicles, trucks, RVs, etc. that are convenient for collecting materials. Of course, it is impossible to buy common vehicles on the market. What he needs is a special vehicle that has been modified and can adapt to the low temperature, low oxygen, and strong radiation environment of the apocalypse. This time I went to Shanghai. I wanted to find a company with rich experience in special modifications to do this work. After 3 days of searching in Shanghai, I finally found a car modification company after comparison and some recommendations. After a day of communication, a preliminary plan was finally determined. Zhang Sun specified the car model, and the modified car company purchased it and carried out the modification. In addition to enhancing anti-rust and anti-corrosion performance, these models that need to be modified are also equipped with energy recovery systems to save energy. At the same time, in order to cope with low temperature, low oxygen, and strong radiation environment, insulation materials, lead plates, and anti-radiation coatings are filled in key parts. For the engine, in addition to insulation measures, an additional oxygen supply system is added to prevent the engine from being unable to work outdoors. The engineering vehicles that need to be modified are 2 medium-sized and 2 small excavators, 1 forklift and 1 bulldozer, 2 electric forklifts, 1 small and medium-sized transport truck, and 1 crane. In addition, there are 2 Dongfeng Mengshi ORV hybrid version, civilian version, off-road vehicles, which must reach the military level of protection during modification, and must also achieve a certain level of bulletproof protection under standards such as low temperature and radiation protection. Zhang Sun had originally planned to ask whether this civilian version of the ORV could be equipped with a remote-controlled weapon station on the roof, but when he thought about the conditions in China, he gave up. In addition to the above, there are also a certain number of mountain motorcycles, bicycles, snowmobiles, inflatable boats, etc. Speaking of boats, they are actually small boats that may not be useful in the end times. But Zhang Sun remembered that there would be a heavy rainstorm before the Ice Age. Just in case, he decided to buy a few boats, which might be of some use. Although the inflatable boat is small and exquisite, it is also easily damaged, so Zhang Sun asked them to help him order a special mini-yacht. This little guy is a super jet capsule small private yacht launched by Italy's Lazzarini design studio, and is called Jet Capsule. This hull is made of fiberglass and is a compact watercraft that is small enough and easy to operate. The boat uses the latest Hamilton jet drive and can reach speeds of at least 32 knots to 62 knots. But the price is also relatively expensive, with a starting price of about $250,000. After adding all these things, the price of the vehicle itself, plus the modification costs, cost him a total of more than 17 million yuan. Mainly mini boats, engineering vehicles, and Dongfeng Mengshi, which are relatively expensive. Just buying them will cost nearly 8 million. After the negotiation, Zhang Sun signed an agreement with them. Their company's purchase of vehicles, including modification time, is expected to take about 2 months. After all, some models need to be imported from abroad. But he did not ask them to deliver it as soon as possible, mainly because his shelter was not completed, and even if everything was ready, there was no place to store it. Therefore, he only paid a deposit of 300,000 yuan and would not ask them to start the renovation work until May. In the afternoon, the boss of this company also showed up and came to invite Zhang Sun to dinner. The person who received him before was the company's manager. Because the amount of the modification this time was relatively large, their boss also attached great importance to it. On the 4th day of his visit to Shanghai, he still did not go back, but went to the largest Mercedes-Benz RV4S store in Shanghai. He took a fancy to a motorhome and was attracted by its domineering appearance. It was the Mercedes-Benz Amadiro Conqueror T. After the end of the world, if Zhang Sun wants to go out for a walk or search for supplies, an ordinary vehicle will definitely not work. He must have an RV equipped with a life support system. Although some of the small off-road vehicles Zhang Sun had bought before had been modified, they could not be used for long-distance maneuvers, let alone going out. He would definitely drive while wearing protective clothing. After all, the car is small and there is little space for modification, so the level of protection is not enough to make him feel at ease. RVs are different. They have large space, good vision, and are more suitable for modification. The Amadiro Conqueror T heavy-duty off-road RV is built based on the Mercedes-Benz Arox 8x8 full-time 8-wheel drive chassis, with a starting price of 10.88 million renminbi. The car is 13.15 meters long, 3.55 meters wide, 3.45 meters high, and has a curb weight of 25,000 kilograms. From its size and weight, we can see that this car is very large and is a heavy-duty RV. It is equipped with a 15.6L inline 6-cylinder diesel engine and matched with a PowerShift 12-speed AMT automatic transmission. The maximum power is 425 kilowatts, the maximum horsepower is 578, and the maximum torque is 2800 Nm. The powertrain meets the national 6B emission standards and is equipped with a 600L fuel tank, which can meet long-range driving requirements. It is also equipped with 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks, a total of 7 differential locks. It is also equipped with a 300 planetary gear reducer and 8 14.00 R20 Michelin XCL off-road tires, giving the Conqueror T heavy-duty off-road RV unparalleled escape capabilities on dangerous roads such as ice and snow, deserts, and tunnels, allowing it to pass easily and smoothly. In terms of layout, it is also very different from the hardcore off-road vehicles we often see. The main driver has an L-shaped layout with 2 multi-purpose display screens and a radio. Compared with the driver's seat, the co-pilot seat looks much more normal, but both seats use air suspension with ventilation and massage functions, making the driver and passengers more comfortable. What attracted Jong Sun even more was that this car could be driven in extreme cold mode at around minus 60 degrees Celsius and was equipped with multiple anti-skid measures. In addition, it is equipped with electric door locks plus password opening and magnetic card opening, 5-level aluminum alloy automatic stairs, outdoor lighting, fully automatic water pump, LED strip spotlights, reversing image, 8-way monitoring system camera, waterproof and sandproof storage compartment, and other functional equipment. It is equipped with an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet oil-cooled diesel generator, an 8 kVA inverter charger, a 24V900 lithium iron phosphate battery pack, with a capacity of 21.6 kilowatt-hours, a battery isolator, a BEP distribution board, and a fully automatic intelligent power management system equipped with the Amadiro fully automatic high-power hybrid power supply system. However, Jong Sun plans to remove the outward expansion function of this RV because it is unnecessary and he does not need outdoor camping. An expansion terrace mode like this is simply useless in the end times. Its total usable area reaches 25, with everything such as kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and living room. It is also equipped with a huge 800L fuel tank and can also mount a 500L auxiliary fuel tank. Jong Sun's arrival made the owner of the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership feel honored, and he warmly welcomed him. After knowing that Jong Sun wanted to buy the Amadiro Conqueror T, he was a little surprised, but he was even more shocked when he heard the request for modification. This car can withstand low-temperature environments and has strong off-road performance, but Jong Sun's requirements are far more than that. 1. The RV can withstand attacks from 7.62 by 51 mm ammunition. A large amount of bulletproof steel and high-strength composite materials are required. The roof and floor of the vehicle cabin are fully surrounded by bulletproof protection, and the windows use multi-layer bulletproof glass that can withstand the explosion of up to 2 grenades detonated at the same time. 2. The RV should be able to withstand a strong radiation environment for a long time and effectively reduce the impact of nuclear radiation on people in the car. It is best to install lead plates and strong anti-radiation composite material coatings. 3. The vehicle must be equipped with a regenerative life support system, similar to that used in China's space station. It is assumed here that a reduced version of this system has already been put into civilian use. 4. A protective steel net is installed on the outside of the vehicle, and an extendable bulldozer is designed at the front end, so that the RV can be transformed into a bulldozer when necessary. 5. The vehicle defense system must also have relevant planning, such as the interface of the remote weapon station, the laser irradiation system interface, etc. Chapter 36. Marriage Discussion. After some explanation, the person in charge of the Mercedes-Benz RV4S store finally believed that Jong Sun was not a person with ulterior motives. But he also said that this heavy-duty off-road RV has not yet been sold in the country, mainly because the audience is too small. If Jong Sun wants to place an order, he needs to contact the RV factory at Mercedes-Benz headquarters. It can be modified according to customer needs, but the cost is relatively high. Jong Sun said that cost is not a problem. If the modification effect of Mercedes-Benz can meet his requirements, there will be more cooperation opportunities in the future. I have noted down your requirements. If it is convenient for you, please wait for a day. I will report it to the overseas side for evaluation immediately. I expect to give you an accurate price tomorrow, said the person in charge. Okay, by the way, how long does it take from modification to delivery? Jong Sun said. Don't worry about that. It will be done quickly in a few months or so. The person in charge said goodbye to Jong Sun with a smile and immediately notified the foreign side. The next day at noon, Jong Sun received a call from the person in charge of the Mercedes-Benz RV4S store. Mr. Zhang, the price assessed by our overseas factory is 19 million renminbi. The price is relatively high, mainly due to the requirements you put forward, such as special materials, regenerative life support system, etc. The person in charge explained a lot. Jong Sun thought for a while and decided that 19 million was about $3 million. In addition, it would have cost another 17 million to modify other vehicles the day before yesterday, which adds up to $6 million. Apart from the $60 million needed for shelter, there is still a little more than $40 million left, which should be enough for the subsequent purchase of supplies. Okay, let's talk about the price later. What about the time? Jong Sun asked. As for the time, you need to pay 70% of the payment in advance before the factory can start the modification work. The modification time is about 2 months, plus 1 month for shipping, so it will take about 3 months in total. Oh, I see. Jong Sun was a little hesitant. It wasn't that the time was too long, but that it was too short. There was no place to put the RV after it came, and the key point was that it was too flashy outside and would easily attract other people's attention. The person in charge noticed Zhang Sun's expression and thought he was dissatisfied with the price, so he said, "Mr. Zhang, if you think the price is too high, we can also discuss it in person. We are not unable to reduce it. And if you place your order now, the modifications there can be put into your project as soon as possible." Zhang Sun understood his implication and asked, "Are you saying that the overseas modification team needs extra time to devote to the next project?" Yes. It's my fault for not explaining it to you clearly before. The modification time does not include the early team preparation time. After all, the modification of an RV is no different from that of an ordinary family car. The factory only tries to maintain a few modification teams, but they must also complete the projects at hand before they can start the next project. The person in charge explained hurriedly, "Tell me the truth, how long will it take?" Zhang Sun cursed in his heart and said directly, "I guarantee that the modified vehicle will be in your hands within half a year," the person in charge vowed. After a moment of silence, Zhang Sun finally said, "Okay, but I need to discuss the price with you in person." The person in charge was overjoyed and said directly that he would come to Zhang Sun Hotel. 2 hours later, after some friendly communication, the price of the RV dropped from 19 million to 18.1 million. Moreover, the quality of the modification could not be compromised, so Zhang Sun reluctantly accepted the time of about half a year to receive the vehicle. After signing the agreement, Zhang Sun paid a 70% advance payment to the Mercedes-Benz RV4S dealership. I stayed in Shanghai for 5 days and spent most of the time modifying cars. In the evening, I went to the mall to buy some gifts for my girlfriend and then booked a ticket back to Jiangqing. When he got home the next day, his girlfriend had already prepared dinner for him. Because he had changed his shift, he had a day off. "Why do you have to travel so much this year?" Du Jing complained while eating. "Alas, there is no other way. The hotel's construction schedule has been tight and the tasks have been heavy in the past 2 years. It will be ready in the second half of this year. We can find time in the second half of the year to get married, and I will take you out for a honeymoon as compensation." Zhang Sun said with a smile, "You're sensible, but the wedding date must be set in advance." The girlfriend said seriously, "Of course. How about October or November? By then, I should have finished my work. Besides, it's the end of the year and the weather should be getting cooler, which is perfect for getting married." Zhang Sun said in a negotiating tone. "But I've been very busy at work these past 2 months, said my girlfriend with a bitter face. "Classmate Xiaodu, you are already a millionaire. We must go on a honeymoon after we get married. Can you take such a long leave? You might as well quit your job before the wedding. I won't let you starve anyway," Zhang Xuanqing said. But the girlfriend was still a little hesitant. "But what about after we get married? What am I going to do? I can't just stay at home all the time, right?" "It's okay. Let's talk about it after we get married. If it really doesn't work out, I can open a small supermarket for you in the community. It's not bad to sit and collect money." His girlfriend rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Do you think money is so easy to make? There are already several supermarkets in our neighborhood." Zhang Sun smiled awkwardly and said nothing. "Okay, I'll just quit before National Day. I've worked in the hospital for so many years, it's time to change my environment." My girlfriend murmured to herself, "Well, that's right. Look, I'm making over 20,000 yuan a month now, plus bonuses, plus my family's savings. I can get by without working for 2 years. It's okay." Zhang Sun took another bite of rice and continued, "We'll discuss this with the elders later and ask them to help us figure out when in the next 2 months it would be a good time to get married." After hearing this, my girlfriend nodded and asked quietly, "Should we get the marriage certificate in advance?" Zhang Sun burst out laughing and replied, "I haven't proposed to you yet, so why would I need a marriage certificate? There's a saying that if you don't have the right words, you can't get the marriage certificate. Wouldn't it be better to wait until I propose to you before getting one? Why propose marriage? It's so fancy." The girlfriend curled her lips and pretended not to care. After 2 minutes, seeing that Zhang Sun still didn't say anything, his girlfriend kicked him under the table. Zhang Sun grimaced in pain. "Why are you kicking me for no reason?" "Nothing. Aren't you going to propose to me?" "When? I need to prepare for this." Zhang Sun put down his chopsticks, rubbed his calf, and continued, "I should have avoided discussing this with you today. If I reveal all my plans, there won't be any surprises later." "Hey, it's okay. Take your time getting ready, and I'll pretend I don't know." "Don't you care? How can it be the same? Whatever a girl says is the opposite. Don't just be perfunctory when the time comes." "Okay, my dear wife. I will definitely behave well, okay? That's more like it." After dinner, they told their 2 elders about their marriage. After chatting for more than 2 hours, the wedding date has not been decided yet. However, Du Jing feels that it is still early and it will not be too late to make a decision in September. In September this year, She also decided to resign, and it will be more convenient then. The two old people were also quite happy. Seeing that their children finally decided to get married, they felt half relieved. Chapter 37 Renovation in Progress. It was May now. Zhang Sun also received good news about the shelter, as the interior decoration is now nearing completion. The commissioning and acceptance phase is about to begin. To this end, Zhang Sun rushed to the construction site without stopping, and accompanied by technical personnel and Rin Gong from Rising S Company, he inspected the specific conditions of each system of the shelter. After entering the shelter from the front passage, they took the elevator to the lowest level, the 5th floor. Here, the first thing to check out is the power room, where the power management and control system is located. A total of 3 sets of small 2-stage flash geothermal power generation equipment are installed in the entire power system. Using geothermal power generation, when one device is working, the other 2 serve as backup. Just in case, another diesel generator set is kept in storage. These large equipment are also specially customized and have wheels with buffer devices underneath for easy movement. At the same time, in the front part of the equipment area, there is a separate distribution room, which is a complete set of transmission, transformation, and distribution control systems. In addition, the 5th floor power system also has a set of lithium iron phosphate battery packs, which can be used for emergency purposes when necessary. Next, we will look at the air-conditioned room, which has 2 systems. One is the air filtration system, and the other is the temperature control system, which work together. The shelter's air filtration system is responsible for air intake, exhaust, filtration, and cooling. The most important thing is to filter the nuclear contaminated air from the outside. The entire system was purchased from the NBC air filtration system of Israel's Best Company. The filter element is also very expensive, with a VA150 costing 60,000 renminbi. The intake and exhaust parts can work together or independently, and the intake and exhaust channels are reinforced and concealed. In addition to the filtration function, various sensors are installed inside the shelter to monitor and issue warnings on air and water quality. For example, thermometers, hygrometers, smoke alarms, low oxygen monitoring alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, radon alarms, differential pressure gauges, water quality sensors, etc. The temperature control system and the power system are deeply related, and geothermal energy is mainly used to achieve temperature control management. The main principle is to utilize shallow geothermal energy. When the temperature is low, the heat pump unit is powered by a geothermal generator. The evaporator absorbs the energy of underground soil/groundwater as a heat source, circulates through the heat pump, and the condenser provides heating to each floor space. When it is hot, the evaporator of the heat pump unit absorbs the heat energy in the room, which then reaches the refrigeration air conditioner. The condenser discharges the heat into the ground through heat exchange with the underground soil. After looking at the main equipment on the 5th floor, Zhang Sun went to the 4th floor. This is an agricultural ecological zone. The largest part here is the planting area, which adopts both soil and hydroponic methods, and has many racks divided into upper and lower parts. It is still empty at the moment because it has not been completed yet. Later, an intelligent agricultural ecosystem will be installed in the planting area to reduce the workload of personnel as much as possible. On the right side of the planting area is the water storage room, which is also the core area of the water circulation treatment system. It houses 10 special water tanks, each of which can store and process about 5 tons of water. Why is it called a special one? Because this water tank is very tall and is divided into 3 layers. After the water pump draws water from the basement to the top layer of the water tank, it uses a filtering device made of various materials, such as activated carbon in the middle layer to filter out impurities in the groundwater. The groundwater after coarse filtration will eventually be stored in the bottom layer of the water tank. This filtration method can save a lot of electricity. After all, the water quality requirements in other areas of the shelter are not that strict except for the living area. Of course, there are 2 independent water purifiers equipped with high-precision filter elements in the living area. The water used for meals can meet the standard for direct drinking after secondary filtration. The significance of double filtration is that it can remove heavy metals, such as lead, weak acids, and odors in groundwater to protect human health. After taking a quick look at the agricultural tool room and seed and feed storage room on the 4th floor, Zhang Sun went to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is mainly the living area, which is more than enough space for a large family. The decoration is also in the final stage, and it is all decorated according to Zhang Sun's favorite style. After taking a quick look at the layout of each room, I came to the most important control room. What caught his eye was a 120-inch screen, which was already turned on and divided into many areas. The status of each system is displayed. Of course, many devices have not yet been started and running, so there is no data. This main control room, also known as the central control system, connects several independent subsystems to each other, enabling unified scheduling, allocation, monitoring, and early warning functions. At the same time, new data interfaces are reserved to connect to other new devices or add new functions through programming. On both sides of the screen are two large control hosts, which are cooled by air and oil. In the middle are three computers responsible for controlling each system. In addition, the technical staff of Rising S Company also introduced some other systems to him. For example, in terms of communication, each floor of the shelter has two sets of wireless equipment for receiving and sending signals. In addition, it is equipped with many walkie-talkies, wired telephones, etc. to facilitate instant communication between upper and lower levels and emergency communication needs. Of course, the entire shelter is composed of many control units between each floor, and these control units also form a local area network, which is very convenient. In the third layer, there is actually an oxygen-producing area. In the future, at the end of the world, the oxygen content will drop significantly, except for some algae in the ocean and ferns on land, which can continue to convert. The remaining oxygen in the atmosphere has actually been greatly consumed by various volcanic eruptions, fires, etc. In the second year after the apocalypse, the oxygen content in the air had dropped from 21% to 16%, which is equivalent to living on a plateau at an altitude of 5,000 meters for a long time. And this situation will become more and more serious in the future. Therefore, the oxygen supply of the shelter is also very important, although the ecological zone will provide part of the oxygen supply. However, Zhang Sun knew very well that there was no problem in supplying this oxygen to the living area, but he also had a lot of equipment and vehicles that needed oxygen to maintain startup and combustion. The oxygen production area mainly uses electrolytic oxygen production equipment to electrolyze water to produce oxygen. The oxygen separated by electrolysis is stored in oxygen cylinders, and the hydrogen is discharged. If necessary, it can also replace agricultural areas and provide oxygen. After visiting the third floor, we came to the second floor. Since it is a material storage warehouse, it seems very empty. The construction company has prepared a lot of shelves and placed them here, which will make it convenient to transfer materials in the future. In the cold storage, to address the issue of high power consumption, the refrigeration unit also uses the latest technology. After achieving the cooling effect, the unit will automatically enter low power consumption mode to minimize power consumption. The top floor is the garage and processing workshop. Zhang Sun saw it when he first entered the shelter. There are still a lot of construction materials placed here. Zhang Sun didn't look at it for long. He just saw some small machine tools and other processing equipment being installed and debugged. After coming out, the workers were installing the airtight door of the shelter. Looking at the heavy steel door, Zhang Sun felt very emotional. His shelter was finally going to be completed, and he felt relieved. After the tour, he did not stay long. He originally planned to treat Rin Gong and others to a meal, but the place was too remote, so he gave up the idea. On the way back, he also called the modification company in Shanghai to inform them that they could purchase and modify the vehicle. After returning, he asked Li Yin to make a partial advance payment to that side. By the end of June, when all the debugging and acceptance work of the shelter is completed, the subsequent material preparation work will officially begin. He has to get married and travel on his honeymoon later, so he doesn't have much time left. Zhang Sun felt some pressure again. Chapter 38 Proposal. After returning to his home in Jiangxing, Zhang Sun lay on the sofa and took out his little notebook. There were a lot of things written down on it. He picked up a pen and crossed out the first part. These are the things that have been accomplished, and there are still many things that have not been accomplished. For example, material procurement and subsequent material transfer are highlighted. After reading for a while, Zhang Sun turned to the last few pages of the notebook, looked at the words written on it, and fell into deep thought. My girlfriend has been working night shifts this week and is halfway through. She will be changing shifts on Sunday, so she will have a day off then. I had already decided to propose to my girlfriend, but it was delayed for a few months due to some trivial matters. June is almost here, and I have to be busy with shelter matters later, so I can only rush it. The content of these last few pages is about how to give your girlfriend a surprise and give her an unforgettable proposal ceremony. In fact, he has already arranged most of the work, mainly because he is willing to spend money. The two elderly people in his hometown have also been notified, and they will come to Jiangxing secretly in 2 days. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. On Saturday, May 18th, Zhang Sun's mother and father-in-law arrived in Jiangxing one after another. Zhang Sun picked them up, but did not go home. He directly booked 2 rooms outside and stayed in the hotel that day. The next morning, When his girlfriend got off work, Zhang Sun rode an electric bike to pick her up. He saw her coming out with her colleagues, talking and laughing. Zhang Sun smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so happy?" My girlfriend's colleague said to Zhang Sun, "A few of us in the department are going to a certain street tonight for dinner and shopping. We finally got our day shift, so we decided to go and relax." Zhang Sun laughed and said, "Can I go and have a free meal?" His girlfriend rolled her eyes at him and said, "What are you trying to get for free? We're all just a bunch of girls together. Why are you, a grown man, joining in the fun?" Zhang Sun shrugged. The female colleague gave him a meaningful look and smiled at Du Jing. "Then you should go back and rest quickly and leave early in the evening." Du Jing nodded, sat behind Zhang Sun, and replied, "Then I'll be leaving first." But, after returning home, my girlfriend simply washed up and went to bed. I went to the hotel to have lunch with the two elders at noon, and then went to the site there in the afternoon to check the arrangements, and then went back. Zhang Sun felt overwhelmed when he was thinking of a proposal plan. Firstly, he had no experience, and secondly, he felt it was too troublesome, so he directly found a planning company to help him complete the task. In addition to his parents, he also contacted some classmates and friends who worked in Jiangcheng and had a good relationship with him to help him. Du Jing's colleagues in the department were also bribed by Zhang Sun. They all knew that Zhang Sun was going to propose to everyone except the heroine tonight. So the dinner and shopping they agreed upon were actually pre-arranged excuses to lure his girlfriend to a designated place and give her a surprise. When Zhang Sun returned home in the afternoon, his girlfriend also woke up. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's only a little after 4 o'clock now." Zhang Sun asked. "I can't sleep. I'll just clean up the house and put on some makeup," my girlfriend replied loudly while washing her face at the bathroom sink. Zhang Sun ignored her, picked up the TV remote control, turned on the TV, and started watching the news. The message in a group that had just been created on his phone was ringing nonstop. He looked at it from time to time to reply to the message, and then looked up to see what his girlfriend was doing. Around 5:30, his girlfriend finally prepared to go out. Before leaving, she said to Zhang Sun, "Don't forget to eat the half-roast goose I bought earlier." Zhang Sun nodded. After his girlfriend left, Zhang Sun sent a message in the group, then immediately changed his clothes and fixed his hair. 10 minutes later, he also went out. On the other side, Du Jing came out of the subway and saw several colleagues waiting for her there. She asked in confusion, "Why are you here so early?" "It's okay, let's go shopping first. I heard there's an event in the square behind the mall. Why don't we go check it out?" Du Jing was a little hungry at this time and was about to eat first and then go shopping, but several other colleagues all said that they should go and see the activities first and then eat, so she had no choice but to follow them. A few people bought a cup of milk tea on the roadside and walked slowly all the way to the square behind the shopping mall, where there were not too many people. It was already dark. In the center of the square, there were several racks supporting a large transparent curtain. In front of the screen, several devices such as projectors were placed on the same shelf, and several people were busy working. "It seems that the event hasn't started yet. Why don't we go first?" Du Jing suggested. Before he could finish his words, the projection light in front suddenly turned on, and a blue wave flashed on the screen, rushing towards the people in front as if it were real. Immediately afterwards, several dolphins jumped out of the waves and played happily. Passers-by in the square exclaimed, "Is this a holographic projection? It's so realistic." Du Jing was also attracted by these scenes, and stood in front and took out her mobile phone to take pictures. The scene changed again, and a cartoon character appeared in a house, walking slowly around the house. Suddenly the door opened, and another cute girl cartoon character appeared. Just like that, a man and a woman met for the first time, and their eyes met. The scene changed, and the male cartoon character was lying on a hospital bed playing with his mobile phone. Then the female cartoon character appeared again next to his bed. This was their second meeting, and both of them showed surprise on their faces. Du Jing looked at the screen recording on her phone, and the surprise on her face could no longer be concealed. She understood that this was a memory shared by her and Zhang Sun. She put down her phone and looked at the scene in front of her. The scene was still playing out one after another, and her tears were already flowing unconsciously. Finally, a three-dimensional figure appeared behind the transparent curtain, Zhang Sun, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. He looked ahead as a voice came from the speaker. "Du Jing, over the past few years, you have always been by my side, encouraging me and helping me get through a difficult time. I have nothing to repay you with, so let me treat you well for the rest of my life." The voice paused for a moment. "Du Jing, will you marry me?" After she finished speaking, a beam of light shone on her, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Du Jing wiped the tears from her face and walked forward amid the calls of "marry him" from her colleagues and friends. The figure on the screen was staring ahead. Du Jing just looked at the projection in front of her quietly, feeling a little at a loss. Du Jing, will you marry me? The voice suddenly came from behind her, startling her. She quickly turned around and saw Zhang Sun behind her, kneeling on one knee, holding a rose in one hand and a ring in the other. Behind Zhang Sun was her father, her future mother-in-law, looking at her with a smile on his face. Du Jing's heart was filled with happiness at this moment. After looking at the cheering people around her, she stretched out her right hand and replied, I do. Zhang Sun handed her the rose, put the ring on her finger, and then pulled her into his arms. The lovers finally got married and hugged each other happily. The following scene also blesses them. A sea of red flowers accompanied by fluttering butterflies. In the deep ocean, countless colorful fish surround the pair of cartoon characters, as if they are the center of the world. The proposal process went smoothly. After it was over, Zhang Sun invited these friends to take a group photo together. Then he treated them to a meal. The two elders did not go home with them in the evening, but continued to stay in the hotel, leaving the evening to the two of them. Chapter 39, Shelter Completed. It was mid-June. The shelter that Zhang Sun had been longing for was finally completed. Zhang Sun, Li Pan from Qiangji Company, representatives from Rising S Company, and representatives from the third-party acceptance agency jointly invited by the three parties gathered here. After visiting the fully completed shelter together, the personnel from the third-party agency began the 3-day acceptance work. Prior to this, the construction unit had debugged all equipment systems, and all systems were working well. There shouldn't be any problems with this acceptance work. In the evening, Zhang Sun invited some project participants from Qiangji Company and Rising S Company to Inchi Prefecture to thank them for their efforts. Of course, this is also the result of Zhang Sun's money ability. Otherwise, who would care about you? Moreover, the completion of the shelter also made him very happy. He drank a lot of wine at dinner that night and was completely drunk. It was Li Pan and others who helped him back to the hotel. Fortunately, his alcohol behavior was normal. He didn't act crazy or talk nonsense, and didn't say anything about the end of the world. On the afternoon of the third day in Inchi Prefecture, Zhang Sun completed the acceptance work by the third-party agency. This organization is a company in Shanghai. Its business capabilities are quite good, and many problems were found during the acceptance process. However, the construction unit and design unit arranged rectification on the spot and did not delay the progress. The completion of the acceptance work also marks the successful realization of Zhang Sun's plan to build a shelter. Originally, Qiangji Company and Rising S Company were planning to hold a grand handover ceremony on site, but Zhang Sun rejected it as he didn't want to be so high profile. Li Pan had no choice but to carry out a simple handover in the conference room of the on-site mobile cabin. Zhang Sun also happily signed his name on various procedural documents. The balance of $60 million was still to be paid, so Zhang Sun asked the company's financial officer Li Yin to deposit $53 million into Qiangji Company's account. The remaining $7 million will be paid as a security deposit 1 year later. In this way, Zhang Sun still has nearly $50 million in his hands, and the modified car requires more than $6 million, which means that this is all the money he will have for purchasing supplies later. If it is not enough, Zhang Sun is not afraid. At worst, he will take out a crazy loan, even at high interest rates. He can also sell the house when the time comes. After the acceptance work was completed, most people left, but a few people from the construction and equipment party stayed. This was also Zhang Sun's specific request. Zhang Sun had to learn how to operate various equipment in the shelter and perform daily maintenance. In addition, the data and operating methods of each control system must be carefully understood. Fortunately, he had a good foundation, understood the principles of the equipment and control systems, and learned quickly. After about a week, Zhang Sun became familiar with all the equipment and procedures that needed to be operated inside and outside the shelter. The key points to pay attention to were also carefully written down in the notebook. After everyone else left, he turned on some of the power generation equipment, temperature and air systems to keep the shelter running basically, because he would later start transporting supplies and purchasing food. He had to ensure the appropriate temperature in the warehouse of the shelter, and during this period, he stayed here at night because it was too far to go to the city every day. The next day, Zhang Sun went to the city, returned the rented SUV, and rented a medium-sized truck. Then he bought 5 manual forklifts and 2 electric forklifts and loaded them into the truck. The urban area is quite far from the shelter, so he needs to use a truck to transfer the supplies in the warehouse to the shelter first, and then purchase other supplies such as food and fuel. The warehouse and the shelter are not far apart, only about 5 kilometers, but Zhang Sun only makes the trip back and forth 3 times a day. The main thing was that after the things were transported to the shelter, they had to be transferred to the second floor, sorted, and placed in the correct places, which took up a lot of his time. It is true that one person's efficiency is not high, but there is no other way. The main reason is that he does not want too many local people to know the true appearance of the shelter, so he did not invite outsiders. Because the construction unit and design unit are not from Hubei province, even if they have any ideas in the future, it will be difficult to get them. The locals are different, they are familiar with this place and the distance is not too far. So he would rather suffer more than expose the complete facilities in the shelter. Although the previous excuse was that it was a doomsday-theme hotel, for people who have not seen it with their own eyes, they generally regard it as a gimmick and do not take it too seriously. Once you actually enter the shelter and see it with your own eyes, your mentality will be different, and it will probably leave a very deep impression. If the end of the world really comes, people will not think about finding nearby air raid shelters or other infrastructure, but will try every means to seize Zhang Sun's refuge. It took Zhang Sun nearly 5 days to transfer all the supplies in the warehouse. The main reason was the troublesomeness of moving the supplies up and down and organizing them. He was so tired that his back and waist ached. After resting for a day, he started to prepare other supplies without stopping. First of all, there are staple foods, such as rice, flour, etc. He had previously calculated that a family of 4 would need to eat nearly 450 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of meat, and 300 kilograms of vegetables every year. However, the latter cannot be preserved for a long time, so I am not considering buying too much for the time being. The main focus is on the first 2. The Doomsday Meal kits we purchased previously included dehydrated vegetables, dried fruits, etc. The information he had gathered while visiting the wholesale market came in handy now, and he quickly found a wholesaler to place an order. A total of 20 tons of various rice and 2 tons of various flours were purchased. It's not that he doesn't want to buy more. 20 tons of staple food, half of which is unshelled vacuum-packed grains, is enough for a family of 4 to eat for 50 years. Moreover, it is not certain whether these grains can be stored for such a long time, and the shelf life is hard to say. In order to ensure the taste of the staple food, in addition to the common brands on the market, there are also some fragrant rice and glutinous rice. Flour is divided into corn flour, sweet potato flour, high gluten flour, etc. The merchant also gave away a lot of baking powder. There is also meat, mainly pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, goose, fish, seafood, etc. These things must be kept frozen. Currently, the freezer in the second-floor warehouse of the shelter has not started refrigeration work, so it is not appropriate to purchase them at this time. Besides, it is still summer, so he thinks it would be better to purchase meat around New Year's Day. In addition to staple foods, he also referred to the product categories sold in supermarkets, focusing on daily necessities, household appliances, and various types of food and beverages. For example, daily necessities, clothes, shoes, skincare products, laundry detergent, washing powder, razors, towels, toothbrushes, pots and pans, quilts, beds, etc. Especially for clothes and toiletries, he even went to the mall and bought some brand name items specifically. Of course, the quantity is not large, and most of them are bought from wholesale markets. Clothes cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan each, and if you buy too much, you can't afford it. There are more underwear. After all, brand name underwear is more comfortable to wear. In the household appliances category, a total of 50 laptops and desktop computers of various brands were purchased. Although most of them will not be used, they can be used as backups. Because the usage cycle of each computer is different, it is estimated that they need to be replaced with new ones in about 8 years. We also bought a lot of TV screens, projectors, water purifiers, refrigerators, washing machines, water heaters, microwave ovens, dishwashers, vacuum cleaners, dryers, irons, etc. Of course, the largest number of items are food and beverages other than staple foods, such as tobacco, alcohol, snacks, instant noodles, self-heating foods, drinks, etc. There are also many preserved foods that are vacuum-packed and can be stored for a long time. While Zhang Sun was frantically purchasing, he was also frequently traveling between the city and the warehouse. There were so many goods that they were almost unable to be loaded. Helplessly, he had to temporarily stop purchasing and transfer the accumulated supplies in the warehouse to the warehouse on the second floor of the shelter. It took him nearly another week to sort out all the supplies. Time quickly came to July. Chapter 40. Continue to stockpile supplies. When will you be back? Zhang Sun heard his girlfriend's resentful voice on the phone. With a bitter face, he explained helplessly. Now is the busiest time for the hotel project. It will be done soon. I can go back around August. Hubby, you've worked hard. Make sure you get more rest every day. I can see in the video that you've gotten much darker and thinner. Well, thank you, honey. I will. Jong Sun was delighted to hear his girlfriend's concern and continued. When I get back, we can take wedding photos. The day after the proposal, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. But my girlfriend didn't have time because of work, so the wedding photo shoot was delayed. Next time I go back, the first thing I will do is take wedding photos, and then prepare for the wedding. Then I'll submit my resignation tomorrow. I expect to officially leave in August. How about we move up the wedding date? My girlfriend said excitedly. How about September? After all, National Day is coming soon, and many people will be getting married in October. Jong Sun thought about it and agreed. Not only were too many people getting married at the same time, but many relatives and friends would also choose to travel during the holidays. It is not convenient to take leave in the short term after the holiday, and there will not be too many relatives and friends present at that time, so it is better to hold the wedding before the holiday. You're really thoughtful. Okay, it's settled. We'll have the wedding in September. Jong Sun said firmly. The two of them stayed together in the video for a while, and then Jong Sun fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jong Sun sorted out the last batch of supplies. Looking at the full shelves of supplies on the second-floor warehouse, he felt an infinite sense of satisfaction in his heart. Except for the cold storage which consumes more electricity and has not been opened yet, the temperatures in other places have been set. The entire shelter is quite intelligent. In addition to manually setting the temperature when no one is around, the AI butler of the control system can also automatically adjust each system to the lowest power consumption mode. Yes, the shelter also has its own AI butler. Rising S Company used its own big data system to create this local area network AI management and control system that does not rely on a cloud platform. The two sets of servers that serve as the primary and backup for each other are the core of the entire shelter control platform. During this period, Jong Sun lived and ate in the shelter. After sorting out these supplies, he really didn't want to move anymore, so he rested for a few days. Every day I sleep until I wake up naturally, then cook a simple meal. After eating, I patrol every corner with the thick instruction manual and maintenance manual of the shelter in my hands. These two things were specially written by Jong Sun at Rising S Company. They are divided into paper version and electronic version, which will facilitate him to quickly deal with various possible problems in the future. In fact, he could use a tablet to familiarize himself with these tasks, but he thought the words were too small and uncomfortable for his eyes, so he felt more comfortable holding a book. The inspection work over the past few days has made Jong Sun more familiar and adept with his home. During this period, a secondary equipment failure occurred. He quickly found the cause of the failure in the troubleshooting guide in the maintenance manual. It turned out that the matching problem of the filter element of this equipment caused static electricity in the oil system and abnormal noise. The control system then judged that there was a certain risk and automatically shut down. After Jong Sun found the cause, he quickly found the corresponding filter element model in the spare parts warehouse on the 5th floor. After the replacement, the equipment ran without any shutdown incidents. This also gave Jong Sun great confidence. Before, he was a little worried about whether his family could manage and maintain this shelter of several thousand square meters. At present, thanks to the intelligent management system and perfect maintenance process, it is still very humane and fully considers various possible events. Jong Sun's confidence suddenly increased a lot. It seems that the designers of Rising S Company have put in a lot of effort. They really have a profound foundation, Jong Sun exclaimed. After resting for a few days, Jong Sun started a new round of supply stockpiling. I directly contacted people from the petrochemical company to purchase a batch of gasoline, diesel, transmission oil, automatic transmission fluid, etc. Since the subsequent ones are all modified cars, fuel consumption is inevitable. There is also a fuel depot in the space parallel to the shelter. However, due to safety considerations, it has not been integrated together and is built separately, with only one personnel entrance and exit passage connecting it. Normally, it will not enter the body unless otherwise specified, but it can be transported through pipelines when oil is needed. There are 4 20 cubic meter oil storage tanks and 2 30 cubic meter gas storage tanks in the fuel depot. Jong Sun had no choice this time and could only arrange for a tanker truck to drive to the garage on the 1st floor of the shelter. He went to the fuel warehouse himself, turned on the oil pump, and pumped the fuel directly into the oil tank. The same operation was performed for natural gas. These transport drivers were also very shocked when they saw this situation for the first time, but Jong Sun explained his previous statement again, and it did not arouse too much suspicion. The 1st floor is relatively empty, and there is nothing particularly eye-catching about it. After filling up several tanks, he bought dozens of ton barrels of gasoline and diesel. We also bought a lot of oxygen cylinders used in hospitals, including refrigerants for refrigerators. There are also charcoal and solid alcohol. We bought dozens of tons in large quantities. The fuel area and charcoal storage are separated, and the temperature control is also different. The temperature of fuel cannot be too low because of its low temperature pumpability, but the storage of charcoal and solid alcohol does not need to be too low. The temperature in the apocalypse is already low, so storage safety can be greatly improved, and some electricity consumption can also be reduced. The packaging of the ton barrels of fuel and the subsequent charcoal were standardized. This time, Zhang Sun did not have them delivered to the shelter, but instead handed them over in a simple warehouse far away. The fuel was transported to the shelter in a rented truck, and he then drove an electric forklift himself to transfer the boxes one by one to the fuel depot. Since I had already stockpiled hydraulic oil, gear oil, grease, antifreeze, and other things, I saved a lot of effort this time. The next step was to purchase various types of seeds. He went to a specialized trading market and bought a lot of grain, vegetable, and fruit seeds, as well as a lot of culture medium. Taking into account the consumption issue, he also bought chemical raw materials such as urea, calcium nitrate, potassium dihydrogen phosphate, potassium phosphate, potassium sulfate, potassium nitrate, calcium nitrate, and magnesium sulfate. With these raw materials, he can prepare different types of nutrient solutions according to different crops. There is no need to worry about the recipes. There are a lot of them on the internet, and he has downloaded quite a few of them on his hard drive. To purchase the seeds and nutrient solution, Zhang Sun chose to load them back himself in a truck. After 2 trips to the city, he finally got the job done. When we came here for the second shipment, we also ordered a batch of steel and plates. Although half of the space on the first floor of the shelter is a garage, in order to process and repair some parts in the future, a processing workshop, a maintenance workshop, and a material warehouse are also designed on this floor. These steels and plates are the materials that need to be prepared in advance. There are several types of steel, bars, hot/cold rolled plates, wires, various profiles, building materials, pipes, etc. We also purchase many types of boards, such as density boards, wood boards, finger-jointed boards, particle boards, chipboards, fireproof boards, plywood, ecological boards, etc. In addition to these, there are many small things, such as pipe connectors, screws of various models and specifications, adapters, and wires. After doing all this, Zhang Sun crossed out most of the contents in his notebook, and a small part was not stockpiled immediately due to temperature and seasonal factors. But it will be soon. Chapter 41 Other Matters. Time quickly came to the end of July. It has been almost 2 months since the shelter was completed. During this period, he has not gone back and has been busy with supplies. Today, with a somewhat tired body, he slowly closed the alloy steel airtight door of the shelter. The exit was designed to be concealed and extremely sturdy. Zhang Sun was not worried about what would happen after he left. The door has 4 levels of security protection: fingerprint, key, iris, and facial recognition. If you want to enter, you need 2 of these 4 types to work at the same time to open the door. To prevent biometric failure due to electronic device failure, a combination lock similar to the safe wheel is hidden behind the identification protection device. And even if RPG is fired randomly, it can only leave some small marks on its surface. There are also some special cameras distributed near the gate. They are very hidden and have been specially treated. They are waterproof, heat-resistant, and anti-collision. The entire shelter's security system also takes full account of future upgrades. In the future, if Zhang Sun can find better thermal weapons, he can also integrate them into this security system himself. In fact, there is another door behind the airtight door, but because of the stockpiling of supplies and the frequent entry and exit of vehicles, it has not been installed yet. Due to its modular design, it will be installed only after all supplies have been stockpiled in the future. This door is mainly a sliding double door, which is mainly for the convenience of vehicle entry and exit. In addition, the space between the 2 doors has 5 other functions. 1. Further improve the barrier performance against external radiation. 2. As a buffer area for entry and exit, it is equipped with direct reading electronic metering agent DM91 and thermoluminescent metering agent TLD, which are used to detect the radiation value and gamma ray cumulative measurement on the surface of protective clothing. Assuming you return to the shelter from outside, this area will serve as a decontamination area to eliminate radiation contamination on the surface of vehicles and personnel protective clothing. 3. Temporary storage space for discarded pollutants. 4. As a physical security barrier, if conditions permit in the future, a remote weapon station can be installed, and a decontamination system can be used to spray chemical agents. 5. Serving as an outpost for early warning monitoring. This area has a large number of explosion-proof and radiation-resistant tubes and lines connected to the mountain outside the shelter. Through external sensors, cameras, etc., it can monitor external pollution, intrusion of outsiders, etc. in real time. In the future, when his girlfriend and parents move into the shelter, Jong-sun will also enter their identity information into the system to help him manage the shelter, but some of their permissions will be subject to restrictions. Others. The modified cars that were ordered previously have also arrived one after another. After being shipped to the warehouse outside, Jong-sun drove them back by himself. On the one hand, ensure the safety of the shelter, and on the other hand, familiarize yourself with the driving experience of the vehicle. Moreover, there are usually fewer vehicles on this provincial road, so it's okay for him to drive slowly. 2 medium-sized and 2 small excavators, 1 forklift, 1 bulldozer, 1 crane, 2 electric forklifts, and 1 small and medium-sized transport truck. In addition, there are 2 Dongfeng Mengshi ORV, civilian to military, off-road vehicles. Among them, electric forklifts and trucks were the first to be modified and the first to be transported. They played a big role in the previous transportation of materials. As for why we don't want family cars, it's mainly because the environmental impact is too great, and small cars are not suitable for the end of the world. Not to mention the road conditions in the apocalypse. The protective clothing on the body alone is completely useless in such a small space. I bought several go-karts and balance bikes, mainly for use inside the shelter. Sometimes you can patrol places like warehouses, equipment rooms, ecological areas, etc. by driving a cart or a balance car. There is also a super jet capsule small private yacht called Jet Capsule, which is now quietly stored in the garage. After receiving the ship, looking at the smooth, streamlined hull and the sci-fi cockpit, Jong-sun wanted to find a lake to experience it immediately, but for now it was just a thought. The only problem that bothered him was that there was no specific arrival date for the RV. It was agreed that it would take about half a year, but the work abroad was always delayed, and the renovation work was not completed until June. And they said that they are in the process of handling sea shipping and customs clearance procedures. As for when it would arrive, Jong-sun had no idea, but he hoped the handover would go smoothly before he went on his honeymoon. The materials purchased during this period cost him nearly 30 million yuan in total. Later, I bought a lot of digital products online, such as game consoles, speakers, VR experience equipment, sweeping robots, floor scrubbers, mite removers, 3-proof mobile phones, watches, etc. I bought some of almost every category of products on Taobao that I might use. In particular, the latest version of the VR somatosensory equipment set cost him more than 8 million. There is actually a set of VR gaming equipment in the game room in the living area of the shelter. But Jong-sun always felt that it was not advanced enough. When he was browsing Taobao, he was deeply attracted by the functions and introduction of this set of equipment, so Jong-sun placed an order without hesitation. I also bought a lot of maternal and child products. They were very expensive, almost 3 million. The total cost of all the items ordered online was more than 20 million yuan, and including the recent stockpiling of supplies, it is almost 10 million US dollars. Fortunately, he still had more than 30 million US dollars in funds, which was enough for him to go on a honeymoon and stock up on some fresh meat. The delivery address this time is Jiangqing. Because there are too many types of orders placed online, if it is sent to the warehouse at the shelter, I am afraid the courier here will come here every day. It would be better to rent another warehouse in Jiangqing to specifically receive these online shopping orders, pack and seal them uniformly, and then send them to the warehouse at the shelter. Jong-sun has already asked Li Yan to take care of this matter. The rented warehouse is not far from his community, which will make it convenient for him to receive the goods. After all these things were arranged, Jong-sun boarded the train back to Jiangqing. After returning, he was busy receiving express deliveries while arranging wedding photos for him and his girlfriend. After some comparison, they chose a well-known local brand. Taking advantage of the girlfriend's break during her shift change, the two of them spent 2 days, finally completing this arduous task, exhausted both physically and mentally. My girlfriend has applied for resignation and the procedures are being processed. She is expected to become a free agent before mid-September. The two elders also helped them determine the specific date of their wedding, September 22nd, the autumnal equinox, 1 week after the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is now early August. After about half a month, Jong-sun's online shopping business has finally come to an end, and all the goods have been signed for. We also hired a professional packing team to sort and pack all the items, ready to be sent to the warehouse in Enchi Prefecture. He also did not miss out on the batch of hard drives he had bought earlier. After more than a year, he finally filled up 90% of the space and left a few empty hard drives as backup for the future. For this purpose, he even gave his girlfriend 70,000 yuan as a reward. After recuperating at home for a while, Zhang Sun embarked on a business trip again to the Inchi Prefecture warehouse to receive the online shopping products sent there. After signing for the items, he immediately moved the packed items into the shelter. However, he did not unpack the items this time as he thought it was a bit troublesome. Since they had already been sorted and packed, it would not be too late to unpack them when he needed them later. After staying in the shelter for 2 days and checking the equipment and the operation of various systems inside, he returned to his home in Jiangxing. In fact, the shelter's overall control system also has a separate program app. It can connect to computers, mobile phones, and other devices through wireless network, and he can also monitor the status parameters of the shelter in real time at home. Chapter 42 Welfare. Zhang Sun had just returned from Inchi Prefecture. Because of his marriage, his mother and father-in-law also rushed to Jiangxing from their hometown. While having dinner in the evening, we discussed the details of the wedding, booking a hotel, wedding planning company, who to invite, etc. Since he is from Hubei province and his hometown is not too far from Jiangxing, the wedding will be held directly in Jiangxing. Not only will there be one in his hometown, but there will also be one in the bride's hometown. Early the next morning, Zhang Sun took the 2 elderly people to look at hotels and find wedding planning companies. Because Du Jing had to go to work, only the 3 of them could go. After searching for a whole morning, he finally decided on a hotel. However, after looking at the wedding plans of several wedding planning companies, he was somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, in the afternoon, he found a wedding company that specializes in Chinese-style weddings, and their plan caught Zhang Sun's attention. So I called my girlfriend to discuss it. After listening to the introduction, she liked it very much, so she booked it. After paying the deposit, I informed the hotel of the information of the wedding company. Both parties must coordinate well to arrange the wedding venue. After the wedding venue and plan were decided, the family selected the style of the invitations online in the evening, and Zhang Sun placed the order immediately. By the end of August, all the invitations had been sent out, and now all they had to wait for was the wedding day. The 2 old people were busy running around and were very excited. It is September now, and Jiangcheng, a nationally famous furnace, is getting hotter and hotter. Basically, people stay at home and dare not go out. But there are some things in the company that he needs to deal with today. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, we had nothing to do in July. Li Yin smiled bitterly and said, I feel a little sorry for the salary you gave me. Indeed, after the completion of the shelter, all material procurement was handled by Zhang Sun alone, without going through the company. In fact, during this period, apart from asking Li Yin to help rent a warehouse, Zhang Sun had nothing else to assign to the company. This is equivalent to Zhang Sun paying these 3 employees 2 months' salary for free. Li Yin felt a little embarrassed about the salary she received, so she urged Zhang Sun to come to the company every day and asked him if he could arrange any specific work for her. Now that the construction of the shelter has been completed, there is actually no need for the company to exist. But these 3 employees had worked hard for him for more than a year, so he did not choose to cancel the company immediately. And now he really has nothing to assign to them. Zhang Sun had no choice but to reply. As you know, the resort hotel has been completed and the company's working capital is getting low, so I plan to find a way to raise some funds this year. I will have to wait until next year to open for business. You don't have to worry about it. I can still afford this salary. Zhang Sun took a sip of water, thought for a moment, and continued. How about this? Starting from October until the end of the year, you don't have to come to the company anymore. I'll still pay you a basic salary every month. During this time, you can take a break or start a side job. Mr. Zhang, this is not good. We haven't done anything, yet you still pay us. Li Yin and the other 2 felt a little unbelievable after hearing this. They had never seen such a boss before. Not to mention that there is not much management on a daily basis. The various benefits such as holidays are also good, and you can still get paid even if you don't work. Okay, let's do it this way. There's still some money in the company account. Sisterly, you can come to the company once a month to pay the salary. Most of Zhang Sun's funds are now in his personal account. There was also a lot of money in the company's account before, but once the project payment was made, the funds in the account were depleted. Seeing that her boss was so determined, Li Yin felt happy but didn't say much, so she just decided it. Just as they were about to leave the boss's office, they saw Zhang Sun take out 3 red invitations from his bag. I'm getting married on the 22nd of this month. If you have time, you can come to my wedding. Zhang Sun said with a smile. What? Boss, you're not married yet. I thought you already had children. How many marriages have you had? Several people took the invitation and started chattering. Zhang Sun looked very unhappy. This is my first marriage. How many wives do you want me to marry? We didn't expect that you would get married now. Li Yin joked as she looked at her boss's increasingly high hairline. Don't talk about work when you get there. Zhang Sun gave a heads up in advance. Don't worry, we know you are under a lot of pressure right now and don't want to worry your family, so we won't say anything. Li Yin said, patting her chest. Zhang Sun looked at her again. He didn't expect Sister Li to be so considerate. Finally, he continued. Well, you don't have to worry about the company's financial difficulties. I still have some funds from other channels, but it's not convenient to transfer them to the company account right now. Also, the National Day is coming soon, and I decided to give you a benefit, Sister Li. We can organize a team-building tour. You can decide the specific time. I don't care whether it's after or before the holiday. Each person can bring 2 to 3 family members, and the company will pay for it. Zhang Sun said with a smile. Really, boss, you are so nice. Li Yin and the other 2 were very happy and wanted to kiss Zhang Sun on the face. Of course, you guys can discuss the tour group building plan and just show me the budget when the time comes. Zhang Sun paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he had other things to do, so he continued. You guys can go on your own for the team building. I'm going on my honeymoon after I get married, so I won't be joining you this time. Okay. After explaining everything, Li Yin and the other 2 couldn't wait to discuss their travel plans. After treating them to lunch at noon, Zhang Sun left early. He went to Jiangxing University of Geology and met Professor Wang. Zhang Sun was still very grateful to him. The consultation with Professor Wang last year helped him clarify the function of the shelter and also preliminarily determine the location of the shelter. It saved him a lot of time, so his previous donations to the school were all sincere acts. Professor Wang, I'm here to send you an invitation. I'm getting married on September 22nd, and I'd like to invite you to be my witness. I wonder if you have time on that day. Zhang Sun said nervously. You just got married? Professor Wang adjusted the frame of his glasses and asked in surprise. Yeah, am I really that old? This was the second wave of critical hits he received today. Haha. Professor Wang laughed dryly and said, Congratulations. The 22nd is Sunday, right? After flipping through the calendar on his desk and confirming it was Sunday, he continued, No problem. You're the 6th person to ask me to be your witness. Hee, it shows that Professor Wang is highly respected. Zhang Sun flattered. That's right. Professor Wang's face showed pride. By the way, are Xiao Zhou and Xiao Sun still in school? I'll send them an invitation too. Zhang Sun asked. To be honest, they hadn't been in touch since then and didn't know if they had graduated. They still have 1 year left before they graduate with their doctorates. They are now doing a geological survey in Sichuan province. When they come back next week, give me the invitation and I will pass it on to them. But I won't be responsible for whether they go or not, said Professor Wang. Okay, thank you, Professor. Zhang Sun smiled and took out the invitation he had prepared in advance from his bag and placed it on Professor Wang's desk. After a moment's silence, Professor Wang saw Zhang Sun hesitating and looking constipated, so he laughed and scolded him. If you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, fart quickly. Here's the thing. Professor, could you please not reveal the fact that I donated to the school? I haven't told anyone in my family, and I'm afraid my wife will tear me apart if she finds out. Zhang Sun used his lying skills again. No problem. I can understand that you rich people keep a low profile, Professor Wang said with a smile. The 2 chatted for a while. Professor Wang had classes in the afternoon, so Zhang Sun didn't want to disturb him any further and got up to say goodbye. After returning home, Zhang Sun first briefly introduced Professor Wang to his mother and father-in-law, and then mentioned the matter of inviting Professor Wang to be the witness. When the 2 elders heard that a professor would be the witness, they were extremely happy and kept praising Sun for being able to invite such a professor to be the witness. Zhang Sun was so embarrassed by the praise that he quickly ended the discussion of this topic. Chapter 43 Marriage. Around September 10th, Du Jing officially resigned from the hospital. The family celebrated outside and spent the next few days preparing for the wedding. Fortunately, both elders were here, which saved Zhang Sun a lot of trouble. On September 12th, the Mercedes-Benz Shanghai 4S dealership called to say that the RV had cleared customs at Shanghai port. After completing other formalities, it is expected to be delivered to him in about a week. Zhang Sun was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the RV would be delivered much earlier than he expected. A week later is September 18th, and there is still time to go to the shelter before the wedding starts. So this week, he paid attention to the RV's itinerary information every day. Because this thing is a modified car, it is much larger than an ordinary RV and is difficult to transport, so we hired 2 experienced drivers to drive it all the way here. On the afternoon of September 17th, amid his mother's complaints, Zhang Sun boarded the high-speed train to Enchi Prefecture. Although the wedding is approaching, the RV matter cannot be delayed. It is really too eye-catching. He is worried about putting it anywhere except in the shelter, so he has to go and pick it up quickly. On the 17th, He stayed in Inchi Prefecture for one night. Early the next morning, he rented a car and rushed to the warehouse near the shelter. The delivery location is here. At around 10 o'clock, the RV finally appeared in front of Zhang Sun. The military gray exterior, the steel fence surrounding it, and the closed bulldozer blade at the front of the vehicle make it look particularly domineering. The RV slowly stopped in front of the warehouse. After a brief greeting to the two drivers, he couldn't wait to go in and take a look. Although the manufacturer often sent pictures to him for his opinion during the renovation process, he couldn't see it with his own eyes after all, and the excitement of seeing the real thing was something that pictures could not give him. The interior decoration of the RV is quite luxurious. The back part of the car is a storage room that can store 6 tires and an off-road motorcycle. The front is the master bedroom with a 21.8 m bed. There is a 1.2 m wide door at the end of the bed, which leads directly to the storage room. The bathroom and kitchen are on both sides of the master bedroom. The bathroom is designed with dry and wet separation. Although it is a bit small, it is rare considering the limited space in RVs. Going further forward, opposite the middle door is the living room, which is equipped with a sofa, TV, projector, and other equipment. The sofa can be transformed into a single bed when unfolded. There is a 1.8-1.6 bed in the front of the car, which can be raised when not in use and does not take up space. There is also an exposed lift at the rear of the vehicle, and the total space inside the RV is close to 25 square meters. The front cab is also sci-fi, with an integrated screen of nearly 2 meters and L3 level autonomous driving function. In addition to the 4 modification requirements proposed by Zhang Sun before, the manufacturer has done its best and basically met Zhang Sun's psychological expectations. After hesitating in the car for about half an hour, Zhang Sun signed his name on the acceptance list after being reminded by the two drivers. Finally, Zhang Sun asked the two to wait in the warehouse and handed them the keys to his rented car. He carefully drove the RV to the shelter. It took him another half an hour to drive the RV into the shelter's first-floor garage. After a brief check of the shelter's condition, he closed the door again and walked to the provincial road intersection outside. Call the driver and ask them to pick you up. At around 1 o'clock, Zhang Sun brought 2 drivers to the city of Inchi. After treating the 2 men to a meal, they bought their own tickets to go back. Zhang Sun went to return the car. Since he often rented cars here, he was familiar with the owner of the car dealership. After politely declining the owner's invitation to dinner in the evening, he also boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangqing. September 22nd, autumnal equinox. Zhang Sun ushered in the most important ceremony in his life, marriage. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he drove to the hotel where Du Jing was staying, accompanied by Yang Mingjian and some other relatives and friends. After arriving at the hotel, there was a lively bride-picking ceremony. The man and the woman's relatives and friends competed with each other in a battle of wits and courage. The atmosphere was very warm and civilized. After nearly 2 hours of various games and tests, and after giving out handfuls of red envelopes, Zhang Sun, holding his wife, finally stepped into the special car to pick up the bride. In a traditional Chinese wedding, witnessed by Professor Wang, the officiant, Zhang Sun and Du Jing exchanged rings that symbolized their love. This was followed by speeches from elders and relatives and friends from both sides. The wedding was not over until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Zhang Sun and Du Jing saw off the last guest. After settling the payments with the wedding company and the hotel, I finally returned home. After resting for 2 days in Jiangqing, the family went to Du Jing's hometown and held another wedding, but it was much simpler here. The next thing was to arrange the honeymoon, because National Day was coming soon and there would definitely be a lot of people traveling at that time, and my wife didn't want to squeeze with the crowds, so we simply postponed it to after National Day. Also, I've been very tired from the wedding during this period, so after I come back, I'll just take a good rest at home for a while. Zhang Sun also arranged a group tour for his mother and father-in-law after the National Day, so they went back to their hometown first. On the one hand, I didn't want to disturb the newlyweds, and on the other hand, I wanted to go back and pack up and prepare for the next trip. On the 3rd day after the wedding, Li Yin and Zhang Sun reported the company's team-building budget. They both brought their families with them and chose to go after the holiday. Basically, we travel around nearby provinces. In order to save money for the company, the budget is only more than 30,000. Zhang Sun wondered what he could do with 30,000 yuan. He then arranged 150,000 yuan for them, saying, "I'll give you this much. Whether you want to go to Hainan or Xinjiang, it's up to you." For Li Yin, this was definitely another pleasant surprise. She happily changed her plan with her 2 other companions. On October 1st, National Day officially arrives, and there are still about 3 months until the end of the world. That night, Du Jing suddenly took out a card, handed it to Zhang Sun, and said, "This card is for you." Zhang Sun asked in confusion, "What?" "It's the card. It contains our savings, about 1.3 million. You will be the head of the family from now on, so the money will be with you," Du Jing said calmly. Zhang Sun was deeply moved. He hugged his wife in his arms and said affectionately, "Wife, it is my great blessing to marry you." Du Jing pushed him away, angrily saying, "Hateful, so corny." He accepted the card, because according to Du Jing's personality, he would definitely not spend money recklessly, but the end of the world was approaching, and it would be a waste if he didn't use the money. The day before yesterday, he also commissioned Rising S Company to purchase a batch of 4-rotor drones with both wired and wireless modes from abroad. According to the introduction, they are nuclear emergency drones that can fly and communicate autonomously under strong nuclear radiation. Because he didn't know whether the nuclear radiation environment in the end times would have a great impact on communications, the role of these drones was to serve as high-altitude reconnaissance when going out into the outside world in the future. In addition to drones, there are also a batch of anti-cancer and anti-radiation drugs. Due to the urgent delivery time, the cost is also relatively high, about $3 million including shipping, and it is expected to arrive around November. In addition, he also ordered 2 additional sets of the most advanced whole-house smart devices in accordance with the standards of the shelter's living area smart system to facilitate future replacements, which cost another $500,000. Adding in all the miscellaneous expenses that followed, he now has less than $20 million. This honeymoon and the trip for the elders didn't actually cost much. The main expense was the purchase of meat, fresh produce, and other supplies, which was the big expense. From the peak of $200 million last year, 1.3 billion renminbi, 90% of it was spent in just 1 year. If it weren't for the apocalypse, his behavior would definitely be called a spendthrift. But for Zhang Sun, who understands the future development, the money is well spent. Even if he needs more money, he will not hesitate at all. All he could do was try his best to protect his family. As for other people, he couldn't control them and didn't have the ability to do so. Even if he publicly said that the end of the world was coming, would anyone believe him? Wouldn't they just treat him as a fool? What's more, last year he tried to remind people on the internet, but it didn't make any waves. Chapter 44, A Pleasant Journey. On October 18, 2024, the third week after National Day, Zhang Sun and Du Jing officially boarded a flight to a foreign country. The day before yesterday, they saw off their parents who were traveling with a group, and now they have started their own journey. First, I went to South Korea and Japan, where I spent 5 days playing. Then I flew east and enjoyed 2 days of sunbathing on the beach in Hawaii. Then he flew directly from Hawaii to New York. Zhang Sun originally wanted to visit the Rust Belt, but gave up because of safety concerns. After 2 days of experiencing the charm of an international metropolis in New York, I went to Boca Chica, Texas again. That day was the day when Musk's SpaceX Starship SN7 version debuted. Zhang Sun and Du Jing stood on a small hill 5 kilometers away from the launch site and witnessed the huge fireball in the sky. The shock was an unprecedented experience. Zhang Sun wanted to laugh at that time, but when he saw the silent Americans around him, he stopped his suicidal behavior in time. With heavy hearts, they went to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, eastern United States. The failure of Starship SN7 also affected the launch mission of Artemis II. Originally, the two were planned to be launched 1 day apart, but the launch failure scared the Americans and they quickly postponed the manned lunar flight mission. Fortunately, it was only postponed for 3 days, so Zhang Sun and his wife had plenty of time to go and observe. On November 3, 2024, the Artemis II manned lunar flight mission officially entered the launch countdown. Under the eager gaze of countless people, the SLS heavy manned rocket soared into the sky, carrying 2 Americans and 1 Japanese into the vast space. Watching the rocket slowly disappear from sight, Zhang Sun sighed in his heart, glanced at the cheering crowd around him, and was about to pull his wife away. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the huge open-air screen in front that was broadcasting live. The SLS rocket's second stage separated normally. The SLS rocket's third stage failed to ignite. The third stage of the SLS rocket is dropping. The SLS abort system was activated, and the Orion manned spacecraft separated from the 3-stage rocket. The parachute of the Orion manned spacecraft opened normally. The person is not dead. The sudden ups and downs not only scared Zhang Sun, but also stunned the Americans at the scene. His wife whispered in Zhang Sun's ear, "Are we the reincarnations of unlucky stars? Why is it that every time we watch a rocket launch, it always fails?" After listening to his girlfriend's analysis, Zhang Sun almost laughed like a pig, but when he thought that this was someone else's territory, his face turned red and he forced himself to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, the Americans around me don't understand Chinese. Over the next few days, the two of them traveled around Florida for a few more days, with their last stop being the U.S. capital, Washington. On November 7th, Zhang Sun and his wife boarded a flight to Washington. As soon as they got off the plane, they felt something was wrong. Is this still America, with its vast land and sparse population? Why are there so many people at the airport and on the streets, wandering around with all kinds of flags? The driver was Chinese and happened to understand the cause of the incident. As November 2024 is the end of the U.S. presidential election, Comrade Trump and Sleepy Joe are engaged in a fierce competition, and their respective supporters are flocking to Washington. After returning to the hotel, the two who had originally planned to go out for a walk gave up the idea when they saw the huge crowds on the street. Sure enough, the next day, the voting results from several states came out, making the already tense American society even more uncertain. Originally, the current president, Sleepy Joe, had a higher approval rating than some of his opponents thanks to the support of Wall Street tycoons. But a combination of factors, including the massive failure of 2 recent rocket launches and a past train chemical leak, has caused his poll approval ratings to plummet in recent days. The American people are starting to get tired of Sleepy Joe. Moreover, at the age of nearly 90, he is still running for re-election, which is unprecedented in American history. Trump's supporters are getting impatient and are shouting slogans such as, "Let's go Brandon," and "Make America Great Again" on the streets. The former curses the elderly Joe, while the latter pays tribute. Joe's supporters were not to be outdone and retaliated wildly. At first it was just a verbal confrontation, but later it turned into a full-scale physical fight. Some National Guards and police who were there to maintain order were able to control the situation initially, but the conflict escalated. Even some of the police and guards were biased and not only failed to maintain order, they even joined the conflict. Zhang Sun and his companion stood at the window of the hotel room, watching the chaos on the street, and quickly booked tickets to leave Washington. But now is a special period. The passenger volume is huge, and the earliest flights and trains can only be scheduled until the 12th. I had no choice but to stay in the hotel honestly. On November 10th, Democratic congressmen joined forces with some people who criticized Trump for betraying him to veto Trump's qualifications. This news completely infuriated Trump and his supporters, who had failed once before. But this time, they didn't want to fail again. At Trump's call, the slogan, "Reoccupy Congress, win victory for the people, and make America great again," once again resounded throughout the United States. Trump supporters defeated Sleepy Joe's supporters with a crushing momentum and marched towards Congress and the White House. At 4 p.m. on the 10th, the army arrived before storming the Capitol, but it was unable to stop the angry crowd. Gunshots were heard at the scene. These people thought that the army had opened fire. Except for some people who fled because of fear, many people pointed the finger at Sleepy Joe and the military, believing that they were the ones who ordered the shooting. It was not until the evening that the army, which could no longer hold on, actually opened fire. At this time, Zhang Sun and Du Jing were lying comfortably in bed, sweating profusely. The next day, Zhang Sun watched the news and saw that the streets of Washington state were in chaos, with civilians and the military shooting at each other. Preliminary statistics showed that more than 400 people were killed or injured in total. This conflict not only shocked the entire American society, but also stunned the whole world. All media and all news were reporting on what happened here. On the afternoon of November 11th, after a morning of rest, many Trump supporters took to the streets again. On the other side, a conspiracy to arrest Trump was brewing. While the U.S. states are watching the situation, they are also dealing with the increasingly fierce protests in their regions. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Zhang Sun. He just wants to leave here. Parents in the country make several overseas calls every day, worried about their children's safety. Fortunately, on November 12th, the two successfully boarded a flight to Europe, with their first stop in Europe being England. As soon as they got off the plane, they watched the news and learned that there was also a march in London, an anti-Trump and anti-division march. The marches here are relatively peaceful. I heard that there are also marches in Scotland and Northern Ireland supporting Trump and regional independence. Of course, it is not so peaceful there. Alas, feeling exhausted, Zhang Sun didn't even leave the airport and directly booked 2 more tickets to Gaul and France. After arriving in France, they could finally relax. They spent 2 days in Paris, walking around and experiencing the authentic European life. Next were Switzerland and Norway. As soon as we set foot on Swiss soil, news came that a major terrorist attack had occurred in Paris, causing more than 200 casualties. This left the two dumbfounded. Why did bad things happen wherever they went? Forget it. I'll just go back home after the fun and book a flight to Moscow on the 3rd day. Before that, I went to the Alps again and experienced the fun of skiing. Now is the ski season, and this place has welcomed many tourists from all over the world. Zhang Sun and Du Jing skied in the snow on the hillside near the foot of the mountain, but they soon ended the trip in a hurry because his wife twisted her foot. As they just left the ski resort, they saw from the car window that a huge avalanche was happening on the mountain in the distance. The two people were frightened for a while, so they quickly changed their tickets and returned home early. When passing through Moscow, they didn't even leave the airport and went directly to the transfer procedures. When they returned to their homeland, they heard that the Kremlin had just thwarted a coup attempt against President Putin. All in all, this month-long honeymoon was wonderful and enjoyable. It was an unforgettable experience for the two of them. Next, they went to several tourist cities in China, such as Beijing, Sanya, Tibet, etc. This time they had a very fulfilling and happy time, and nothing bad happened. Chapter 45. Arrangements before the end of the world. At the end of November, Zhang Sun and his wife, who had been wandering around the country for a while, finally returned to their small home. It lasted more than a month, and even though it was a honeymoon, they were exhausted. Although there were many twists and turns in the overseas part, it was generally a good travel experience. My parents' travels are mostly within China, so they came back very early. At present, the two elders have returned to their hometowns and are not in Jiangxing. The batch of drones, smart home devices, etc. purchased previously have also arrived in Jiangxing. He was not there before, so he entrusted Li Yin to receive the goods. The next day after he came back, he forwarded the goods to the shelter warehouse. On the third day, we set off for Enchi Prefecture. While the logistics had not yet arrived, he traveled nonstop between the major fresh food wholesale markets and farms in Enchi Prefecture. The fresh food wholesale market mainly purchases seafood and fish. We negotiated with the wholesaler and asked them to process it, vacuum pack it, freeze it, and then ship it to the warehouse. The main purpose of the farm is to ensure the freshness of the taste. Pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, etc. are all slaughtered and processed on site by the bosses. After several days of hard work, the shelter's cold storage was finally opened, and the shelves and refrigerators were filled with various meats. 5,000 caddies of pork, 3,000 caddies of beef, and 3,000 caddies of mutton each. Chickens, 2,000. Ducks and geese, 800 each, and eggs, 1,500. There are also 5,000 kilograms of various fish, seafood, and other products. Based on the annual meat consumption of a family of 4, this meat is enough for them to eat for 70 or 80 years. Now most of the supplies needed for survival in the apocalypse have been prepared. In order to match the shelter's material reserve management system, Zhang Sun spent nearly 2 weeks. All food, materials, fuel, spare parts, etc. are barcoded and entered into the system. Each floor of the warehouse is equipped with a barcode scanner and an automatic sensing system. All material consumption will be displayed on the terminal, including the total amount, how much has been consumed, and how much is left. Moreover, this system will automatically evaluate the consumption level of materials so that managers can make more reasonable arrangements. After finishing all this, he reset the status of the shelter, and after confirming that there were no problems, he returned to Jiangxing. He stayed here for more than half a month, and it was already late December, with only more than a month left until the end of the world. Zhang Sun's previous anxiety, tension, and uneasiness have now lessened a lot. Perhaps it is the sense of security that the shelter brings him. After returning, Zhang Sun found a reason to invite his whole family to come to Enchi Prefecture to celebrate the New Year. The boss asked him to be on duty during the Chinese New Year, using the excuse that the resort hotel here had not yet opened. No one in the family has any objections, because they have seen that life has been getting better and better in the past 2 years. He was also very grateful to this imaginary boss that Zhang Sun mentioned, so he did not doubt his reasons. After staying in Jiangxing for a few days, Zhang Sun and Du Jing first returned to Du Jing's hometown and stayed there for 3 days. I specially visited her relatives and friends and had a good time with them. Then I picked up my father-in-law and returned to my hometown. The 4 of them stayed here for nearly a week, meeting everyone they needed to meet and catching up on old times. After packing up, the 4 of them returned to Jiangxing together. They spent their last New Year's Day in Jiangxing, and there were still 25 days until the end of the world. However, Zhang Sun did not take them to Enchi Prefecture right away. They were advised to stay in Jiangxing for a while first. In addition to often taking his family to the amusement park, eating delicious food, watching the latest movies, and shopping in the mall. I also visited colleagues, friends, and classmates who had a good relationship with me in Jiangxing, and drank and sang together, talked about life, and reminisced about the past. In short, this period will be one of the best memories in his life. His recent extravagant behavior also attracted the attention of his family, who interrogated him for an hour. Zhang Sun barely got through after talking himself into submission. On January 20th, 2025, Zhang Sun and his family packed up their things, locked the door, and officially embarked on their journey to Enchi Prefecture. After more than 3 hours' drive, we arrived at the hotel in the city. He still had some things to do before going to the shelter. In order to cope with these few days, he signed up his family for a 3-day short tour near Enchi National Park. I went to the agricultural product market again. This time my purpose was simple: to replenish the last bit of supplies. The purchase of various fresh vegetables and fruits can only be arranged at the last minute because these things have a very short shelf life. For items with a slightly longer shelf life, such as potatoes, taro, pumpkin, onion, radish, apple, etc., buy more. I only bought a small amount of vegetables, peppers, and grapes, just enough to last for a few days. Since I had already bought some dry goods, I just added a few more items this time, such as dried bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, and black fungus. We also bought more than a dozen live chickens, ducks, and geese, all in pairs. There is a small breeding area on the 4th floor of the shelter. With these live poultry, the supply of fresh meat and eggs in the future will be guaranteed. After transporting these supplies back to the shelter, they sorted and classified them, placed the live poultry in the breeding area, set up the automatic feeding device, and then left. It was already January 23rd. He reunited with his family in the afternoon and spent a day in the tourist area with the tour group on the 24th. They did not return with the tour group at night. Zhang Sun drove them to Yasangwan, the town closest to the shelter. Although it was the closest, it was still more than 30 kilometers away. Zhang Sun chose this place because it was remote and less likely to be targeted by others. There was also a provincial road passing through it, making construction convenient. I booked a homestay in this town near the provincial road. The conditions were not good, but not bad either. The food we eat is basically farm-style dishes made by the boss himself. Enchi Prefecture is basically mountainous, and the air is very good. For Zhang Sun and Du Jing, who had lived in the city for a long time, experiencing such an environment for a few days seemed to wash away the industrial smell from their bodies, and they felt particularly comfortable. In the evening, his mother, father-in-law, and Du Jing questioned him why he hadn't taken them to the theme hotel where Zhang Sun worked. This time he was not vague and said he would take them there the next day. The morning of the 25th, the last day of the apocalypse. No, it should be the last half day. As expected, everyone's cell phone signal was very poor, and only those with cable TV could watch the program content. The owners of BBS are still complaining that there is no mobile phone signal, which affects their business. Zhang Sun knew that this was a sudden and strong solar storm that caused great interference to most of the Earth's communications, satellites, and observation systems. Zhang Sun calculated the time. After the TV warning was broadcast, there was only an hour and a half of preparation time before the asteroid impact. It only takes half an hour to drive from here to the refuge. There aren't many cars on this provincial road on ordinary days, and even fewer at night, so there's no need to worry about traffic jams. In fact, he wanted to take his family to the shelter right now, but the only way to convince them of this kind of thing was through broadcasts and propaganda from state agencies. He could take his family into the shelter and close the passage, but what about later? Should he talk to them about the end of the world? How can they believe this? How can they believe this? What's more, there is no wired connection between the refuge and the outside world, and the wireless network is interfered with. Will the family members who don't know the truth think that Zhang Sun is lying to them? Could the subsequent shaking and tremors be just a small local earthquake? Doing so would only deepen the suspicion among family members, so after careful consideration, Zhang Sun decided to wait until he saw the TV broadcast before taking them into the shelter. As for whether the residents of the town would also miss the place, Zhang Sun was not too worried. On the one hand, he advertised it as a resort hotel, and on the other hand, most people here had never been there. When the end of the world comes, people's first reaction should generally be to go to official civil defense facilities, or at worst to hide in the underground space of a shopping mall. On the contrary, Zhang Sun's resort hotel is far away and located in the mountains, which may be even more unsafe. Chapter 46: The End of Humanity's Ordinary Life. After lunch, Du Jing and his mother kept asking him why he wanted to go to his boss's resort hotel. Zhang Sun made an excuse that the key had not been delivered yet, and he would have to go there after dinner. After a short lunch break in the afternoon, Zhang Sun accompanied them to stroll around the town for another 2 hours. Since it is a tourist town, the style is still relatively retro, with restaurants, homestays, and small shops selling souvenirs everywhere. What's exaggerated is that there is even a 4-star hotel here. It is the off-season now, and there are relatively few people. It is quite pleasant to walk around with family. After shopping and returning to the BB, Zhang Sun packed all his luggage and put it in the car in advance. Then he asked the owner of the BB to prepare some special dishes. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, he invited the two elders to his room, using the excuse of playing cards, and switched the TV to the CCTV channel. Zhang Sun's behavior made his family more suspicious. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Didn't he say he was going to his boss's resort hotel? Just as the mother was about to question her son, a sharp alarm sounded from the TV, and the loudspeaker on the street outside the BB also sounded at the same time. At this time, an old figure appeared on the news broadcast on TV. His face was full of fatigue and despair. He bowed solemnly towards the front, and then said in a heavy and hoarse voice, "Fellow countrymen, I am Li Ziqiang. After hearing this broadcast, please organize yourselves immediately. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill." According to the National Astronomical Observatory, at 8:45 p.m. Beijing time on January 25, 2025, an asteroid with a diameter of 15 kilometers will collide with the Earth in Oceania, 500 kilometers off the coast of Chile. This major impact will lead to a new round of mass extinction of species, and the disaster it brings will far exceed the impact event 66 million years ago. I don't know where the future of mankind will go. Fellow countrymen, after hearing this, you can now begin your own rescue efforts. I wish you good luck, and may human civilization endure forever. Please forgive all the countries in the world for not predicting this disaster in time. The asteroid numbered 347735 was monitored in early 2023, and the results showed that it would pass by the Earth 4 million kilometers later today. But starting early this morning, an unprecedented huge storm erupted on the Sun, causing damage and failure to a large number of satellites, communication equipment, and radio observation equipment. Optical telescopes also lost some of their observation capabilities due to this solar storm, so they were unable to provide timely warnings. We speculate that after passing through the Earth-Moon system, the asteroid collided with another unknown asteroid, changing its orbit and momentum. It is now heading towards the Earth at a speed of 16.36 kilometers per second. The voice on the radio gradually choked up. It is now 7:03 p.m. Beijing time, and there is still about an hour and a half until the impact. Fellow citizens, please take your supplies and go underground or to civil air defense shelters as much as possible. Meanwhile, fellow countrymen, please try to hide in basements or caves. In addition, the United Nations emergency meeting decided that, starting at 8:30 p.m. on January 25, 2025, intercontinental nuclear missiles will be launched successively from both the eastern and western hemispheres, in front of the asteroid's impact trajectory. It is hoped that the shock wave from a nuclear bomb explosion will reduce the impact speed of the asteroid. Our planetary defense systems are currently far from capable of dealing with a small celestial body approaching at such a high speed. Although we will face the enormous disasters of nuclear radiation and a large impact, we have no choice. Anti-missile nuclear bombs are theoretically feasible, but if they cannot be accurately intercepted, they may not be able to catch up. At that time, the impact of the nuclear explosion will increase the kinetic energy of the asteroid. Except for Zhang Sun, who was mentally prepared, the rest of his family was shocked by the news and speechless. They stared at the TV blankly, unable to believe that the end of the world would come so suddenly. "Come with me quickly," Zhang Sun said in a deep voice, and without saying anything, he pulled his mother and Du Jing and ran out. The father-in-law followed behind. When they passed the lobby of the BB, the owner and his family were still staring blankly at the TV. Zhang Sun shouted, "What are you staring at? Why don't you pack your things and find a place to hide?" Only after Zhang Sun and his companions got into the car did the boss react. The streets were also in chaos. The shops on both sides were brightly lit, and the sirens of vehicles and the panicked cries mixed together, exacerbating people's panic. There are many natural caves near the town, and the largest star-rated hotel in the town also has a 2-story underground parking lot. These places are the first places that the town residents think of going. The homestay where Zhang Sun stayed was located on the outskirts of the town, next to the provincial road. He immediately drove his car and rushed towards the shelter. He saw a few trucks driving slowly on the road. He wanted to remind them, but he couldn't concentrate on driving, so he had to give up. On the way, Du Jing sobbed and asked, "Where are we going?" They didn't know why Zhang Sun ran away from the town into the mountains. "A refuge," Zhang Sun replied in a deep voice, then explained, "The resort hotel I told you about earlier is actually a doomsday refuge." "What? Do you know the inside story?" Du Jing was surprised, but she became even more confused. Zhang Sun sorted out his thoughts and decided to lie again. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to explain why he had gained memories of the future. In fact, as early as last year, someone raised a warning online, but it received no attention. My boss, who happens to be a conspiracy theorist, saw the news and decided to build a doomsday shelter just in case. Even if the doomsday theory is false, this shelter can still be opened as a doomsday-themed hotel. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Sun felt that his explanation was perfect. Will your boss kick us out in the future? Mom was still a little worried. The boss's family lives in Shanghai. Even if he wanted to chase us away, it's impossible. When the asteroid hits the Earth, coastal cities will be the first to be impacted. I don't think anyone will be spared. Zhang Sun consoled him. So, this shelter is our home now. After hearing this, the three people in the car fell silent. It was unclear whether they were mourning for the boss Zhang Sun had never met, or out of fear of the end of the world. On the way, Zhang Sun gradually realized why the leader did not mention the impact of this huge collision. It turned out that because they knew that the eastern coastal areas would be flooded by the tsunami, they deliberately did not say it out loud. They had to give people some hope. If they said it out loud, the hope would be gone. At 7:42 in the evening, they arrived outside the shelter. Zhang Sun opened the door of the shelter, turned on the lighting system of the passage, and drove the car in. Then he came back to close the steel airtight door of the shelter and carefully checked the condition of the passage and the door. After confirming that there were no problems, he called his father-in-law and others over to install the second door. With 45 minutes left, Zhang Sun drove an electric forklift to transport the two steel doors here, and with the assistance of his father-in-law, he used a hoist to install the second protective door. Since the subsequent installation issues had been taken into consideration before, a modular assembly solution was adopted during the design process. It only requires the cooperation of 2 or 3 people and can be completed quickly. After checking again and confirming that everything was correct, Zhang Sun took them down to the main control room of the living area on the 3rd floor and turned off most of the equipment in the shelter. Except for the temperature control system, air filtration system, and monitoring system power supply, which are temporarily supplied by the battery pack, all other systems are shut down. The cold air in the cold storage should be able to last for a while. Only after the previous waves of strong shocks and vibrations have passed, and it is confirmed that the shelter has not been affected, can the shelter be officially and fully activated. There are still 5 minutes left. According to the safety procedures of the shelter, the current operation should be at the red level. Now we just have to wait for the moment when the end of the world comes. The big impact occurred at 2045, and the shock wave reached here from the Eastern Pacific at 2057. Strictly speaking, there were still about 17 minutes left. But these short 10 minutes seemed like a century, short and yet long. Chapter 47, Crazy. At the same time, across the country, most people are trying to save themselves in panic. Especially in today's highly urbanized world, the choices of countless people are basically the same. The air raid shelter always comes first. Then there is the subway space, underground shopping malls, garages, etc. Simply pack your supplies, clothes, food, and daily necessities. The more you bring, the better, except for money. If you are lucky, your family members are all together, and there are civil air defense facilities or subway platforms nearby. Those who are unlucky have to work alone, away from their families, and live in the suburbs. People may understand the consequences of this disaster, but they have not thought about the process of the disaster. Perhaps it was because time was short or the situation was critical, but my brain was completely dominated by fear. Many people often pack up and come out, but stand at the intersection at a loss, not knowing where to go. The situation in the city is a little better, but what about in the countryside? Rural areas are the most vulnerable, with little shelter from the first wave of disasters. Perhaps some rural areas are located in mountainous areas and have caves, but most people can only stay at home and wait helplessly. In the first wave of impact, the casualties in rural areas, towns, and even some small counties may not be as high as in cities, but the proportion of casualties is much higher than in cities. Jiangchen, Qi Sijuan, who is still serving his sentence in prison, is like many of his fellow inmates. He doesn't know why all the prison guards disappeared in the blink of an eye. Because this prison is located in the suburbs of the city, it is very remote and sparsely populated, and it was newly moved, so its facilities are not yet complete, such as the broadcasting facilities. And for him, his luck has not been very good in the past 2 years. First, he didn't know who was behind this and sent him in. Now, for some unknown reason, he felt uneasy and confused again. Could this be a prank by the prison authorities? Let's see if these prisoners can escape from prison without prison guards. Qi Sijuan thought it was very likely, but he was not fooled. He lay obediently on his side on the bed, which was less than 1.4 meters wide. without moving a muscle. In the city center 26 kilometers away from here, Yang Mingjian and his wife are treating a leader to dinner in Heking Shuixiangli. Because there were too many people eating here and it was too noisy, and he was in a private room, he didn't hear the broadcast at first. It was only when everyone in the lobby started rioting that they were alarmed. Yang Mingjian didn't care about the leader, pulled his wife up and prepared to go back to pick up the child. But as soon as the car drove out of the hotel, it was stunned by the scene in front of it. Densely packed with vehicles crisscrossed the road, many even rear-ending or colliding head-on, igniting a raging fire. Those who were really stuck in traffic and couldn't move simply abandoned their cars and fled, running madly in a certain direction. Yang Mingjian's car couldn't move either. He gritted his teeth, pulled the handbrake, and didn't even take out the car keys, simply giving it up. He rushed home with his wife. Fortunately, this restaurant is not far from home, and I got home in 10 minutes. Waiting for the elevator was also busy. They were so angry that they kept cursing. They had no choice but to go up the stairs. His house was on the 12th floor. When he got home, it was already 7:30 p.m., and there was still 1 hour left. If they don't go to the civil air defense facilities, their entire family will be wiped out. As soon as he reached the floor, Yang Mingjian saw that his door was open. The nanny seemed to have run away, leaving the child crying loudly in the room. What else is there at home? There's no food in the refrigerator. Rice, no more. Snacks and fruits are also gone. Damn, the nanny took it all away. He was so angry that he started cursing and told his wife to pack the clothes quickly. He then went to the kitchen and poured out the oil in the kingfish oil bottle. Then filled the tap with water. My wife ignored the crying child for the time being. She packed the clothes while anxiously looking at the time on her mobile phone. The fear on her face made her look particularly pale. Yang Mingjian couldn't find any food at home. He kicked open his neighbor's door and found that the house was also empty. Not giving up, he searched for a while, but still found nothing. He was going crazy. Time was ticking away. Less than 50 minutes were left. It's too late. We have to find shelter quickly. He carried the oil bottle and the clothes his wife had packed on his back and hurried out. Fortunately, the elevator was no longer in use, and the three of them soon arrived downstairs. But he soon discovered that the entrance to the nearest underground garage had been blocked, and there was a large crowd of residents who had arrived later standing outside, shouting and cursing. Where to go? He was a little confused. Oh, right, Baidu. He put down the oil can and took out his cell phone to search for nearby civil air defense fortifications. The network is still very poor. There was no choice but to run out of the community and follow the crowd on the street to the nearest subway station. The crazy flow of people was really chaotic. Yang Mingjian was afraid that his wife and children would be squeezed away, so he held his wife's arm tightly. As we walked, we could hear the cries, shouts, or desperate roars from the crowd. Soon, the already crowded flow of people turned into a stampede. Yang Mingjian's family was at the back of the crowd and had not been affected, but those in front were in a terrible situation. At this time, several out-of-control vehicles accelerated against the traffic jam in front, rushed directly into the crowd, hit the concrete wall, and caused a violent explosion. Not too far away, Yang Mingjian and his wife instinctively lay on the ground. More than 20 minutes passed, and there was still half an hour left. If they don't find a shelter soon, the whole family will be finished. After standing up, a fierce look appeared on Yang Mingjian's face. He pulled his wife into an empty car on the side of the road. He turned the steering wheel all the way to the left, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed into the crowd. He controlled the direction and sped along the sidewalk, crushing countless people under his wheels. Such madness shocked everyone, including his wife, who was so scared that she couldn't even speak. However, when people and vehicles on the road saw this scene, they instantly lost their traffic awareness. He threw all morals aside and followed Yang Mingjian's example, rushing into the crowd. Seeing that these people with cars were becoming more and more crazy, the direction of the flow of people suddenly fell into greater chaos. The already crowded crowd was like a human pyramid, or more like zombies, stepping on each other's bodies to move forward. Yang Mingjian's car soon crashed into the mountain of people and could not move forward. The people nearby who had almost lost their lives were soon overcome by anger. They smashed the car window and dragged the whole family out of the car. Before he died, these words came to his mind. The wind blows the eggshell, the cards go away, and people are happy. Chapter 48 Chaos. The tragedy of Yang Mingjian's family cannot be said to be an accident. It can only be said that he brought it upon himself. Professor Wang from Jiangxing University of Geology is much luckier. When he heard the doomsday broadcast, his first reaction was disbelief. He was helping his grandson with his elementary school homework at home, and before he had time to go to the bathroom, he was amused by the content of the broadcast. But when he saw the huge crowd outside, he suddenly became uneasy. At this moment, a lot of thoughts were going through his mind. But the first face that came to his mind was a face named Zhang's son. At this moment, his son rushed in anxiously and shouted, "Dad, the end of the world is coming. Hurry up and pack up and get ready to go to the air raid shelter." There is an air raid shelter that has been abandoned for a long time on the back mountain of the school. Although the school in front was specially renovated to provide students with a cool and summer escape, it simply could not accommodate so many people. Professor Wang is like this, and it is hard to accept for a while, until he was forcibly dragged out of the room by his son, carrying a lot of bags. Their family of 5 followed the crowd from the school and all rushed into the air raid shelter on the back mountain. Seeing that more and more people were coming, the more courageous students organized themselves and forced the entrance door of the air raid shelter shut. However, the consequence of doing so was that the people outside destroyed the gate crazily without regard for the consequences. Some of the people at the back saw that time was getting closer and closer, so they decisively gave up here and ran to the subway station outside the school. The remaining people did not give up and still made a final effort. They found a cutting machine from somewhere. As a big hole was cut into the gate, these people rushed in. An unnatural despair appeared on Professor Wang's face. At this moment, he had guessed something. Maybe some people have known that this day would come, and they are making various preparations for this early on. They hid everything. An organization? Senior government officials? Or maybe both. They abandoned the entire human civilization. The scene of his first meeting with Zhang Sun appeared clearly in his mind, and the conversation at that time did not arouse his vigilance at all. Maybe the other party hinted at something, but he didn't get the hint. Professor Wang regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. He had already understood that even if the people here, including himself, survived the previous waves of disasters, they would not survive for long. Because at that time, he had already clearly deduced the process and consequences of the disaster. Moreover, he vaguely felt that this disaster might be even more serious than he had imagined. Another wave of powerless despair came over him, and Professor Wang closed his eyes in pain. Perhaps relief without pain is the right choice. At the last minute of his expected time, he opened his eyes and said to his son, "If I don't die this time, I'll try to find a way to get to the west once the radiation level drops, the high temperatures, and the heavy rains pass." With tears in his eyes, he glanced at his grandson again, then turned and continued, "Jiangcheng will no longer be a place to live. Remember my words." The son looked at him suspiciously and nodded. Obviously, he has not yet realized the severity of the impact of this disaster on human civilization. After all, he studied liberal arts. The whole world is in chaos. The major governments in various regions had actually received the news nearly 20 minutes in advance. In other words, people in the upper class have 20 minutes more preparation time than ordinary people. Many governments of foreign countries have even started to flee in advance, and in order not to affect the speed of their escape, they do not even plan to announce this news. At least on the domestic side, after weighing the pros and cons, it was decided to inform the public of the news. No matter what, the center of gravity of the human body has already leaned towards the cliff. No matter whether you retract your foot or lift it, the result of falling is inevitable. Railway, highway, aviation, and other hubs were completely paralyzed after the broadcast. There was no need for passengers to make a scene. The captain and ground staff all ran away. Because they received information in advance, the measures taken by local governments were very different. The coastal areas of the east, south, and north have basically given up on large-scale rescue efforts because it no longer makes any sense. A small number of people may be able to fly inland, but the result will be the same. They may die in the sky. Local governments in some inland areas, such as Guizhou, Chongqing, Sichuan, and Gansu, have made some secret efforts based on their geographical environment. But it is hard to say whether it will be effective later. In some places, although they tried hard, they were quickly broken by the crazy people. In desperation, one can only clean up the snow in front of one's own door. 10,000 years is too long. We must seize the day. But this morning and evening is a bit too short. There was no time to prepare. Sunshine, far away on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, got the news from the news. The submarine optical cable transmitted the broadcast signal from the ancient Eastern power. Let all the beautiful people know the end of the world is coming at the first time. Heise almost immediately took his family to a supermarket in the suburbs and started a vigorous zero-yuan shopping campaign. In America, because it is close to the impact site, the preparation time is much shorter than that of other continents. Moreover, the American government did not broadcast to inform the general public, but chose to remain silent and transfer secretly. Heise remembered that he bought a doomsday bunker. Li Pan from Hunan, a small leader in a state-owned enterprise, also got the news early and quickly took his family to hide in a shelter. And the wealthy man in Zhongyuan province is also waiting for this day to come. This time, he brought 3 girls to his luxurious refuge hotel in advance and had a frank, tough, and sad conversation. Don't think too much about it. It really wasn't a pleasant conversation. At this point, the 2 world wars combined are not as severe as the current global chaos. At the last moment before the shock wave arrived, everyone prayed in their hearts, hoping that it was just a false alarm. Chapter 1: The End of the World. In a period of fear and anxiety, the originally black and white picture on the screen in the main control room gradually became brighter, as if it was daybreak. The clouds in the sky could also be seen with the naked eye, slowly changing from white to red. 2 minutes later, the picture began to distort and shake violently. Immediately afterwards, on the distant mountains, countless plants were blown away in an instant like grass, and many large trees were blown off in half. The surveillance cameras outside are encased in solid concrete, and the front view is protected by a bulletproof glass. Fortunately, most of them survived, with only one being unlucky enough to be hit directly by a huge rock. Because it is nighttime now, the outside world in the surveillance footage is brighter than during the day, so it looks extremely scary. After a few minutes, the shaking scene calmed down. Apart from the ruins of the mountain, there were also rubble rolling everywhere. The gas shock wave from the impact has passed, and next comes the seismic wave. As expected, the entire shelter shook violently, and the sensor on the screen showed that the earthquake wave was a magnitude 9. This is the shock wave that has been weakened after traveling nearly 10,000 miles. One can imagine what a devastating scene it would be at the center of the impact. Fortunately, the shelter's seismic buffer system withstood the strong earthquake, and the shelter was not damaged except for some shaking. Sensor data from various locations showed a change from green healthy status to yellow alert status. Fortunately, the red status did not appear, otherwise it would be troublesome. Zhang Sun felt relieved. Du Jing and the others were pale, holding on to the backs of their chairs tightly with their hands. It was only at this moment that they truly realized that the end of mankind had arrived. There was a mixture of fear, confusion, and gratitude in their eyes for being together as a family. Alas, Zhang Sun sighed, holding his wife's hand, and comforted everyone. Since the disaster has already happened, if we can survive, we should live well. The family looked at him and said nothing. Zhang Sun knew that they just needed time to digest this major change in their lives. The shaking of the shelter gradually subsided, but it was not over yet. Before the first earthquake wave had completely passed, the second earthquake wave came. Then, due to a series of chain reactions caused by changes in geological structure, the tremors lasted for nearly half an hour. The image on the screen went black for 2 more seconds, not because of damage, but because the view was blocked by rocks that had rolled down the mountain. The sky, as if it was on fire, gradually darkened. Just when they breathed a sigh of relief, dozens of meteor showers suddenly appeared in the dim sky. They were getting closer and closer, like fireballs, crashing towards the Earth at high speed. These fireballs are debris that were blown into the atmosphere after the asteroid impact and then fell back down. Unfortunately, the mountain opposite was hit by a fireball. The violent impact caused a strong resonance inside the shelter, causing several people to cover their ears at the same time with extremely painful expressions. Fortunately, he recovered quickly. Zhang Sun was secretly annoyed in his heart, wondering what these designers were doing. They didn't even consider this factor. "Are you okay?" He looked at his wife and the others first. He shook his head, his pale face full of fear. The number of fireballs was limited and the coverage area was very wide, so fortunately, they did not harm their mountain. But the picture on the screen became brighter again. The impact of the fireball caused large-scale wildfires. Those plants that were not blown away by the first shockwave faced a new disaster. Just like that, the 4 of them sat there blankly, watching the raging fire burning outside. The hellish scene was just like this. Less than 10 minutes later, countless glass beads hit the ground like a heavy rain, and this glass rain lasted for half an hour. At 12 o'clock in the evening, under the baptism of strong winds, the fire outside not only did not weaken, but became even more fierce. However, the frequency of earthquakes has been greatly reduced. Since 11 o'clock, there have been only 2 small aftershocks. It was already late, and Zhang Sun said to Du Jing, "Wife, you and Mom and Dad go to the second-floor warehouse to check on the supplies on the shelves. If they're messy, just tidy them up. I'll go down to the 5th floor to check on the equipment." Zhang Sun took out several walkie-talkies, one for each person. After going down to the 5th floor, he went straight to the power generation equipment. Fortunately, there was a buffer device under the unit. After checking, he found that apart from some slight movement in the position, there was no other damage. After using tools such as jacks to restore the generator set to its original position, the temperature control equipment and electronic control equipment were checked again, and no bumps or damage were found on the outside. It took another 2 hours, holding the manual, checking each parameter one by one, and inspecting the status of each component. Afterwards, I checked the situation of the fuel depot through the monitoring system. Fortunately, he had foresight and packed fuels such as charcoal and solid alcohol in wooden boxes. The wooden boxes, barrels, and gas cylinders were all fixed, so there were no collisions or leaks. After doing all this, he went to the second-floor warehouse and found that his wife and others were still sorting supplies. Although the edges of the shelves had been raised, a lot of supplies still fell down and were in a mess. Zhang Sun also joined in the sorting process, and it took another hour and a half to finish sorting out the supplies. Some food bags were broken and could not be stored for a long time, so Zhang Sun picked them out and put them together, planning to get rid of them in the near future. The whole family was exhausted. It was already 4 in the morning and it seemed to be drizzling outside, but the wildfire was still burning with no sign of being extinguished. The mountains now looked like they had been covered by several rounds of artillery fire, forming a sharp contrast to their previous lush greenery. It is so sad to hear it and makes people cry when they see it. After taking out a few new quilts, Zhang Sun was worried that his mother would be scared, so he asked Du Jing to sleep with her while he stayed with his father-in-law for one night. The next day, Zhang Sun woke up at around 10 o'clock. After getting up, everyone's mood was still a little depressing. After washing up, he went to the control room first. The temperature control system sounded an alarm in the morning, and then the system automatically adjusted the temperature value. In the morning, Zhang Sun took out 4 boxes of self-heating rice and just ate them briefly. After eating, it's time to get down to business. In the afternoon, Zhang Sun first took them to explore the shelter, starting from the 5th floor, and gave a detailed introduction to the functions and precautions of each area. Their identity information was also entered into the system so that they could participate in the management of the shelter. The next day, Zhang Sun began to assign tasks to them. This was a preliminary arrangement, and adjustments would be made later depending on the situation. First, my mother is responsible for the daily meals and laundry in the living area, as well as the poultry farming in the breeding area on the 4th floor. Father-in-law, responsible for the management and care of the agricultural area. Du Jing, responsible for monitoring the central control room and managing warehouse supplies. As for Zhang Sun himself, he is responsible for the daily inspection and maintenance of various systems and equipment in the shelter. The task was assigned, but they had just arrived at the shelter and knew nothing. So for the first 2 weeks, Zhang Sun's plan was to study and train his mother, for example, to help her understand how to use various smart appliances in the living area, such as induction cookers, dishwashers, range hoods, washing machines, etc. Du Jing needs to learn how to use the material in and out management system, as well as understand the system parameters and alarm types in the central control room, and how to handle them. My father-in-law has to manage a large agricultural ecological zone. Although the degree of automation is high, he still needs to learn the principles and methods of operation, how to deal with emergencies, etc. In fact, Zhang Sun didn't understand many things, such as planting in agricultural areas. He had to learn slowly with his father-in-law. Fortunately, the technical guidance manual is quite comprehensive, and there are also video teaching processes. It is all foolproof and easy to learn. The next step is to see how to put it into practice. Next, everyone entered a state of selfless learning. Zhang Sun could teach them some things, and he also wanted to learn some knowledge together. This state seemed to have diluted some of the fear and shadow brought by the end of the world, and everyone smiled more and more. Chapter 2: Life Underground. Just as Zhang Sun and his family began to get used to their new life, the external environment became increasingly harsh. Starting from the second day, the air temperature outside the shelter continued to rise, from the original 9 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. The high temperature, accompanied by drizzling rain, lasted for about 3 weeks. Especially when vegetation burns, surface temperatures reach unprecedented levels. After the 3rd week, the temperature began to slowly drop, and the sky became increasingly dark and dreary, with no trace of sunshine to be seen. The rain never stopped. It became heavier and heavier from the 2nd week onwards. In just one day, it developed into a torrential downpour. Zhang Sun remembered that this heavy rain would last for more than a month and was extremely acidic. If people were exposed to it, they would surely die. After several weeks of intensive study, everyone has initially mastered their respective work content. Starting from the 3rd week, after completing his daily inspection, Zhang Sun would go to the agricultural area on the 4th floor and sow the first batch of crops with his father-in-law. The entire agricultural area is approximately 500 square meters. Because soil and hydroponics are used, the cultivation racks are divided into multi-layer structures. The supplier said that the actual planting area should be around 2.5 acres. Normally, this scientific planting method generally produces more than traditional farmland. If it operates at full capacity, it can harvest 3 crops every year and produce more than 6,000 kilograms of grain. However, Zhang Sun did not do so. He only used about 1/5 of the cultivation area. Of this 1/5, half is planted with rice and the other half is planted with several kinds of vegetables. The main reason for planting so little is to accumulate experience. Another reason is that there is a lot of food stored. Agricultural cultivation will only be fully implemented after a portion of the reserve grain has been consumed in the early stages. As for the oxygen problem, there is no need to worry for at least half a year. The oxygen reserves in the air will not drop significantly in the short term. Currently, the shelter's air filtration system still exchanges gases with the outside world. The first few days were quite hard, as I had to select varieties, start daylighting, sow seeds, add culture media, and so on. Only after completing these operations did I feel a little more relaxed, but I still had to do record-keeping work every day. Du Jing also quickly memorized the contents of the manual, and by combining it with actual practice, she was able to skillfully perform some simple operations and management work. Now, the family has accepted the arrival of the end of the world. Living underground for the rest of their lives is something that cannot be changed. How to live well in the future has become the most important thing. During the 3rd week of the family's survival in the shelter, the adjustment process between them and the shelter became increasingly smooth, and the shelter was basically able to fully realize its value and functions. By the 4th week, a set of management processes had basically been formed. After getting up at 7 or 8 in the morning, go to the control room first to check if there are any alarm messages and see if the status parameter information of each equipment system is normal. Then they had breakfast. After breakfast, Zhang Sun went to inspect each floor, and his father-in-law went to the 4th floor to look after and record the crop conditions. My mother cleans the living area and looks after the poultry in the breeding area. Du Jing uses a tablet computer to check the consumption and remaining quantity of supplies every once in a while, and also checks whether there are any supplies that are about to expire or damaged, and sorts them out in advance. These tasks will take about 2 hours. After dinner in the evening, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law will continue to inspect the shelter. They will go to rest only after confirming that there are no problems. To be honest, the work intensity is not high and it is quite easy. Of course, this is under the condition that there are no malfunctions. The rest of the time, we play mahjong, games, watch movies, etc. Zhang Sun's mother likes to dance square dance, so she cleared out a larger bedroom and turned it into a place for square dancing. In fact, the living room is larger, but my mother didn't want to disturb others when she was dancing, so she chose an unoccupied bedroom. Sometimes after dinner, she would pull others to dance square dance with her. Zhang Sun and Du Jing really had no interest in it, so they gave up after dancing for a few days. My father-in-law, on the other hand, quite liked it. Later, after my mother taught him ballroom dancing, such as waltz, slow 3 and slow 4, and jitterbug, he became more and more addicted. The two of them danced for more than an hour every night. As for Zhang Sun, he would occasionally play games for a while, but more often he would be dragged away by his wife to watch movies in the cinema or watch TV series in the living room. The heavy rain outside is still continuing, and the sensors exposed to the outside of the air detection system show that the nuclear radiation values are gradually stabilizing. The highest point was on the 5th day, reaching 8,000 millisieverts per hour, and now it has stabilized at 2,500 millisieverts per hour. Eating a banana emits about 0.0001 millisieverts of radiation. Sleeping next to another person for 8 hours, 0.0005 MSV. Dental X-ray, 0.005 MSV. A radiation dose of 100 millisieverts has no direct and obvious effect on the human body. When the blood concentration is between 100 and 500 millisieverts, there will be a decrease in white blood cells, but there will be no obvious changes in appearance, and the person will not feel any obvious discomfort. However, when the human body is exposed to a radiation dose of 1,000 to 2,000 millisieverts, hair loss and vomiting will occur. When the radiation dose reaches 2,000 to 4,000 millisieverts, the white blood cell count in the blood will decrease significantly, and people will experience severe headaches and vomiting. This is the radiation level outside. Thanks to the efficient air filtration system and radiation protection level, the radiation value inside the shelter is about 0.002 millisieverts. Affected by the previous explosive nuclear radiation in the outside world, the radiation value in the shelter once reached 30 millisieverts, which made Zhang Sun worried for several days. But after reaching the peak, the radiation level gradually decreased, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The impact of the heavy rain was also great. Since the passage to the shelter was in the mountains, mountain torrents began to break out in the 5th week of the apocalypse, and the water level continued to rise. From the monitoring system's footage, it can be seen that half of the shelter's airtight door is currently submerged in water. So far, the heavy rain has only lasted half of its time, and it is estimated that it will take about 2 weeks for it to weaken. The good news is that the flood level did not continue to rise, preventing the passages and exits from being completely flooded. February 27, 2025 AD, the 5th week of the apocalypse. After breakfast in the morning, Zhang Sun carried out his inspection as usual. 30 minutes later, Du Jing's voice came from the intercom. "Honey, I found a crack in the corner of the warehouse. Come here quickly." Zhang Sun's heart tightened, and he asked hurriedly, "I'll be right over." "How big is the crack?" "About 20 centimeters. Fortunately, it was not very big, and Zhang Sun quickly arrived at the 3rd-floor warehouse. He took out a tape measure and measured it. The crack was 23 centimeters long and only 5 millimeters at the widest point, so it was not a big problem. But what worries him is whether the concrete structure inside the shelter might have been damaged by the previous earthquake. Is there any problem with the steel plate and filling material in the middle? There was no rush to deal with the crack for the time being. He took out the ultrasonic flaw detector equipped in the shelter, and a systematic inspection of the entire inner structure of the shelter was started. Ultrasonic flaw detection is suitable for internal defect detection. It has a large detection range, high sensitivity, high efficiency, and relatively simple operation. After a day of careful inspection, he actually discovered more than 10 cracks inside the concrete structure. Among them, there are 13 cracks with a width of less than 0.05 millimeters and 3 cracks with a width of more than 0.05 millimeters. The largest one is 17 centimeters long and 3 millimeters wide. Zhang Sun marked them one by one, saying that there was no need to worry about small cracks. According to national standards, the diameters of these small cracks were within the standard range, and they were difficult to deal with. The main thing is that the 3 cracks with larger widths need to be dealt with as soon as possible. The next day, while conducting an inspection, he took a portable X-ray flaw detector and began to detect flaws in the middle layer of steel plates. Because this type of X-ray inspection has a certain amount of radiation, Zhang Sun did not dare to use it frequently and only carried out inspections on some key welding nodes. After selecting several places on each floor for inspection, we were relieved to find no cracks in the middle steel layer. The next step was to deal with the cracks in the concrete, and Zhang Sun and his father-in-law worked together. I took some cement from the material warehouse on the 1st floor, added some adhesive, mixed it, and then first blocked the crack that was exposed outside. In addition, they used a drill to make small holes in the cracks inside, and then pumped cement plus adhesive into the gaps to fill them. After that is done, the matter is settled. After cleaning up, Zhang Sun quickly recorded the entire discovery and handling process of the incident in detail in the shelter's operation log. Chapter 3, First Time Going Out. March 19, 2025. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the world, and the heavy rain will begin to weaken from today. And according to the surveillance, the water level outside the shelter seems to have dropped a bit. Another week passed, and on March 26th, the rain finally stopped. In the distance, where the 2 mountains met, the mountain torrents were still surging, but the open space outside the shelter had already been revealed. It was just full of mud, and there were fallen rocks everywhere. The air temperature has also slowly dropped back to around 20 degrees Celsius, and it is estimated that it will continue to drop for some time to come. The nuclear radiation value has also dropped a lot. Due to the heavy rain, the original radiation level of 2,500 millisieverts has now dropped to 1,500 millisieverts. Although it has been reduced a lot, it is still fatal to the human body. If there is no shelter, it is impossible to withstand this kind of damage for a long time. Some time ago, the shelter encountered another problem. Half of the filters in the air filtration system were clogged. The warning information in the main control room is read every day. If it weren't for the other half that is working, I'm afraid Zhang Sun and his family wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In fact, the shelter communicates with the outside world through more than one main passage. There are also escape passages and several air exchange passages located above the main passage. The only difference is that the latter has a very small diameter, only 0.8 meters wide. Due to the impact of the previous major impact and wildfires, the air was filled with a large amount of dust and burning ashes, which quickly pushed the dirt holding capacity and filtering effect of these filters to their limits. The inner and outer sets of filter elements work at the same time. The internal filter element is easy to replace, but it is the filter elements in the channel that need to be replaced. Generally speaking, the VA-150 filter element produced by Israel's best company, which costs more than 60,000 yuan, can be used for up to 5 years. But that was only under normal conditions. Now it is about to become ineffective after less than 2 months of use. Fortunately, he had stockpiled a lot before, so he didn't have to worry about replacements, and the dust content in the air continued to decrease. The service life will be longer in the future, and the replacement cycle will not be so short. What's more, some of the exits of these passages are blocked by mud and stones and also need to be cleared. During this time, he had been waiting for the rain to stop and preparing to go out and clean up, while also repeatedly studying the entry and exit procedures in disaster situations. At 9 a.m. on March 28th, the sky was still gray. Zhang Sun and his father-in-law put on protective clothing, opened the second door, and drove the bulldozer between the 2 gates. This time, the 2 men went out to work, while Du Jing and her mother stayed in the shelter, monitoring and ready to provide support at any time. 20 minutes later, after transferring the tools and spare parts to the designated location, Zhang Sun used the intercom to notify Du Jing in the main control room to close the second gate, and then open the first gate. The gate slowly opened, and the sound of falling stones echoed in the passage. Soon a large mound of earth was formed, with the top only about 1 meter away from the top of the exit. After the gate was fully opened, Zhang Sun drove the bulldozer to push away all the dirt and rocks. After several moves back and forth, the passage was completely unblocked. Then he cleared the space in front of the gate and pushed the fallen rocks to both sides. After doing this, he hurried down to help his father-in-law transfer tools and filter spare parts. There was no vegetation on the mountain anymore, and the hidden design he had proposed earlier became a joke. However, it also saved them the time of searching for the exact location. They could just stand right in front of the shelter and observe for a while before finding the location. Zhang Sun and his father-in-law held tools in one hand and carried the filter element on their backs as they carefully climbed towards the top passage. Because it was slippery, the climbing process was very difficult. After finally reaching this location, the first thing to do is to clear the stones and other debris covering the outside. The 2 men used tools and spent more than 10 minutes to move the stones away. After Zhang Sun removed the steel barrier in front of the passage, he crawled in alone. The passage was relatively small, so after he climbed in, his father-in-law lowered the filter element with a rope. The passage is inclined and has an inverted L-shaped right angle at the back. This design can block direct nuclear radiation as much as possible. Zhang Sun took the filter element, hooked the hook with his toes, lay on the passage, removed the old filter element that was blocked, and installed the new filter element. After doing this, he did not go out immediately, but handed the old filter to his father-in-law. He asked his father-in-law to throw over another set of tools, and he also had to clear out some small stones and garbage in the passage. Because they were wearing protective clothing, their movements were not very flexible, so the replacement and cleaning of the filter element in each channel was relatively slow. Each channel takes more than an hour, and there are 5 such channels in total. It started at 9 a.m. and lasted until after 3 p.m. before the last channel filter was replaced. The main reason is that it consumes too much energy, and you have to stop and rest after working for a while. After reinstalling the steel mesh at the entrance of the passage, several monitoring locations were found. The soil and rocks on the surface were cleaned off, and the attachments were wiped off. Another camera was smashed by a boulder and can't be fixed now. I'll wait and see if I can replace it. After coming down, Zhang Sun put all the discarded filter elements together and used a bulldozer to push a pile of earth and rocks to bury them completely. They were about to enter. Zhang Sun climbed onto the top of the bulldozer's cab and looked into the distance through the protective window. The road that led to the provincial highway was no longer recognizable in its original appearance. There were scattered stones of various sizes, and the surface was covered with a layer of dark gray mud and water mixture. It seems that I will have to find an opportunity to clean it up later, Zhang Sun thought to himself. Originally, a corner of the provincial road could be seen, but now it has been completely submerged by mountain torrents. I wonder if the level will drop in the future? In his heart, he didn't want the water level to continue to recede, because when the severe cold weather came, the surface would be covered with a thick layer of ice. If the water level recedes, the previously damaged provincial road will definitely be inaccessible, and there will be many huge rocks blocking the road, making it absolutely impossible to get out. However, if the water level does not recede, it will be difficult for vehicles to drive on the icy surface in the future. After watching for a while, Zhang Sun re-entered the driver's seat and drove the vehicle back to the shelter. Du Jing saw the 2 people come in the control room. After receiving notification from Zhang Sun, he closed the steel door of the first exit. The air filtration system starts working, exchanging the air in this space, and then the sprinkler system starts working. After rinsing for about 15 minutes, Zhang Sun took out a radiation detector from the tool cabinet on the wall and tested the radiation levels on the protective clothing and the vehicle surface. After meeting the preliminary standards, the two of them took off the first layer of protective clothing, put it in the red trash can next to them, and notified Du Jing to open the second door. Zhang Sun will quickly drive the bulldozer into the second gate, and after they all enter, the second gate will be closed immediately. At this time, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law each took a hose and connected it to the water tank that had been placed in advance. Inside was a tank full of soapy water, which continued to wash the bulldozer at all angles. After washing, the radiation value was measured again. Now the radiation level of the vehicle is harmless to humans, but Zhang Sun is still worried and added a third insurance. The bulldozer was covered with a huge cover, a black plastic cover with a composite coating on the surface. Then, the two of them washed each other's bodies with soapy water. He collected the garbage on the ground, blew away the moisture, and confirmed that the radiation level was very low before taking off the inner layer of protective clothing. To be on the safe side, the bulldozer will be temporarily placed here in the passage and will not be driven back to the first-floor warehouse. After the two of them had packed up, they hurried back to the living area. They were tired and hungry after a day's work. They were all sweaty, so they took a hot shower first. When they came out, their mother had already prepared the meal. During the meal, my father-in-law joked that apart from the gravity, this trip was like a spacewalk on the Chinese space station, which was too troublesome. Chapter 4 Daily Life. At 8:15 on April 16, 2025, external monitoring data was updated. Radiation, 1320 MSV. Temperature, -10 degrees Celsius. PM 2.5:247. PM 10:20. Sulfur dioxide, SO2 600. Oxygen content, 19.7%. Du Jing records various monitoring data in the operation log. All the data on the external area on the screen are big red, indicating that humans still cannot survive in such an environment for a long time. Although the system can automatically record and classify, Zhang Sun still requires that it be kept on paper. Originally, these things were done by Zhang Sun. In order to reduce his workload, Du Jing took the initiative to take over this matter. Recently, Zhang Sun has been busy renovating the garbage disposal station, mainly because the amount of garbage generated by the shelter is increasing. After being placed for a period of time, a lot of odors, mold, and various microorganisms were produced, which were not taken into consideration during the previous design. It was originally quite simple, with an independent garbage storage point and a set of household garbage compactors. The other two were stored in the equipment warehouse. Zhang Sun's family couldn't just dump the garbage outside, so problems arose when the garbage was left here for too long. Last Tuesday, the air filtration system on the first floor of the shelter suddenly issued an alarm. After investigation by Zhang Sun, it was finally discovered that there was a problem with the garbage station. So the renovation of the garbage disposal station was put on the agenda. And the next day, he spent half a day moving all the garbage out and burying it. The renovation mainly focuses on deodorization and antibacterial measures, and the workload is not too large. First, use the redundant channels of the temperature control and ventilation system pipelines to lay a relatively independent pipeline. Connect the garbage station to the outside, and then install a fan and a spray device inside the garbage station. The collected garbage is packed and placed in the garbage station for compression in a 3-day cycle. Then the sprayer is turned on to spray disinfectant and deodorant on the garbage respectively. After 15 minutes, turn on the fan for 1 hour to expel the air in the garbage station and complete the gas exchange. Since the newly incoming air has been filtered and is low-temperature cold air, the low temperature in the garbage disposal station can effectively inhibit the growth of bacteria. Of course, the garbage disposal station itself is not very large, and Zhang Sun has stockpiled a lot of insulation materials. To this end, he also specially covered the inner wall of the garbage station with a layer of such insulation material to prevent the loss of cold air. The whole process, including the time spent taking out the garbage, took 4 days. It wasn't tiring, but it was a bit troublesome. After completing this project, the family replanned their daily workflow, and after a few days of adjustment, they found that it was more reasonable and efficient than before. During this period, Zhang Sun gained a lot of weight, and he gained the most weight among the four. My mother and father-in-law dance every day, and they don't gain weight. My wife exercises for an hour every day after dinner, and she doesn't gain weight. He's the only one who's fat. Du Jing couldn't stand it anymore, so every night after he finished his inspection, she insisted on dragging him to exercise in the gym together. Although the living area is not luxurious, it provides plenty of entertainment activities. There is a movie room. Although the screen is not as big as the one in the cinema, it is much larger than the TV in the living room. In addition, the environment inside is relatively dark, so the viewing effect is also good. There is also a study room with various types of books. My father-in-law and mother would occasionally go to read books. They are not used to reading ebooks and still feel that physical books have more substance. Zhang Sun and Du Jing's favorite is the game room, which is probably the largest room besides the living room. It is equipped with 3 computers and can play various standalone games. There is also a Sony PS5 and Xbox game console and a laser simulation shooting system. The most expensive one is the VR set. Standing on the balance machine, wearing VR goggles, and holding the game controller, you can experience the most realistic illusion. My mother and father-in-law tried it twice and then lost interest because their eyes were too blurry. But my wife often competes with him for the chance to play. In the game room, you can also play mahjong, cards, Three Kingdoms Kill, chess, etc. I originally wanted to get a pool table, but due to limited space, I had to put the pool table next to the living room. There's not much to say about the main control room, but Zhang Sun has personally experienced it in the medical room. Last time when he was moving pipes, his calf accidentally hit a steel belt and cut it. Du Jing immediately took him to the medical room, and he got a few stitches. This is the first time someone has been injured so far, and it was a minor injury. Based on the survival outline previously formulated by the shelter, Zhang Sun and his family discussed and made certain changes, which were mainly decided based on the current environment and actual conditions. Moreover, at the strong request of my mother and Du Jing, the safety operation procedures were also comprehensively optimized. It was also unanimously decided that at least 3 to 4 full-staff drills should be conducted every month. For example, fire drills, escape drills, anti-poison drills, medical rescue drills, accident emergency response procedure drills, etc. Zhang Sun also felt a little relieved. At this moment, his family had truly integrated into this doomsday and the survival system of the shelter. On May 1, 2025, the outside temperature dropped to -35 degrees Celsius and the screen turned pitch black. It's not that the camera is broken, but that it is covered by a thick layer of snow. The radiation value in the air further decreased to only 1100 millisieverts. The main reason was that the previous heavy rain and heavy snow brought most of the nuclear radiation to the surface. The temperature continued to drop, and Zhang Sun knew that it was far from reaching its limit. As far as I can remember, in Hubei province, the average temperature in the first half year after the apocalypse was -50 degrees Celsius, and in the second year it continued to drop to -60 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the snow and ice outside have strong nuclear radiation. If you want to turn into water and drink it, your life will be shortened by at least half, and you will be in an extremely painful state for the rest of your limited life. The groundwater beneath the shelter was not greatly affected, mainly because it was deep and was always flowing. The radiation value of groundwater still increased to a certain extent, but the increase was very small. The water they used in their lives had been carefully filtered twice and would not cause any harm to the human body, so Zhang Sun chose to ignore it. The shelter actually consumes a lot of domestic water every day, and the wastewater will also be discharged. It's not that Zhang Sun doesn't want to use it, but it doesn't have much value at the moment, and storing it in the shelter would be a waste of space. What he was more worried about was the waste gas and wastewater from excrement. These things were difficult to pump out and had a strong smell, so he had to set up a separate manure pit. When designing, the designer took into account the opportunity of utilizing biogas in the future. But Zhang Sun is not facing an energy crisis at present. Instead, these waste gases and wastewater are an unsafe factor for him. When the wastewater is full, it will overflow from the pipe. The same goes for waste gas. It is easy to get poisoned when defecating. So he had to prepare in advance to lay an additional section of drainage pipe and exhaust pipe. When the water level in the manure pit reaches a certain height, the drain valve opens automatically, and the drainage system connected to the main drainage pump will drain some of the water above the manure pit. The same is true for the exhaust system. When the air pressure inside reaches the warning value, the exhaust valve opens automatically. The advantage of Zhang Sun's insistence that the control system must be programmable was reflected. In addition to the necessary pipeline design, he only needs to use a few sensors, IoT and other units, and then write a new program to add it to the main control system to achieve remote control of any part of the shelter. Chapter 5 Pregnancy. Hubby, my dad and your mom. At night, Du Jing lay on the bed, looking hesitant and saying only half of her words. What's wrong with mom and dad? Zhang Sun asked, turning his head. I think they have been a little too ambiguous recently. Du Jing gritted her teeth and said directly. Zhang Sun was immediately happy when he heard this. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now when he thought about it, it was really the case. It has been 4 months since the end of the world began. Being together every day, it is inevitable that sparks will fly. What do you think? Zhang Sun first asked his wife for her opinion. I don't know what to do. Du Jing shook her head. The two were silent for a moment, and then Zhang Sun spoke first, saying, How about this? If they're both interested in each other, why not just let them be together? You see, in these last days, the elderly always need to find other ways to comfort themselves besides their children. But I'm not sure either. Du Jing replied. It's okay. Tomorrow we'll ask indirectly and see how things go. Zhang Sun smiled and continued. You go talk to my mom, and I'll go get some information from my dad. Well, that's the only way. Du Jing nodded. Go to sleep. Just when Zhang Sun wanted to turn off the lights, Du Jing suddenly sat up, covered her mouth, and ran to the bathroom. Zhang Sun thought she was sick and hurried after her. Du Jing lay on the sink, feeling a little nauseous and wanting to vomit but unable to. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Don't scare me. Zhang Sun said anxiously and nervously. Du Jing didn't say anything, holding the sink with both hands, and it took her a long time to recover. Seeing her husband's anxious face, she felt warm in her heart and said comfortingly, I feel a little nauseous. Do you know what the problem is? Zhang Sun didn't understand these things. His wife studied nursing and later taught herself a lot of medical knowledge, so he could only ask this. Du Jing nodded, then shook her head and said to him, Go to the medical room and get a pregnancy test stick. Hearing this, Zhang Sun's pupils shrank, and then he was filled with a huge surprise. He tentatively asked, You mean? You're not sure yet, go get it. Du Jing rolled her eyes at him and pushed him out. 20 minutes later, Du Jing came out of the bathroom. Seeing Zhang Sun's expectant expression, she nodded and said, 2 bars. When he heard it was true, he was a little overwhelmed. After all, it was his first time having a child, and he had no mental preparation and no experience. Du Jing remained calm and said to Zhang Sun, Don't tell my parents yet. Wait until we've figured out what's going on with them. Okay. Zhang Sun nodded. The next day, they acted separately and found opportunities to trick the 2 elders. After some indirect hints, the 2 of them reluctantly expressed their thoughts, but they were too embarrassed to speak because they were afraid that Zhang Sun and his wife might have some thoughts. During dinner in the evening, Du Jing and Zhang Sun both expressed that they did not object to the 2 of them being together, which made the 2 elders feel relieved. After talking things out, Zhang Sun suggested finding a time to hold a simple wedding for the 2 of them. Although the 2 elders were embarrassed and pretended to refuse, they could not resist the persuasion of the 2 and agreed. In the next 2 days, after finishing the tasks at hand, several people took time to start decorating the room. Of course, these things were relatively simple and everything was done quickly. On May 17, 2025, Zhang Sun's biological mother and Du Jing's biological father officially became husband and wife. The shelter didn't have any wedding attire, so they had to wear other clothes instead. After some simple ceremonies and a delicious meal, the wedding was complete. During the meal, Zhang Sun also announced the good news that Du Jing was pregnant. For parents, this is the best gift their children can give them. The days in the apocalypse continued. Because Du Jing was pregnant, Zhang Sun originally planned to let her have a good rest and do nothing, but she refused without hesitation. I've just started, it's not like I can't move, Du Jing said unhappily. Besides, lying down every day is not good for the baby either. Zhang Sun readily followed her advice and had to follow her, but he also cared more about his wife and stayed with her every day when he had nothing to do. While it was still early, Du Jing took some time to provide some midwifery training to her mother and Zhang Sun. If she were to give birth, the whole family would be at a loss as to what to do, which would be dangerous. Although the medical room in the shelter is relatively simple, it is still better equipped than an average rural clinic. For example, there are ultrasonic diagnostic equipment, small X-ray machines, shadowless operating tables, blood cell analyzers, and other equipment. In the days that followed, Du Jing had become the treasure of the family. She was not allowed to go to inspect the warehouse supplies, for fear that something unexpected might happen to her. In order to let her eat fresh food, her father-in-law specially planted some fruits in the agricultural area. For example, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, etc. These fruits can be eaten in about 2 months regardless of the season using hydroponic technology. Some of the fruits I bought before the end of the world have been eaten up long ago, and some of them have even gone bad because their shelf life is too short. Fortunately, some of the vegetables they had planted before were ready to be picked. This was the first time since the end of the world that they had eaten what they had grown. The rice plants are still growing and have begun to produce ears of rice, but but they are not yet ready for harvest. According to the assessment of the ecosystem's AI steward, the output is expected to reach around 700 kilograms. 700 kilograms. After threshing and drying, the weight will drop further, and it will be about 600 kilograms. In fact, these foods are enough to meet the annual consumption of their family of 4. Zhang Sun was quite satisfied with this, and relatively speaking, the oxygen content in the 4th level agricultural ecological zone was higher than other places. Sometimes, when my mother and Du Jing have nothing to do, they also like to come here and stay. Seeing these green plants makes them feel relaxed and happy. After all, they haven't seen green for a long time. Having a child fills the family's hearts with hope and expectations. What's that sound? Du Jing, who was pregnant, had extremely sensitive hearing. After dinner, Zhang Sun was taking her for a walk. It's just the sound made by the equipment below, Zhang Sun explained. Normally, the shelter equipment will make some noise, but after special noise reduction treatment, the noise they make when running will not interfere with the living area. Moreover, sound-absorbing materials are laid between each floor, especially in the living area, and the sound insulation measures exceed normal standards. No, it's different from usual. Listen carefully, Du Jing said seriously. Zhang Sun raised his head and listened carefully. After a short while, he also understood it. The operating noise of the equipment in the shelter is much louder than before, and occasionally there are some sharp noises. He didn't dare to be careless and said to Du Jing, "You go back first, I'll go down and take a look." Du Jing nodded and said, "Go ahead, be careful." In fact, the change in sound was quite small, and he didn't notice it at first because he had heard it so many times. Fortunately, Du Jing reminded him. In this case, the shelter's operation and maintenance manual also provides an introduction and maintenance procedures. First, Zhang Sun took out the vibration detector and tested the axial, longitudinal, and horizontal vibration levels of all equipment. After recording all the vibration data and comparing it with the previous monitoring data, it was found that although these data did not reach the warning value, they showed an upward curve. There are generally 3 possibilities in this situation. 1. The equipment assembly error is large and the center alignment calibration does not meet the standards. 2. Poor lubrication, whereof the equipment drive shaft, dry friction, leading to local high temperature and vibration. 3. Resonance occurs in the rotating parts, etc. Zhang Sun eliminated the problems one by one and finally found the second reason, poor lubrication. Zhang Sun guessed that perhaps in order to save materials, the amount of lubricant added to the equipment was too small, resulting in increased lubricant consumption. So he quickly went to the warehouse to get a bucket of grease and pumped new grease into the bearings of various equipment and motors. After finishing, he waited for half an hour and measured the vibration value of the equipment again. He found that all the data had dropped significantly compared with before. While feeling relieved, Zhang Sun also reminded himself, this data cannot just be recorded in a table during inspection. It must also be analyzed using the shelter's AI processing capabilities. After all, chart presentation is much more intuitive than scattered data. Over the next 2 days, he rewrote an analysis program and added less frequently noticed data, such as vibration and sound decibels, to the shelter's monitoring system. Chapter 6: Installing the Antenna. It was mid-June, almost 5 months after the end of the world, and the first batch of grain had begun to be harvested. Zhang Sun's entire family went out and harvested all the rice in half a day. Rice would not be planted again for a while. This time the main purpose was to accumulate relevant experience. After all, Zhang Sun had bought a large amount of food supplies before. They have to consume some of it first, and the nutrients used to grow crops are limited, so they have to be used sparingly. At present, the main focus is on cultivating some vegetables and fruits. After the rice is harvested, it is dried and threshed. There is a crop processing area in the agricultural ecological zone on the 4th floor, and the threshers and grinders prepared in advance are also put to use. That night, the family ate the freshest rice, cooked a large table of dishes, and celebrated happily. After dinner, we sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. My mother looked at the lively scene on the TV and sighed. I wonder what's going on outside. The 4 of them suddenly fell into silence. No one knows the answer. In such an environment, even if you manage to escape the initial disaster, it will be difficult to survive for long afterwards. In Zhang Sun's memory, he and Du Jing died one after another due to radiation sickness and lack of food. Official shelters blocked most of the nuclear radiation, but people still died from radiation sickness every day. Radiation, severe cold, and lack of oxygen are destined to take away 99% of the people. It is just a matter of time. For the remaining 1%, it depends on their luck. I'll think of a way tomorrow to see if I can receive the signal from outside. Zhang Sun comforted. The next morning, Zhang Sun got up early and quickly inspected the shelter. Without even having breakfast, he went to the equipment warehouse to retrieve the radio receiving equipment he had bought earlier. The entire system consists of an antenna, feeder, SDR receiver, and PC software. Since the communication channel for radio transmission and reception was taken into consideration at the beginning of the shelter design, now we only need to install the receiving antenna, and then we can debug it. He spent 2 days carefully studying the principles and methods of radio, and tested it again in the shelter. After confirming that there was no problem, he opened the door of the shelter again. This time, it was still his father-in-law who acted with him. After going out, they did not start the installation immediately, but dealt with the garbage first. The installation location is next to one of the ventilation channels, where the radio communication channel is deployed, which can provide good protection. The two worked together to put the receiving line into the aluminum alloy pipe that had been prepared in advance and wrapped with insulation material, connected it, and then raised the pot-shaped antenna. To prevent the antenna from being buried in heavy snow, the steel frame below is 3 meters high and faces east at a certain angle. After wrapping it with a layer of insulation material, steel nails are hammered into the 4 legs connecting the bottom lining frame to the ground to secure it. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Sun waved his arms at the camera. Du Jing, who was monitoring inside, started to operate and turn the direction of the antenna. Seeing that the antenna can rotate means that the line is connected successfully. He will have to go back and debug it later. Du Jing doesn't understand this, so he has to do it himself. Instead of going back immediately, the two continued to clear the snow and debris from the passage above the shelter and did the same with the camera. As the temperature continued to drop, it had reached -48 degrees Celsius before I went out in the morning. It was so cold that Zhang Sun and his father-in-law were wrapped in thick clothes under their protective suits. This time of working out is even more tiring than the first time. After clearing the snow from the passage and around the camera, the two carefully supported each other and returned to the flat ground of the main passage. Before going in, he took another look at the provincial road. It was a vast expanse of white, which seemed to be reflective. It might be a layer of ice. The snow in front of the shelter has actually begun to melt, and it is still quite hard, so you won't sink when you step on it. This is good news for Zhang Sun. He should be able to avoid sinking into the water when driving out in the future, right? He will verify it again after a while and see the result. After going through a complicated disinfection process, the two re-entered the shelter. Fortunately, we didn't drive out this time, so the disinfection and cleaning time was much shorter. After returning to the living area and taking off his thick clothes, Zhang Sun went to the signal receiver and started debugging it. The first step is to rotate the receiving antenna and test the receiving direction. Due to the obstruction of the mountain, the search angle is limited and the northeast direction is easier to search. Before the end of the world, Zhang Sun searched online about the impact of nuclear explosions on wireless communications, and the answer was very pessimistic. The scope and duration of a small-scale nuclear explosion are limited. In particular, a high-altitude, high-yield nuclear explosion would produce 2 types of results. One is nuclear electromagnetic pulse. It occurs during a nuclear explosion, lasts for a short time, and can directly interfere with and damage electronic and electrical systems, including communication equipment. Another is the additional ionospheric effect. It has a serious short-term impact on radio shortwave communications and radar observations, but will not damage communication and observation equipment. Before the end of the world, humans took the initiative to launch a high-yield nuclear bomb, which exploded at high altitude and produced a large amount of radioactive smoke. When the multiple fission products in them can rise to an altitude of more than 15 kilometers, they will produce additional ionospheric effects. Due to the huge equivalent, Zhang Sun couldn't say how long this additional ionospheric effect would last. He didn't have much confidence in this attempt. He wasn't a radio enthusiast, and he only had a limited understanding of this type of knowledge, but at least he understood the principle. It mainly relies on the receiving antenna to receive the radio waves in the air. The tuning circuit selects the signal of the required frequency, and the detector restores the high-frequency signal to an audio signal, i.e. demodulation. The audio signal obtained after demodulation is then amplified to obtain sufficient driving power, and finally the broadcast content is restored through electroacoustic conversion. To put it simply, this device is a more complicated radio, but it also has the function of sending signals. Of course, Zhang Sun would not actively send signals to the outside world. Not to mention whether the power could be reached, what was more important was that he was worried that doing so would expose his position. He fiddled with the radio and carefully searched between the channels, but it was basically just noise. Sometimes this is accompanied by a sharp, screeching sound, which indicates that radiation in the atmosphere has seriously interfered with the radio signals. After searching back and forth between channels for 2 hours, Zhang Sun and his family gave up. It was impossible to receive any external signals at this stage. The main reason why the signal flow inside the shelter is very good is that the main structure shields the interference of external radiation and clutter. Therefore, walkie-talkies, IoT, and other devices with radio transceivers can work safely and smoothly. Although it is a bit disappointing, life must go on, right? The next day was the day for all staff to conduct drills. After finishing their respective tasks, this was their 5th drill and also their first medical emergency rescue drill. The commander-in-chief was Du Jing. Some time ago, she often trained her family on this knowledge and application and made a mannequin, given by her boss when she bought clothes in the mall, to simulate various types of emergency rescue. This time is the time to test everyone's achievements, such as how to deal with emergencies caused by fainting due to smoke inhalation, excessive blood loss, stroke, falls, foreign objects in the throat, etc. Under the supervision of the commander-in-chief, Zhang Sun, his mother, and his father-in-law each had to independently go through the processing procedures. Du Jing was very angry because her mother and father-in-law always got the order of rescue wrong, and she criticized and educated them severely. Of course, when Zhang Sun was secretly laughing, he was discovered by Du Jing, who made him demonstrate it twice on the spot before letting him go. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, the exercise finally ended with Du Jing's satisfied voice. Chapter 7: Preparations for Going Out. Over the next week, Zhang Sun would take some time every day to turn on the radio receiving equipment. Although he knew there was little hope, he still harbored some hope. Having been isolated from the world for too long, deep down in his heart, he still hoped to hear some sounds of human activity. Every time he got nothing. Zhang Sun's place was surrounded by mountains and was relatively remote. Even with a high-power transmitter, the signal strength would decay very quickly due to the interference of the strong radiation environment. I just don't know the extent of the attenuation, Zhang Sun said silently. Want to test it? He was a little tempted. This way, he would have to go out again, and it would be considered a long trip. When he shared this idea with his family, he was unanimously opposed by Du Jing and his mother. They can go out, but they have to stay away from the shelter. It is too dangerous. No one knows what will happen. This is unacceptable to them. Moreover, Du Jing is pregnant, which is very worrying. Seeing the two people's strong objection, Zhang Sun also calmed down. Indeed, it is easy to say, but it is too dangerous to rush out before making full preparations. But he didn't plan to give up. On the one hand, he had to try his best to convince his wife and mother, and on the other hand, he had to make all the preparations. It is already July and the temperature outside has reached -50 degrees Celsius. It has been almost half a year and the Earth's environment has reached its worst. Zhang Sun has to make the worst plans for it. Moreover, the oxygen content in the outside world has further decreased. Before the end of the world, the oxygen content was around 21%, but now it is only 16.8%. The shelter also started the electrolysis oxygen production system early to maintain a normal level. Normally, there are about 2.095 liters of oxygen in every 10 liters of air, with a content of about 20.95%. The oxygen content of 16% is equivalent to living on a plateau at an altitude of 3,658 meters in Lhasa. When Zhang Sun went out to install the antenna, he connected an oxygen cylinder to his protective suit. Otherwise, he would easily faint from lack of oxygen while working. This is also the difference between living at low altitudes and high altitudes. The local people in Tibet are already accustomed to the plateau environment, and many tourists who travel there basically find it difficult to adapt in a short period of time. If Zhang Sun wanted to go out, he not only had to prepare insulation measures, but also had to resist radiation and oxygen-deficient environments. In addition, navigation is also a problem. Currently, maps have basically lost their function, and how to find the route back is also a factor that needs to be considered. There is an RV and 2 Dongfeng Mengshi ORV off-road vehicles in the first-floor garage. In order to cope with low temperatures, low oxygen, and strong radiation environments, Zhang Sun also specially modified these vehicles, filling key parts with insulation materials, lead plates, and anti-radiation coatings. For the engine, in addition to insulation measures, an additional oxygen supply system and electric heating device are added to prevent the engine from being unable to start outdoors due to lack of oxygen and low temperature. The idea of going out kept lingering in his mind. While he was making various preparations for it, he also kept explaining it to Du Jing and his mother. In the first few days, they were extremely determined, but after Zhang Sun's patient persuasion, they finally gave in. Seeing an opportunity, He intensified his persuasion and told her about his plans and preparations. Du Jing and her mother were finally persuaded and agreed to his plan to go out. This time he planned to go out alone. After all, his father-in-law was old, and he was worried that he might not have the physical strength to hold on. He carefully checked the off-road vehicle inside and out and confirmed its airtightness. Although it was not completely sealed, it could block most of the low-temperature air from blowing in. In addition, the entire vehicle's outer shell is covered with lead plates and coated with anti-radiation coating, which can also reduce most of the radiation damage. In order to ensure enough fuel, he also prepared a 70L auxiliary fuel tank on the backseat of the car. If it was left outside, it would quickly freeze and it would be troublesome to refill it. In order to prevent the vehicle from slipping and causing accidents, he also installed anti-skid chains on the 4 tires. There are quite a few things to bring, so I put a mountain bike on the roof in case of an emergency. Another issue is food. Since they were wearing protective clothing throughout the process, eating would be very difficult, so Du Jing thought of a solution. She found 2 new injection bags, filled them with chicken soup and energy drink respectively, and taped the hose to his face with tape so that he could take a drink whenever he was hungry. Moreover, these 2 bags are placed in the pockets of his inner clothes, which can also serve as insulation. In addition to these safeguards, he did not forget his main business and added a set of high-power radio transceiver equipment to the off-road vehicle. The plan is to send information to the shelter every time a certain distance is advanced, so as to test the degree of interference of the radiation environment on the radio signal. There was also an unplanned goal, which was to explore the town where they lived on the day of the end of the world. Of course, he wasn't being sanctimonious. He was simply curious whether any humans could survive in the town under such circumstances. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be careless. He went to the warehouse and found the tang sword and crossbow he had bought before as self-defense weapons. He did not choose the nail gun because it would easily freeze in low-temperature environments. Regarding the issue of navigation, there are actually 3 methods. One is to rely on onboard sensors to perceive surrounding buildings, obstacles, terrain, and other features, and build a 3-dimensional model, thereby achieving visual navigation effects without the internet and navigation maps. This method was mainly used in urban environments before the end of the world. Zhang Sun was not sure whether the visual navigation system could build a 3-dimensional model in this mountain environment. So he also prepared 2 other methods. The second, less reliable method is to rely on the radio transceiver installed on the vehicle to track the source of the emission and then confirm the direction. This method is very crude and may not be effective. The third method is the most effective, but its disadvantages are that it is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the target is large, which can easily expose the general location of the shelter. The main thing is that every time the vehicle moves forward a certain distance, a beacon device is placed on the roadside. When Zhang Xuanxing comes back, he can find the correct direction to return according to the prompts of the beacon. To be on the safe side, he decided to use the third method as the main method and use the other 2 as auxiliary means. The preparation work took a week. To be on the safe side, he also installed an ice-detecting radar on the roof of the car, mainly to monitor the thickness of the ice about 60 meters ahead. According to the standards of the ice rink, when the ice thickness is less than 50 centimeters, you should avoid passing through it. On July 16, 2025, under the eager gaze of his family, Zhang Sun officially started his first long-distance outing in a Dongfeng Mengshiro RV, commonly known as going on a long journey. Fully armed, he slowly drove the vehicle out of the shelter. The ice layer on the road near the shelter was relatively thin, only about 40 centimeters thick. Because the previous mountain torrents had receded, there was soil underneath the ice. Zhang Sun drove the car slowly towards the direction that he remembered was connected to the provincial road. With the surrounding mountains as a reference, it was not difficult to find it. 20 minutes later, the vehicle finally arrived at the intersection of the 2 roads. He first used radio equipment to signal the shelter, and then placed a beacon on the ice. When preparing earlier, Zhang Sun had already taught Du Jing some radio operation methods. Now it depends on whether the shelter can receive the signal and reply to him. The entire sky was still gray, and the lights in the car had already been turned on. Zhang Sun sat in the car, looking at the mountains in the distance, quietly waiting for the receiver's response. Chapter 8 Ruins. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There was still a chaotic noise coming from the radio equipment, and Zhang Sun waited for 5 minutes. Before I could get a reply, and was about to send the signal again, a voice came from the receiver. "Honey, can you hear me?" The voice was clear enough, mixed with some noise. "I can hear you. How's the signal over there?" Zhang Xuanxing replied. He didn't expect that the shelter would send an audio signal directly. "I just received the signal, but I got the wrong channel when decoding it. It's fine now." After that, Du Jing's voice came from the receiver again. How are you feeling now? Are both you and the car okay? Don't worry, everything is fine. I'm about to go east. I'll contact you later. Zhang Sun said. Okay. The car was not turned off. Zhang Sun looked at the compass, took out the paper map he had prepared in advance as a reference, turned the steering wheel to the right, and drove towards the town. The provincial road has completely disappeared, and the occasional boulders that appear on the ice also tell of the damage the earthquake has caused to the road. He maintained a speed of about 35 miles per hour, and the ice-penetrating radar showed a green scanning image, indicating that the ice thickness was within a safe range. Every 7 kilometers or so, Zhang Sun would stop the car and place a beacon. Every time he looked back, he could vaguely see the flashing light of the previous beacon. This also gave him a certain sense of security. Every 10 kilometers, Zhang Sun would call the shelter. Since audio could be transmitted directly, there was no need to send the analog signal prepared previously. At the first and second 10 kilometers, the audio signals were relatively normal, with some attenuation in signal strength, which did not affect reception. An hour and 20 minutes later, Zhang Sun vaguely saw a building, or only half of it, because half of it was covered by ice. He recognized that the building was the only 4-star hotel in the tourist town. Because the hotel is located on a relatively high ground, it was not completely flooded. As for the homestay where Zhang Sun and his family had stayed before, there was no trace of it left. Perhaps it had been washed away by the flood. Alas, Zhang Sun sighed inwardly. After experiencing the extreme environment for half a year, there was no way any life could survive here. In order to confirm his guess, Zhang Sun parked the car 50 meters in front of the hotel and honked the horn frantically. The sound echoed in the mountains for a long time, but Zhang Sun neither saw nor heard any response. After picking up the camera from the passenger seat and filming along the car window, he tried to see if he could transmit the video back to the shelter. Hello, wife? I'm in the town where I used to live. Can you hear me? As he spoke, he plugged the camera's cable into the radio transmitter. 30 seconds later, a voice came from the receiver. I can hear you. Please be careful. What's the situation over there? The town has been destroyed. I'll send you a video later. See if you can accept it. Zhang Sun said loudly. About 20 minutes later, Du Jing's voice came from the receiver again. Honey, the video reception efficiency is very slow. It's just starting to decompress it. Have you eaten? Zhang Sun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. This was a rather big turn. While he was touched, he actually felt a little hungry, so he turned his face away and took a big gulp of the chicken soup. I've eaten. I'll continue walking. Please keep an eye on whether you can still receive the signal. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Sun advanced another 30 kilometers. The terrain behind him became much wider and the mountains became smaller. The number of beacons was limited and had almost been deployed, so he communicated with the shelter again. When we traveled 50 kilometers away from the shelter, the signal we could receive was already very weak. The time also increased a lot, especially the noise became louder and louder, almost covering up the original audio information. Zhang Sun gritted his teeth and continued to advance for another 10 kilometers. This time, the audio communication with the shelter was completely ineffective. Unwilling to give up, he increased the transmission power to maximum and sent a text message. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Sun received a reply. After decoding, the receiver screen showed, Received, go home as soon as possible. Turn the car around and start heading back. The autonomous navigation information on the Mungsher's in-vehicle display screen has also been updated. A yellow line is winding, which is the route information automatically generated by the vehicle's visual assistance system when it came. This also means that Zhang Sun can return to the shelter without relying on the navigation of the beacon. However, he would not easily trust the in-car navigation system. All 3 methods needed to be fully verified to ensure a safe return home to the greatest extent possible. Start the radio device to automatically search for the signal source, and the direction and approximate distance will be displayed on the screen in the form of data. Along the way, Zhang Sun saw several villages with his own eyes. They were all in ruins. Because they were built on the mountainside, they were not washed away by the flood. There was no need to check, so he returned along the same route and put the beacon back into the car. When we were about to reach the town, the sound came from the receiver again, and it was several audio messages in a row, and this time it was much clearer. Husband, are you back? Husband, where have you been? If you get a call, answer it quickly. Zhang Sun drove the car back to the front of the hotel, stopped, pressed the signal transmission button, and said, I'm back, feeling good. After finishing speaking, he added, I expect to arrive home in about 2 hours. Wait for my triumphant return. 30 seconds later, Zhang Sun received a reply, received. In fact, It only takes about 40 minutes for Zhang Sun to drive from here to the shelter normally, and the oxygen tank he carries with him can last for 3 hours. Before that, he decided to take the risk and go into the hotel to take a look. Turn off the lights, but don't turn off the engine. After putting the head-mounted flashlight on his forehead, Zhang Sun opened the car door and walked towards the hotel. He held an oxygen tank in one hand and a tang sword in the other and climbed in through the hotel window. After entering the room, what caught my eye was glass shards and icicles all over the floor, and the quilt on the floor was crumpled into a ball. Zhang Sun walked towards the door cautiously. The door had already fallen down. After passing through it, there was a long corridor, which was littered with fallen doors, wallpaper, and other things. We focused on checking the rooms near the back of the mountain, but found nothing useful and no signs of recent human activity. The layer parallel to the ice surface has been explored. Zhang Sun lowered his head and shone a light into the stairwell on the lower layer, which was also frozen. You can only keep going up. There are 5 more floors above. I went up the stairwell to the 2nd floor, but still found nothing. When he reached the 3rd floor, Zhang Sun found more than 10 bodies frozen into ice sculptures. He was shocked when he first discovered them. Zhang Sun continued his investigation, enduring the discomfort. In some cabinets that were not damaged, he actually found some good things. For example, ultraviolet disinfection lamps, disinfectant sprays, portable kettles, high-tech foot baths, irons, hair dryers, speakers, etc. Zhang Sun did not take other things like tea bags and disposable skincare products. He didn't dare to use them when exposed to such a radiation environment. Previously, since those items were made of metal and were relatively small in size, the surface radiation contamination could be removed through disinfection and cleaning. The premise is that the radiation absorbed by the metal does not change its internal structure, otherwise Zhang Sun would have no choice but to throw it away. I collected some and took them home to try and see if they can be cleaned. Zhang Sun did not go up to the top 2 floors, not because he was afraid, but because he felt that the corpses were really creepy. He found a bag, packed his things, and then left the hotel. Chapter 9: Unexpected Delivery. Then he dragged the big bag back to the car and hung the things on the back of the car with great effort. He got back into the car, calmed down for a while, and cleared the images from his mind before he shifted gears and drove back. The pressure gauge on the oxygen cylinder has shrunk by more than half, but it can still last for about 2 hours. The fuel gauge showed that 3/5 of the fuel was consumed, and the total distance traveled was 90 kilometers. The 80-liter main fuel tank consumed nearly 50 liters of oil, which was actually mainly consumed by the generator for air conditioning and heating. A total of 4 beacons were deployed on the road from the town to the shelter, and Zhang Sun had to retrieve them one by one. When he was halfway there, he was humming a little tune when his pupils suddenly shrank. There seemed to be an off-road vehicle parked next to the beacon in front of him. There are people moving around. Is it accidental, or did they come here on purpose? He had a hunch that this car was coming for the shelter. But in this kind of environment, ordinary off-road vehicles can't go far. So where did this one come from? The beacon was flashing just ahead, but the car was just parked there, its lights off, and it seemed to be turned off. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he carefully drove his Mengsher car towards the beacon. The Mengsher vehicle driven by Zhang Sun was a military-converted civilian vehicle. After Zhang Sun bought it, he modified it back to its military form, so it could easily defend against ordinary bullet attacks. And even if the opponent has stronger means of attack, the worst that can happen is that he can use his tough car to crash into the opponent's car. He doesn't believe that he won't be able to kill the opponent. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the high beam of the Mengsher car was shining clearly, but only the rear of the car could be seen. Why is there no reaction at all? Zhang Sun was puzzled. He stepped on the accelerator, drove the car forward, and then made a sudden U-turn. It was still a little hard to see because the front window was frozen and the car door was closed. Zhang Sun stopped the car temporarily and honked the horn several times, but the other party still did not respond. After waiting for 2 minutes, he gritted his teeth, released the brake, stepped on the accelerator, adjusted the direction, and crashed into the driver's seat opposite. Although the speed was not fast, the car on the opposite side was still knocked 3 or 4 meters away. Zhang Sun waited for a few more minutes, and seeing still no response, he picked up his tang sword and got off the car. First, check the front of your car to see if it has been damaged. Fortunately, only the steel frame in front sank a little. After all, there was a protective fence, and the force of his impact was not great. Zhang Sun was highly focused, tightly gripping the tang sword in his hand, and slowly approached the SUV that had been deformed by the collision. Even when I got closer, I still couldn't see what was inside because the glass was covered with a layer of ice. He was sure that the car had appeared here in the past few hours, because he had only placed the beacon at this point for about 5 hours. I couldn't open the car door because it was locked. Zhang Xuanxin went to his car, took a hammer, and smashed the window of the SUV. There were 3 people sitting in the back seat, apparently dead, hugging each other tightly. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and their faces were all purple and black, with many festering scars on their skin. Zhang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were all dead. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they continued to follow the beacon towards the shelter. Although it is impossible to break down the door of the shelter, there is no guarantee that their family members will be kind enough to let them in. Then he tried to start the engine of the off-road vehicle, but failed. The display screen flashed, and the fuel level was exhausted. It seems that it is not that these people do not want to move on, but that they have run out of gas and the power in the car can no longer provide heat. Zhang Sun was also familiar with the festering scars on their bodies in his dreams, which were symptoms of radiation sickness. It can be seen that these 3 people had already suffered from severe radiation sickness before they froze to death and would not have lived long. What also surprised him was that one of the men was wearing a special police jacket. Zhang Sun hesitated for a moment, then put down his Tang sword and fumbled around the man for a while. This person was wrapped in several layers of clothes, but even so, these people still died. Freeze to death? Lack of oxygen? Or is it caused by radiation sickness? He wasn't sure. Maybe it was a combination of 3 factors. He didn't feel anything, and just when he was about to give up and open the trunk, he suddenly found a black object sitting under the man's butt. He suppressed the discomfort of being close to the dead body and took out the black object, which was a pistol. Zhang Sun was overjoyed. In order to prevent the pistol from accidentally going off, he carefully removed the magazine. Then he pointed the pistol at the sky and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire and a loud noise came from his hand, which scared him. There was still a bullet in the gun, and it was loaded. Fortunately, Zhang Sun was cautious, otherwise there might have been accidental injuries. There were still 7 bullets in the magazine, so he searched the car again, including the pockets of the 3 people's clothes. Apart from a spare magazine, nothing else was found. But the man seemed to be wearing a bulletproof vest, and Zhang Sun hesitated whether to take it off. After checking the time, he decided to take it. Because the 3 people were frozen, it took Zhang Sun more than 10 minutes to take off their bulletproof vests. Then there was nothing left in the car, and Zhang Sun turned his gaze to the trunk. But he couldn't open the trunk lock, so in desperation, he swung the hammer in his hand again. As the glass shattered, the items in the trunk of the SUV appeared in front of Zhang Sun. The light from the flashlight above my head created some reflections on several black boxes. I was startled. There were 7 boxes of different sizes in total. They looked relatively new and had nameplates and labels on them. Zhang Sun checked them one by one. Type 95 Assault Rifle. Type 191 Automatic Rifle. CS/LR4 a 7.62mm high-precision sniper rifle. DBP 191-5.8 mm ordinary bullet. Genuine batch. Steel. 1,500 rounds. CS/LR4 7.62 mm high-precision bullet. 420 rounds. 7.62mm tracer incendiary bullet 60 rounds. QCAM white light sight kit / holographic sight kit. Type 84 7.62mm micro pistol. Including the Type 92 police pistol that Zhang Sun found earlier, there are a total of 5 types of firearms. He didn't expect that the firepower of this off-road vehicle was so strong, and he felt lucky. Fortunately, I didn't encounter them when they were alive, otherwise it would be really troublesome. After quickly transferring the boxes to his car, Zhang Sun turned the Mengsher car around and positioned the rear of the car close to the back of the off-road vehicle. Except for the bullet box being a bit heavy, everything else is fine. I was so tired after the move, mainly because it was inconvenient to wear thick protective clothing. Then Zhang Sun checked the car again to see if there was anything he had missed. Unexpectedly, he actually found a notebook. I hadn't seen it before because it was pressed under the cushion. I flipped through a few pages and found that it looked like a diary. The contents inside were very valuable, so I put it away. After closing the car door, Zhang Sun picked up the beacon, then took out the rope and connected the 2 cars. He planned to tow the car to an inconspicuous place to avoid suspicion from passers-by. After starting the vehicle, he continued to drive back. About 20 minutes later, at a place where the ice was broken, Zhang Sun used his car to knock the off-road vehicle down. After checking the time and the pressure of the oxygen tank, I didn't dare to waste any more time and had to go back quickly. During this period, Du Jing sent him messages many times, urging him to return as soon as possible. Zhang Sun knew that his family was getting anxious because he hadn't replied to messages about what had just happened. After replying briefly, he concentrated on driving, and his speed was much faster than when he left before. Half an hour later, Zhang Sun's Mengsher vehicle arrived safely at the gate of the shelter. Chapter 10 Diary. After returning to the shelter, not only Zhang Sun but also his family breathed a sigh of relief. I left home at 8 o'clock in the morning and came back at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The round trip of 120 kilometers took nearly 7 hours. After a long disinfection and washing process, he returned to the living area around 5 o'clock, just in time for dinner. Among the things I found in the hotel before, there were some radioactive items that I couldn't get rid of. Because it has been exposed to the outside world for too long, the internal structure of the metal has changed. They are no longer useful. Only the ultraviolet disinfection lamp and electric kettle are still usable. He threw all those useless things, plus the first layer of protective clothing on his body, into the red trash can behind the front door and sealed it, and would find an opportunity to throw it out later. As for the equipment found along the way, the disinfection process went smoothly, and the radiation value met the standard after only the first disinfection. Zhang Sun speculated that they might have been stored in a key warehouse before and had not been exposed to high-dose radiation environment in the outside world. It was probably moved to the off-road vehicle in the past 2 days, and there was a plastic box outside the gun that provided some protection. Of course, the outer box cover was definitely unusable. Zhang Sun didn't feel sorry about it, but for safety reasons, he threw it away and only kept the things inside. As for the diary, it could not be developed. There was no way. Zhang Sun could only use the camera in the passage, hold it in front of him, and let Du Jing take screenshots page by page. After finishing, I also threw it into the trash can. The Mengshi car was washed 3 times. After closing the second door, Zhang Sun wiped it inside and out with soapy water several times. Without driving into the garage, he pulled off the protective bag that was previously covering the bulldozer and put it back on the Mengshi vehicle. Afterwards, he washed his second layer of protective clothing with soapy water. Only after the inspection met the standards did he take it off, move all the previous harvests onto the bulldozer, and drive it back to the warehouse. After returning to the living area, Zhang Sun immediately took a shower and gave each family member a big hug when he came out. This outing not only verified the maximum receiving and transmitting distance of high-power radio equipment in the shelter. Of course, if the radiation environment improves in the future, this distance will definitely be extended a lot. In addition, it was also confirmed that there would be no survivors within a radius of 60 kilometers. But what he was sure of was that there must have been many people who survived in the urban area of Enchi City. Because some of the contents in the diary he had briefly flipped through before also confirmed this. In addition, the biggest gain should be the weapons and ammunition. These things that were hard to come by before the end of the world not only greatly increased the defense level of the shelter. Moreover, when you go out in the future, your safety will be greatly guaranteed. After taking a shower, Zhang Sun felt much more relaxed all over. Looking at the table full of dishes, his appetite was whetted and he started to eat voraciously. After finishing the meal, Zhang Sun could clearly sense that the others were not in good shape. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so listless?" Du Jing left the table, took a tablet computer, and said to Zhang Sun, "Take a look at the contents inside." Inside the tablet is the content of the diary that I had previously taken a screenshot of. Zhang Sun understood that they had complicated emotions in their hearts after reading the diary. Before, he just flipped through it a few times without looking at it carefully, so now is a good time to take a look. March 1st, 2025. I found a notebook with a pen. It has been the 5th day since the disaster. It is very hot, and many people around me have died. Damn asteroid. Everyone rushed into the air raid shelter that day. I squeezed in with my son in my arms, but I didn't notice that my wife was gone. I miss her very much. I have no news from my parents back home. I wonder how they are doing. March 15th, 2025. The food I hurriedly brought with me was finished the day before yesterday, and my son has a high fever. I really don't know what to do. I just stole a pack of instant noodles from someone, and the person is still lying on the ground motionless. Could I have beaten him to death? March 16th, 2025. It seems that the man from yesterday was really dead. How could he be so weak? He just took a pack of instant noodles from him. It's very hot in the air raid shelter, too hot. My son's high fever hasn't subsided yet. What should I do without medicine? I saw some people brought medicine, but they didn't give it to me, saying that I had killed someone and was going crazy. March 17th, 2025. A group of people spontaneously organized themselves to go out and look for supplies because there was a supermarket near the air raid shelter. More than 100 people went out, but only more than 60 came back, all of whom had burns and scalds of varying degrees on their bodies. But it didn't matter, they brought back a lot of food, and I was able to grab some during the chaos. My son and I hadn't eaten for almost 2 days. March 19th, 2025. Without exception, all the people who returned earlier died. I heard that they were exposed to strong nuclear radiation. But people still have to eat, and luckily someone found some protective suits in the air raid shelter, about 20 sets in total. The temperature is also dropping today, which is great news, but I also lost my son on this day, and he was only 6 years old. In 2025, I don't even remember what month or day it was. The day before yesterday, 8 or 9 people in special police uniforms came and took over the place. They drove 3 explosion-proof vehicles directly into the air raid shelter. The order is much better now, but many people still die every day, with skin ulcers and vomiting blood. I study geology and have some knowledge about radiation. Because many of our geological exploration equipment carry radiation sources, I gave some suggestions to the special police. Yesterday, they organized a group of people, drove out to look for supplies, and brought back a lot of things. Today, another group of people were brought in to remove the door of the air raid shelter exit. In the morning, they used the cement they brought back to build a wall. I also went there, wearing protective clothing. After working for a whole day, they finally sealed the exit, leaving a small door wide enough for 2 people to enter and exit. We will continue working tomorrow to thicken this new wall so that it can more effectively withstand nuclear radiation. 2025, the time is unknown. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and it was very corrosive. We organized many searches for supplies, and many people were burned. The heavy rain soon flooded half of the exit of the air raid shelter. Fortunately, we built a solid wall in advance, and people praised me for my foresight. Later, the special police took better care of me, but people died of illness every day, and the emergency food reserves could be saved a lot. 2025, I don't remember the time. There was a riot in the air raid shelter today. 3 special police officers died. They had guns in their hands, and many more people died. Now there are only a few hundred people left in this air raid shelter, and all the elderly, weak, and sick have died. A few days ago, I saw someone secretly eating something. Without having to think about it, I knew what kind of meat it was. 2025, winter, I think. The weather was getting colder and colder, and it was unbearable. Only 2 special police officers were left, but no one resisted. No one was willing to waste their precious energy. There must be something wrong with my body. I have become very weak in the past few days. At this moment, I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be an underground resort hotel in Yashangwan, and I had written a geological survey report for the boss named Zhang before. Later, I heard from a friend at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau that the resort hotel seemed to have been completed. It's no longer possible to survive here. I have to move to another place, but where should I go? I tried many ways, but none of them worked. So I told the news to one of the special police officers I had a good relationship with. He was very excited when he heard this, but his comrades disagreed, so they started arguing again. Chapter 11 Shooting Game. In 2025, right? It should be. We were ready to set off, but the SWAT car we had before had broken down, so we had to go out and find a car. Finally, I found a usable SUV on the 2nd floor of a 4S store. The key was not even removed, but the oil inside was frozen. We found a lot of wood, lit it, and put it on the engine to heat it. It took several attempts to finally start the vehicle. The ice surface was quite high, so we forced our way down from the 2nd floor. Then he went back to the air raid shelter and took his bald hair with him. The SWAT said they went back to their previous base, just in case, and found several boxes of weapons. I am getting weaker and weaker. I don't know if I can make it there. I can't even remember the direction. He was driving, his face purple from the cold, while I was writing in my diary. Wrong. He must be writing his last words, because I see the oil on the dashboard is almost gone. It's so cold. The woman behind me fell asleep. Then, why do I seem to see light? Zhang Sun put down the tablet and fell silent. He knew this person. Before the end of the world, when he first came to Enshi Prefecture to select a site for the shelter, he hired 2 local people who worked in the geological department. He had forgotten their names, but the 2 of them had certainly helped him a lot. Alas, I sighed. It seems that there are not many survivors in Enshi Prefecture. This damn apocalypse. Judging from the conditions of this one shelter described in the diary, other places wouldn't be much better. Wife, Dad, Mom, please be more open-minded. At least we are still alive and well, aren't we? Zhang Sun suppressed his emotions and comforted them. Well, everyone, stop having these wild thoughts. Our daughter is still pregnant. Be happy. It will be good for the baby in her belly. The father-in-law continued, following Zhang Sun's words. After resting for 2 hours, Zhang Sun completed the inspection of the shelter before going to bed. The next day, Zhang Sun slept until after 9 o'clock. Du Jing did not call him because he was really tired yesterday, so she let him sleep a little longer. After getting up, he had to carry out the inspection, and he couldn't be careless about it. He secretly warned himself. In order to save some meat, we had a doomsday camp meal for lunch. It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. The main thing is that the portion is small, but still filling. This canned food has a very long shelf life and is a good choice for a change of taste occasionally. After lunch, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law went to the first floor. Play with the toy that all men dream of. Gun. This time he brought back 5 types of guns, among which the Type 84 and Type 92 pistols are relatively old models. The Type 191 automatic rifle and the CS/LR4A high-precision sniper rifle are the latest products. The former has a resounding name, a member of the Type 20 gun family. The CS/LR4A high-precision sniper rifle and Type 84 pistol use 7.62 mm caliber bullets. The Type 92 pistol, Type 95 assault rifle, and Type 191 automatic rifle use 5.8 mm caliber bullets. Zhang Sun was particularly fond of the 191 automatic rifle. It comes with 2 sights, a holographic red dot sight and a white light sight. The latter is a complex but very practical sight. It has automatic distance measurement, wind measurement, and trajectory measurement functions, and it has a 9-fold adjustable telephoto magnification. It can also be used as an infrared sighting system at night. The accessories of 191 are not limited to these. There are also silencers, extended stocks, transparent magazines, etc., and its performance is very powerful. Because 5.8 mm bullets are the most numerous, if you go out later, the best choice is to bring the Type 92 pistol and the 191 automatic rifle. It doesn't mean that the other 2 types of guns are useless. They also have certain functions in specific situations. For example, for precise sniping, you need to use the CS/LR4A high-precision sniper rifle. For example, for emergency lighting, the Type 84 pistol can fire 7.62 mm tracer incendiary bullets. After fiddling with the gun for a long time, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law reluctantly put down the gun. In a pile of scattered bullet bags, there were also 7 or 8 small paper boxes. When I opened it, it turned out to be a grenade. He had never noticed it before. At this time, my father-in-law volunteered and said, "I'll go get some materials and make a box for these weapons." Zhang Sun nodded and started reading the instructions again. We have to find a way to conduct a live-fire shooting and gain experience. The space in the shelter was too small, and he was afraid that the bullet would ricochet and injure someone. What should I do? By the way, isn't there a laser shooting simulation system in the game room? I removed the laser emitter from the prop gun and put it on the real gun and fired blanks when using it. In this way, except that the bullet will not be fired, the experience of recoil, sound, etc. will be there. Good idea. Zhang Sun did it right away. In fact, that system was not thought up by Zhang Sun, but was added by the designers of Rising S Company. This thing alone costs 250,000 renminbi. Zhang Sun had checked online before and found that the retail price of this system in China is more than 120,000 yuan, which shows how corrupt the people in Rising S Company are. The laser emitting device is very small and does not take up much space. The prop gun is too light, and the recoil and noise are not loud, so there is no experience at all. Zhang Sun took out the Type 95 assault rifle separately and fixed the laser launch device in front of the sight. Then connect the launching probe and the trigger of the rifle together, and the simple task is completed. Next comes the testing phase. Zhang Sun raised his rifle, put on the safety, imitated a soldier's posture, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 a few gunshots rang out, and the picture on the screen shook. The simulated bullet hit the hostage's forehead. Cool. The gunshots in the living area scared Du Jing and her mother, and they hurried to the game room. I found him wearing a VR headset on his head and holding a gun in his hand, having a lot of fun playing with it. I was so amused that I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Later, I saw my mother and Du Jing were also here, so I asked them to come and experience it as well. Because Du Jing is still pregnant. So, Zhang Sun was severely criticized by his mother. However, she took the initiative to experience the feeling of shooting a gun. FIFA hit the hostage. I am still a little nervous. After hitting me a few times, my mother lost interest and went back to her room to dance square dance. Zhang Sun played with himself for a while, then went to help his father-in-law get the box. By the time he reached the first floor, his father-in-law had already made 2, which were mainly modeled after the previous packing boxes. A rough shape was made with wooden boards and covered with a layer of aluminum alloy sheet. Then add a layer of insulation material inside, and then a layer of foam board. Finally, apply anti-radiation coating on the outer aluminum alloy surface, and it is done. As for the ammunition boxes, in addition to these measures, a layer of flame retardant material is added. Because the ammunition itself is vacuum-packed, it is relatively safe. Grenades are stored separately on the first floor, and ammunition and guns are stored in a warehouse on the second floor. Today is July 17th, 2025, and it will be half a year in a few days. For a long time afterwards, he wouldn't go out again, not counting taking out the trash. Du Jing has been pregnant for about 2 or 3 months now. The next step is to make every effort to ensure the smooth birth of the child and the safe operation of the shelter. Last night, Du Jing asked him, "Do you think our child will hate us in the future? Why did we give birth to him, her, when the world is ending? What will we do when we're old and dead and she is left alone in this world?" Zhang Sun couldn't answer these two questions. Maybe the world will get better later on. Maybe if they had more children, they wouldn't be so lonely. No one can predict what will happen tomorrow. Zhang Sun only knows to try his best to make himself and his family live well in the present, and that is enough. Chapter 12 Spring Cleaning. By August, my wife's belly had grown visibly. The whole family worshipped her like an ancestor and didn't want her to do any work. However, playing games and watching TV every day was tiring. After experiencing a lazy life for a few days, Du Jing couldn't stand it anymore and had to find something to do. There was no other way, so Zhang Sun temporarily agreed to let her resume her previous relationship, but he also made 3 rules for her. 1. You can't go to the 5th floor nor the 1st floor. Because the 5th floor is relatively noisy and has more equipment, it would be very dangerous if something bumped into something. The 1st floor is close to the exit passage. Zhang Sun had previously entered and exited the shelter, causing the radiation level to be higher than that in the living area. Although it is harmless to the human body, what if it affects the children? 2. Do not eat expired food. Many of the supplies Zhang Sun stockpiled were expired, but he was reluctant to throw them away and insisted on eating them. But Du Jing was different. She needed to ensure that the food she ate was safe. 3. Do not run around alone. The living area is small, and it is easy to find people. If you go to other floors without anyone accompanying you, it will be dangerous. This was his last bottom line, and Du Jing had no choice but to agree. Later, the 3 to 4 full staff drills per month were reduced to 2. In order to take care of pregnant women, Zhang Sun even lowered the standards. During this period, my mother was particularly happy because the chickens and ducks she was responsible for raising had hatched their chicks. After raising them for half a year, these chickens, ducks and geese ate a lot and laid eggs normally, but they just didn't brood. Zhang Sun asked his mother to look through the book, Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talents. After studying it for a while, she finally found the reason. This is mainly because the temperature in the shelter remains at the same level, making these poultry feel that it is not the brooding season yet. After finding the cause, my mother fed them some aspirin, and then lowered the temperature of the breeding area a little every once in a while, and then gradually restored it. After doing this for about a month, all the hens, ducks and geese started sitting on their nests. In order to ensure the survival rate of the cubs, she later raised the temperature here by 2 degrees. While we were eating, my mother was joking that when these little ones grow up a little more, we can send their parents to the guillotine. There is no way around this. After all, the area of the breeding area is limited, and the previously stored feed is also limited, so we cannot raise so many poultry. Many times they feed the pigs with the leftovers they cannot eat, which is also a way to save feed. After the older chickens, ducks and geese are slaughtered, they can be stored in a cold storage to avoid a shortage of meat in the future. The feces in the breeding area must be cleaned up once a day. Part of it is used as fertilizer for the soil in the agricultural area, and part of it is directly thrown away as garbage. In fact, ensuring the cleanliness of the breeding area is the most important task. On the one hand, it can make these poultry healthier. On the other hand, it is also to prevent mold from growing in the shelter. It's not that there is no mold, but there is relatively little, and a lot of it has been cleaned up before. In May, my mother actually found a colony of mold in the corner of the agricultural area. At first she didn't take it seriously, and just told Zhang Sun casually. However, Zhang Sun felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. If these molds were not dealt with in time, they would release mold spores, which would be extremely harmful to the human body. Mold spores flow in the air, enter the human body, invade the respiratory system, and multiply rapidly. Long-term exposure to mold can cause respiratory diseases and allergic symptoms, as well as rheumatism. People with low immunity may also suffer from headaches, fever, inflammation of the skin or mucous membranes, and in severe cases, carcinogens may be produced. Infants and young children, in particular, have weaker resistance and are prone to skin diseases if they are in a moldy environment for a long time. He did not dare to be careless and immediately mobilized the masses to launch a vigorous public health improvement campaign. Because the shelter's air monitoring system did not incorporate the mold issue into its overall planning, no early warning was given for this incident. Zhang Sun and his family carefully checked every corner of the shelter. On the other side, all the previously stockpiled sweeping robots, floor scrubbers, etc. were taken out to carry out a comprehensive cleaning of the 5 floors above and below. The robot vacuum cleaner cannot clean the walls and some corners properly, so it has to be done manually. First, clean all the corners with diluted potassium permanganate and soapy water. Then brush it again with clean water and start all the fans in the shelter to prevent the smell inside from being too strong. We start from the 4th level agricultural ecological zone, where the largest number of small colonies are found. As a severely affected area, it is naturally the focus of attention. Places like the distribution cabinet, storage room, and the inside of the box were carefully inspected and cleaned. Then there is the equipment area on the 5th floor, the living area on the 3rd floor, the storage area on the 2nd floor, and the garage on the 1st floor. Because we already knew that Du Jing was pregnant, we asked her and her mother to be responsible for cleaning the 2nd and 3rd floors, while Zhang Sun and his father-in-law were responsible for cleaning the 5th and 1st floors. The vigorous cleaning operation lasted for nearly a week. As the entire shelter covers an area of nearly 4,000 square meters, it was really difficult for 4 people to complete the cleaning work in a short period of time. Especially the 2nd and 1st floors, the workload is even greater than that of the lower floors. The 2nd floor has a lot of shelves and storage boxes, all of which need to be cleaned and have accumulated a lot of dust. Because the 1st floor is connected to the passage, the radiation value is higher than that of the lower floors, and there are also 2 vehicles that have been out. Zhang Sun and his father-in-law prepared a large amount of soapy water to repeatedly rinse and wipe. In particular, the inner walls of the passage were also cleaned. Due to the huge water consumption, the nearly 50 tons of water reserves in the 4-story water tanks were reduced by half, and the soap reserves were reduced by 1/3. Later, Zhang Sun had to turn on the water pump again to replenish the lost reserve water in the water tank, and it took 2 days to filter through the activated carbon in the middle layer of the water tank. After finishing the cleaning of the floor, Zhang Sun removed the filter elements of the air filtration system inside the shelter in batches for inspection and disinfection. The same applies to the pipes in the bathroom, making sure that there are no loopholes in these areas. The cleaning work during this period can make the whole family very tired, but in order to ensure the safety and health of the family, it is very necessary to take precautions before it happens. Afterwards, Zhang Sun took a special look at the data of the power system and found that the electricity consumption this week was 45% more than usual. The main reason was that he turned on all the fans in the shelter, but usually only some of them were running, which put pressure on the oxygen supply system. In order to remove the odor, the oxygen in the shelter is inevitably wasted. The oxygen supply system has to shorten the electrolytic oxygen production cycle and extend the oxygen production time, which causes a sharp increase in electricity consumption. This also includes the electricity consumption of the subsequent water pump. However, the family also reviewed this action. Incorporate subsequent mold issues into monitoring programs, and continue to optimize processes like this cleanup to reduce the shelter's energy consumption. It was agreed that decentralizing the problem was the best solution. For example, conduct a small inspection once a week and a local cleaning every 2 weeks to achieve overall improvement. The meeting was held in the afternoon of the 2nd day after the cleanup work was completed and lasted for 2 hours. The meeting was chaired by Zhang Sun, director of the shelter. During the meeting, the Minister of Health and Logistics, Zhang Sun's mother, the Minister of Supply and Demand, Du Jing's father, and the Director of the Political Department, Du Jing, gave keynote speeches. Several leaders expressed their strong support for this action and commended a large number of advanced elements that emerged. At the same time, we criticized and self-criticized the shortcomings and reckless behavior in our work. The conference achieved a number of fruitful consensuses and formed a meeting minutes. At this point, the meeting announced that this action has achieved a phased victory. In the future, we will continue to implement the spirit of the meeting and strive to win greater victories. Chapter 13 Li Pan's Plan. Changsha, the capital of Hunan Province. Inside a large civil defense project. Next to the passage a little further ahead was a shed made of canvas and wooden frames. This winding civil air defense project, with a total length of nearly 3 kilometers, is densely packed with such sheds. The better ones are wrapped in iron sheets. The worst ones can be covered with a few pieces of torn newspaper. These sheds are inhabited by people, most of whom live together as family units. The whole family was squeezed together in a space of less than 5 square meters. Everyone had dull eyes and pale faces and wrapped themselves tightly. They only showed a hint of spirit when food was distributed. This civil air defense project can be regarded as one of the larger shelters in Changsha. At the beginning, Nearly 100,000 people flocked into it. But now, there are only less than 10,000 people left, and countless people have died of starvation, disease, heat stroke, freezing, thirst, suicide, and have been trampled to death or beaten to death. Everyone has become numb. They just stay here, waiting for the day they die. Complete despair enveloped this space. The managers, organized by the government, were no exception. Every day, as if it were a routine, they organized people to go out and look for supplies. If they found any, they would distribute them. If they didn't, they would all go hungry. Although the entrance to the passage has been blocked with concrete, some radioactive contamination still drifts in from places like the ventilation pipes. Even if some simple filtering measures were taken, it was too late. Everyone had more or less suffered from radiation sickness, just to varying degrees. Now the severe cold is plaguing everyone, and the resistance and riots after the disaster are no longer meaningful. No one wants to exhaust their body. Vigorous movement may mean that your life will be shortened. Throughout the city, every shelter is an isolated island. Although there is communication, there is more looting and fighting. There are only so many supplies. If you use them, I will have none left. If you live, I will die. So in order to survive, in this doomsday, all moral constraints become a joke. Today Li Pan led the team to search for supplies. Their shelter would send out dozens of teams every day, and Li Pan's team was one of them. Their clothes were also very strange. For example, Li Pan was wrapped in several layers of tinfoil all over his body, with only goggles on his eyes. Some people also use thin iron sheets to roll into tubes to wrap the limbs and chest, and other parts are also protected with tinfoil. Oh, I don't know if I can find supplies today. I hope I don't run into anyone from Uelu district. Li Pan sighed as he walked. He was lucky enough to survive until now, as he received the news 10 minutes before the doomsday broadcast. Because Qiangji Company is a subsidiary of a state-owned enterprise, and he is considered a senior leader, he is better informed. It was these precious 10 minutes that allowed him and his family to gain time and enter the civil defense facilities before others. However, his parents died shortly after the apocalypse due to various complications caused by radiation. There are only 3 of them left in their family, and the situation of his wife and son is not optimistic. This cannot go on. If we want to change this situation, we must save ourselves. How can we save ourselves? The 2 shelters their company had previously contracted to build were his greatest hopes. The first shelter, located in Zhongyuan province, cost 600 million renminbi to build and has 9 floors covering a total area of 7,000 square meters. The second shelter is located in Enshi Prefecture. It has 5 floors and covers an area of 4,000 square meters. The construction cost was a staggering 900 million yuan. The 2 shelters have their own advantages and disadvantages. The latter requires a larger investment and has a correspondingly higher level of protection, making it more reassuring in resisting various disasters. Although the former is far away from Hunan province and has poor protective performance, what is more important is that this shelter was built longer. Correspondingly, there may be more supplies stored inside, and it will be easier for him to enter. Zhang Sun's shelter was built not long ago, so the supplies stored there must not be too many. Li Pan still remembers that on the day of the end of the world, Zhang Sun called him specifically to chat. He also said that he was traveling with his family, which also means that Zhang Sun's refuge was most likely ownerless. But it also brought a problem. How could he get into such a strong fortress? Choose to go to Zhongyuan province? I'm afraid that won't work. It's too far away. People might freeze to death or die of illness before they even get there. Li Pan smiled bitterly in his heart. Is it so difficult to even make a choice? The dim sky provided some cover, and Li Pan's team stayed in this area for several hours without encountering anyone from other places. But unfortunately, under the ice layer, all they found was a box of expired spicy strips and a few boxes of self-heating hot pot. This was found in the ruins of a convenience store in an underground shopping mall. The other things were either looted by others or rotted. These things are radioactive, but there is no other way. If you want to live one more day, you have to bite the bullet and eat them. Everyone was exhausted, and Li Pan had no choice but to pack up and go home. In order to make it look less conspicuous, this little bit of stuff had to be distributed and hidden among each person. Lao Zhang, I've never asked you what you did before. Li Pan spoke up to break the dull atmosphere on the road. Alas, everything we do is just to survive. I used to do a lot of things. I started out screwing screws in the factory, then I installed air conditioners, did after-sales maintenance on security doors, and then... Before he could finish, Li Pan's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously, security door repair? Are you familiar with smart locks? This, Lao Zhang hesitated. What's the point of saying this now? Even the tools are lost. Why are you asking this? Li Pan glanced at the others and made an excuse. If you can open the lock, We can go wander around the community next time. There are no intact communities left nowadays. Even if there were any, they would have been completely looted, said Lao Zhang. Li Pan laughed dryly and said nothing. After returning to the shelter, Li Pan handed in his supplies, received a ration for tomorrow, and returned to his own shabby shed. His mind was now full of thoughts about how to leave here. He had to meet Lao Zhang alone in a deserted place. His house was surrounded by the neighbors' sheds on both sides, making it inconvenient to talk. Looking at his son and wife who were already asleep, Li Pan regretted why he didn't prepare to leave earlier. In the past, when the apocalypse first began, time was too short, and people could only go to public shelters. After the earth-shattering shock and high temperature, acid rain came, and then heavy rain. After the heavy rain ended, he also thought about taking his family to find the two shelters. But they were all sick, and Li Pan had to go out to find medicine and food for them. After a while, the temperature dropped sharply and the oxygen content decreased unexpectedly. It is simply torture to want to go out. If you are lucky, you can get a set of protective clothing, but if you are unlucky, you can only wait for death. I don't know how I managed to get through the past 6 months. In such a doomsday, there is nothing to be nostalgic about. If it weren't for his family, he would have wanted to die. Li Pan hugged his huddled son and closed his eyes to think. Since he wanted to leave here, he would have to find 2 more cars. If Lao Li was sure he could unlock the car, his family would have to come with him. In addition to the car, you also need oil and food supplies along the way. If Lao Li can't open it, then he can only try his best to destroy the door. Even if he still couldn't get in, he would accept it. This was their fate. He had driven to that place many times and had to find a map to help him get there. Otherwise, he could only go by feel with a compass. We have a compass at home. I picked it up when I was out and gave it to my son as a toy. It may come in handy in the future. Li Pan felt somewhat fortunate that the compass was made using the Earth's magnetic field and was not affected by nuclear radiation. Unlike electronic products such as mobile phones, they would all become ineffective when the end of the world came. Now, my wife and son are very ill and occasionally cough up blood. I hope there are some medicines in Zhangsun's shelter. Lao Zhang has a daughter who is very young. His wife died in a car accident before the end of the world. Because he saw many people getting sick, he realized it might be radiation, so he got his daughter a set of clothes made of tinfoil early on. She was wrapped tightly, so the little girl didn't have any serious symptoms. Chapter 14 Black Spot. In the suburbs of Houston, USA. In the valley of a small hill, there is a thick layer of ice covering the hillside. The hillside is surrounded by ice. Somewhere under the ice, there was a white square object, similar to a manhole cover, which was slowly opening. The ice layer above is not thick, and there seemed to be traces of human chiseling. The white manhole cover first revealed a hole, and then a white mist came out from it. When it was fully opened, a head emerged from the hole. The blackhead looked around and made sure there was no danger before climbing out on the ladder. The man was wearing protective clothing and holding a red bucket tied with a rope. He stood near the exit, took off the chisel tied to his body, and began to chisel the ice. He placed the fallen ice cubes in a bucket and then slowly hung it down from the exit. A few minutes later, he pulled up another empty bucket and continued to chisel the ice. After a few seconds, he began to pant. His breathing rate was much faster than before, and then he sat down on the edge of the exit. This person is Haizi, Zhang Sun's high school classmate. Before the end of the world, Zhang Sun won a lot of money betting on football, and then to thank Haizi, he gave him some money and suggested that he use the money to buy a doomsday bunker of Rising S Company. Haizi's family was not poor, so after considering for a while, he adopted his advice and bought this shelter. Even the doomsday canned food reserves that Zhang Sun had purchased earlier were bought by Haizi and then recommended to him. However, since the end of the world came without warning, Haizi's gratitude to Zhang Sun has reached an unprecedented level. It was because of Zhang Sun's advice that his family was able to survive the apocalypse until now. I still remember that on the day of the end of the world, the U.S. government's doomsday broadcast was delayed, and the news ordinary people received actually came from China across the ocean. Despite this, everyone was stunned and frantically questioned the authenticity of the government's news. But the U.S. government did not respond at all, or they didn't care at all, and just ran away. Haizi's family also fell into great panic. After digesting this bad news, Haizi remembered that he still had a doomsday bunker. So he quickly asked his family to pack up and rush to the doomsday bunker. Because when he bought the house, he chose a location on the valley behind a small hill not far from his home, close to the outskirts of the city, and not many people living nearby, so the arrival process was also smooth. Since the U.S. government has given up broadcasting notifications, the public received the news relatively late. In addition, the asteroid's impact site was just 1,000 kilometers off the coast of South America. so the public had less than an hour to prepare. When the apocalypse comes, America is the first to be affected and is also the area on Earth that suffers the most. The huge tsunami, as high as 500 meters, almost submerged half of the continental United States. The strong earthquake reactivated the Yellowstone volcano, causing even more serious damage to the environment here. It can be said that the entire central and eastern United States has become a swamp and volcano, making it impossible for humans to survive. Houston is located on the southeast coast of the United States. The tsunami it suffered was much smaller, and the tide took a shorter time to recede. Heisey's family escaped the disaster temporarily. Even so, they experienced countless crises in the doomsday bunker. Although the fortress that Heisey bought is 500 square meters, he only spent $500,000 on it. Isn't it very cheap? It was precisely because it was too cheap that when the end of the world came, it almost couldn't withstand the first few waves of impact. Like other shelters, it is constructed of reinforced concrete, but its shock absorption measures are relatively poor. When the earthquake hit, the shaking was so violent that people could not stand and the walls cracked. The diesel generator prepared in advance was almost broken. The shelter is divided into 3 floors, with the top floor being a warehouse. The second floor is the living area and a small agricultural planting area, and the bottom floor is the equipment area and fuel area. Although the Sparrow is small but has all the necessary facilities, it is still unable to cope with such a big disaster because it was not prepared in advance. For example, for the cracked walls, Heisey's family did not have any materials to repair them, so they had to find opportunities to dig mud from outside to fill them with paste. The air filtration system and water circulation system are relatively simple. When the fireball fell from the sky, the entire Houston was burning with ashes flying all over the sky. The shelter was unable to completely filter out these substances, causing everyone in their family to develop lung disease. Especially during that hot period, the family almost didn't make it. The only consolation was that Heisey bought several sets of doomsday canned food and reserve food packages, which would be enough for them to eat for several years. The main reason they came out today was that there was no water inside. Ever since the heavy rain, they have been breaking ice and melting water outside. Although there is radiation, there is no other way. If they don't drink it, they will die of thirst. There is still some diesel left, and in order to reduce loss, they only run the diesel engine for an hour every 2 to 3 days to charge the battery. The shelter exit was covered in ice, about 3 meters thick. Heisey had climbed out once and looked towards the city, but the original appearance was no longer visible. Only some ruins remained. What worries Heisey the most now is that his family members are coughing badly and have headaches and nausea, but he has no idea what to do. I once thought about trying my luck in the city, but there was no means of transportation and the car I had driven away had been washed away long ago. Although the urban area and suburbs are connected, there is still a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers between them. What's more, the suburbs are vast and sparsely populated, and there is simply no supplies to search for. Fortunately, he had a mountain bike in his shelter, and he planned to pull it onto the ice tomorrow. Go outside and look for supplies. It would be even better if you can find some medicine. After hanging down about a dozen buckets of ice, Heisey closed the exit door and returned to the shelter. There are still 7.5 doomsday meal packages in the warehouse. I originally bought 8, but I consumed half of them in the past 6 months. I estimate that the remaining quantity can last for another 7 or 8 years. There were also 7 or 8 cans of Laogan Ma seasoning, 2 bags of flour, a box of instant noodles, and 3 cartons of toilet paper. These things were supplies they bought for free from a small supermarket when they were fleeing. They were reluctant to use them, so there are still so many left. When they arrived at their shelter, there were still 15 minutes left. Heisey quickly opened all the faucets in the shelter, used everything that could be filled to hold water, and also pumped out the gasoline in the car. It was this water that allowed their family to survive the heavy rain and avoid being forced to drink the highly acidic water. In addition to medicines, energy shortage is also a serious problem. Because the temperature was too low, the heating in the shelter was cut off and the family was forced to squeeze into one room every day. Compared to 99.9% of the people in the United States, Kuriko's family is considered lucky, but the living people live in greater pain. His parents were in declining health, so Heisey, his wife, and his unmarried sister became the main labor force. During this period, materials and equipment from the first and third floors have been transferred to the second floor. Make this floor the main activity area, then close the passage, leaving only one ventilation pipe to the outside world, mainly to prevent heat loss. Heisey often recalls the past days, and sometimes wonders whether his old classmates are still alive. If they are they living as hard as he is? But he knew that the two of them would never meet again in this life. Chapter 15 Small Garden. Ever since the last incident, Zhang Sun has been thinking about how to further strengthen the defense of the shelter. Before the apocalypse, because firearms were unavailable, the shelter's security system mainly focused on surveillance and early warning. The crossbows and nail guns we bought initially could only be operated manually, and the same is true for the batch of firearms we received now. There is no way to achieve automated control. It's not that it can't be done, but that the conditions are lacking. After all, it's impossible for him to consider everything, even the purchase of microcontrol motors. I had originally planned to prepare some poisons, but they were not available on the market, so I had to give up. The problem now is how to eliminate the outsiders before they destroy the gate. Zhang Sun would look through the shelter's supply reserve list from time to time, wondering if there was any way to achieve it. After thinking hard for a few days, I couldn't come up with any good ideas, so I had no choice but to give up for the time being. In fact, compared with the city's civil defense facilities, Zhang Sun's shelter is quite safe. First of all, this place is very remote, and few people know about it. If you want to find it, you have to go through the harsh environment outside. Secondly, the entire shelter is deep underground, with only a heavy steel door and an escape passage for entry. The air exchange passage is actually only larger in the front, to facilitate filter replacement, and is very small in the back, mainly for piping, making it impossible for people to get through. These two doors cannot be destroyed even by RPG bombardment. Even if they broke through the first gate, there was still a second gate. So what if I broke through the second door? I could also hit them with my RV. There is no doubt about the safety. Zhang Sun's previous idea was mainly that he did not want the external facilities of the shelter to be destroyed by the enemy. For example, the identification system and keyhole on the outside of the door, and the ventilation system channels and filter elements. Another example is malicious damage to external surveillance cameras, radio antennas, etc. These are Zhang Sun's precious properties, and they must not be destroyed by the enemy. But the embarrassing thing now is that there is no good way to eliminate the enemies before they get close. On the one hand, the external environment is harsh, and ordinary means cannot maintain the performance of weapons for a long time. On the other hand, how to achieve timely warning, control weapons, and ensure accuracy. If these problems are not resolved, it will be difficult to keep the enemy out. A few days ago, during dinner, Zhang Sun asked his family. The last time, the others came with weapons. If the next group came were elderly people, women, and children, would you have let them in out of pity? After a moment of silence, Du Jing spoke first. It depends on the situation. If the child is born, and it is a boy, I might choose to take in a girl. If it's a girl, take in a boy. If they had severe radiation sickness, they would definitely not be admitted. My mother nodded and said, when I think of those people coming with guns, I'm still a little scared. If Xiao Du hadn't been pregnant, I might have chosen to take her in. Now that Xiao Du has a child of our Zhang family, the family property must not be left to outsiders. Dad also agreed. Your mother and I mean the same thing. Since everyone has reached a consensus, Zhang Sun has nothing more to say. His shelter was designed according to the survival standards of a large family, and all functional indicators were of top standards. After more than half a year of testing in various harsh and complex environments in the apocalypse, it has demonstrated excellent risk resistance. Overall, I am quite satisfied with this, but I do feel a little regretful that some things were not taken into consideration when designing and stockpiling supplies. Unless he goes out again, to the city, to see if he can find some equipment and supplies he needs there. But my wife is still pregnant now, so I thought about it and decided to forget it. I think no one will care about me in the shelter. After all, the apocalypse has been going on for so long, and it's uncertain whether many of the people involved in the construction are still alive. In addition to thinking about the protection of the shelter, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law did another thing from August 13th to 15th. This is to make the living area closer to nature and also for the future baby. They deliberately created a garden in the connecting passage between the living room and the upper and lower floors and on part of the stairs. The nearly 4-meter wide and 7-meter long passage, plus a portion of the staircase space, creates a green environment, which can also be regarded as a kind of nostalgia for the past. 2 meters of entry and exit space are left in the middle of the passage, and 1 meter on each side. Edge walls are built with cement and stones, about 30 centimeters high. The soil was transported from the reserve warehouse in the 4th floor agricultural area, about 5 cubic meters, and spread on both sides of the passage. Then some nutrients and water were mixed and poured on the soil layer. Finally, I cut down some of the potted green plants that were originally used as decoration in the living area and inserted them into this garden. Plants like green ivy, spider plant, cactus, and asparagus fern have strong vitality and can also regulate the air. After the shelter was completed, In order to make the living area look less monotonous, the designers prepared a lot of bonsai and potted plants. These bonsais range from trees to flowers to grasses, and the warehouse also stores a lot of plant and flower seeds. In addition to transplanting the above-mentioned species, we also transplanted some roses, ivy, and grapes. Under the command and planning of his mother and Du Jing, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law carefully planted various plants according to their requirements. For example, how far apart should a tree be placed? Where should red flowers be planted? Where should purple flowers be planted? Where should succulents be planted, etc.? Men are indeed not as good as women in this aspect of aesthetics. Later, when the vines grow up, we need to build some wooden racks above our heads to make it easier for their vines to attach to them. In Du Jing's words, in the future you will feel like you are in a jungle, and you can pick grapes just by looking up. Isn't that wonderful? After this matter came to an end, Zhang Sun started a new job and conducted a comprehensive inspection of the circuits and pipelines. Because during the inspection a few days ago, Zhang Sun found that the wires in several places were aging and heating up. Although the circuits and pipes of the entire shelter are made of the best materials, there may be some design flaws. Therefore, we took advantage of this inspection to modify the unreasonable design and replace the aging lines and pipes. At the same time, put labels on those places that are easy to overlook so that you can remind yourself during daily inspections. Corresponding to these things are the firefighting facilities of the shelter, which Zhang Sun also inspected and tested, especially the sprinkler system and smoke alarms. These two things are very energy-consuming. They require careful inspection of every corner. If you are a little careless, you may easily miss a point. If something really happens in the future, it will affect the normal operation of the entire shelter. If the shelter is regarded as a piece of equipment, daily maintenance is necessary to ensure that it can work properly. Don't think that Zhang Sun is just repeating the same things every day, which is boring and complicated. With such a large area and so many equipment and systems, any move can affect the entire system, and we cannot be careless or lax in the slightest. Unlike before the end of the world, the outside environment is not as harsh, and the workload of the internal system is also very small. If there is a problem, someone can be found to fix it at any time. If it can't be repaired, replace it. For more serious accidents, as long as people are still here, you can abandon it at any time. But in the end times, this kind of mentality is not acceptable. When the situation becomes irreversible, there will be nowhere to run even if you want to. Although his daily work is repetitive and monotonous, Zhang Sun feels very happy to be able to stay with his family every day. Chapter 16: Nuclear Contamination. On August 20th, 2025, the monitoring data outside the refuge year showed radiation, 720 millisieverts. Temperature, minus 57.2 degrees Celsius. PM 2.5:198. PM 10:120. Sulfur dioxide, SO2 170. Oxygen content, 16.3%. Du Jing was still copying the data on the screen, the 8th month of the apocalypse. All indicators are declining, which should be a good thing, but the two data, temperature and oxidation content, are so glaring. Oh, I don't know how long this situation will last, she sighed silently in her heart. Minus 57 degrees Celsius. Zhang Sun judged based on his previous memory that the temperature was almost reaching bottom. As for the oxygen content, it is estimated that it will continue to decline. The newly added oxygen on the entire Earth is already negligible. Volcanic eruptions, fires, and the decay of animal and plant corpses in various places are all consuming precious oxygen. It is unknown how many years the Earth's oxygen reserves can last. Zhang Sun prayed in his heart, hoping that the algae in the ocean could be more tenacious, otherwise there would be no hope. Since the early days of the Earth, primitive algae in the ocean have been providing oxygen to the Earth. The impact certainly had a huge impact on marine life, but there is currently no means to assess this impact. Although the problem of nuclear radiation is relatively large, the radiation value will continue to decrease as time goes by. Zhang Sun didn't know how many high-yield nuclear bombs had been dropped by various countries, but there was no doubt that nuclear explosions would bring extremely strong radiation in the short term, but in the long run, it would definitely not have such a big impact. He had never understood this before, until recently he read a book about nuclear affairs, and then he suddenly realized it. Since 1945, a total of 2,061 nuclear tests have been conducted around the world. The United States conducted 1,032 of these. The Soviet Union conducted 715. France conducted 210. The UK conducted 45. China conducted 45. India conducted 5. Pakistan conducted 6 rounds. North Korea conducted 6 such exercises. After so many nuclear tests, the radiation pollution can be diluted to almost nothing by the Earth's atmosphere. However, Zhang Sun speculated that there were two possible reasons why the nuclear bomb dropped this time could have such a long-lasting and wide-ranging impact. 1. The nuclear bombs released by various governments are far more powerful than those used in nuclear tests, and they were all released at once, exponentially increasing the magnitude of nuclear pollution. 2. Nearly 600 nuclear power plants and thousands of reactors around the world produce continuous radiation pollution. The biggest difference between a nuclear power plant and a nuclear bomb is the time it takes to release energy. A nuclear bomb will release its own energy in a short period of time, and the nuclear radiation generated will be quickly diluted by the atmosphere. But leaks and accidents in nuclear power plant reactors would take much longer, potentially hundreds or even thousands of years. These radiations will slowly drift through the atmosphere to all parts of the world, causing large-scale and long-term nuclear pollution. Take the Chernobyl nuclear accident as an example, which caused radioactive materials to spread to Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and other European countries, affecting an area of more than 200,000 square kilometers. Moreover, its radioactive substances have caused varying degrees of impact on the environment, animals, plants, and humans. For example, land. Radioactive materials caused by the accident contaminated a large amount of land, making the soil in some areas unsuitable for growing crops and grasslands. Before the end of the world, more than 4,000 square kilometers of land in Ukraine were still severely radioactively contaminated. It caused the deaths of 95,000 people and cancer in 270,000 people, becoming an eternal tragedy for mankind. This was even after the Soviet government built a 60-meter-high concrete wall to block the attack, regardless of the cost of human lives. Think about it now, more than 600 nuclear power plants and thousands of reactors around the world have all been destroyed. And there is no one to manage it. So you can imagine how much nuclear pollution will be released every day. Although the external radiation level is still decreasing, the decreasing part still comes from the nuclear explosion. What really makes people miserable and crazy is that nuclear power plants kill all species in a boiling frog-like manner. What is certain is that due to human beings' own reasons, the disaster that the Earth will suffer this time will be greater than 66 million years ago, and the time and difficulty of recovery will increase exponentially. But Zhang Sun still has hope for the outside world. It is precisely because of the existence of human beings that there is hope to accelerate this process. Although most people will die in this disaster, he believes that there will still be a very small number of people like him who will survive this natural disaster and then try to adapt to and transform the Earth's environment. There are many shelters around the world, both private and government-run, and many of them must have withstood the initial impact. Especially for those countries far away from the impact site, core politicians and senior military officials who hide in shelters have a much higher chance of survival than ordinary people. Moreover, a national-level shelter like this is not only huge in area, but also has facilities and equipment that are far beyond the reach of Zhang Sun's shelter. There are also many elite scientists and technicians who can carry out maintenance and transformation. Zhang Sun believed that the national emergency plan would definitely include urgently selecting a group of elites to enter such a shelter, so that a small human society would still exist. After analyzing so much, Zhang Sun smiled bitterly. It was still the same truth. Even in the face of disaster, people are not equal. If he hadn't gotten that memory, he would probably still be living in pain in that small official shelter. Every day you have to go out in the face of radiation to look for supplies. If the supplies you find are not yours, you need to hand them in for unified distribution. Zhang Sun couldn't imagine how he and Du Jing had survived for nearly 2 years in such a harsh environment. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to choose a different path to save his family and put an end to the regrets in his memory. Life is only a few short decades long, and his parents are old. He cherishes every day in the shelter very much, and being able to stay with them is also a kind of happiness. He was busy throughout the first half of August, whether it was working on the garden or checking and renovating the lines and pipes, which actually gave him the illusion that he was still at work. In the second half of the month, apart from normal inspections, Zhang Sun was in a state of inactivity. Every morning after breakfast, I would go to each floor to inspect and then play games with my wife. After lunch, take a nap or practice shooting. In the afternoon, watch a movie with your wife or play mahjong with your parents. After dinner in the evening, I went to each floor for a quick inspection and then accompanied my wife to do prenatal education in advance. Such a simple and unpretentious day has passed. The shelter also has an energy-saving mode. Based on the work and life patterns for the past 6 months, Zhang Sun, with the assistance of the smart AI butler, has adjusted some unnecessary or infrequently used power-consuming equipment. For example, the lighting systems on certain floors or in certain rooms can be automatically turned off when no one is there. For example, the refrigerator in the cold storage is turned on periodically for a period of time and does not need to work all the time. For example, the first and second floors, especially the first floor, are not visited frequently and do not need to maintain a normal temperature, so the heating supply can be slightly less. Every time Jong Sun went to the first and second floors for inspection, he would temporarily wear 2 more sets of clothes. Although it was troublesome, these measures did reduce the burden and energy consumption of the shelter. Optimizations like this need to be re-evaluated and improved every once in a while. That is to make all systems reach the best state. It is also for people and refuge to depend on each other in a more perfect posture. Chapter 17 Testing. As September approaches, after a week or 2 of sitting idle, it's time to get out and take care of the trash. But this time we went out not only to deal with the garbage, there were 2 other things to do. One is to deploy a ladder to the air filtration channel and camera above the door. Because the surface of the mountain was covered with ice and was steep, it was very difficult to climb up every time, so my father-in-law planned to get some ladders and fix them on it. He has been making these ladders for a while now, made of steel bars and steel plates. 4 steel bars form a frame, the 2 lower ones are connected with a steel plate at intervals, and the upper steel bars serve as handrails. With the help of Jong Sun, his father-in-law made more than a dozen escalators of different lengths. The last time they went out to deal with the garbage, the 2 of them cooperated with each other to measure the approximate distance. The lengths of these escalators were also determined based on previous measurement data, and then the number of ladders was determined through route planning. When the time comes, align the position and hammer in the nails to secure the ladder to the surface of the mountain. However, you first need to slightly smooth out the uneven areas before you can secure the ladder. Another thing is to test the performance of the drone. Didn't Jong Sun purchase a batch of 4-rotor nuclear emergency drones from the United States before? They have been gathering dust in the warehouse. Taking this opportunity, he took them out for testing. The main purpose is to see how far the drone can fly and monitor and control in this low temperature and radiation environment, and how long its flight time is. The manual states a maximum flight distance of 230 kilometers plus 1.2 hours of endurance. This was under standard pre-disaster conditions, but now was the end of the world, and he had to figure out how much the drone's performance would decline, so that if he really needed to use it in the future, he would have an idea. The flight systems of this batch of drones are provided by DJI. It's not that Jong Sun doesn't buy domestic products, but DJI mainly produces consumer-grade drones. Larger ones like this one have not yet been made, and similar domestic nuclear emergency drones are not open to the public. The American drone manufacturer also has shares in DJI, so DJI's flight system is used on it. After all, DJI is very strong in this area. As for the drone itself, it incorporates advanced American materials and sensors, and its performance is relatively strong among quadcopter drones. The batch of drones purchased by Jong Sun are divided into wired and wireless modes. Previously, the main concern was that nuclear radiation would interfere with the wireless communications of the drones. In July, he went on a long trip and verified that radio communication was working within a certain distance, so the wireless mode of the drone was not useless. After going out, Jong Sun and his father-in-law first carried out all the ladders, tools, and drone equipment, and then used a cart to pull the garbage to a distant ravine and dumped it. Later, his father-in-law went to clear the obstacles by himself, while Jong Sun controlled a wired drone to launch into the air. After it reached the maximum length of the connecting wire, it set the drone to hover mode. Then he ignored it and went to help his father-in-law install the ladder. After about an hour, he and his father-in-law had connected the ladders of the 2 passages. At this time, the drone's battery was about to run out, and it automatically returned. This is a test of the drone's flight time at a fixed position and altitude. In this low-temperature environment, the drone's flight time is indeed 20 minutes shorter. After the wired drone came down, Jong Sun quickly put it back into a special box, and then opened another box, which contained a wireless version of the drone. In fact, whether it is wired or wireless, the mode can be switched. When the wire is installed, it is the wired version, and when the wire is removed, it is the wireless version. After taking it out and placing it on the ice, Jong Sun made a gesture to the camera in the shelter. Du Jing was also controlling the drone inside, flying towards Enshi City. This place is about 80 kilometers away from the city, and only 160 kilometers round trip. Let's see if the drone can fly there. Du Jing had trained in the shelter a few days in advance, so she was quite skilled in operating it. Because there was no navigation map, she could only use the drone's image transmission function to identify the approximate direction and distance, The video transmission efficiency was too slow and the delay was too large, so many functions could not be used. At this time, the advantages of DJI's autonomous control system are reflected. When the signal is weak, as long as the operator sets the distance, direction, speed, and other parameters, the drone will fly according to these instructions. At the same time, pictures along the way will be sent back. As for video transmission, it is too slow and you have to wait until the drone returns to see it. Next it was Du Jing's turn, and Zhang Sun went to help his father-in-law first. Du Jing was in the shelter, looking at the pictures sent back one by one, and soon found the location of the hotel in the small town. As for the other buildings, they had completely disappeared. There was no time to sigh. With this reference, she adjusted the flight direction and time, and the drone flew along the valley towards the urban area of Enchi City. After about 10 minutes, Du Jing found a group of buildings in the upper left corner of the picture sent back by the drone. It should be the urban area. Preliminary analysis showed that it was still 15 kilometers away. However, the image transmission was a bit slow, so Du Jing simply entered a command to continue flying for 20 kilometers and directed the flight towards the upper left corner. After a while, the drone did not send back any pictures, and the last message showed that the battery level was still 60%. 23 minutes later, the drone sent another image, which was a signal that it had returned and returned autonomously along the original route. Generally, civilian drones on the market have 3 return modes: one-button return, low battery return, and out-of-control return. The latter two are basically mandatory return modes. However, the batch of drones purchased by Zhang Sun are more like military drones. In the event of loss of control, they can independently decide whether to continue flying or return based on the battery information. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Sun outside the shelter also saw the returning drone. After it landed, Zhang Sun went to recover it. The installation of the ladder is almost complete, and it will probably take another hour or so to finish. Keep working. After installing the ladders, the two tried them together and found them very stable and satisfied. It was much easier afterwards. They worked together to clear the ice inside and outside the passage, which took them nearly 2 hours. The work ended after 2 p.m. when we cleaned up the remaining tools and returned to the shelter. Although it was extremely cold, both of them had a layer of sweat on their heads. My father-in-law even sighed that every time he went out, it was like running a marathon and it was so tiring. Zhang Sun also smiled after hearing this. Before the long disinfection process was over, Zhang Sun asked Du Jing through the intercom in the corridor whether the drone video had been saved. Because we are near the shelter, the video transmission process is faster and there is no need to remove the storage disk. Moreover, the wireless version of the drone still had some power left, enough to support the video transmission back to the display device. Zhang Sun finally felt relieved when he heard Du Jing's reply that everything was okay. This time, we not only installed the ladder, but also verified the performance indicators of the drone, which can be considered a complete success. Next time you go out to clean the passage and camera cover, you won't have to climb up so hard. Not only is it laborious, but it is also somewhat dangerous, especially for an elderly person like my father-in-law. If something unexpected happens, it will be very difficult to deal with. As for the drone, in hovering mode, the flight time is 1 hour. In flight mode, the time is about 50 minutes, and the cruising range is between 160 kilometers and 190 kilometers. As Zhang Sun expected, there was still a big difference, but the communication distance was extended. When he drove to test it before, it broke down after about 50 kilometers, but this time it stopped at 65 kilometers. I guess it might be because of the high flight altitude. Later, he and his family watched the video taken by the drone, which only showed 3 minutes of city scenes. The entire city was covered in white, and collapsed buildings were everywhere. There was not a single person in sight. It was like a ghost town of ice and snow. Chapter 18 Departure. Changsha. Li Pan has been making preparations during this period. It is about 400 kilometers from here to Enchi Prefecture. It takes at least a day to drive there, assuming you know the general direction and the road conditions are relatively good. Because the car speed cannot be too fast, especially when driving on such extremely cold ice. The surface of the Earth today, regardless of whether it was flooded in the past, is covered with a layer of ice of varying thicknesses because it is so cold. I found a relatively intact small van, 5 meters long, with some oil in it, but it was frozen. This was an easy problem to solve. There were 5 people in total from his and Lao Zhang's families: Li Pan, his wife and son, Lao Zhang, and his 3.5-year-old daughter. I talked about this with Lao Zhang before, and he agreed without even thinking about it. To be honest, he was not sure if he could open the door of the shelter that Li Pan mentioned. Since normal methods didn't work, there were always other ways, such as implanting viruses and resetting the identification objects. It just so happened that he knew this method, which was originally an internal core secret of his previous company and was used to deal with some difficult-to-break smart door lock systems. Lao Zhang was once a backbone of the company's lock repair department, so he naturally had the authority to use this ultimate weapon. Because it was shameful and illegal, their company was eventually shut down because of this. There was a USB flash drive infected with this virus in Lao Zhang's backpack. Just in case, they also found a C4 explosive and some tools such as hammers. I originally had things like electric drills and electric saws, but I couldn't find batteries to power them, so I had no choice but to give up. Other supplies, such as food and heating materials, were more difficult to find, and they also spent a lot of time and energy on them. In order to withhold some supplies under the noses of other team members, the two tried every possible means. They couldn't take the food they snatched back to the shelter, so they had to hide it outside first. Even so, you still have to worry about whether your things will be searched by others. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After more than a month of hard work, the two of them prepared 3 days of food supplies for 5 people. In order to keep the truck warm and isolate radiation, they used quilts and other items from home. Wrap the inside of the truck bed, then cover the outside of the quilt with another layer of tinfoil. Originally, Lao Zhang wanted to put an iron basin inside the cargo box to make a fire for heating, but Li Pan scolded him for being a pig-brained person. There is already a lack of oxygen. Lighting a fire in a confined space like the cargo compartment is like an old man lighting a lamp, seeking death. Even if they don't die from lack of oxygen, they will die from carbon monoxide poisoning. After being criticized, Lao Li learned his lesson. He suggested hanging 2 iron boxes outside the carriage for burning fire, and then putting a few water-filled pipes through the carriage to heat the carriage using the principle of radiators. Li Pan thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible, but wouldn't the quilt wrapped around the wall of the carriage be in trouble? Then I thought again, the temperature outside is so low, the temperature of the iron box should not have any impact, as long as there is no open flame. In order to save fuel, he and Lao Zhang had no intention of driving with air conditioning. They acted immediately. When it was not their team's turn to go out, he and Lao Zhang went out alone to look for the necessary materials and supplies. During this period, Li Pan unexpectedly met a local from Enchi Prefecture. He was a driver who often traveled between the two places to transport goods. He survived the disaster because he happened to be delivering goods to an underground shopping mall in Changsha on the day of the disaster. This person's name is Du Chun. He has been trying to go back for the past few months, but every attempt has ended in failure. He has parents, a wife and children in Enchi Prefecture, so he has only one belief in his heart, which is to go home. Li Pan decided to bring him into his team to act as a guide, but that would not allow for enough food. After gritting my teeth, I decided to wait for a while and make all the preparations before setting off. During this period, Li Pan and Lao Zhang were looking for ingredients, while Du Chun was searching for food. After spending a lot of effort, the two finally gathered all the materials, and the next step was to renovate the carriage. September came quickly, and the progress of the two was not going smoothly. On the one hand, there were still tasks to be done at the shelter, which delayed a lot of time. On the other hand, we also have to avoid being discovered by others, and often have to stop and observe for a long time at the slightest movement. Fortunately, the transformation was completed without any major problems. Du Chun also found some food, and he also pried open the fuel tanks of many old vehicles and brought back dozens of liters of solidified gasoline. Because the oxygen content in the air has decreased, it is more difficult to start the vehicle, the engine combustion is not complete, and the fuel consumption will be greater than before the end of the world, so they must prepare more fuel. In the past, such vehicles would consume only about 60 to 70 liters of fuel for 400 kilometers, but in today's environment, if you don't prepare 200 liters of fuel, you probably won't be able to travel 400 kilometers. The amount of fuel they have collected so far, plus the car's own fuel, is only about 120 liters, which is far from enough, so they have to continue prying open the fuel tank. There is no need to think about the gas stations in the city, as they would have been blown to pieces when the disaster struck. In addition to gasoline, heating fuel, wood, solid alcohol, books, etc. are also their search focus. However, these things are particularly difficult to find. Since the arrival of the Ice Age, the top priority on the list of supplies in each shelter is food and heating materials. But after these months of looting, it has become even more difficult to find these things in the city that was almost burned down. Li Pan and his companions had to turn their attention to the outskirts of the city, but this would mean they would be exposed to the radiation environment for a longer time. Several of them were originally suffering from radiation sickness, And because they had been staying outside for a long time over the past month, the erythema and ulcers on their skin became more serious. In addition, Lao Zhang and Du Chun also had gastrointestinal problems, with frequent vomiting and coughing up blood. Li Pan was helpless about this. The three of them were already determined to die, with only one belief in their hearts. He and Lao Zhang did it for their children, while Du Chun wanted to go home. Going to the edge of the city on foot is difficult, as you can imagine. Sometimes we couldn't get back in time by the afternoon, so we had to find some shelter and snuggle up to each other to spend the night. Looking at the condition of Lao Zhang and Du Chun, Li Pan was really worried whether they could both hold on until the day of departure. And he himself is not much better. In order for their children to survive better, they can give up everything, even their own lives. After several long-distance searches, they barely found the supplies they needed, but it was too late, and they had to set off as soon as possible. Li Pan gave Lao Zhang and Du Chun hope, and now it is time for them to give their children hope. On September 11th, 2025, Li Pan officially set off in this small van, with his destination being the Yishangwen shelter in Enchi Prefecture. But this car was a little weird, with a metal box emitting black smoke hanging on each side of the car. When taking the family out of the shelter, Li Pan and Lao Zhang tacitly put the tinfoil protective suit on the child. Li Pan's wife watched silently without saying anything, because she already knew Li Pan's determination. Before, when he and Lao Zhang went out, Li Pan's wife had always helped take care of his daughter. The co-pilot was Du Chun, who gave Li Pan directions. When the vehicle started, a hint of light appeared on his terrified face, and he seemed to see his family standing at the door, smiling and welcoming him home. The next day, old Zhang in the carriage struggled to open an irregular window on the wall of the carriage. He added firewood to the tin box outside, then used all his strength to close the window. He then kept this posture for a long time. Li Pan heard the sobbing behind him and tried hard not to let his tears fall because they would freeze, and his hands were already stiff. Lao Zhang is gone, and even if we get there, no one can open the door. Li Pan didn't look back, and Du Chun didn't say anything, because that place was Lao Zhang's wish. It is also their hope. Together, they are heading towards hope. Chapter 19 Goals. Enchi City. Boss, everything is ready. When are we leaving? Said a thin young man with dyed yellow hair. Can those small car radios we found last time be used? Asked the man called Boss by the yellow-haired man. Lu Feng said it's ready. We just need to install it in our car and have electricity. Huang Mao continued. Where is that powerful weapon? Has Lu Feng learned how to operate it? The man asked again. We have a preliminary understanding, but we only have 2 cannons. Isn't that too few? Huang Mao was a little worried. As long as we aim and blast it, I don't believe we can't blow open the warehouse door. You'd better remember the location clearly, so that you don't make a wasted trip. The man called Boss by Huang Mao is named Sun Xiaohua. It turned out that he was the owner of the Enchi State wholesale market. After the end of the world, he used some tricks to control a civil air defense shelter. Until now, his shelter could no longer hold out. From the initial crowd of 5,000 or 6,000 people, to only more than 300 people left now, his title of boss is somewhat unworthy of his status. Last month, Huang Mao's unintentional words brought back his memory and rekindled his hope of living. Huang Mao used to be a local delivery driver, often going to the wholesale market to deliver goods. Because the supplies available were becoming fewer and fewer, Huang Mao said in front of the boss that it would be great if they could go to Yishangwen, where the warehouses were full of supplies. The warehouse Huang Mao was referring to was naturally the one Zhang Sun had built before. He had delivered goods to Zhang Sun several times and was very impressed. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. Sun Xiaohua asked carefully and found out that it was that person. I had purchased a lot of things from his wholesale market before, and it had even caused some discussion among some shops. He had not taken it seriously until the yellow-haired man mentioned that he saw a lot of food in the warehouse. This made him lose his composure, and he hurriedly asked where it was. The distance of 80 or 90 kilometers was an insurmountable chasm for them. 2 months ago, Sun Xiaohua would never have dared to think about going to such a far place. But now, he has a powerful weapon in his hand, an armored vehicle. They found it last month under the ruins of a military-industrial unit while searching for supplies. It is called a military-industrial unit, but in fact it is just a repair shop. Some military vehicles in the province that break down will be sent here for repair or maintenance. In fact, they found more than one good thing, but unfortunately, only this car was easy to get out of the rubble and the other vehicles could not get out. At the same time, in order to facilitate communication, 2 small radio stations were also dismantled for communication purposes. During this period, Sun Xiaohua had been making preparations for this, including an armored vehicle, an off-road vehicle, some gasoline, food, etc. In fact, he had originally been thinking about whether he could find some firearms or other hot weapons, but he did not dare to go too deep into the collapsed factory. What made him happy was that there was a small caliber machine gun on the armored vehicle, and there were actually 2 shells in it. It was probably used for testing after the vehicle was repaired. According to Lu Feng, this should be a reconnaissance armored vehicle. In addition to the machine gun on the roof, there is also a retractable mast with some optoelectronic reconnaissance probes on it. It is difficult to find food outside now, so it is imperative to go to the place that Huang Mao mentioned. Almost all the survivors in the shelter are relatives and friends of him and his younger brother. If they can't find new supplies, they will all be finished. Sun Xiaowu was not a good person to begin with. After the apocalypse, he had countless lives on his hands, which was why he was able to become the boss of the shelter. The yellow-haired man is smart and obedient, and Lu Feng is a technical talent. It was he who suggested the anti-radiation measures in the shelter, so Sun Xiaowu values both of them. He called his cousin over and said to him, "We'll be leaving soon. If I don't come back within 2 days, you'll have to take care of the shelter yourself." "Can I go too?" asked my cousin. "What are you going to do? Look at how many people are left in our family. One more day of life is one more day. If we can wait for people from the provincial capital, maybe we won't have to die." Sun Xiaowu scolded. Then he sighed and continued, "Maybe I'm too pessimistic. The worst-case scenario is that we'll come back empty-handed. If we're lucky, maybe we can continue to live a good life for a while." The cousin had no choice but to nod. Sun Xiaowu thought for a moment and said, "If we don't come back, remember, don't try to find us." 20 minutes later, Sun Xiaowu set off with 6 people and 2 cars. He, Huang Mao, and Lu Feng sat in the armored vehicle in the front, while the other 3 followed in an off-road vehicle. The armored vehicle's reconnaissance mast was not extended, and in order to save gasoline, even the vehicle's air conditioning system was only turned to the lowest gear. On September 19, 2025, 2 vehicles drove out of Enchi City, heading towards Yasangwan. However, before them, there was another van that stopped here briefly and then left again, also heading in the same direction. The people in the car were Li Pan's family and Lao Zhang's 3.5-year-old daughter. Before, when he passed through Enchi Prefecture, he let Du Chun go. Watching his hunched figure stumbling and disappearing in the dim snow and ice, Li Pan looked back at his wife and children, released the foot brake, and continued to move forward. They have been walking for almost 2 days for 400 kilometers and have not yet finished. If Du Chun could not vaguely recognize the mountains on both sides of the road, who knows where he would drive the car to? There are still 80 kilometers to go. As long as we keep moving along the valley ahead, we will reach our destination. Li Pan stepped on the accelerator a little more. After driving less than 10 kilometers, a different look seemed to appear in his eyes. The biting cold made his vision clear. "I don't know how many times I've had hallucinations, and I can even drive unsteadily." Inside the car, his wife secretly tried to suppress her cough, and a mouthful of blood fell on her sleeve. Feeling that the carriage was a little unstable, she held her 2 children in her arms, looked at the driver's cab worriedly, and said nothing. After 2 days of walking and stopping, she no longer had any hope. She still had 2 children, so she decided to let the whole family die together. An hour later, Li Pan seemed to see the small town he used to visit often. It should be not far away. "Hey, why is there a bird flying in front? Damn, I'm hallucinating again." Li Pan slapped himself and continued moving forward. More than 40 kilometers behind him, Sun Xiao's convoy had just left the city when they heard Huang Mao yell, "Boss, look, is there a wheel mark on the ice to our right?" After hearing this, Sun Xiao quickly turned his head to look and vaguely saw 2 cars withdrawing from the road. He asked Lu Feng, who was driving, to stop the car and use the radio to signal the younger brother in the SUV behind to get out and check. Sure enough, the younger brother replied that a car passed by here not long ago, and there was only 1 car. After listening to this, Sun Xiao thought for a while. If it was just 1 car, there shouldn't be anything to be afraid of, but he didn't know what the purpose of this car was. Are you going to get that batch of supplies just like him? Or was it the warehouse owner's car? How many people would be at their base? But when he thought that he was sitting in an armored vehicle and had 2 shells, Sun Xiao's confidence suddenly returned. He said to Lu Feng, "Hurry up and let's go see what good things are there." Chapter 20 Old Friend. Afternoon of September 15th, 2025. A pair of kings, Zhang Sun played. Pair of aces, go for it. Du Jing played 2 cards without hesitation. "We are on the same side. Why are you hitting me?" Zhang Sun looked at Du Jing angrily with a bitter face. Du Jing made a face, then said confidently, "Why are you so fierce? I just forgot. Mom won this round again." Zhang Sun was about to give up his throne to his father when he heard the early warning system of the shelter sound an alarm. The 4 of them were startled and quickly ran to the control room. Zhang Sun saw the warning message, "Suspected moving target detected." He quickly called up the surveillance records to check. The camera monitored an object that looked like a truck passing by the provincial road in front of the shelter. Because in order to build a shelter, a road leading to here was opened on the provincial highway. One of the surveillance cameras above the shelter happens to be facing the intersection of these two lines. Since the distance was about 1 kilometer, the picture only showed a flash of white movement, and it was quite blurry. After Zhang Sun paused, he zoomed in and could still see that it was a van. His eyebrows were furrowed into a chan shape. Du Jing and his parents were also a little nervous. They always felt that these people were coming for their shelter. But the car clearly left straight away. Could it be that it didn't notice us? "Wife, you guys stay here. I'll go out and check." Zhang Sun was worried and wanted to go out and take a look. "I'll go with you," said the father-in-law. "The car has gone far away. Why don't we not go out? Maybe they are just passing by." Du Jing hesitated. "It's not that simple. We're in such a remote area. How could people keep coming here? Don't worry. I'll drive the Mengshi car out. And I have a gun, so nothing will happen." Zhang Sun comforted Du Jing, then said to his father-in-law, "I'll go out alone. If anything happens, please meet me at the door." His father-in-law nodded. Zhang Sun was thinking about changing into protective clothing when he didn't expect the early warning system to sound the alarm again, less than 3 minutes after the last time. The real-time monitoring footage showed that the van turned back, stopped at the fork in the road for a while, and then drove towards the shelter. Zhang Sun didn't even bother to say goodbye to his family and hurried to the first-floor garage. About 10 minutes later, the truck stopped in front of the shelter, and the first person to get out of the car was a man wrapped tightly. This person was Li Pan. After getting out of the car with the help of the car door, he almost fell down because he had been sitting for a long time and couldn't adapt to the situation. After stabilizing himself again, a look of joy appeared on his pale face. He looked around the shelter and found that the fallen rocks around him had been cleared, and there was a long antenna standing above the passage. Someone lives in there. Li Pan was both excited and nervous. He was excited that his son and wife might be saved, but he was nervous whether the people inside would open the door for them. Now that Lao Zhang is gone, Li Pan no longer has any chance of destroying the door of the shelter. Li Pan tried hard to straighten his hunched body, but he didn't have much strength left. He raised his head, opened his arms, and waved at the camera above. He knew that the people inside should be able to see him. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the door of the shelter opened and an armored vehicle slowly drove out of the shelter. Li Pan unconsciously took a few steps back, his heart pounding. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" A voice came from the car horn. "Mr. Zhang, it's me, Li Pan." He recognized Zhang Sun's voice and was overjoyed. "Li Pan." Zhang Sun looked at the hunched figure in front of him suspiciously. "How did he become like this?" "Who was in your car?" Zhang Sun asked. Li Pan smiled bitterly. It seemed that Zhang Sun was worried about him, so he walked towards the carriage tremblingly. Zhang Sun put his foot on the accelerator again, held the steering wheel with one hand, and reached towards the passenger seat with the other hand. The gun was there. 2 minutes later, a woman came out of the car holding 2 children. When they arrived in front of the Mengshi car, the 4 of them knelt down together after the woman gave up the child. Li Pan cried loudly, "Mr. Zhang, please take our child in, please." Zhang Sun frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. He opened the car door, walked in front of Li Pan, and looked at the 4 people carefully. Among them, Li Pan and his wife were in the worst condition and probably would not live long. The little boy, who was probably about 8 or 9 years old, also looked sickly and might have suffered from severe radiation sickness. On the other hand, the little girl who was wrapped in tinfoil with only her eyes showing looked quite bright. "Li Pan, although we are friends, I can't let you into my shelter. I don't have enough food at home, and you are suffering from severe radiation sickness. I have to consider my own family." Zhang Sun stared at Li Pan and said. After hearing what Zhang Sun said, the kneeling woman burst into tears and said, "Please, let our 2 children go in. Li Pan and I won't go in and won't add to your burden." Li Pan also kept kowtowing and crying. "I know that my wife and I are beyond help, but these 2 children are still so young. For the sake of our past friendship, please take them in." Alas, Zhang Sun did not act on his own initiative and said to Li Pan, "Wait a moment." He took out the walkie-talkie and told his family what was happening outside to see what they thought. He is not a cold-blooded animal. He also has feelings. It's just that he has poured too much effort into this shelter, and he doesn't want to put his peaceful life at risk because of some unforeseen accidents. Du Jing and her parents were also watching the surveillance video, but they could not hear any sound. Zhang Sun took the walkie-talkie and explained the situation. The 2 people in the control room were also in a dilemma. After a moment of silence, Du Jing said to her mother-in-law. Mom, please go out for a while. Zhang Sun and I will talk alone. The mother nodded and let the child make the decision for himself. After the two elders left, Du Jing picked up the intercom and said, Stay away for a moment. I have something to ask you. After Zhang Sun took a few steps back, he turned down the volume of the intercom and put it to his ear. Du Jing said, Honey, how are the two children? The taller boy probably has severe radiation sickness, but the smaller girl's face can't be seen, so her symptoms may be mild, Zhang Sun replied. Hubby, listen to me. Based on your description, I think the little boy is beyond saving and won't live long. We'll see how the little girl fares later. Just agree to them, and you won't have to feel guilty about it. They'll temporarily live on the first floor. We can still afford their food, and if the two children die in the future, it won't be our fault, Du Jing analyzed calmly. When Zhang Sun heard this, he thought it made sense and couldn't help but admire his wife very much. It looked like the little boy wouldn't live long, and all he had to give was some food and energy. It will not put a big burden on the shelter. Zhang Sun put down the intercom, walked up to Li Pan, and said, Li Pan's sister-in-law, my wife and I have discussed it and decided to take in the two children. When the couple heard Zhang Sun's decision, they were overjoyed and forced their two children to kowtow to him. What are their names? Zhang Sun asked. The boy's name is Lian, my son. He is 9 years old. The girl is the daughter of a friend of mine. Her name is Zhang Pingping. Li Pan introduced hurriedly. Zhang Sun smiled and said to Li Pan, Say goodbye to the children. If you stay outside any longer, it will be more dangerous. Li Pan burst into tears of gratitude, and then he and his wife hugged their children and cried while explaining their funeral arrangements. 5 minutes later, Li Pan took out a notebook from the car, handed it to Zhang Sun, and said, Here are the names and birthdays of the two children. I'll trouble you with them. Zhang Sun took the notebook, nodded, and said nothing. Then he turned to the two children and said, Uncle will take you to eat something delicious. The two children, shivering with cold, looked up at Li Pan and his wife. Seeing them nod with tears in their eyes, they walked towards Zhang Sun. Chapter 21, Die Together. Huangmao, did you remember the wrong place? Look, there are only mountains and ice here. Where's the warehouse? Lu Feng stopped the car and questioned. Where are these mountains? Huangmao hesitated. It should be here. Why is there nothing here? It's impossible. Sun Xiaohua ignored the two of them, turned around and looked around, then asked Huangmao, Are you sure this is the place? Huangmao nodded somewhat unconfidently. It seems that there was a huge mountain flood here, which may have washed away the warehouse. Sun Xiaohua sighed. What should we do? Go back. Lu Feng's face was full of disappointment. No, let's follow the previous car. They probably still have supplies, otherwise why would they come to such a remote place? Sun Xiaohua said, Boss, since this place is so remote, why do they still come here? Do they have a place to live? Asked Huangmao. Sun Xiaohua didn't understand either, so he could only guess. There might be a big cave here. Let's follow it first. Huangmao and Lu Feng nodded and continued to move forward. They drove slowly and turned on their headlights so they could see the tire tracks on the ice. About 40 minutes later, they arrived at the fork in the road, and Zhang Sun was about to take his two children into the shelter. Honey, it's an emergency. Du Jing's anxious voice came from the intercom. Zhang Sun quickly picked up the intercom and asked, What's the emergency? Two more cars appeared at the fork in the road. The one in front looks very similar to your Meisher car. They must be heading for our shelter. They will be here in about 10 minutes. You should come back quickly. Du Jing was almost crying. Zhang Sun frowned, looked at Li Pan gloomily, and asked, Did you bring them here? Li Pan and his wife heard the voice on the intercom. He smiled bitterly and said, We came all the way from Changsha and haven't had any dealings with anyone. It really wasn't us who brought them here. Then why is it such a coincidence? Zhang Sun asked as he opened the door of the Meisher car. Forget it. Since you don't believe me, I have no choice but to prove it to you. Li Pan glanced at his son with a hint of fierceness in his eyes. Then he said to Zhang Sun, Please take good care of my son. I will help you deal with them later. After saying that, he walked towards his car. Li Pan's wife stared at her son, tears streaming down her face. She held back her tears, resolutely turned around and left, and got into the truck with Li Pan. Zhang Sun stared at them, and when he saw the truck turn around, he carried the two children into the car. The two children snuggled in the passenger seat, especially the little boy, whose eyes were full of reluctance and pain. After experiencing the long apocalypse, he is no longer a child. Silence does not mean indifference, because he knows that his parents have been liberated. Zhang Sun stretched out his right hand to block the child's sight. On the other side, Huangmao pointed ahead and said, Boss, the car in front is coming towards us. Sun Xiaohua smiled and said to Lu Feng, Stop the car first and flash your hazard lights for the car in front. It seems they've noticed we're following them. But soon he stopped laughing and shouted in horror. Quick, turn the steering wheel, you lunatic. The truck was speeding up, and it was obvious that it was going to hit them. It was too late to reload and shoot. Although they were armored vehicles, they still felt uncomfortable after being hit like this. The armored vehicle just barely brushed past the truck, and the SUV behind it was about to collide with it. Suddenly, a strong explosion overturned the off-road vehicle, and the front of the car was blown to pieces. The truck was already a sea of fire, and the armored vehicle that Sun Xiaoguo was in was also affected by the huge shock wave of the explosion. After the entire vehicle turned several circles along the ice surface, the front of the vehicle slammed into the hard mountain next to it. The 3 people in the car were instantly stunned and fell onto the car in an exaggerated manner. A puff of white smoke billowed from the front of the car. Then, with a clang, the left door fell away, and a sharp chill rushed into the car. Zhang Sun watched all this, his eyes full of confusion. How could such a huge explosion occur when 2 cars collided in such cold weather? What he didn't know was that this was the C4 explosives that Li Pan and Lao Zhang were planning to use to blow open the shelter door. At that moment, in order to keep his child alive, he chose to believe Zhang Sun, and he chose to die with the others. Not only did he protect the child, but he also felt relieved. Zhang Sun observed a moment of silence for the 2, then got out of the car and carried the 2 children down. He said to Liang, "Let's go. Your father and mother won't have to suffer anymore." He held Lian in one hand and Zhang Pingping in the other and walked towards the shelter passage. After putting the 2 children at the first gate, he gave some instructions to Du Jing and his father-in-law, and then returned to the Mengshi car. The door of the shelter slowly closed, and the father-in-law of the 2 children would carry out disinfection procedures on them. Because of the radiation, the 2 can only live on the first floor, and 2 folding beds will be temporarily provided for them to sleep on. Outside, Zhang Sun sat in the car, took out a telescope, and looked ahead. The fire on the truck had not yet gone out. The off-road vehicle behind was also severely deformed, stuck diagonally on the ice and hillside. 2 people had blood all over their faces, and their upper bodies were exposed outside the car windows. As for the armored vehicle with a strange appearance, the front of the car was slightly deformed due to hitting the mountain, and the front door also fell off. I don't know what was going on inside. Zhang Sun did not act rashly. He just sat quietly in his car and waited. He is waiting to die, waiting for others to die. If the body is directly exposed to the outside without heat replenishment or the body is motionless, the body's heat will quickly be lost, and the final outcome will be death. He was worried that the people in the 2 cars were not dead yet, so he didn't dare to take any risks and just waited. Zhang Sun looked at the time. 2 hours had passed, and it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. He felt that it was about time. He drove towards that direction and first went to the armored vehicle, which was more risky. He approached cautiously with a Type 92 pistol in his hand. Looking inside, there were 3 people lying in the car. Their faces were all purple and blue, and there was a thin layer of white frost on their skin. Zhang Sun felt relieved and checked another car. The 3 people in the car behind had died, even more tragically. Looking at the tragic scene, he sighed inwardly. This is the damn end of the world. Everyone is trying to survive. There is really no right or wrong in order to survive. In the end times, would Zhang Sun still accuse them of being robbers? No, there is no such thing as right or wrong in this world. Be it robbery or self-defense, it is meaningless. The ultimate goal is to survive. Next, he dragged all the bodies out and put them together, preparing to come out again tomorrow to bury them. As for Li Pan and his wife, their complete bodies could no longer be found after the explosion of several pieces of C4 explosives. Zhang Sun planned to build a cenotaph for them later. The truck and SUV are no longer of any value, and the armored vehicle only has a slightly deformed front end, which can be repaired. What interested him was that this seemed to be an army reconnaissance vehicle with a retractable mast on the roof, and the mast was covered with various photoelectric probes around it. Zhang Sun had countless thoughts in an instant, but the most important thing now was to go back for dinner. It was almost 6 o'clock. He had very little time to feel sad about the passing of time, and now he had to tow the armored vehicle back to the shelter as soon as possible. So he took the rope and hook from the Mengshi car, hung them up, got back into the car, and drove towards the shelter. Chapter 22 Placement. After Lian and Zhang Pingping entered the shelter, Zhang Sun's father-in-law was also wearing protective clothing to disinfect them because the 2 children were wrapped in tinfoil and were shivering with cold. Therefore, we wait until the shelter fan sends the internal warm air in and the temperature rises before we start cleaning. They were not wearing protective clothing, so they could only soak them. The father-in-law found a large bucket, heated the soapy water, and then asked the two children to take off their clothes and soak in the bucket. After soaking for about 20 minutes, he took out a radiation meter to test the child. Ong Li's face is pale, and there are many ulcers on his skin. I wonder if it is frostbite or a skin disease caused by radiation. He also coughs frequently and is in very bad condition. For a child who had just experienced the death of both parents, such a blow made him very vulnerable. After measurement, the radiation levels in Li En and Zhang Pingping have dropped significantly. Especially Zhang Pingping. Her condition looks much better than Li En. Apart from some frostbite on her hands, there are no other symptoms on her body. After entering the second door, another disinfection was carried out. My mother had prepared 2 beds, a new set of clothes, and some food in advance. After putting them on the first floor, she went back. My father-in-law brought them in without even taking off his second layer of protective clothing. It wasn't that he forgot, but there was still some radiation on the little boy that couldn't be cleared off, so he had to isolate them separately temporarily in the machining area. It was the first time in more than half a year that the two children had eaten such delicious food and felt such a warm environment. They actually started crying while eating. The father-in-law looked at the two children who were eating voraciously and felt a little sad. Eat slowly, there's still a lot, don't choke. He reminded. After the two children finished their meal, the father-in-law placed them at the two ends of the area. They were about 8 or 9 meters apart because the radiation level on Li En was much higher than that of a normal person, so they kept a distance to avoid causing further harm to the little girl. The father-in-law was thinking, should he set up a small room to isolate him? His daughter is still pregnant, so he can't bring the two children to the living area. He has to wait for Zhang Xuanli to come before making a decision. Later, his mother sent some toys and children's books. It was almost 7 o'clock when Zhang Xuanxin arrived. He parked the 2 cars at the second gate and did not drive in. Later, I took a look through the glass outside the processing area and found that the 2 children were lying on the bed reading quietly. I felt relieved and went downstairs to prepare dinner. His family was waiting for him to eat. After taking a bath, Zhang Sun sat down at the table and asked, "How are the 2 children?" Li En's condition is very serious. We don't know how long he can live. Zhang Pingping looks okay. Let them do a preliminary examination in the medical room after a while. Du Jing said. He nodded, and then his mother asked, "What happened outside just now?" 6 people died. I don't know if they were led here by Li Pan or if it was just a coincidence. Zhang Sun recounted the previous events in detail. He didn't find any guns or other weapons in the car, but the 2 shells made him scared. A marked map was also found with several circles drawn somewhere, one of which had the words Military Repair Factory written on it. By the way, there should be some anti-radiation drugs in the shelter, right? Zhang Sun remembered that when he purchased drones before, he also bought some anti-radiation drugs from abroad. There are 3 types of these medicines, 2 of which are purchased from abroad, and the other is a Chinese herbal medicine. Anti-nuclear radiation drugs refer to drugs that protect against nuclear radiation damage. Different types of drugs have different targeted effects, such as Chinese herbal medicines, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Rhodiola rosea, etc., have good effects in enhancing immunity and improving hematopoiesis, as well as increasing the body's antioxidant capacity and inhibiting the activity of free radicals, thereby effectively reducing DNA damage and enhancing DNA repair. Free radical scavenger compounds, WR 2721, S, 2-3-aminopropylamino, ethyl-5-phosphoric acid, combines with free radicals through their unsaturated bonds or redox reactions, thereby eliminating or reducing radiation damage. Anti-radiation cytokine biochemical drugs mainly include interleukin cytokines such as IL-1, IL-6, and IL-11. IL-1 can reduce radiation damage by effectively scavenging free radicals. IL-6 can significantly reduce the reactive oxygen-free radicals in normal tissues and exert radiation protection by reducing the degree of free radical damage. IL-11 can improve hematopoietic function, thereby increasing peripheral blood cells. Don't take these things carelessly. Let me study the instructions and combine them with a preliminary physical examination before making a decision. Du Jing said hurriedly. After thinking for a while, he said, "However, you can give them some Chinese herbal medicine first. It won't have any side effects." Okay. Zhang Sun didn't know anything about medicine, so he could only leave it to Du Jing. In fact, Li Pan and the old Zhang he mentioned protected their children very well and never let them leave the shelter after the end of the world. In particular, Lao Zhang was the first to think of taking some anti-radiation measures in the shack where he lived. Moreover, Zhang Pingping was still young, and the coat was made of tinfoil, which prevented her from suffering serious radiation damage. The next day, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law found some aluminum plates and built a simple small room in the processing area to isolate Lian inside. The little boy was very obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss. Zhang Sun, wearing a layer of medical protective clothing, patiently comforted him for a while and explained the reason for the isolation. Ong Li was quite cooperative except for the lack of smile on his face. As for Zhang Pingping, the radiation level in her body was not much anymore, but it was still 3 times higher than a normal person's natural radiation. It seems that he will have to stay here for a while. Although he has met the standards and will not cause harm to others, Zhang Sun does not dare to take the risk considering that there is a pregnant woman at home. At noon, under Du Jing's guidance, my mother boiled the Chinese medicine, and both children drank it. However, the effect could not be seen in the short term, so they could only drink it every day. In order to prevent the 2 children from getting bored, in addition to the toys and books he had prepared earlier, Zhang Sun also specially prepared a tablet computer with cartoons downloaded for each of them. Zhang Sun bought a lot of these types of electronic products, probably several hundred, basically laptops, tablets, mobile phones, smartwatches, handheld projectors, etc. of various brands. Another thing that Du Jing brought up was that they should plant some vegetables that are beneficial to resisting radiation, which is equivalent to enhancing resistance. People like Zhang Sun who often go in and out of the shelter should pay more attention and be careful of these injuries. In the past 2 days, at night, Du Jing specially made video calls to the 2 children. After all, they slept alone and she was worried that they would be scared. At the same time, she also provided some psychological counseling. The children had just experienced the death of their parents and were in a low mood. With Du Jing's guidance, their emotions and state of mind were somewhat calmed down. Zhang Pingping was fine. She was young and didn't know much, so after a little comfort, a smile soon appeared on her face. Ong Li was in more trouble. Not only was he suffering from psychological trauma, but he was also suffering from physical pain. During the day, Du Jing prescribed him some painkillers, and he is feeling much better now. Lian has experienced so much and his personality has become more mature. Sometimes the pain is unbearable, but he still grits his teeth and perseveres without saying a word. But Du Jing could see the unnaturalness on his face in the picture and knew that he was enduring the physical discomfort. What surprised her most was that both children behaved very well and were very obedient. Maybe it's because they live in such a good environment and are afraid of making their owner unhappy and getting kicked out. Du Jing also understood the child's thoughts. After all, she studied nursing and had some knowledge of psychology. Chapter 23 Physical Examination. September 21st, 2025. On the second day after taking in the child, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law went out, mainly to deal with the scene. He drove an excavator to dig a hole near the intersection and buried the 6 bodies in it. Then they built a cenotaph for Li Pan and his wife and erected a sign as a tombstone. After paying their respects to the cenotaph, the 2 men began to move the 2 damaged cars away. Of course, it was moved to the place where the garbage was placed before, where it is not conspicuous. In fact, there is a small radio on the off-road vehicle, but unfortunately it is also severely damaged and can no longer be used. It took more than 2 hours to complete all the work. After returning to the shelter, Zhang Sun began to repair the armored vehicle in the afternoon. The armored vehicle was only affected by the shock wave of the explosion, and the front of the vehicle was hit, and the door fell off. Overall, the damage was not serious. There is a set of simple car repair equipment in the garage, which can barely complete the repair. The surface damage was quickly repaired. Zhang Sun drove the armored reconnaissance vehicle in a passage of several dozen meters and felt it was okay. It's no different from driving a civilian car. They're all automatic. The only thing I'm not used to is the heavy steering wheel. To be honest, this car is a bit big and it is quite difficult to modify it, so I simply gave up on the modification. I just applied a layer of anti-radiation coating on the surface of the car body and strengthened the air tightness. If you really want to modify it, you will not only have to add lead plates, but also insulation materials, heating and oxygen supply systems, which is not cost-effective. Especially the weapon system, which is not easy to handle. It cannot be disassembled, and there are only a few shells, so it is rather useless. This is a small-caliber rapid-fire cannon. To be honest, without the instruction manual, Zhang Sun didn't know how to operate it. So let's not touch this thing for now. What really interested Zhang Sun was the optoelectronic reconnaissance mast. This thing was a good thing. According to him, the vehicle-mounted reconnaissance mast can simultaneously provide optoelectronic channels, infrared and radar monitoring methods, making it convenient to obtain reconnaissance information of the target from multiple angles, and the maximum distance can reach tens of kilometers. What's more important is that the optoelectronic mast can be raised upwards, so that you can use the advantage of the raised mast to stand high and see higher in lower concealed terrain, obtain enemy information without exposing yourself, and achieve true covert reconnaissance. On the front of the vehicle, there is a multifunction display screen and a joystick, which can easily adjust the direction and angle of reconnaissance. What surprised Jong Sun was that after the mast was powered on, there was an electronic version of the operating instructions in the storage file on the display screen. His idea was to dismantle the reconnaissance system and build a small concrete structure on the hillside in front of the shelter near the provincial road. Deploying this system there will provide us with a broader field of view and longer warning time. What makes him embarrassed is that whether this system can work for a long time under such environmental conditions is a big question. Because they are retractable, these optoelectronic devices will be exposed to radiation and extreme cold. How long can their lifespan be? He once imagined building a small concrete building to enclose the system, similar to the design of a fireplace with a smoke exhaust vent, and then covering it with a high-strength glass cover. This can solve both the insulation problem and the problem of limited vision. But after thinking about it carefully, I gave up this plan. The reason was very simple. The temperatures inside and outside were inconsistent. Due to condensation, a layer of water mist would condense on the inner wall of the glass cover, which would cause the photoelectric system to not be able to see the outside scene clearly. In desperation, he had to give up this idea and settle for the next best thing. He and his father-in-law made a tin box with a small hydraulic cylinder installed on the lid. With this device, the opening and closing of the lid can be controlled. After it was finished, Jong Sun welded this thing to the back of the top of the armored vehicle as a takeoff and landing platform for the drone. In the future, when you go out, you can take advantage of the drone's flight capabilities to obtain terrain information of dozens of kilometers in advance. Combined with the detailed reconnaissance of the optoelectronic mast, Jong Sun can fully grasp all the initiative. On September 25th, the radiation level in the little girl finally returned to normal. After taking Chinese medicine for a few days, her complexion became rosy and the chilblains on her hands began to scab. Jong Sun took her to the living area, and she lived in the same room with his mother. Ong Li's physical condition remained the same, and seemed to be a little worse than before. It was not visible on his complexion, but his coughing frequency was getting higher and higher. There was blood in the sputum, and what was even more worrying was that the ulcers on his body had begun to spread into his mouth. The radiation level in his body was still relatively high, but it was too late. Du Jing asked him to wear protective clothing and go to the living area on the third floor, and then took him to the medical room for an examination. While waiting for the data, Jong Sun took him on a tour here for a while and encouraged him to persevere, saying that he could move down here once he recovered. It was the first time in a long time that Lian saw green plants, the first time that he could walk around, and the first time that he saw such a bright place. Finally, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. He asked Jong Sun happily, "Uncle, can I really live here in the future?" "Well, when you recover, you can play on the computer in the game room. Now you have to cooperate with your aunt's treatment and take medicine on time." Jong Sun comforted. Looking at the young but determined face inside the protective suit mask, he sighed in his heart. It cannot be cured, and all they can do now is try to help him survive longer. Du Jing had examined Zhang Pingping before. Apart from the low number of hematopoietic stem cells and white blood cells, she also had some anemia, but the problem was not serious at the moment. However, due to lack of equipment, we have no way of knowing the damage at the DNA level. Now it all depends on her. If no new problems arise, it will be fine. But if they do, Du Jing will have no choice. To be on the safe side, in addition to continuing to take Chinese medicine, Du Jing also asked her to take WR-2721 for a period of time. Its mechanism of action is to scavenge free radicals, hydrogen transfer, induce tissue hypoxia, and enhance DNA stability. Of course, Lian was also taking this medicine during this period, as well as IL-6 and IL-7, but the effect was not good. After a while, Du Jing simply disinfected the medical room and took off his protective suit. After she printed out the data, she flipped through the medical book and compared it item by item. The more she read, the more she frowned. Alas, she put down the report in her hand, called Jong Sun in alone, and said, "This child has leukemia and probably thyroid cancer. In addition, his digestive system." Du Jing didn't continue speaking. Jong Sun was silent for a while and asked, "How long do you think he will last?" "Maybe 1 month, or maybe 2 or 3 months. Du Jing said, "You just tested him. Is the radiation level in his body high?" Jong Sun asked again. "It's quite high, but it has basically no impact on other people. Let's do this. Use the chelating agent DTPA mixed with some salt stabilizer to disinfect and clean him a few more times over the next 2 days, and then let him live downstairs." Jong Sun thought about it and decided to take Lian over. Du Jing also nodded. "My mother cleaned up a bedroom, decorated it, and moved a computer in, which had a lot of games in it. 2 days later, Leon finally came down and no longer had to wear protective clothing. He was very happy. Perhaps because I know my physical condition, while I still have the strength, my favorite thing to do every day is to play games and eat in front of the computer. But his appetite became smaller and smaller, and he vomited frequently. Later on, he was so weak that he could only lie in bed and couldn't even play his favorite computer. Chapter 24 Material Reserve Consumption. Dad, is my brother going to die? Zhang Pingping looked at Li Un, who was dying on the bed, and asked while holding Zhang Sun's hand. Zhang Sun held her on his lap, stroked her hair, and said gently, "No, my brother is just going to look for his own parents." "Will he come back?" the little girl asked innocently. "You won't be coming back. From now on, you can only let your younger brother or sister play with you." Zhang Sun pointed at his wife's belly. Because she and Zhang Sun had the same surname, and the old couple liked her very much, they simply adopted her as their granddaughter, and Zhang Sun naturally became Zhang Pingping's father. In addition to Zhang Pingping, Leon is the same, except that he calls Zhang Sun godfather. Today is November 13th. Leon's eyes never opened again. Although he was still breathing and had a pulse, it was very weak. The whole family gathered around his bed, looking at this suffering child, feeling distressed and reluctant to leave. My mother couldn't stop crying. After spending some time with these two children, she had developed real feelings for them. Zhang Sun asked Du Jing to take his mother and daughter out, as staying here would make them even more sad. At around 2 o'clock, Zhang Sun held Lian's hand and felt that his body temperature was gradually getting colder. He hurriedly checked his pulse and breathing, but they were both gone. The person left. Zhang Sun sighed softly. Go find your parents." The next day, while his daughter was still asleep, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law went out and buried Lian next to their parents' cenotaph. Afterwards, the shelter returned to its peaceful state of life. With the addition of a child, the parents smiled more often and no longer sighed about the past. "My wife's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and our family has gained a lot more confidence in the future." The living area originally had 5 bedrooms, one for Zhang Sun and Du Jing, one for his parents, and another one was converted into a square dance room by his mother. Daughter Zhang Pingping used to sleep with the 2 elders, but now she has her own bedroom, which is the same room that Liang used to sleep in. Now that Lian is gone, he tidied it up a bit and gave it to his daughter. However, Zhang Pingping felt a little insecure and stayed on the parents' bed, refusing to go back to her own room. After having a daughter, Zhang Sun felt much more relaxed. He no longer needed to be with Du Jing all the time. After completing his daily inspections, he would spend some time with his wife and then go to the game room to play games. Because my daughter is already 3.5 years old, according to her age before the apocalypse, it is time for her to go to kindergarten. Because his wife was pregnant and had nothing to do, she took on the task of teaching Zhang Pingping literacy and tutoring her preschool children. The hard drives that Zhang Sun had made before contained a lot of video teaching materials, so he didn't have to worry about not finding good content and teachers. The days passed one by one. After work every day, Zhang Xuanmin would play games, watch movies with his wife, play chess with his father, and play with his children. Such a life was unimaginable before the end of the world. In my previous job, not only did I have to travel frequently, but I was also exhausted as a dog every day after get off work. Not to mention taking the family out to play, he is too lazy to even move. He just wants to lie down and rest, or check his phone. At the end of December, as the new year was about to begin, Zhang Sun and his parents cleaned the shelter again. Of course, the commotion was not as big as the previous time. The main thing is that I do a small inspection and cleaning every once in a while, so the overall condition is relatively good, and mold and other things are basically not visible anymore. After the general cleaning was completed, Zhang Sun took over Du Jing's work, counting the supplies in the warehouse and making a summary of this year's consumption and inventory. First up was the Doomsday Canned Food and Reserve Food Package, which was a pretty large quantity, with a total of 200 servings. But in reality, in the past 11 months, the 4 people in their family have not even finished half a portion. On the one hand, it is a matter of taste, and on the other hand, a lot of vegetables are grown in agricultural areas in order to avoid waste. Moreover, the family still likes to cook rice, and Du Jing's pregnancy is also a big part of the reason. Secondly, there are medicines. Since Zhang Sun had visited most of the pharmacies in Inchi Prefecture, the supply of regular medicines is still sufficient. But Zhang Sun still felt that some special medicines, such as the anti-radiation drugs he had taken before, were not enough. Lian took it for about a month, but there was no effect, so in order to avoid waste, he stopped taking it. Just this month's supply of anti-radiation drugs has reduced the shelter's inventory by 1/10. It's not that Zhang Sun is unwilling to stock up more, but this kind of medicine is really not easy to buy. Another item that was consumed in large quantities was materials. The previous renovation of the garbage room, septic tank, and the ladder outside caused his stockpiles of steel, aluminum, and insulation materials to be consumed quite quickly. When he was taking inventory, he also marked the inventory of materials to remind himself to use them sparingly in the future. There is also protective clothing. Zhang Sun had to use up a set of it every time he went out, mainly the outer layer. A set of this kind of nuclear, biological, and chemical protective suit costs more than 1,000 yuan, and the inner parts cost more than 200 yuan. Zhang Sun originally bought 350 sets of each. And sometimes he goes out alone. At this rate of use, it will probably be used up in 2 or 3 years. So he decided that if he went out again, he would not throw away this protective suit. After disinfection and cleaning, he would continue to use it a few more times. In fact, he had done similar assessments before, and the main consideration was the length of exposure to the outside world and the degree of disinfection. If controlled well, this outer protective suit can be reused at least 5 to 7 times. The thinner inner layer is not directly exposed, so it can be used more times. In addition, there are reserves of staple food and meat. We have previously purchased 20 tons of staple food and 2 tons of flour. After a careful count, it turned out that not much was consumed. This was mainly because I had planted a season of rice before and harvested nearly 500 kilograms of grain. After neutralizing it, it was actually a break-even. There are 3,000 kilograms each of pork, beef, and mutton in the cold storage. In the past year, the amount of each has decreased by about 40 kilograms. Their family also eats chicken, duck, goose, and seafood. The total amount of meat consumed by 4 to 5 people reaches 200 kilograms. Therefore, the stock of meat can still sustain them for a long time, and there are dozens of poultry in the shelter. Last time, some cubs were hatched, so Mom and Dad decided to slaughter the old ones before the Chinese New Year. In this way, a small part of the meat consumed previously can be replenished. Other things he consumed more often were snacks. He bought some of everything available in the supermarket. During Du Jing's pregnancy, and after her 2 children came to the shelter, some popular snacks were consumed very quickly. If they were eaten up, they would never be available again. Zhang Sun stopped this and said, "At least don't eat just these few kinds. Wouldn't it be better to eat them evenly?" The fuel consumption is also relatively small, mainly gasoline, which uses about 1,000 liters, which is exactly the amount of a barrel. 400 liters of diesel were consumed, and the rest, such as charcoal and natural gas, were mainly used for emergencies and have not been opened yet. The oxygen reserves were not insufficient. Every time Zhang Sun went out, he would bring a few compressed oxygen cylinders. He mainly used the electrolytic oxygen in the shelter, which was compressed and stored. The rest are consumables such as toothpaste and shower gel. These daily necessities are generally very durable, so Zhang Sun is not worried. After 3 days of careful statistics, Zhang Sun used the AI butler to create a statistical table. Information such as consumption, inventory, consumption rate, intensity, etc. are listed out clearly. It will be convenient to distribute materials more reasonably in future life. Chapter 25 New Year. Time quickly came to January 25, 2026. It has been a year since the end of the world. To this end, their family held an important ceremony to commemorate their deceased relatives and friends. At first, my mom and dad always wanted to find a place to worship the gods, but they definitely couldn't do the traditional things like burning paper and setting off firecrackers. So Zhang Sun came up with an idea. They listed the names of relatives and friends they remembered and had a good relationship with. If they could find pictures, they would take a screenshot of the portraits. If there were no pictures, they would use cartoon portraits instead. They wanted to make them into electronic tombstones. Next, he wrote a simple program to note the relationships between these people and their families, their ages, and known life events, and added them to their personal information. Then Zhang Sun hung a display screen on the wall of the living room. The screen had a pure white background, with red lantern pendants in the upper left and right corners. In the 2 lower corners are 2 burning candles, electronic pendants, and the portraits and names of these relatives and friends will scroll on the screen. If you think of someone, you can click on his or her profile picture and some simple information about him or her will pop up automatically. This way the person can be remembered individually. The screen also provides electronic incense, food, cigarettes, alcohol, and other offerings. With just one click, you can make the offerings with one click. In addition to these functions, Zhang Sun also added some audio scriptures and music for salvation at the suggestion of his mother, such as Diamond Sutra, Buddha's light appearing, etc., but ignored the Sanskrit chanting for the soul. In addition, in order to make the ceremony more reasonable, my mother strongly requested that we make a firecracker pendant that would make a sound and have an explosion effect when it was lit. After all this was done, it was exactly the first anniversary of the apocalypse, so my parents specially set up a table in this area and put some food on it. Then he forced Jong-sun and his daughter to kneel down and worship the portrait scrolling on the screen. To the sound of the music of the rebirth mantra, Jong-sun kowtowed 3 times reluctantly and also kowtowed 3 times for Du Jing. Then, my mother said some words of remembrance and longing and asked them to bless her family. Then he walked to the screen and clicked the offering icon, and these electronic offerings such as cigarettes, food, and alcohol automatically flew to each avatar. The ceremony ended with a burst of virtual firecrackers. Of course, this display screen is not turned on every day. It is mainly turned on special holidays, such as Qingming Festival, New Year, etc., or when you miss someone particularly. During lunch, my mother adjusted the angle of the dining table, saying that it would be convenient for relatives and friends to eat with their family while enjoying the offerings. This action made Jong-sun and Du Jing laugh and cry, and also felt a little scared. Time continued to move forward, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Jong-sun and his father-in-law went out to deal with the last garbage of the year, and at his mother's request, they posted a spring couplet in front of the door of the refuge year. The first couplet reads, "New year, new atmosphere, a peaceful life." The second line is, "Add more years, and you will have more luck and happiness in your life." Horizontal banner, unbridled imagination. Because the year of the horse is approaching, many horse-related things are decorated in the living area. For example, the stickers cut by the father, the pony doll pendants, and the horse pictures drawn by the daughter. Due to limited conditions, the family spent a long time and only produced these things. Among the prepared dishes, there is also a dish of horse meat. Because horse meat is not tasty, only a few dozen kilograms of it were purchased from the previous meat list. This is the first time it has been taken out and eaten. In the evening, the family turned on the TV, randomly selected a Spring Festival gala program from that year, and watched it while eating. After dinner, they played mahjong together until after 10 o'clock. Du Jing went to bed first. In order to take care of her sleep, no electronic fireworks or firecrackers were set off this year. After cleaning up, Li Sun went to each floor to inspect alone. After about half an hour, after a simple inspection, he came back to stay up all night with his parents. The next day at noon, before dinner, Jong-sun and his friends performed a worship ceremony with his parents before they started eating. The temperature outside has now stabilized at -62 degrees Celsius and has not dropped in the past 2 months. As for whether it would rise later, Jong-sun was not sure. In any case, there was no record of an increase in the 2 years of that memory. As for nuclear radiation, it is due to the dust in the atmosphere gradually falling back to the surface, as well as occasional snowflakes. Radiation in the air is also decreasing from 720 millisieverts a few months ago to 410 millisieverts now, and it is still continuing to decline. Although we know that the radiation cannot be reduced to the level before doomsday, it is still good news overall. This nuclear radiation mainly comes from previous nuclear explosions and nuclear reactors around the world. After the radiation from the nuclear explosion gradually diluted and settled in the past few years, what remained was the continuous radiation from the nuclear reactor. Nuclear contamination from a reactor could last for hundreds or even thousands of years. For the humans who survived, either their bodies evolved to adapt to this radiation, or it will take several or even more than a dozen generations of efforts to eliminate this pollution. It is difficult to say about the first situation. After all, evolution is not something that happens overnight. It may take tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. For humans, the journey is long and full of uncertainty. Who knows whether it will succeed? Even if humans evolve to be able to adapt to nuclear radiation, will their form remain the same? The second is to develop the underground on a large scale, utilize underground resources and space, restore human civilization, and then advance to the surface when human civilization has recovered to a certain level. Both choices are painful processes for human beings. If we have to make a choice, the second one is definitely more rational. In addition to nuclear pollution, the entire Earth was covered in dust raised by the impact. The sky was gloomy all year round, with not a single ray of sunlight shining in. Photosynthesis disappears, oxygen levels drop, and the food chain collapses. Hypoxia and starvation are also obstacles to survival. The decline of civilization is inevitable. Even if some people survive by chance, the days ahead will probably be even more difficult. Most of these survivors will die due to various reasons. Besides, is there anyone willing to give birth in such an environment? Even if the baby is born, how long can it live? All of the above does not mean that mankind will eventually perish, but rather illustrates the magnitude of the challenges facing human civilization. It is estimated that it will take nearly 1,000 years for the dust in the atmosphere to slowly settle down. The previous rainstorm only washed the space within a dozen kilometers at low altitude. There is still a huge amount of impact dust above the clouds, and even in near space, which will take time to recover. It is unknown how long Zhang Sun's shelter can last in this apocalyptic world. What he needs to do is to ensure that all the equipment and systems inside can operate in good condition and then hand it over to the next generation. As for what happens after his death, it has nothing to do with him. The original purpose of building this shelter was very clear, which was to take his family away from disaster and live a good life. His original intention has never changed. Now that I have children, I naturally have to consider them too. Of course, this was all he could do, just leave a home that was big enough for them to survive. Chapter 26 Newbie. April 17, 2025. On his daughter Zhang Pingping's 4th birthday, Li Pan gave Zhang Sun a notebook on which her biological father had written her name and birthday in a crooked hand. That afternoon, Du Jing also welcomed the birth of her baby. At first, Zhang Sun and his mother were in a panic. After calming down, they followed the instructions Du Jing had given them during their training, and after an hour's work, they finally gave birth to the baby. She gave birth naturally while half sitting in a bathtub filled with warm water in the bedroom. The process went smoothly, which was beyond Zhang Sun's expectations. The baby was a little boy, which was in line with the tradition of Zhang Sun's family, which basically had male descendants. The baby's full name is Zhang Wanming, and his nickname is Xiao Fuxing, which also represents the family's expectations for the future. My daughter was also very curious about this newborn brother and went over to take a look. When she saw his wrinkled and red face, she immediately shouted, "Why is my brother so ugly?" The whole family gathered around the newborn baby, and they all smiled happily when they heard Zhang Pingping's words. In the evening, the family came to Zhang Sun's bedroom. Du Jing was half lying on the bed holding the baby, and a happy smile was on her pale face. My mother made a not-so-good-looking cake with 4 candles on it to celebrate the birthdays of our 2 children today. Amidst the cheerful birthday song, a new member was added to the shelter. Of course, Zhang Sun's family's daily work continues. It has been 19 months since the shelter was built. It has been more than a year since the end of the world. The shelter withstood various tests such as earthquakes, high temperatures, heavy rains, strong nuclear radiation, and mold, and ultimately lived up to Zhang Sun's expectations. From the initial 4 people to the current 6 people, it also means that various expenses have increased and the burden on the shelter has become heavier, but he is still full of confidence. So far, the generator set and geothermal exchange pump set on the 5th floor have not experienced any failures. Under the careful maintenance of Zhang Sun's family, all operating data are very stable. Although the agricultural ecological zone on the 4th floor has not been fully put into use, it still looks full of vitality. The golden rice, various green vegetables, and bright strawberries make people feel as if they are in a rural area before the end of the world. The living area on the 3rd floor also has a sea of brightly colored flowers. The garden built last year has now become a scene of blooming flowers. Various green plants and flowers on both sides of the passage, plus vines overhead, make you feel like you are in a fantasy world. There is also a material warehouse on the 2nd floor and a garage on the 1st floor. There is basically no change, except for one more car, and the temperature is just a little lower than below. Apart from Zhang Sun, who conducts inspections every day, other people rarely go up there. On the one hand, it is colder up there, and on the other hand, there is really nothing to see there. There is also a warehouse in the living area for storing staple food and daily necessities. The family usually uses them for cooking and other things. Therefore, apart from Zhang Sun's daily inspections and often taking his daughter to find snacks, no one is willing to go up to the 2nd floor. Starting from May, the shelter's operating equipment has undergone its annual major maintenance work. The first step was to maintain the turbine unit of the power system. After switching the power supply to the backup unit, the geothermal generator was shut down at the same time. Zhang Sun first used an industrial endoscope to check the condition of the turbine system pipelines, mainly to see if there was any oil sludge in the pipelines. Ultrasonic and X-ray instruments were used to detect the condition of the bearings and blades to see if there was any damage such as cracks. Finally, the turbine oil in the tank was pumped out and the inside of the tank was cleaned. After the oil was re-injected, a filtration device was connected to the tank for 2 days of bypass filtration to remove sludge and fine particles from the oil. The other is the geothermal pump unit in the temperature control system. The oil tank is relatively small, and it still uses bypass filtration for maintenance. Since the pump group of the temperature control system is connected to underground heat energy, Descaling is also very important. For this purpose, he also prepared a special environmentally friendly cleaning agent that has a strong solubility for scale substances, making it difficult for them to adhere to the inner walls of equipment and pipes. Another important task is rust removal and rust prevention. In fact, most of the pipeline facilities in the shelter are made of rust-proof and corrosion-resistant alloy materials. But there is still a part of it that is common metal. So Zhang Sun took this opportunity to remove the rust one by one and apply new anti-rust paint. After 5 days of major maintenance work, the overall noise level on the 5th floor of the shelter dropped by about 2 decibels. Wife, in 2 months, I want to go to Inchi Prefecture to take a look. After finishing his work in the evening, Zhang Sun lowered his voice and said to his wife, with some trepidation. In fact, he had this idea a long time ago. The previous group of people who came uninvited made him feel extremely insecure. He didn't know how they came or why they knew about this place. He encountered outsiders twice. The first time they brought a large number of guns, and the second time they came directly with armored vehicles. He didn't know if there would be a third time. Go to the city and try to find out what the specific situation there is, such as how many shelters there are, how many people are there, what the living conditions are like, whether there are any large forces, etc. Another purpose is the map found on the armored reconnaissance vehicle before. There was a military industrial unit marked on it, which was a military machinery repair factory. If he had the chance, he planned to go and see if there was anything good. Zhang Sun has always wanted to strengthen the shelter's reconnaissance and defense capabilities. Reconnaissance has always relied on the cameras outside the shelter, but the distance is too close and the warning time provided is too short. In terms of defense, apart from the sturdy gate, there are almost no other defense measures. The outside cameras, vents, and gate recognition systems are all exposed to the enemy. Unless Zhang Sun opened the gate and rushed out with a gun, he could only watch the enemy wreaking havoc outside. This was something Zhang Sun didn't want to see. The defense he imagined was like Red Alert, with a pile of cannons on top of the fortress. Anyone coming would be beaten into a pulp before they even reached the door. This kind of defense is the real defense. To be honest, passive defense is a bit useless. Otherwise, due to national policy restrictions, Zhang Sun would have had to equip the shelter with several 1130 close-in defense guns when it was built. The 1130 close-in weapon system is also known as the Wanda gun and is said to have a firing rate of up to 10,000 rounds per minute. This is just thought, not to mention the quantity. Even if he really needs it, he can't afford it. It's too wasteful. The rapid-fire gun of the previous armored vehicle was pretty good, but it only had 2 rounds of ammunition, which was almost like having a gun but no bullets. Okay, but you have to protect yourself and come back within 2 days. Du Jing did not object this time. It might be because her attention was diverted after giving birth to the baby, or it might be because she knew that Zhang Sun had made up his mind, so she did not object. Of course, but it's still early. Let's wait until June or July. Zhang Sun said with a flattering smile. Don't joke. The environment outside is so harsh, and there may be bad people. If something really happens to you, how will we mother and I survive? Du Jing said sternly. Understood, sir. I will definitely make all the necessary preparations and will not let you down. Zhang Sun sat up, saluted, and then said with a slightly lewd smile. Wife, are you feeling better now? Du Jing glanced at the sleeping child in the crib and gave him a deathly look. Zhang Sun smiled awkwardly, then shrugged his shoulders, turned off the lights, and prepared to go to bed. A minute later, a hand from under the quilt reached out to Zhang Sun's legs. Chapter 27 Information and Accidents. In order to go to the city, Zhang Sun must make all the necessary preparations. When testing the drone before, it flew briefly over the city without any human control. Because it flew quite high, the video it took was only roughly visible. So Zhang Sun planned to fly the drone again. However, due to the communication distance and range, flying it outside the shelter was not a good option. He planned to fly the drone in a tourist town, so that the drone's signal could be barely received, and the drone would stay in the sky over the city for a much longer time. Use images and videos taken by drones to analyze urban traffic conditions, shelter area information, and human activities. These are all relatively important information. Combined with the previous map, you can have an idea in advance of which places to avoid and which places to focus on searching. On May 28, 2026, Zhang Sun drove the modified armored reconnaissance vehicle out of the shelter alone. With his previous experience, he did not deploy any beacons or anything like that this time, and drove straight towards the tourist town. There is a metal box on the roof near the buttocks, which contains a drone. Zhang Sun does not need to get out of the car when needed. Simply control the hydraulic lever of the box in the car to open the lid of the iron box, and then release the drone. Another thing is that the rapid-fire cannon on the car is a bit awkward. Not only does it only have 2 rounds, but Jong Sun is alone and cannot fire the cannon while driving. This time, Jong Sun increased the speed of the car to 60 miles per hour and arrived at the destination quickly. He parked the car in a less conspicuous and more open place. Then he opened the lid of the iron box, controlled the drone to take off, and flew towards the city. The maximum communication distance of a drone is about 60 kilometers. This place is just over 40 kilometers away from the city, so it is barely possible to communicate with the drone through signals. Jong Sun held the terminal device in his hand. As the flight distance got farther, the picture on the screen became increasingly laggy. After that, you can only see a picture every 10 seconds or so. Fortunately, Jong Sun only needs to plan the direction and course and doesn't need to worry about anything else. He can just analyze the video after the drone returns. The drone's flight speed was controlled, and after about 20 minutes, Jong Sun finally saw the city scene from the intermittent images. He quickly controlled the drone to adjust the direction and then set some parameters, such as altitude, speed, etc., to facilitate the shooting of clear videos. After arriving over the city, it was given an instruction to continue flying forward 15 kilometers. Because communication might be interrupted later, it could only be let know in advance how to fly and how far to fly before returning. The drone hovered over the city for 20 minutes before returning. Although it couldn't capture the entire city, it at least scanned some key areas. After recovering the drone, Jong Sun looked at the video content and found no signs of human activity, probably because the drone was flying relatively high. In the low-flying area, 2 tightly surrounded civil defense fortifications were discovered. Jong Sun was sure that they were human-made. There were also some sheds outside, and he didn't know what they were used for. Because the flight time was short, no one entered or exited the exits of the 2 civil air defense fortifications. It is possible that they went to collect supplies and never returned, or that everyone inside had died. The buildings collapsed quite badly, as if they had experienced a flood. Some of the debris was washed away, some was submerged in water, and most of it is still under the ice. Only a few buildings are still standing stubbornly. In some places, due to ice cover, there should be no obstacles for vehicles to move. At that time, you must pay attention to the steel bars and glass debris on the road. After all, armored vehicles are not tracked. Jong Sun hesitated whether to fly again because he had not yet found the military repair factory marked on the map. The city has changed a lot, and I can't really tell what's going on by looking at the video. Forget it, changing the battery is too troublesome, so there is no need to fly anymore. He turned the car around and prepared to go back. It's been more than 2 hours now, and I can still make it in time for lunch if I go back. After turning around and driving back for a few minutes, I suddenly heard a loud bang coming from behind the mountain on the left. He was startled and quickly stopped the car and stuck his head out of the window to see what was happening. The mountain on the left side blocked his view, and only the sound echoed. Jong Sun was a little surprised and confused. Such a loud noise is a bit like a steel plate hitting a rock. Could it be that a building collapsed? But where are the decent buildings in these desolate mountains and wilderness? Should we go over and take a look? Jong Sun looked down at the air pressure in the oxygen cylinder and thought, forget it, let's fly the drone over and take a look first. So I took out the spare battery from the car and replaced the battery on the drone. After replacing the battery, he started the drone and flew towards the back along the foot of the mountain. Soon he discovered that there was a damaged, elevated road behind the mountain. It should be the high-speed train track, winding into the tunnel. The tunnel on the mountainside has disappeared, the viaduct has been broken into several sections, and a white high-speed train carriage, also broken into several sections, was also found. Some of these carriages were stuck on the mountainside, while others fell to the foot of the mountain. Jong Sun was stunned. He didn't even know that there was a high-speed rail line here. Judging from the direction, it should be heading towards Chongqing and Sichuan. So, the sound just now should be the sound of a carriage falling. Now that he knew what was going on, Jong Sun immediately drove over there while there was still enough oxygen. He did not recover the drone, but controlled it to hover over the original place. After going around for a while, the vehicle soon arrived near the fallen carriage. The windows on top had been completely shattered, and it was dark inside the car. Jong Sun wore a flashlight on his head and got off the train and came to the front of this carriage. When the light shone inside, there were no seats or passengers. He looked to both sides and realized that this was a freight train. There are these rectangular boxes inside the carriage, with a layer of iron on the outside, wood in the middle, and a foam material on the inside. The goods were wrapped in plastic wrap, so it was impossible to see what was inside. There are 7 or 8 such cargo boxes in this carriage, but there are no decent tools on the train, so it is not easy to dismantle one and take a look. So he returned to the car and used the radio to briefly communicate with his family about what he had discovered. 10 minutes later, Zhang Sun replaced his protective suit with an oxygen cylinder and continued to walk to the back. There was another carriage over there, but that carriage was slanted into the ice. He stuck his head out of the car window and looked down, and the lower part was all covered with ice. It seems that this carriage fell after a heavy rain and was quickly frozen after the temperature dropped, so it is in this state. It seems that the valuable thing is the carriage that just fell. Next time I come here, I will think of a way to see if I can transfer the goods inside back. Zhang Sun was thinking in his mind. Later, Zhang Sun raised the drone and used the camera on it to take a video of the place from an upward perspective. After taking the photos, he returned the drone to the car and prepared to go back. I have lived in the shelter for more than a year and have only been out for a few times. Although it is boring and plain in there, I feel a little depressed after a long time. I don't know if it's because I am cheap or because I am cheap. Zhang Sun himself couldn't explain why he had this feeling. He always wanted to go out and indulge himself, such as racing his car, firing a few rounds of gun, etc. Chapter 28 New Supplies. After returning, Zhang Sun transferred the images taken by the drone to his computer. Then he compared it with the previous map. The city had become a ruin. He could only vaguely distinguish the locations of certain places in the video on the map based on some landmark buildings. After studying for an hour or so and combining it with the information on the map, Zhang Sun had a rough idea in his mind. Then there was the supplies on that truck, which he also didn't intend to let go. I discussed with my father-in-law how to bring these things back. The plan was quickly decided. The next day, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law left the shelter in a truck and an excavator respectively. Because there was no crane, they had to use the large shovel in front of the excavator instead. After arriving at the place, the two of them used cutting tools to cut a large hole in the side of the carriage, and then connected a rope to pull it out. These goods were wrapped tightly and had several layers of protection. Zhang Sun was not afraid of them being bumped or scratched, so he directly drove the excavator to lift them onto the truck. The truck couldn't load all the stuff in one trip, so it made 2 round trips to finally deliver all the stuff to the door of the shelter. Then they spent a lot of effort to transport them back to the shelter. In order to prevent accidents, Zhang Sun did not pull these things into the first-floor garage, but placed them directly in the passage. After several complicated cleaning processes, the radiation on the surface was finally eliminated to a relatively low level. The fans in the passage are also working at full capacity, continuously expelling the radioactive air. When the items were delivered back, he didn't unpack them and check them immediately, but deliberately left them there for a few days. In fact, the whole family was quite curious about what was in these cargo boxes. When it was almost time to unpack the boxes, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law took a handheld radiation detector and conducted a preliminary detection, and found that the radiation in the boxes had been basically eliminated. Then comes the unboxing part. The first cargo box was opened. Zhang Sun carefully removed the outermost layer of deformed iron sheet and put it aside. Then came the wooden boxes inside. The nails were pulled out as well. When the first wooden board was removed, small plastic boxes wrapped in plastic wrap were revealed. There were dozens of such small boxes neatly arranged in rows. They continued to test the surface radiation of the plastic boxes, and after finding no problems, they continued to dismantle them. Soon the outer layer of plastic wrap was torn off, and the label on the outside of the plastic box told Zhang Sun that this was a batch of medicines. He took out his cell phone and video called Du Jing in the living area, and took pictures of the labels on the boxes to show her. Du Jing was very happy after seeing the names on the labels. She said to Zhang Sun, "Honey, that's great. This is a batch of drugs for treating cancer and some rare diseases. The 2 boxes in front of you contain chemotherapy drugs. I see cyclophosphamide, cisplatin, and vinorelbine. The ones on the left, labeled gefitinib, erlotinib, and trastuzumab, are probably targeted drugs. And those on the right are immune preparations and Chinese patent medicines." Zhang Sun was also surprised when he heard Du Jing's introduction. He didn't expect that the package contained some special medicines. He also wanted to buy some before the end of the world, but these medicines required a certificate or diagnosis report from the hospital. He didn't expect that he could fill this gap now. He and his father-in-law wiped the surface of the boxes with soapy water, then carefully placed them on a cart and transported them back to the garage for storage. The next step is to unpack the second box. As soon as he had removed a corner, he knew what it was. It turned out to be a piano. There are also guitars, violins, organs, flutes, and other instruments on the piano stand. Putting all of these together, they could probably form a band. It's not bad. You can learn it when you have nothing to do in the future to cultivate your sentiments, especially for your 2 children. It can also be used for their talent training in the future. The third cargo box contained several sets of IoT devices, as well as some surveillance cameras and sensors. These IoT devices are mainly used to monitor the lubrication systems of industrial equipment, track changes in oil quality, and provide real-time monitoring and early warning of lubricant and equipment status. This was a pleasant surprise. In fact, the equipment in the shelter does have some monitoring sensors. Of course, their functions are relatively simple, with only temperature and moisture sensors. However, such an IoT device integrates sensors such as viscosity, moisture, dielectric constant, cleanliness, ferromagnetic and non-ferromagnetic wear. The installation is also very convenient. Just connect it to the oil inlet and return lines, and the data can be transmitted back to the main control system via Wi-Fi. Looking at these things, Zhang Sun was overjoyed. He would then create an oil monitoring channel on the main control system interface to receive various data for analysis. This provides him with a better means of monitoring the internal wear of the equipment, while also enabling him to provide early warning and timely disposal. After putting these equipment and accessories away, the next step is the fourth cargo box. After unpacking, there was nothing valuable in the box. There were some large bundles of printing paper and ink, which were just exquisite and came in various colors. There are also several printers in the shelter, but they are rarely used. Maybe they will be useful in making teaching materials for the children later. In fact, Zhang Sun had bought a lot of textbooks before, ranging from kindergarten to university, but they were all mainstream textbooks. If your child has other interests and hobbies, you can print out the electronic version of the interest teaching materials. The fifth cargo box contained a batch of brand-name cosmetics and clothes. Zhang Sun didn't feel anything, but Du Jing and her mother were so happy that they insisted on coming up to take a look. Zhang Sun quickly stopped their actions. These things had to be put aside for a while at least. Who knew if they could still be used in the radiation environment outside? What if they were used on the skin and caused disfigurement? There are 8 cargo boxes in total. 5 of them have been unpacked, and there are 3 left. It took nearly 3 hours just to unpack these 5. After lunch and a short nap, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law continued the unpacking work. The 6th cargo box was the heaviest, containing a batch of glass. The name on the label was cadmium telluride power generation glass. Zhang Sun vaguely remembered that he had once learned about this kind of glass on the internet. It is a semiconductor material that can conduct electricity and generate electricity. A piece of power-generating glass of about 2 square meters can generate 270 degrees of electricity per year. Only 2 or 3 pieces of glass can meet a family's electricity needs for the whole year. It looks very good, but it did not appear on Zhang Sun's material procurement list. The reason is very simple. This thing needs sunlight to generate electricity. It is the end of the world, and there is no sunshine. Zhang Sun is at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These power-generating glasses are completely useless to him and take up space. He didn't buy them before, but now God gave them to him for free. The 7th cargo box contained some car tires and general accessories. To be honest, these tires were not suitable for Zhang Sun's Mengshi car because they were too small. The only tires he could use were his previous family car. Universal accessories do have some uses, but they are all small parts, such as oil seals, screws, seat cushions, wipers, and the like. The contents of the 8th box were quickly unpacked, but the whole family blushed. It turned out that these were a batch of naked silicone dolls with various shapes, both male and female, and the key was that they felt very realistic. This batch of silicone dolls also comes with several sets of clothing, including JK, students, policewomen, nurses, and other types. When using them, you can personally dress them in your favorite uniforms. My father-in-law was thick-skinned. He sealed the dolls again and moved them to the garage without changing his expression. Chapter 29. Take a walk. After a day of unpacking, Zhang Sun and his father-in-law were a little tired. They put all the unpacked items in the first-floor garage. After a while, they sorted them into categories and put them in the warehouse. 3 days later, Zhang Sun felt that everything was ready, so the whole family went to the garage and began to organize and classify the supplies. He and his father-in-law were in a team that specialized in moving large items like pianos and glass materials, while Du Jing and her mother were in a team that handled medicines and luxury goods. A bedroom has been specially set aside in the living area as a place for the 2 children to study and play. There are 2 desks inside, and now the piano and other musical instruments will also be placed here. The IoT devices are placed on the 5th floor and in the equipment warehouse, and they will be installed at a later time. Cadmium telluride power generation glass is classified as a material and placed on the 1st floor and in the material warehouse. All other things were stored in the material warehouse on the 3rd floor, especially the medicines. Zhang Sun also specially prepared a refrigerator to control the temperature between 0 to 3 degrees to preserve them. It took another day to finally sort out this new batch of supplies. That's not all. Zhang Sun and Du Jing also put barcodes on each item, scanned them, and entered them into the material management system. That was the end of the job. In the evening, Du Jing took out some novel underwear and tried them on in the bedroom. Zhang Sun's blood boiled at the sight, but considering that she had been tiring all day organizing things, Zhang Sun managed to hold it in. The child in his arms was still babbling, reminding him that there was no milk in the bottle in his hand. However, Zhang Sun was unaware of this and was still staring at Du Jing, who was trying on clothes with great interest. Du Jing saw the child in Zhang Sun's arms, who was about to cry, in the mirror, and immediately glared at him. Zhang Sun trembled and quickly comforted the child. This little guy has been born for almost a month and is full of energy every day. If it weren't for his mother helping to take care of him, Du Jing would probably have suffered from postpartum depression. Even so, her temper was getting worse and worse, and Zhang Sun didn't dare to provoke her during this period. Don't you want to go to the city? How are your preparations? When do you plan to leave? Du Jing asked Zhang Sun after coaxing the child to sleep. It's not ready yet. Let's talk about it next month. Zhang Sun replied. Can I go with you? I've been staying here for more than a year, and it's really boring. It's so dangerous outside. What are you going to do there? The child is so young. Zhang Sun refused. Hubby, please, just this once, take me out for a walk. The child is with her mother, so it's okay. Du Jing shook his arm and said in a coquettish voice. No. Zhang Sun said firmly. If you don't want to take it, then don't take it. From today on, you'll sleep in the living room. Du Jing's face changed immediately, and she pushed him away. Zhang Sun felt a little headache and said defensively, I'm doing this for your own good. If you feel bored, I'll take you out next time I go to deal with the garbage. Is that okay? I'm tired of watching the surveillance footage outside the shelter. I want to go somewhere farther away. It's all ruins and ice. What's there to see? Be good and listen to me. Zhang Sun wanted to touch Du Jing's hair, but she dodged him. Forget it. You should just sleep on the sofa. Du Jing turned her face to the side and said to Zhang Sun with her back to him. In desperation, Zhang Sun had to take a quilt and go to the living room to sleep. The next day, Zhang Sun was woken up by his mother. Why are you sleeping in the living room? Mom asked puzzledly. So he told his mother what happened last night. He thought his mother would be reasonable and help him persuade Du Jing, but he didn't expect that his mother was in cahoots with her. Xiao Du is right. Being locked up in a place like this all year round would make anyone feel bored. I'm just like her. I want to go out and have a look. Zhang Sun was dumbfounded when he heard this, but he didn't argue with his mother and went to inspect each floor on his own. For several days in a row, Du Jing ignored him, and Zhang Sun felt really uneasy and uncomfortable. At night, he thought about it carefully and began to feel that he had indeed neglected his family's feelings. When people stay in the same closed environment for a long time, they will indeed feel depressed. Zhang Sun actually had this feeling too, but fortunately he would go out from time to time, which relieved the depression. He didn't want his family to leave the shelter. On the one hand, it was because of the dangers in the outside world, and on the other hand, it was because of the obsession in his memory, and he wanted to protect them better. After several nights of self-reflection, Zhang Sun decided to compromise. While eating in the morning, Zhang Sun said to Du Jing and his mother, Mom, honey, I agree that you can go out and have a look. Mom and Du Jing were a little surprised after hearing this, and hurriedly asked, Are you just hanging around the shelter entrance for a while? Zhang Sun shook his head and said, I'll take you to that small town we visited earlier, but you can only stay there for half a day. You must be back before noon. Without waiting for their agreement, Zhang Sun said again, Everything must be arranged under your command, otherwise forget it. Okay, we'll do as you say, the two said in unison. Zhang Sun nodded and said to his father-in-law, Dad, I'll take them out for a walk tomorrow. Please stay at home. My father-in-law didn't care and replied, No problem, but be careful. The next day, under the guidance of Zhang Sun, Du Jing and her mother put on thick protective clothing, got on the spacious Mengshi car, and went out with curious looks on their faces. Going out to relieve boredom is one thing, but being reminded of the past is another. Within 20 minutes of the car driving out, their eyes were red as they reminisced about the glory before the end of the world. Especially after arriving at the small town where I had lived before, my mother burst into tears. Such a beautiful place has become like this in the blink of an eye. Poor people, lamented my mother. Zhang Sun did not say anything to comfort them. He waited for more than 10 minutes. After the two of them calmed down, he suggested taking a few pictures of them. When they heard that they were going to take a photo, Du Jing and her mother quickly wiped away their tears, posed towards the hotel and several buildings that were emerging, and enthusiastically asked Zhang Sun to take the photo of them. After taking both individual and group photos for more than 10 minutes, Du Jing suggested walking a little further. Zhang Sun hesitated for a while, but couldn't resist her persuasion and agreed. They drove forward for about 20 miles, watching and taking pictures with their cameras. At this time, they were already 50 miles away from the shelter and the communication had just disappeared, so Zhang Sun turned around and walked back. When passing by the hill where the supplies were found, he turned around and took the two of them to take a look. Looking at the broken elevated platform on the mountainside and the scattered carriages, my mother sighed. If only all these carriages fell down, there might be a lot of good things inside. It's too high and difficult to climb. If it were easy to climb, I would have gone up and pried them down long ago. Zhang Sun also felt a little sorry. Forget it. Safety is the most important thing. When the mother heard that her son actually wanted to climb up, she immediately lost interest and advised him not to take this risk in the future. After seeing this place, the three of them continued to walk back, which took a total of 3 hours. When they came back, my mother and Du Jing felt relieved, and the depression in their hearts was relieved a lot. Zhang Sun saw this and wondered whether he should take his family out for a walk every once in a while. After all, staying in a shelter for a long time will have some unpredictable effects on people's psychology. Later, he discussed it with his father-in-law and decided that every 3 to 5 months, he or his father-in-law would take Du Jing and his mother out for a walk to relax and avoid developing psychological problems. Chapter 30 Preparation. After the incident came to an end, Zhang Sun and his family returned to their previous peaceful life. Daughter Zhang Pingbing is learning to read, and Du Jing or Zhang Sun will take 1 or 2 hours every day to teach her. My mother has also been learning recipes recently, and she makes different kinds of delicious food for the family every day. In the agricultural area, my father-in-law has started preparing for the change of seasons, but he still hasn't planted rice. Instead, they continue to grow vegetables and fruits. Because the shelf life of vegetables and fruits is short, the ones that are not eaten before are dried or pickled to avoid waste. Due to the updated material consumption standards, food consumption in the shelter has been more balanced in the past few months. It's not like before when people would like a certain type of food and eat it every day, resulting in the consumption of that type of food reserves being much higher than others. In order to ease the situation, Zhang Sun had a special chat with his father-in-law and mother-in-law, reminding them to pay attention to this issue. Fortunately, the two elders also had a strong sense of the overall situation and quickly changed their minds. They modified the previous unreasonable parts and established a new set of access and deposit standards. From the second half of the apocalypse to the present, the shelter's food consumption is no longer in a state of deficit. While consuming, new things are also produced. Overall, from the quality of personnel to system planning, as many unreasonable lifestyles are gradually eliminated, all systems have entered a benign operation process. Since a new member joined the family, the shelter has gradually become more filled with the atmosphere of daily life. The sounds of children crying and reading every day. The scolding of my parents. The sounds of laughter and cooking in the kitchen permeate the entire day. This is the sense of home that was previously lacking in the shelter. Now, they have returned to the family's life. While enjoying a peaceful life, Zhang Sun did not forget to go to the city. When he had nothing to do, he had been preparing for this, because the shelter was only more than 80 kilometers away, not too far. He did not consider driving an RV there, as it would be too conspicuous. Besides, the city is small and is located at the foot of the mountain, so driving an RV is not very flexible. It was still the same armored vehicle with a gun. He had undergone some modifications some time ago and installed a drone takeoff platform at the rear of the roof. The preparations this time are for communications and protection. Since there is an optoelectronic mast on this vehicle, there is no need to worry about intelligence reconnaissance, but Zhang Sun is still somewhat dissatisfied with the protection. To this end, he took some time to set up another layer of barbed wire around the armored vehicle. In fact, although this kind of barbed wire cannot withstand the explosive damage of artillery shells, it can keep the artillery shells outside the armor. The barbed wire prevents the shells from exploding without contacting the armor, and only the shock wave of the explosion can cause a certain degree of damage to the tank. Then, combined with the hard armor, this damage is reduced to the tank. This crude method was also a helpless move. Looking at the two small caliber ammunition in the car, Zhang Sun was also afraid of encountering enemies who also had heavy military vehicles. If he really encounters an enemy, he will be the only one in the car and will not be able to fight back in time while driving. He can only rely on continuously stacking armor to increase his chances of survival. This armored vehicle was brought here by the previous group of people. Zhang Sun had already added barbed wire to his own car when he spent money to modify it, especially the RV, which has a higher level of defense. This is not to say that Zhang Sun is not using the existing car, but that this car has greater advantages in reconnaissance. It can provide early warning information in a timely manner and observe road information in the distance. In addition to physical protection, he also made corresponding preparations for the two harsh challenges of low temperature and radiation. One is that on the basis of the previous modification, an air conditioning system was added. His trip to the city this time would take about 2 days, and especially when sleeping in the car at night, maintaining the temperature inside the car was also a top priority. At the same time, you have to bring enough oxygen cylinders and skip sleeping times. You have to wake up every 4 or 5 hours to change the oxygen cylinders. Otherwise, you will freeze to death or die from lack of oxygen, and there will be no justice for you. On the other hand, in order to deal with radiation, the seals in the car were comprehensively checked, a layer of lead plate was added to the key parts, and an anti-radiation coating was applied to the surface of the car body. After painting, the originally black car body has now turned grayish-white, easily blending in with the ice layer underground. From a distance, it is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Regarding communication, Zhang Sun thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a solution. That is to deploy a relay antenna on the road between the shelter and the urban area. Through this relay antenna, Zhang Sun can communicate information with the shelter. This relay system consists of at least 3 parts: receiver, transmitter, and forwarding controller. Zhang Sun had these 3 items in his radio equipment inventory, but there were still 2 problems that needed to be solved. The first is the power supply of the relay system. This problem is relatively easy to solve. A battery with a voltage converter can be used to power the system, but the prerequisite is that the battery must be insulated. The other problem is how to automatically start the transmitter after receiving the signal. This problem is a bit troublesome and requires Zhang Sun to write and inject a self-starting program. This is also a big challenge for him, because he is not a radio major, but has supplemented his knowledge in this area in recent months. He has already started to try to write it, and will conduct a series of tests later. Zhang Sun uses an omnidirectional antenna for this relay system because this type of antenna has a relatively high gain and relatively stable performance. After several days of learning and experimenting, Zhang Sun finally wrote the program, and then with the help of Du Jing, he successfully completed all the testing work. The date of departure has not been determined yet. The main reason is that the sensors have recently detected an increase in nuclear radiation levels. Although it is not high, it has aroused Zhang Sun's vigilance. He speculated that the concrete structures outside some reactors in coastal areas were damaged and could not serve as an isolation function, which allowed a larger dose of nuclear contamination to be blown inland. To be on the safe side, he decided to wait and see and did not hastily set a time to go out. Later, Zhang Sun reviewed his previous preparations and found that some details had not been considered well. For example, lightning protection. Although it is no longer raining, cumulus clouds are still hanging overhead. This problem was taken into consideration when the shelter was built on the top of the mountain. But he couldn't solve it if he went outside. Another detail is the issue of eating. Since we have to wear protective clothing throughout the whole process, eating is very inconvenient, and we have to prepare food for 2 to 3 days. So he made some tinkering on the protective suit and put a Velcro on it, which he could tear open to take out food when convenient. After putting the food inside the clothes, he could quickly put it back on. There is also a microwave in the car to heat up food. As for excretion, there is no good way. For urine, use a bottle, and for defecation, you can only wear diapers. Later he asked Du Jing and his parents to check again to see if there was anything missing. Chapter 31 Urban Area. Honey, today's radiation value has returned to the level of May. Du Jing got up in the morning and went to the control room, still recording data in her hands. Let me take a look. Zhang Sun moved closer to the screen and used the mouse to scroll through the monitoring data. It has indeed fallen back a bit, Zhang Sun said softly. This also means that his plan to go out can be implemented. However, this is only the first day of the fall, and he needs to observe for a few more days. By the way, how is your shooting practice going? Du Jing asked. It's okay, at least they won't make a few holes in the hostages. Zhang Sun felt a little embarrassed. He had been practicing shooting in the game room before, which not only saved bullets, but also provided a more realistic experience. He also took time to practice during this period, and his accuracy was already pretty good. Dad, what is this? Zhang Piping ran in at this time, holding a black object in her hand. When Du Jing saw what was in her hand, she jumped up from her chair in fright. It turned out that what she was holding in her hand was a cockroach. Zhang Sun was not scared, but he did not expect that such a thing would appear in the shelter. He was a little surprised and was very curious about where this cockroach came from. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a thing in the shelter, and it should be cleaned regularly. Could they have gotten in from outside? How could the cockroaches survive and get into the shelter if the environment outside is so harsh? Take it away quickly, Du Jing roared. This is a cockroach. Give it to me. Zhang Sun took the cockroach from Zhang Pingping's hand and asked with a smile, Where did you find it? I saw it from the corridor behind the garden. Zhang Pingping said in a baby voice. Take Dad over there to look for other cockroaches. Zhang Sun touched her head and said softly. When he arrived at the garden, he searched carefully for a while and found a few more. Zhang Sun did not step on them to death, but fell into thought. He wondered if the cockroaches had come in when the shelter was being built, and that they had not been discovered during previous cleaning and inspections. It is indeed possible, but I will have to check carefully again during the next major cleaning to see if there are other cockroaches hiding in some corner. Although they will not harm humans and are unlikely to affect the ecology of the shelter, having too many of them is not a good thing. I am afraid that one will suddenly appear from nowhere and scare my family. Zhang Sun found a small box made of acrylic board, poked a few small holes on the lid, and kept the cockroaches he found today in it. He usually just fed them some leftovers. It's not that I have nothing to do and want to raise cockroaches. There are two main considerations. One is to use these cockroaches to decompose kitchen waste. On the other hand, training a certain number of cockroaches can also be used to regularly supplement protein for poultry in breeding areas. After all, feed reserves are limited, and they cannot always eat feed and leftovers. In the next few days, he was bored, so he took a cockroach and exposed it to the outside environment while he was out dealing with garbage to see if it could survive. The cockroach was placed on the ice and became unable to move in less than 20 seconds. I don't know if it was dead or not. On his way back, Zhang Sun took the cockroach back with him and waited for the temperature to return to normal. Nothing unexpected happened, which meant that cockroaches could not survive in a low-temperature radiation environment. This also confirmed to him that these cockroaches were brought in when the shelter was built and did not enter the shelter after the apocalypse. In the following days, Zhang Sun kept observing the radiation levels outside and found that since the radiation returned to its previous level, there had been no major fluctuations in the past few days. So he decided to go to the city as soon as possible. On June 21st, 2026, after Zhang Sun prepared everything, he officially set out on the journey to the city. Since he got used to the low-temperature environment, he drove faster and faster, unlike at the beginning when he always drove slowly and cautiously. This time he drove at a maximum speed of 80 miles per hour. If it weren't for the snow chains on the wheels, he would have wanted to try a speed of 120 miles per hour. In less than half an hour, the vehicle passed the edge of the town and drove forward about 20 miles, which was almost the limit of the original communication distance. Zhang Sun stopped the armored vehicle and began looking for a place to install the relay antenna. Installing the antenna this time is not as simple as installing it outside the shelter before. In addition to the antenna itself, it also includes a set of batteries and a retractable mast. The three modules of receiver, transmitter, and forwarding controller are relatively small in size and are integrated with the antenna as a whole. Zhang Sun looked at the terrain, identified a relatively flat mountain, then found a good angle and climbed up for a distance. He first carried the retractable mast and antenna up, dug a hole on the surface of the mountain, fixed the antenna and mast, and then raised the mast completely so that the height of the antenna was raised. After fixing the antenna, he went down and carried the battery up. The surface of the battery was covered with a layer of insulation material, leaving only 2 connection ports exposed. After connecting the circuit, Zhang Sun hurried back to the car to change the frequency band and conduct testing. It wasn't long before he received a reply from the shelter. Since the relay antenna was powered by batteries, its operating time was limited. Zhang Xuanxuan would need to retrieve it after his return. After a short rest, Zhang Sun continued to move towards the city. Half an hour later, he finally saw the ruins on the edge of the city. Many of the tall buildings that he had remembered had disappeared, and all that remained were collapsed steel bars and concrete everywhere. He stopped the car, took out his previous notes and map, looked at them for a while, confirmed the direction, then stepped on the accelerator and continued forward. The closer he got to the city, the slower the car went. He kept a vigilant eye on both sides while driving. Along the gaps between the buildings, the vehicles were getting closer and closer to the interior of the city. There was no other sound around except the sound of tires rolling over ice, cement, or glass shards. Some buildings that have not completely collapsed have dark windows that look like terrifying giant mouths, emitting a sinister chill. Zhang Sun moved forward while observing, trying to confirm whether some of the landmark buildings nearby matched the images he had previously detected. Looking at the city from the air was like looking at a flat map, and now that he was in it, it was a bit difficult to get his bearings. In desperation, he had to find a less conspicuous place to park the car. We plan to fly a drone to conduct another reconnaissance and confirmation. Just as he was about to press the takeoff button, a red dot appeared on the car screen. Before entering the city, he raised the optoelectronic reconnaissance mast on the armored vehicle. The red dot was very eye-catching, and its location seemed to be inside a building on the right. In such a cold environment, an object with a temperature of nearly 90 degrees Celsius appears so bright red on the screen. It was obviously a living person. Zhang Sun was shocked and quickly put away the drone control handle. He turned his body and looked out the right window, but saw nothing. However, the red dot on the screen showed that it had not moved. Zhang Sun manipulated the optoelectronic mast to turn in a different direction, amplifying the image received by the visible light detector. This red human-shaped image is the result of infrared detection, but it is rather blurry. Let's switch to visible light detection and see if we can see anything clearly. Although it was still dark during the day, Zhang Sun still wanted to give it a try. Sure enough, the screen showed a head sticking out from the window of the building on the right. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, the magnification allowed him to know the person's exact location. Chapter 32 Survivors. Seeing the mast on the car turn, the head in the building quickly shrank back. Zhang Sun frowned slightly and switched to the infrared detection screen again. The optoelectronic mast continued to rotate, and another person was found in the building on the left. In the picture, the red figure is much lighter than the previous one, indicating that this person is deep inside the building. He was still moving slowly, obviously looking for something, and he didn't notice any movement outside. The man by the window of the building on the right remained seated without making any major movements. But after a while, he stuck his head out of the window again, wanting to see what was going on with the armored vehicle. Zhang Sun was hesitating whether to get out of the car. He was wearing a bulletproof vest and had a weapon in his hand, but he was still a little scared. In the end, he decided not to get out of the car. He opened the right window and waved in the direction of that window. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing no effect, he grabbed another bag of bread from the back seat, held it in his hand, and shook it at the man. Soon, a person wrapped in aluminum and tinfoil and wearing 2 layers of goggles appeared near the armored vehicle, but it was unclear whether he was a man or a woman. Zhang Sun waved his hand, motioning him to come closer. After a moment of hesitation, the man slowly came to the car window. Before Zhang Sun could speak, he said in a hoarse voice, "Can you give me something to eat?" It was a man, Zhang Sun, sitting in the car, leaning sideways, and said, "Okay, but you have to answer some questions for me first." Looking at the fully armed Zhang Sun, the man was a little curious and a little wary. He asked, "Where are you from? What's the situation outside?" "I'm from Jiangxing. I can't survive in that city anymore, so I want to go deep inland to see if there is a place where I can survive." Zhang Sun lied. Such a big city has collapsed. It seems that this world is really hopeless. The man sighed in despair. He did not doubt Zhang Sun's words. After all, he had been in Enchi Prefecture for more than a year, and he had never seen anyone with such good equipment to travel in the outside environment. "Friend, tell me about the current situation of this city and answer a few questions for me, and this bag of bread will be yours." Zhang Sun took the bread in his hand again and thought for a moment. Sure enough, the man's attention was attracted by the bread. He nodded quickly and told the man what he knew with saliva. After listening for a while, Zhang Sun finally understood the current situation in the city. The refuge where this person lived was about 3 miles away from here, because there are very few people left in the shelter where he lives. Originally, there were nearly 10,000 people there, but after more than a year, there are now less than 500 people left. Most of these 1,000 people were young and strong, because the old, weak, and sick had died early, and the original management agency later collapsed. So these people could only leave it to fate. They went out to look for food every day. If they couldn't find anything to eat, they would eat the meat they had stored before. People like him who come out to look for supplies have to be careful and try not to run into other people. If you are lucky and find some food, you have to be careful not to have it snatched away by others. If you are unlucky and find nothing, you might even become someone else's food. This is also the reason why he was extremely wary of Zhang Sun from the beginning. If he was not really hungry and saw that Zhang Sun's equipment was so luxurious, he would have guessed that Zhang Sun was not a local, so he would have taken the risk to try his luck. How many shelters like this are there now? How many people survived in the large shelters? Zhang Sun asked. The man took a deep breath and said weakly, "I know there are more than 20 of them. I haven't seen anyone from the 2 air raid shelters closest to us lately. I don't know how many people there are, but like us, there shouldn't be many left." Zhang Sun nodded, took out the map again, pointed to a place, and asked, "Do you know this place?" The man leaned over to the car window, took a look, shook his head, then nodded, coughed a few times, and said, "It seems to be heading east, near the original development zone. Okay, thank you. Zhang Sun did not believe what the man said rashly. He threw the bread to him. Before the man could react, he rolled up the car window and left immediately. Shortly after Zhang Sun left, the man suddenly turned around and retreated back into the building, tore open the bread bag, and ate it voraciously, tears in his eyes as he ate, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Unfortunately, he finished the bread very quickly, and the look of enjoyment on his face turned into regret and aftertaste. After a while, he poked his head out again and looked in the direction Zhang Sun left, with a fierce look in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Sun continued to drive forward. My infrared detector detected several red dots on the road, but he ignored them and sped away. According to that person, it seemed that there were less than 10,000 surviving humans in this city. Will this number continue to decrease in the future until meat is completely exhausted? Perhaps before the meat is eaten up, these people will soon die from radiation sickness. This is just a small city without any strong civil defense facilities. The fact that it has held out for so long is really beyond Zhang Sun's expectations. At this time, a pile of sandbags in front of him attracted Zhang Sun's attention. In fact, this pile of sandbags had been frozen by thick ice, but there was a passage wide for two people next to it. Looking inside along the passage, there was an iron door. It seems that this is also a shelter. Zhang Sun parked the car behind the nearby ruins and used optoelectronic detection equipment to monitor the shelter. Perhaps because of something blocking the view, the infrared detector did not detect any organisms with temperatures higher than the ambient temperature. He stayed here for another hour, during which time he reported his safety to his family and received a response from Du Jing. The relay system deployed in the middle of the journey played a very good role. Afterwards, he used the car's radio communication antenna to switch back and forth between channels to see if he could receive some other information. Unfortunately, all the signals he received were noise. Zhang Sun felt a little disappointed. Logically speaking, there should be some super powerful communication antennas in the city, and it is possible for signals sent from big cities to nearby small cities to be received. It is obvious that cities like Jiangcheng, Chongqing, Xiangyang, and Yichang have not transmitted any external radio signals. It can be said that they have stopped transmitting external radio signals at this stage. Some counties and cities east of this province have been submerged by seawater. I wonder how many people will survive in those major coastal cities after the seawater recedes. Zhang Sun had watched TV documentaries before and knew that cities like Beijing and Shanghai had government-built civil defense facilities for nuclear disasters. He wondered if these shelters could survive previous waves of disasters. If they can pull it off, as the country's most elite group, will they have already started making plans to continue human civilization? Will a new government be formed to search for the remaining human survivors? Zhang Sun didn't know any of this and had no way of guessing, because his home was too far away from home. After staying there for more than an hour, he did not notice anyone entering or leaving the shelter, nor did he see anyone else passing through the area. He took out the map, looked at it for a while, and combined it with a broken sign outside. He finally confirmed his location. Extending his finger along the line on the map, Zhang Sun already knew which direction to go. It seems that the man did not lie to me. He is indeed in the east. After restarting the car, Zhang Sun stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Chapter 33 found the place. As Zhang Sun traveled through the city, he also attracted the attention of some survivors. Seeing this armored vehicle with a gun muzzle and not knowing where it was going, many survivors who were searching for supplies outside could only watch it pass by. In a shelter, near a tent inside, the curtain at the door was lifted. The owner of the shed suddenly sat up straight in bed, staring at the man in front of him warily. He said coldly, "Zhu Ming, what are you doing here? Are you out of dried meat at home and want to take my place?" The dried meat he was talking about was not ordinary dried meat. The man named Zhu Ming obviously understood what he meant and laughed dryly. "Of course not. Wang Hui, I came here to cooperate with you." "Cooperation?" the man named Wang Hui asked suspiciously. "Didn't you go out looking for supplies today? Did you find out that people in other shelters had found something valuable, and you want me to go and grab it with you?" Zhu Ming Dao, they are not people from other shelters, but outsiders. "What? Outsiders? Are they a rescue team?" Wang Hui jumped up immediately. Zhu Ming shook his head and explained with a gasp, "I came from Jiangcheng alone. I heard that I couldn't survive there, so I came inland." After hearing this, Wang Hui said disappointedly, "You're just one person, so why did you come to see me?" "This man came here by car. I guess he had an unusual identity before. There was a lot of food in his car. I saw it with my own eyes," Zhu Ming explained. When Wang Hui heard about food, he perked up again and asked hurriedly, "Food? How much is there?" "It's too dark to see exactly how much there is." You have to think that as a foreigner who has come here from such a long distance, he must have stored a lot of food. Otherwise, he would probably starve to death before he arrives. Besides, his car is very big, so there must be a lot of food in the back. Zhu Ming said excitedly. Where is he? You said he was driving the car, but now you don't know where he is. Wang Hui calmed down and asked. I know where he's going. It's only about 5 kilometers from here. We can call Qianzhou along and rob him, his car, and his food. Wang Hui was still a little hesitant and asked. He has a car. How can we rob him? What if he drives into us? We will monitor from a distance first, and then take action when the man gets off the car. If he doesn't get off, we will find a way to trick him into getting off. Zhu Ming said. In fact, Zhu Ming had already noticed the photoelectric detector on Zhang Sun's car, but he didn't know it was an infrared detection. I thought it was something like a telescope, and it was discovered because the distance was relatively close. I must be farther away this time. To dispel Wang Hui's doubts, Zhu Ming explained the previous situation to him. After listening, Wang Hui became even more confused and asked, You said this person came from Jiangqing. Why did he go there specifically if he had a map here? Was he looking for someone or something? Zhu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Hui's analysis, and he said excitedly, Could it be that there are some supplies there? I saw that the factory logo on his map is very eye-catching, so he must have come prepared. Wang Hui also nodded and said, Anyway, let's go and take a look. We've been eating meat for so long, and it's been a while since we've tasted other food. After saying that, they called another man named Qianzhou and immediately headed towards the repair shop. On the other side, Zhang Sun also found a place. Looking at the collapsed factory building in front of him, the green iron shed was slanted into the ground. There are a lot of bricks scattered everywhere, and there are some big holes caused by human damage. It's a bit of a headache. How can we get the things inside out? He drove around and found an entrance that looked relatively solid. He parked the car there. Then, wearing a flashlight on his head, he slowly walked in. The inside was not as dilapidated as imagined. Although the iron shed collapsed, the load-bearing pillars inside still supported part of the area. So after entering, the surroundings were still slightly spacious. Zhang Sun walked further in with his head down. When he looked up, he saw dozens of armored vehicles parked where the light above his head was shining. Most of these vehicles are based on the chassis of the Mengsher vehicle and are various versions of military vehicles derived from it. He approached the armored vehicles step by step and could vaguely see the fallen nameplates on the ground. He probably knew the purpose of these vehicles. The CSK-162 6-person protective assault vehicle and the CTL-182 6x6 protective assault vehicle are the most numerous. Zhang Sun roughly counted them and found that there were about 7 or 8 of them. There are some other types of vehicles at the back, such as anti-aircraft vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles, support vehicles, communication vehicles, etc. There are not many military industrial units in Enchi Prefecture, and this factory is only responsible for the repair and maintenance of a small number of military vehicles, so the number of cars in the workshop seems a bit small. But for Zhang Sun, it was too much. He was mainly interested in the weapon station on the assault vehicle. He had no use for the air defense vehicle. He had the reconnaissance vehicle, but he didn't know how to use the support vehicle and communication vehicle. It seems that this time, we can only dismantle and reinstall 2 or 3 weapon stations at most. He carefully climbed onto the roof and took a look. The weapon station on the assault vehicle was difficult to dismantle, and the tools had not been brought in yet, so he gave up on dismantling the weapons. Continuing to walk inside, Zhang Sun found a batch of ammunition in a corner behind a car that was pressed by wooden boards. There were both 7.62 mm and 5.8 mm bullets, but the quantity was not too large. He estimated that there were about 5 or 6,000 rounds. To his surprise, there were small caliber shells for his armored vehicle in a box below. It said there were 60 rounds, but the people who had found them before only found 2, probably because they hadn't gotten deep enough into the factory and there was no lighting. Next, he began to move the ammunition. Although it was heavy and inconvenient for him to wear, he still had to move it out bit by bit. This process was so tiring that after moving the first box, I sat back in the cab to rest. Just after replenishing some energy, Zhang Sun noticed 3 red dots appearing on the screen. Due to the distance, he couldn't see the shapes clearly, but he was sure that they were people, and they were coming towards him. Could it be that the person before brought it here? Only that person knew that his destination was here. Humph. It seems like you're really planning to attack me. Zhang Sun sneered. He took out the CS/LR4, a high-precision sniper rifle, loaded the bullet, flipped to the back of the car, opened the firing port, and pointed the muzzle towards the 3 people. After opening the protective cover of the 9-fold scope, Zhang Sun slowly moved the muzzle of the gun, looking for their specific location. Soon he saw the 3 people in front of the camera. They were lying behind a ruined shelter, sticking their heads out to observe Zhang Sun, and they were saying something. Zhang Sun made a rough estimate and found that the distance between the two sides was only about 100 meters, and he was not confident that he could hit the other side. Forget it, let's just wait and see. I'm not going back today anyway. It seems that those people don't have any hot weapons in their hands. Even if they get close to him, as long as Zhang Sun doesn't get out of the car, they can't do anything to him. While holding the sniper rifle, Zhang Sun touched the pistol on his body, and his tense mood relaxed a lot. They just maintained their observation and aiming posture, and neither side made any rash moves. An hour passed, and Zhang Sun's arms felt numb. The people in the telescope were also feeling uncomfortable. They would squat down and do frog jumps from time to time, apparently trying to maintain body heat. Zhang Sun was getting a little impatient and was about to fire a shot to scare these people, but he saw them moving more than 30 meters closer. Chapter 34 Shot to Death. Zhu Ming, that man has been staying in the car and hasn't come out. Is he asleep? Do you want to get closer and take a look? Qianjiu stared at the armored vehicle not far ahead and said to Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming was a little hesitant because there was only open space ahead and nothing to serve as cover, but it was too cold for them to hide like this. He glanced at Wang Hui and Qianjiu and found that they seemed a little impatient, so he nodded and said, "Then move forward a little, and be careful to avoid the reconnaissance cameras on the car." As he said this, he climbed out of the ruins first and moved a few dozen meters towards the armored vehicle. Wang Hui and Qianjiu followed closely behind him. Zhu Ming spotted a small bulge, so he hid behind it and said to the other two, "We're only about 20 meters away from that car now. It's so dark, but we can't see clearly what's going on inside. Do you have any ideas?" Wang Hui thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Let's go over together. You go to the front of the car and see if the person inside is asleep. If that person spots us, you will cover us from the front while I secretly go behind the car and deflate the rear tire. As for Qianjiu, you can provide support at any time as needed." After hearing this, both of them thought it was a good idea and started to take action. Zhu Ming stood up and tiptoed towards the armored vehicle. Wang Hui waited until he slowly approached and then began to move behind the vehicle. At this time, Zhang Sun, who was squatting at the back of the carriage, also clearly saw the attire of the three people through the telescope. One of them was the man he had communicated with before. Seeing the two men approaching the armored vehicle again, Zhang Sun felt that it was about time, so he pointed his sniper rifle at the head of the man in front. The loud noise came suddenly, stunning the other two people. They were even a little at a loss as to what to do and stood still. Zhu Ming looked at the armored vehicle not far away, and suddenly his eyes went dark. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ice. While the person behind him had not yet reacted, Zhang Sun aimed at the second person at an extremely fast speed and fired another shot. It missed, and it was the second gunshot that scared the two people behind so much that they ran back in a panic. Zhang Sun then fired a third shot, hitting the second man in the back. The man touched his chest with his hand while running, and then fell down. The last person looked back while running and saw the person behind him also fell down, his eyes full of fear. He didn't run in a straight line, but was looking for cover while running around. Cunning, Zhang Sun cursed inwardly. This man had indeed caused a lot of trouble for his aiming. But he didn't want to let this person go, as it would be even more troublesome if it attracted more people with bad intentions. The man hid behind the cover, and Zhang Sun could not see him for the time being. He quickly made a decision in his mind. He put away the sniper rifle, quickly went to the driver's seat, started the car, turned around, and headed straight in the direction where the last person escaped. Although it cannot be seen by the naked eye, the infrared detection probe has firmly locked onto the target. Soon the vehicle arrived in front of the ruins of the bunker and could not move forward. Zhang Sun simply parked the car here. According to the infrared display, the man was hiding behind the ruins. Using a gun would definitely not work, and he had no intention of going down to solve the problem himself, as it was too risky. But there are other means, such as the cannon on the car. Since the small caliber artillery shells in the repair shop were not moved out, the car still had the same two shells. Give it a try and see how powerful it is. Zhang Sun's operation seemed to be working properly. When he was in the shelter, he often studied the operation of the vehicle-mounted artillery and had basically figured out the process, so now he could operate it with ease. After determining the direction, distance, and fuse, he moved a round of ammunition into the launch device behind the barrel. Then, looking at the trembling red figure on the screen, Zhang Sun mourned for him in his heart for 2 seconds, then pressed the trigger in his hand, and the recoil caused the vehicle to slightly pause. A hole was pierced in the ruins ahead, and the red figure on the screen fell down. Then, the red slowly turned into blue, and then into black. Although Zhang Sun could not see the scene, he already knew that the man was dead through the infrared detector. All three were shot dead by Zhang Sun. Looking at the time, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He ignored the bodies and drove the car back to its original location. He rested for a while and ate some chocolate to replenish his energy. After the rest, he continued to move the ammunition. It took him at least half an hour to go back and forth. The stuff was too heavy and it was not easy to move it out, so he had to rest for more than 10 minutes after moving each box. After going back and forth for more than 2 hours, he finally got the ammunition into his car. After finishing, he replaced his oxygen tank and added 120 liters of gasoline to the car. This was the second time since he set out today, which shows how great the consumption was. Next, he continued to go deeper into the repair shop to see if there were any good things. Because the weapon stations on those assault vehicles were difficult to remove, he had no choice but to give up. After walking about 10 meters inside, he saw a room labeled Maintenance and Processing Area. The door had collapsed. When he walked in, he saw a lot of spare parts scattered on the floor. Zhang Sun opened the backpack, looked for some necessary parts and processing tools, and put them into the bag. Then we continued walking forward and soon made another discovery, which was a warehouse. He pried open the door lock of the warehouse and found that it was in great chaos. The earthquake had scattered all the spare parts in the warehouse everywhere. Sealing rings, standard nuts and caps, antifreeze, lubricating oil, engine accessories, springs, tires. There were so many things that Zhang Sun was dazzled. In the back corner of the warehouse, there were several large boxes with a line of words printed on the outside of the boxes. Military vehicle-mounted remote-controlled weapon system. Zhang Sun's eyes lit up, but then he was frustrated. This thing is so heavy, how can he transport it out? After thinking for a while and observing the routes nearby, I still couldn't find any suitable method. He picked out some more things here, then closed the warehouse door and returned to the car. It's very late now, and the flashlight on my head is almost out of battery, so I'll go back to the car and rest. He drove the Mingshi car into a nearby building that had not collapsed. The building was relatively low and the walls were frozen with a layer of ice. The structure looked relatively solid, so he was not worried about its safety. The engine of the car was not turned off, mainly to maintain the temperature inside. Although this would consume fuel quickly, fortunately, he brought enough oil before going out, which was enough for 2 days. Due to the limited size of the vehicle, the things we can carry are almost at their limit, mainly because the ammunition boxes take up some space. After eating something simple, he looked at the message Du Jing sent him for a while, then replied and briefly explained the situation on his side. Especially when she saw Zhang Sun being ambushed by others, she hurriedly sent a message, asking him to go back quickly. After comforting his family, Zhang Sun set the alarm clock and fell into a deep sleep. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, he was awakened by the alarm clock. He opened his hazy eyes and looked at the air pressure of the oxygen tank and the fuel level information on the screen. There was not enough oxygen in the oxygen cylinder, but there was still enough oil in the car. After replacing the oxygen cylinder, Zhang Sun fell asleep again. Because he was so tired from moving things during the day, he could fall asleep quickly even though he was wearing thick protective clothing. Chapter 35. Returning home. Early the next morning, Zhang Sun was still woken up by the alarm clock. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. After eating something in the car and checking the surroundings, and finding no suspicious targets, he entered the repair shop again. After returning yesterday, he thought about it and decided that the things in the spare parts warehouse would have to wait until later to come back, prepare the tools, and then bring his father-in-law over. Now let's go in one last time and see if there is anything else we can take away. After searching around for a while, he came out with some books in the bag on his back, mainly military vehicle maintenance manuals, repair and troubleshooting guides, and vehicle structure design drawings compiled by the factory. After placing all the things in the car and securing them, Zhang Sun drove away. After what happened yesterday, he was now much bolder and started strolling around the city in a swaggering manner. Since it is still early, let's first familiarize ourselves with the current situation in the city. After walking around for more than an hour, I didn't know why there were so few people looking for supplies during the day. The infrared detector only found a few people sporadically. Aren't these survivors hungry or cold? Zhang Sun wondered. What he didn't know was that because food was becoming scarce, many people were targeting people. If they went out to look for supplies during the day, it was very likely that they would be robbed of both themselves and the supplies. Therefore, many survivors have learned their lesson and basically go out to look for things in the evening or just before dawn, when the light is very dim and it is less likely to be discovered. As for the remaining people, their fate was actually already determined. The only difference was the time of their death. The elderly, the weak, women, and children died first and became food. In a city with a population of nearly 1 million, only less than 10,000 people were left alive in less than 2 years. It can be seen that this natural disaster was completely aimed at destroying all mankind. Zhang Sun estimated that within half a year, the remaining people would gradually die. Enchi Prefecture is just a small city, and there was no effective means of organization and coordination after the natural disaster. All order collapsed, resulting in each shelter fighting each other and guarding against each other, and the population dropped sharply. In Zhang Sun's memory, Jiangcheng did relatively well. After the natural disaster, the remaining government and military personnel immediately began searching for survivors, and then used the city's large number of civil defense facilities to house them. They make unified plans, and all shelters in a certain area are managed by the general person in charge of this area. There are dozens of shelters like Jiangcheng, and there are as many as 7 or 8 regional management agencies. They divide the area, search for supplies in their respective areas, summarize and distribute them, and can also exchange with shelters in other areas to share what they have. More importantly, such management allows those with skills to play a greater role. In addition to these, Jiangcheng's management agencies also regularly organize personnel in various shelters to renovate and expand existing shelter facilities, which greatly extends the lives of most people. Although many people still died every day afterwards, the proportion and speed of death were far less than those in Enchi Prefecture. I don't know what's going on in Jiangcheng, and how many survivors are there, Zhang Sun said in his heart. In the memories I got, it seems that before I died, the order in the shelters in Jiangcheng was also showing signs of breakdown. The main reasons were deaths from illness and suicide. If those managers don't find ways to reduce disease and restore food security, I'm afraid survival will become increasingly difficult in the future. Zhang Sun looked at the ruins around him and suddenly had the idea of going to Jiangcheng to take a look. But the contradiction is that he is unwilling to have direct contact with official organizations, but also wants to communicate with other humans under safe conditions. The best way is to communicate using radio, but the radio communication distance is limited, and no one in Jiangcheng is broadcasting to the outside world. Without thinking too much, he drove around the city for a while and prepared to go back. Not long after driving, he noticed several pools of red blood in front of a building on the left side of the road. The blood had already solidified, and it seemed that a fight had taken place here not long ago. And there was no body. Judging from the drag marks on the ground, he must have been taken away. There were some shrunken food packaging bags on the ground. Zhang Sun guessed that the fighting might have been caused by food, but he didn't know whether it was a fight between different shelters or an internal conflict within the same group of people. After the vehicle-mounted detection system found no signs of human activity nearby, Zhang Sun had no intention of staying and drove towards the outskirts of the city. An hour later, Zhang Sun arrived at the location of the relay antenna. After parking the car, he took out his tools and quilt bag and climbed up the mountain to prepare for the recycling work. After climbing up and resting for a while, he folded up the mast and unplugged the battery wires. It took 2 trips to carry down the battery and antenna separately. After putting the things away, Zhang Sun continued on his way while humming a little tune. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we finally arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Because the things I brought back were rather scattered and the disinfection process was a bit long, fortunately my father-in-law also came to help wearing protective gear. After more than an hour of disinfection and cleaning, it was finally completed. The vehicles and supplies were covered with protective covers and placed in the passage for a while. Zhang Sun took off the second protective suit and the warm clothes and bulletproof vest inside, and then returned to the living area. His daughter wanted to come over and hug him, but was rejected. The first thing he did was to go to the toilet. He had been holding it in for 2 days. He put his small bowel movements into a bottle and had to hold his big ones in. After going to the toilet, I took a good shower. After playing with my son and then playing with my daughter for a while, it was time for dinner. While eating, Zhang Sun told his family about what had happened. They were very worried before, fearing that something might happen. When they saw Zhang Sun return safely, they felt relieved but also a little sad. The huge city of Enchi Prefecture has turned into a ghost town, and the 4 of them sighed. Will we be the only family left in the entire Enchi Prefecture in the future? Du Jing asked. Zhang Sun nodded and said, maybe. It's hard for people in the city to survive, and it's even harder for people outside the city. Do we really have to stay here forever? Du Jing felt a little heavy-hearted. Even though she knew the answer, she couldn't help but ask. Don't think too much. The most important thing is that our family is together. Zhang Sun held her hand and said calmly, my daughter, who is usually very active, is also unusually quiet at this moment. She has experienced the cruel environment outside and is very satisfied with her current life. But every time Zhang Sun was about to go out, a look of fear would appear on her face. At night, Zhang Pingping insisted on sleeping with them. The little guy was in a bad mood during the 2 days that Zhang Sun was away, fearing that he would not come back. We examined her before. Are the results out yet? After his daughter fell asleep, Zhang Sun looked at Du Jing and asked, well, the data are relatively normal, and the blood routine test shows no signs of elevated white blood cells. Du Jing glanced at her daughter and continued, the anemia she had previously shown has improved a lot now. It should be because her nutrition is getting better, or maybe the anti-radiation drugs she's taking are working. That's good. Zhang Sun felt relieved. But we have to continue to observe her. Radiation sickness can cause many symptoms, so we can't let our guard down. I stopped her Western medicine, and she's now mainly taking Chinese patent medicine. How long will it last? Zhang Sun asked. How should I know? I'm not a doctor. Du Jing rolled her eyes at him and continued. It depends. If there haven't been any serious symptoms in the past few years and the examinations are normal, then there's probably nothing wrong. Okay, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Zhang Sun smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Although Du Jing was just a nurse before, she often observed and learned how doctors diagnose and treat patients when she was in the hospital, so she can analyze and judge many common diseases. During her pregnancy, she also read a lot of medical books and textbooks. Although she is not a real doctor, her level has improved. Chapter 36 Life 1. I chatted with my wife about my daughter's situation in the evening. Zhang Sun also suggested that family members should have a physical examination every 6 months. Of course, the items of this physical examination may not be so comprehensive, and they can only check what equipment is available in the medical room. My parents are almost 60 years old. Although they are still in good health, they are old after all. Moreover, my father often goes out with Zhang Sun, so regular physical examinations are still necessary. As a half-doctor, although Du Jing's skills may be lacking, he can still diagnose some common diseases by combining test data. For some questions that he didn't understand, he could get some answers by flipping through the book, so Zhang Sun was still very satisfied with his wife. The next day, after everyone finished their work, Du Jing arranged for the medical room's equipment to give her family a physical examination. There were few people and few testing items, so it ended quickly. However, all the data will not come out until tomorrow. After the results came out, everything looked good and there were no major problems, except that the blood pressure of the two elders needed attention. In addition, the batch of ammunition and spare parts brought back by Zhang Sun were also classified and stored on the third day. In order to ensure the safety of these ammunition, small caliber artillery shells were not placed together with bullets and other things. Instead, they were placed in a separate concrete cabinet in the corner of the garage, where they were properly placed to ensure they were dry. During this period, he also discussed with his father-in-law and decided to go to the city again after a while to see if he could move the things in the repair shop warehouse back. His father-in-law had no objection. But in order to ensure that things go smoothly, a lot of preparations have to be made. In such an environment, any slight mistake would result in the risk of death. Zhang Sun dared not joke with his own life and that of his family. On July 2nd, 2026, external monitoring data was updated. Radiation, 316 millisieverts. Temperature, -62 degrees Celsius. PM 2.5:203. PM 10:120. Sulfur dioxide, SO2 102. Oxygen content, 16.1%. After recording the data, Du Jing simply washed up and returned to the room. Seeing that her son had woken up, she heated up the milk she had prepared earlier and started feeding the child. At this moment, Zhang Sun had already gone to inspect various places in the shelter. After Du Jing finished feeding the child, she carried the child to the living room. My mother just came back from the breeding area with a few eggs in her hand. When she saw Du Jing, she raised the eggs in her hand and said with a smile, "I'll cook a few eggs today to nourish everyone." "Mom, have our chickens started laying eggs again?" Du Jing asked, holding the child. "Yes, in a few months, when the next batch of cubs hatch, we will have fresh meat to eat. Eating frozen meat all the time is not nutritious." Before walking into the kitchen, the mother touched the baby in Du Jing's arms with her forehead. "Where's Dad? Is he downstairs?" Du Jing followed her mother to the kitchen and asked. "Well, he goes to fertilize the vegetables, and then he'll bring back some leaves to cook some noodles for in the morning." While her mother was preparing breakfast, Du Jing carried the child to her parents' bedroom. Seeing that her daughter was still sleeping, she woke her up. After staying in bed for a while, Zhang Pingping got up and went to wash up. After she finished rinsing her mouth, her father came back with a basket. Du Jing asked, "Dad, why did you prepare so many dishes?" "This is the daily intake for today. Eat more vegetables to supplement vitamins," Dad said with a smile. Du Jing said helplessly with a sullen face, "You can't eat the same things every day. Can't you try a few more?" "I can't eat what I grow now. I have to cut some off and dry it every once in a while. Otherwise, I can only feed it to poultry. Dad put down the basket in his hand and continued, I'll harvest some in a few days and plant some other varieties. Next time I won't plant so much to avoid wasting it. Grandpa, I want to eat cherries. Zhang Pingping said loudly. Okay, the cherries will be red next week, and Grandpa will pick some for you to eat. Du Jing, however, kept a straight face and said to her daughter, Don't think about eating all day long. Have you finished the homework I assigned you yesterday? Zhang Pingping shrank her neck and said, There's still a little bit. After breakfast, your cell phone will be confiscated and you are not allowed to watch cartoons. After you finish today's classes, you must finish all the homework for the past 2 days. Du Jing threatened with a fierce look. Zhang Pingping hid behind her grandfather, feeling a little aggrieved. However, it was useless for her grandfather to help her, as she would not be able to watch cartoons today. After his mother prepared breakfast, Zhang Sun also came back. He took off his thick coat, took the baby from Du Jing's arms, and started playing with it. Because the temperature of the first and second floors was deliberately set lower, he had to wear a military coat every time he went for inspection. It's time to eat. Mom came out of the kitchen with a big bowl and said to Dad, Go get the dishes and chopsticks. The big bowl contained cooked noodles topped with freshly harvested vegetables, a few boiled eggs, and some meat slices coated with sweet potato starch. After Dad laid out the dishes, Mom served everyone a bowl. The food prepared each time is just the right amount according to each person's appetite. Only during festivals will we make more dishes to avoid waste. Even if you can't finish it, there won't be too much left. You can save it for the next meal or feed it to poultry or cockroaches. The cockroaches that Zhang Sun raised before have hatched dozens of baby cockroaches. This morning when my mother went to the breeding area, she got a dozen of them to feed the poultry. The ducks and chickens seemed to like eating it, but the geese pecked at it happily, but didn't take a bite. Pingping, is it enough? If not, I'll go cook some more for you. Seeing her granddaughter eating so fast, the mother thought she was not eating enough, so she asked. After Zhang Pingping finished eating, she put down her chopsticks and said calmly, Grandma, I'm full. Her bowl was smaller, so she ate quickly. The others finished after a while. Du Jing pulled out a tissue, wiped her mouth, and wiped Zhang Pingping's mouth again. She said to her, Go to class after you finish eating. Let Daddy accompany you. Oh, the daughter jumped down from the chair, took Zhang Sun's hand, and went to the study. Zhang Sun turned on the computer in the study, called up yesterday's study video, checked the progress, and then let his daughter sit in front to study. The video content is mainly for early childhood, such as reading and picture recognition. After a period of time, when you have learned enough words, you can prepare for primary school courses. These videos have been downloaded in advance and are relatively simple. Children can just watch and learn by themselves. If they don't understand something, they can ask adults. The homework was also assigned by the teacher in the video, so Zhang Sun didn't need to worry about it. He just needed to spend some time checking it every day. Of course, it is impossible to study every day, just like outside, working 6 days a week and having 1 day off. While the children were studying, Zhang Sun was not idle either. He took some books and started reading, all of which were professional books. I have been living a repetitive life in the shelter for too long, and it is easy to forget many things I have learned before if they are not consolidated. So he would set aside some time every day to read books, not to mention improving himself, but at least not to let the knowledge he had learned slip away. Du Jing is the same. When taking care of her children, she often reads some medical books and textbooks. In the morning, Du Jing was reading a book with her children in the room, while her father went to the agricultural area on the 4th floor again. After coming back, he went to the game room to play a single-player chess game. My mother watched some TV series and then went to dance in the square for a while. Because the sound insulation is good and I won't disturb others, I danced for half an hour, stretched my body, and then went to prepare lunch. Chapter 37 Life 2. Dad, I'm done. Zhang Pingping turned her head, pointed at the calligraphy book on the table, and said to Zhang Sun, Okay, let me take a look. He put down the book in his hand, walked to the computer, and looked at her handwriting. It was crooked, but much better than what he wrote when he was a child. Well, how many words did you learn today? Zhang Sun asked. With these 8 characters, I also learned about many animals, said Zhang Pingping. Okay, then let me test you. How do you pronounce this word? Zhang Sun asked, pointing to a word on the notebook. This word, she scratched her head, thought for a long time, and said with a silly smile, Dad, I forgot. Then watch what the teacher taught you just now again, and I will test you again later. Zhang Sun said, and played the previous video again. Zhang Pingping had a bitter face and had to continue studying. The video is not long, only 30 minutes, and it mainly uses pictures to help children recognize some objects and how to write their names. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhang Sun pointed at the words in the exercise book and asked again, and finally all the answers were correct. Okay, let's stop here today. Practice your calligraphy again in the afternoon. Zhang Sun said with a smile while touching her hair. Dad, can I watch cartoons for a while? Go ask your mother later. Dad will have to listen to your mother. Zhang Sun said. Oh, when I walked out of the study, I saw Du Jing watching TV. Mom, is my brother asleep? Zhang Pingping asked. Well, have you finished today's lessons? Du Jing asked. I've finished studying and yesterday's homework. Zhang Pingping looked at Du Jing with her big eyes and asked carefully, Mom, can I watch some cartoons? Du Jing sneered and said, Go ahead. Your phone is in the drawer in my room. Remember to return it before dinner. Okay, long live Mom. Zhang Pingping jumped up happily and ran straight to the bedroom. Be quiet, don't wake up your brother. After drinking a sip of water in the living room, Zhang Sun went to the game room. His father was still playing chess there. When he saw him come in, he insisted on playing 2 games with him. At noon, my mother prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Except for the green vegetables, which were a little unpopular with the young people, the others were quite appetizing, and almost everyone ate 2 bowls. After dinner, Zhang Sun took his family for a walk from the living area to the 4th floor agricultural area to digest the food and then prepare for a nap. Only Zhang Sun and Du Jing have the habit of taking a nap at home. Neither their father nor their mother does. They are both old and cannot fall asleep at night after taking a nap at noon, so they basically have nothing to do after dinner. Later, my mother found a few balls of wool from somewhere and knitted sweaters for the children when she had nothing to do. Zhang Pingping wanted to watch animation, but she felt drowsy while practicing calligraphy every afternoon, so Zhang Sun and Du Jing forced her to take a nap so that she would not be distracted when studying. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Sun woke up and saw his father and mother sitting in the living room watching an anti-Japanese drama. He didn't know what to do, so he asked, Dad, do you want to play billiards? Of course, I've watched this TV series several times, but your mom insisted on dragging me to watch it again. Dad stood up quickly, expressing his dissatisfaction. If you don't want to, I'm not forcing you to watch it. Mom was still knitting a sweater. She rolled her eyes at Dad and continued to stare at the TV. The two were playing billiards. Before the first round was over, Du Jing came out. Seeing that she was still half asleep, Zhang Sun joked, Is the tigress out looking for food? Hearing Zhang Sun's words, Du Jing put down the dried fruit she had just picked up. She walked over to the billiard table, kicked him, and angrily said, Who's the tigress? Dad, let me play next time. Dad smiled as he watched the two bickering and lost interest in playing. He handed her the club and said, No need to wait for the next round. You come, I'll go play chess. This time it was Zhang Sun's turn to be unhappy. He complained, Every time I fight you, you cheat. What? You have an opinion? That means your skills are not good enough. As she said that, she pushed the stick in her hand and pushed a ball into the bottom hole. Zhang Sun frowned and said nothing, watching her continue her performance. Due to Du Jing's continuous cheating, he lost 3 games in a row and decided not to come. Zhang Sun put down the pool cue and went to his daughter's room. When Zhang Sun saw Ping Ping covering her head with the quilt, he immediately knew that she was not asleep. He lifted the quilt and saw that she was hiding inside watching cartoons. Hurry up and get up and go to class, otherwise I'll tell your mother. Zhang Sun said with a stern face. Dad, don't tell Mom. I'm going to class right away. Zhang Pingping quickly hid her phone and begged Zhang Sun while holding his hand. Don't do it again. Zhang Sun picked her up, helped her put on her shoes, and took her to the study. Du Jing also came out at this time, holding the awakened baby. She saw Zhang Pingping went to study, said nothing, and then went to make a cup of milk powder and put it on her desk. Mom, there's no need to boil medicine for Pingping today. She only needs to drink it once every 2 to 3 days in the future. Du Jing said to her mother. Is she all right? The examination showed that there was no problem, but if there was a problem with the DNA, we would have no way of knowing. It seems that there should be no problem during this period of time, and we don't need to take the medicine so frequently. Du Jing explained. Okay, I understand. I hope the ancestors will bless this child to be safe and healthy. As the mother was about to open the offering screen, Du Jing hurriedly stopped her. Mom, the Mid-Autumn Festival will be here in a while. Let's wait until the festival to pay our respects. Piping is still studying. Okay. Mom stopped and finally didn't turn on the screen. In the afternoon, Zhang Sun accompanied his daughter in practicing calligraphy for an hour, and then took her to the game room to play games. Du Jing handed the baby to her mother and asked her to take care of it, while she went to the cinema to watch a movie. When it was time for dinner, Zhang Sun came out and saw his father spinning around with the baby in his arms. He wanted to take the baby from his father. Dad, take a rest for a while. Let me do it. I just held the child for a short while, and he fell asleep. Go help your mother cook. Dad continued to rock. Okay, where is Xiaodu? Zhang Sun asked. She's watching a movie, right? Go check on her first to see if she's finished. We'll have dinner soon. Zhang Sun came to the movie room and saw Du Jing watching The Wandering Earth 3. Zhang Sun hadn't even seen the movie himself, so he said to Du Jing, Wife, why don't you wait for me to watch it together? I was just flipping through the pages and came across this movie. I saw you were tutoring Ping Ping, so I didn't call you. Du Jing replied. How long will it take to end? It's time for dinner soon. Zhang Sun said helplessly. 20 minutes. You guys eat first. No need to wait for me. Now is the critical moment. Du Jing said as she stood up and pushed him out. Next time I'll hide away and secretly watch X-Files 5. Zhang Sun secretly complained in his heart. His daughter was watching cartoons in the living room. He came to the kitchen and saw his mother cutting potatoes. He grabbed the kitchen knife and said, Mom, I'll do it. You go do something else. Be careful. Don't cut your hands, he said, and then went to work on other dishes. In about 20 minutes, all the dishes were ready, and Du Jing had just finished watching the movie. After dinner, my mother cleaned up and called my father to go square dancing. Zhang Sun was also forcibly dragged by Du Jing to the gym to run, and even Ping Ping was not spared. The three of them exercised here together. It was almost 8 o'clock when the three of them came out of the gym, sweating profusely. Du Jing took Ping Ping to take a shower, while Zhang Sun went downstairs to inspect. The evening inspection was simpler than the morning inspection and did not take long. After returning home, I took a shower. It was already past 9 o'clock. The family sat in the living room and watched TV for another hour before going back to their rooms to sleep. A day's life in the shelter has come to an end. Chapter 39 broadcast. January 25, 2027. Before we knew it, the end of the world had already arrived for 2 years. The external environment has shown no signs of improvement, and the remaining human civilization is isolated in some small corners. Neither reluctance nor despair can stop the Earth's memory of human beings from slowly fading away. Perhaps in some corners, the sparks of civilizational revival are still being nurtured, but these flames are so weak that they will be extinguished by the wind. Zhang Sun's family is also one of these flames, tenacious and calm. It has been half a year since the last time he went to the city. After making all the preparations, Zhang Sun embarked on a journey to the city again. This time, there were 3 of them, Zhang Sun, Du Jing, and Dad. They each drove a car and set off in a grand procession. Du Jing drove the armored reconnaissance vehicle in front, Zhang Sun drove the wheeled excavator at the end, and his father drove the truck in the middle. Because the excavator was moving relatively slowly, it was pulled by trucks for the first few dozen miles. The hook was only released when it was almost reaching the city. The second time he came here, the city was obviously much emptier. On the way to the repair shop, Du Jing's reconnaissance equipment did not find any signs of human activity. Although it was expected, it is still sad. After spending almost 2 hours on the road, they finally arrived at their destination. Zhang Sun asked Du Jing to stay outside and keep watch. He drove the excavator around to the back of the repair shop and used the excavator to dig a big hole in the wall of the warehouse. After clearing a passage on the road, Zhang Sun and his father immediately went in and moved away all the scattered bricks. First of all, the remote-controlled weapon stations contained in the 3 boxes were the focus. After he and his father tied the boxes with ropes, they used the excavator's shovel hook to lift the boxes onto the truck. The 3 large boxes took up nearly half of the truck's space, and they also took the remaining spare parts. From large items like engines and tires to small items like spark plugs and seals, basically everything that could be carried was transferred to the truck. The 2 of them were busy until after 2 in the afternoon before they finished transferring all the spare parts in the warehouse. After finishing, they added some fuel to the vehicle and started to head back. The 3 vehicles communicated through walkie-talkies. When they went back, considering that the weight of the truck had increased significantly, the excavator was not pulled by the truck. Although the speed was very slow as we passed through the ruins of the city, fortunately no accidents occurred. Zhang Sun was driving an excavator and following behind. When he was about to communicate with the lead vehicle about the direction, he accidentally switched the intercom to the wrong channel. When he was about to switch back, a strange voice came from the intercom. Zhang Sun was suddenly shocked. The maximum receiving distance of the walkie-talkie was only about 2 kilometers. Could it be that someone nearby wanted to communicate with him? The voice coming from the walkie-talkie sounded very weak and intermittent. Zhang Sun didn't hear clearly what was said. To be on the safe side, he didn't respond. I turned up the volume of the intercom to the maximum, but the other party was silent. He turned the channel back and said to the person in front of him, "Dad, wife, stop for a moment. Turn the intercom channel to XXX. Remember not to talk." After giving the instructions, he tuned back to that channel. The other party should be a small radio station. The walkie-talkie could receive the radio broadcast, which meant that the two were very close. Zhang Sun accidentally jumped to the correct channel. He didn't know what kind of luck he had. The three cars stopped at the same time. After waiting for 2 minutes, the weak voice appeared again. This is XXX megahertz. If anyone can still hear me, please reply. Zhang Sun frowned slightly, not sure what the other party's intention was. Was he asking for help? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, there was another burst of laughter, which was a bit puzzling. They're all dead, and I'm the one who survived to the very end, but no one talks to me anymore. This radio station was once the hope of everyone in our shelter, but with great hope comes great disappointment. After the apocalypse, we broadcast every day. In the first year, we received some news from other shelters in the city, but by the second year, even the news from our own city had stopped. Starting from the second year, we went from broadcasting once a week to once a month. Disappointments turned into despair time and time again. I think you guys have experienced the same thing as us, right? Who's going to talk to me? I'm almost bored to death if I'm not sick. How about I go out and find you guys? Tell me, where are you? This is the last battery. If you don't reply to me, you will never hear my voice again. This is XXX megahertz. If anyone can still hear me, please reply. Ahem. Enchi Prefecture, Lifeng Road Shelter, Li Zichuan, the last survivor, broadcasting to the world. Whether you can hear me or not, tomorrow, I will definitely put on my cleanest clothes and step out of this cage. It's so dark here, and so many shadows flash before my eyes every day. I'm so scared. Zhang Xiaoqi, why are your eyes bleeding? Wang Dawei, your walking posture is so weird. Did someone eat your legs? The intercom fell silent again. After a long time. Lifeng Road Shelter, Li Zichuan, this may be my last public broadcast. Perhaps, like me, you are all quietly staying on some isolated island, the world you once cherished no longer having a trace of life. How I long to see that green and bustling world again. How I long to eat one more bite of the braised pork made by my mother. How I long to kiss my daughter's rosy face again. How I long to. The voice on the walkie-talkie gradually became low, and the heavy breathing with sobs followed the direction of the radio waves, as if telling the demise of civilization. Mom, I see you. Are you here to take me home? This is XXX megahertz. I want to tell you that the sun is shining in. My mom, dad, wife, and daughter are waving to me from there. Goodbye, friends. I can finally go home. Du Jing in the armored vehicle was already in tears. Although she had not experienced the death of her relatives and friends one by one around her, this kind of loneliness and pain could make humans empathize. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of clothes rubbing against the wall seemed to tell Zhang Sun and the other listeners that Li Zichuan had stood up and was walking towards the sunshine and home. Zhang Sun, Du Jing, and their father sat in the car blankly, not knowing what to say, and just stared out the window in silence. Li Zichuan may be the last survivor in the urban area, or maybe not, but it doesn't matter, he is free. Our home is still there. Now let's go home, Dad said on the intercom. Moving forward again, a breeze blew in from the window, as if carrying all human emotions, gently blowing across this broken world. 2 hours later, they returned to the shelter safely, but their hearts were still heavy. When I saw the clear eyes of the two children, infinite hope ignited in my heart again. They still have a home full of laughter and joy, and they also have responsibilities, the responsibility to protect this family. The end of the world is still here, hope is not extinguished, and the fire is still flickering. Chapter 40 Self-Defense Weapons. The supplies brought back from the repair shop were kept in the passage, and Zhang Sun would go to clean them every few days. Although the warehouse where the materials were stored was sealed, some radiation was still not blocked, so after the first disinfection, the radiation value was still relatively high. There was no other choice but to cover them with anti-radiation covers and clean them every few days. This was done 4 times before the radiation levels of these materials were barely reduced to a level that was harmless to the human body. After the Lunar New Year, Zhang Sun and his family sorted out these supplies and put them back into the warehouse. In the new year, Zhang Sun's most urgent task is to improve the defense measures of the shelter, and those remote-controlled weapon stations are currently the best defense weapons in his hands. However, how to improve it specifically still needs careful planning. He brought back 3 weapon station systems, one of which he planned to deploy on the mountain above the shelter's main entrance, overlooking the entire entrance road ahead. The second set is deployed on a RV. The RV has been modified and equipped with a standard interface for a remote weapon station. This should be the easiest to operate. I haven't decided yet whether the last set will be deployed in the internal passage of the shelter as the last line of defense, or installed on the Mengsher vehicle. But the first thing to consider was still the first weapon system. Zhang Sun spent the next few days thinking about how to ensure the performance of the weapon system in the external low-temperature environment. He designed several plans on the computer, but was not satisfied with any of them. He discussed them with his father, Du Jing, and others, and after incorporating their opinions, he formed a new plan. Since the weapon station is not used frequently, it requires a relatively normal environment for preservation. But after all, they are defensive weapons deployed outside the shelter and will definitely be exposed to this low-temperature radiation environment. The first thing to consider is how to protect them from the erosion of these harsh environments when they are not in use. The specific process is as follows. First, he will pour a semicircular concrete cover inside the shelter with a shooting window in the front. The window door is a steel plate connected to a hydraulic rail. When there is no danger, the shooting port is in a closed state. When an early warning message appears, the steel plate of the shooting window will automatically open under the action of the hydraulic guide rail. This weapon station is located between the exit and the air filtration channel to ensure that the temperature in the concrete cover does not drop too low. In order to ensure the availability of ammunition inside, Zhang Sun also extended a pipe in the air filtration channel to transport the higher temperature inside the shelter. Thanks to the redundant design of the shelter, there are many backup pipes and lines in the air filtration channel, providing environmental protection for the normal operation of the remote weapon station. After determining the specific plan, Zhang Sun and his father began to prepare. The semicircular concrete cover was made according to the size of the weapon station. The process was not complicated, but the shooting window with hydraulic rails was more troublesome. Because the concrete cover is curved, it took a lot of effort to install this device. At the same time, an insulation box was built in the controller part to prevent the control system from malfunctioning due to low-temperature environment. After finishing this part, he immediately wrote a program for the control unit, single-chip microcomputer, of the shooting window, mainly to enable this unit to realize remote control function in the shelter. For example, when the master control system detects abnormal information, it will automatically open the shooting window of the remote control weapon station while issuing a warning alarm, thereby saving time for subsequent counterattacks. Of course, this device can also be opened and closed manually. After importing the program into the microcontroller, Zhang Sun combined the weapon station with the concrete cover and conducted several days of testing and verification. Overall, it is satisfactory, but there are some minor problems, such as the support and closing of the hydraulic rails are somewhat not smooth, and there are also problems with the sealing of the shooting window steel plate and the concrete cover. Zhang Sun adjusted the position slightly, and then applied some grease to many joints, and the problem of the device running smoothly was solved. As for the second problem, Zhang Sun changed the sealing method, replacing the nitrile rubber, which is not resistant to low temperatures, with fluorosilicone rubber, which is better high and low temperature performance. The next step is to prepare for the internal wiring issues. The weapon station's wires and signal transmission bus must be connected in advance inside the shelter. When you go to install it outside later, you only need to connect the shorter part of the weapon station to the control cabinet of the channel through the hot air pipe. This matter alone took him and his father nearly 2 weeks. It's not that they were too inefficient, but during normal times, they had to inspect and maintain the shelter, as well as many other miscellaneous things to do. They can only spare some time to work on this remote weapon station when they are not busy every day. After all the preparations are completed, it is time to go out for installation and debugging. Because the concrete cover was too heavy, Zhang Sun used a crawler crane that had never been used before. The jib can be extended to a maximum height of 15 meters, which is sufficient for the lifting of the concrete cover. After moving all the materials and tools outside, Zhang Sun and his father first climbed the ladder to the specific deployment location, dug a relatively flat ground, and then used a drill to drill a channel for laying the hot air pipe. The hot air pipe at the back will be buried in the soil. Although it is covered with 2 layers of insulation material on the outside, being buried in the soil still helps to isolate the extremely low temperature outside. Zhang Sun went down to operate the crane and lifted up the concrete cover. His father cooperated from above. After adjusting the position, he used 4 long steel nails to drive into the ground at the 4 corners to fix it. Then Zhang Sun came up and laid the pipelines and connected several control lines. Next comes the testing phase. The first test was the opening and closing of the shooting window. Du Jing operated it manually in the shelter and tested a total of 10 groups. It went very smoothly, except for the first group, which was a little stuck due to ice. Then came the weapon test. Because the design window was relatively wide, the rotation angle of the weapon station reached 60 degrees. 10 groups of tests were also conducted left, right, up and down, and there were no problems. The last step was the actual shooting test. The weapon station usually had 500 rounds of ammunition ready. This time Zhang Sun brought 600 rounds, 100 of which were used for testing. After moving the vehicle below, Zhang Sun and his father hid behind a rock and notified Du Jing to conduct actual weapon shooting. 10 groups of shooting, 10 rounds in a row each time. The bullets hitting the ice surface were very shocking, and Zhang Sun was also very satisfied. Before going back, there is one more thing to do, which is to unseal the shooting hole in the steel door of the shelter. Originally, there were shooting holes designed on both corners of the gate, but because disasters occurred frequently in the early days and the opening and closing windows of the shooting holes were relatively thin, Zhang Sun sealed them from the outside and added 2 thicker steel plates. Now, apart from the low temperature and radiation, the disaster outside is not so severe, so it is natural to unseal the 2 shooting holes on the left and right. In case there is a problem with the remote-controlled weapon station, Zhang Sun can also use these 2 shooting holes to shoot at external enemies from inside the shelter. Neither of them had lunch and worked until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Sun folded up the crane's boom and drove back to the shelter. Today's process went smoothly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The shelter finally had a more reliable means of defense and counterattack, and it didn't have to be like the previous 2 times where he could only watch others come to him. Especially that Sun Xiaohua, who was almost at the door. If it weren't for Li Pan and his wife, Zhang Sun would definitely have to hide in the shelter and watch others cause damage. It's different now. With the remote-controlled weapon station and video surveillance that can provide early warning about 5 or 6 minutes in advance, if anyone comes here again, Zhang Sun can guarantee that they won't be able to reach the door. Chapter 41 Spark Plan. Somewhere deep in the mountains, Fuling District, Chongqing City. Several military trucks were driving slowly on the ice. The people on the trucks stared at the flashing light signals in the distance. After about 10 minutes, the vehicles stopped. The nearby mountains are not very high. The driver in the front was wearing protective clothing. He opened the car door, walked to a huge circular arch in front, picked up a special steel rod next to it, and knocked on the arch rhythmically. This is a secret signal between the 2 sides. The people inside use this rhythmic sound to judge whether the people outside are their own people. Soon the steel arch was pushed open from the inside. This was a shelter belonging to Chongqing. Because it is far away from the city, there was not a large influx of citizens when the disaster occurred. The people living here now are mainly temporarily screened by the government and sent here by helicopter and other means of transportation. Although there are only more than 3,000 people, this shelter with a total area of nearly 104,000 square meters does not seem crowded at all. Several trucks loaded with supplies slowly drove into the shelter under the command of others. The passage of the shelter is very spacious, and there are many vehicles of various types on the side. The further you go inside, the more people you can see, and these people are also constantly busy. This scene seems to give people the illusion of being in the last days. Dr. Chun, this is the last batch of materials. You must be extremely careful. The safety of over 3,000 people in this shelter depends on you. On the upper railing, a middle-aged man with white hair and glasses looked at the returning truck and said to an old man in a white coat beside him, "I understand. Over the past 2 years since the disaster, even though we have extremely high protective measures, the number of people in the shelter has dropped from the initial 4,000 to the current 3,000. If we don't start industrializing humans, I'm afraid we can only wait for death." Dr. Chen murmured. Next to him was the shelter's second leader, Jiang Ran. Although he has a head full of white hair, no one would believe his age if you told him. He is only 38 years old. He was once the political commissar of a unit of the Rocket Force of the People's Liberation Army of China, and later transferred to become the director of the Chongqing Municipal People's Armed Forces Department. Dr. Chun was formerly an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering and also a technical consultant to China National Nuclear Corporation. A few dozen minutes before the Doomsday broadcast, the Chongqing municipal government received the news in advance, and the Municipal Party Committee launched a secret plan as quickly as possible. In the name of an exercise, a large number of helicopters and other means of transportation were dispatched to transport a group of valuable talents and their families here, and a large amount of supplies were stockpiled. By taking advantage of this time difference, we tried our best to avoid the huge chaos that would occur after the broadcast. Jiang Ran's first leader was the mayor of Chongqing, but unfortunately, he died the following year. Although a large amount of supplies were stored in the shelter, many people still died from illness or from the low oxygen environment. This shelter is actually the 816 project in Damingding. The project started in 1967. In the early stage, the engineers were responsible for digging holes. After 1975, The 816 factory construction team was responsible for building the factory building. A total of more than 60,000 people were employed. Due to changes in the international situation and the need to adjust the national economic strategy, the project was suspended in 1984. Later in 2015, the government renovated it. The total construction area is 104,000 square meters, with 18 large caverns and 130 roads, pilot tunnels, branch tunnels, tunnels, and shafts. The total axial length of all caverns is more than 20 kilometers. Among them, the largest cavern is 79.6 meters high. The sidewall excavation span is 25.2 meters, the arch span is 31.2 meters, and the area is 13,000 square meters. It has formed a pattern of buildings and caves, caves and buildings, and rivers and caves, which also provides great guarantee for the survival of these thousands of people. The factory building in the cave is about 400 meters deep. The top covering layer is as thick as 200 meters, and the covering layer thickness of the core factory building is more than 150 meters. The water diversion channel draws water directly from the depths of the Wujiang River into the cave. The 816 holes can prevent the impact of a 1 million ton equivalent hydrogen bomb air explosion and a direct hit attack by a 1,000-pound bomb. It can also withstand the damage of a magnitude 8 earthquake, and the geological structure here is relatively stable. At the same time, it is far away from the center of the major impact, so when the disaster comes, the impact is very small. The 7th and 6th floors have been renovated, and various types of equipment have been installed. We are just waiting for you to start the fire on the 8th floor, Zhang Ran said in an expectant tone. Luckily, Chongqing is a heavy industrial city, so it's not hard to find all kinds of equipment and materials. Otherwise, we would have to go all the way to Xi'an. Dr. Chen nodded and asked, "Have you established connections with other places?" Xi'an sent an expedition team there once, and while there were still many survivors, they were all scattered. We couldn't find any government organizations, so we decided to give up. Zhang Ran sighed and continued, "We are surrounded by mountains to the east and west. Without communication support, it is difficult to advance. And judging from the current situation, the situation is not optimistic. Oh, forget it. Let's just manage our own business well. Maybe the seeds of human civilization are here with us," said Dr. Chen. "I hope there are many more seeds like this, Dr. Chen." Zhang Ran changed the subject and said, "After the 3 lower industrial zones are operational, I plan to organize manpower to continue advancing underground. The surface is no longer suitable for human survival, and the number of people in the shelter will only increase in the future, so we must consider the future. This is a wise move, but I don't have much time left. I probably won't see the day when civilization is restored," Dr. Chen said dejectedly. "It doesn't matter. I believe that day will come, and humans can't live underground forever. We will eventually return to the surface. Maybe we won't see it, but we have left behind hope and a spark." Zhang Ran smiled calmly and said firmly, "The Spark Project will definitely succeed. The Spark Project is a plan to restart the fire of human civilization based on the former site of the 8th level nuclear reactor. If you want to develop industry, you first need electricity, and the source of electricity requires energy. With so many people in the shelter, energy consumption is already insufficient, not to mention the need to meet industrial production. So nuclear energy is the hope of mankind. To achieve this, talent is always the most important thing, but here we have the smartest brains in human civilization and a ready-made reactor skeleton. It will no longer be impossible for nuclear energy to be used by humans again." Project 816 was planned and built as a backup nuclear enterprise for Gansu Factory 404, a highly confidential military-industrial enterprise that produces heavy water. In the 1960s, the former Soviet Union threatened China with nuclear weapons. The central government decided to build a second nuclear material industrial base in the heart of the Third Front, requiring it to be built in the mountains and in caves. In September 1966, the central government selected the location in the mountains of Baitao Town, fulling to build the 816 nuclear power plant. Project 816 plans to produce nuclear fuel. The reactor is a graphite-cooled reactor. It is an in-cave project used for both production and power generation. In addition to the reactor part, the cavern project also has another important component, the nuclear waste treatment part, which includes the treatment of contaminated waste such as wastewater and spent fuel rods. Over the past 2 years, they have been collecting the necessary equipment and materials while renovating the shelters, replacing old equipment and pipes, and sacrificing countless lives. Only today is it finally possible to ignite it. So, they must not fail this time. Chapter 42: Successful Ignition. In the nuclear reactor hall on the 8th floor, which is 20 to 30 meters high, The support part of the reactor is still preserved. The nearly 1 meter wide support made of the Gong 816 underground nuclear project gate steel is formed into a square shape. There are densely packed circular sockets for the huge process pipes under the bracket, with 1,984 process pipes. The radiation protection ditch next to it, which is more than 1 meter wide, is filled with barite sand shipped from Yunnan. The top of the empty hall was covered with round holes, each about 10 centimeters in diameter. There are 2 layers of steel corridors on the walls surrounding the reaction hall, and the walls painted with milky white paint are still shining. The heavy iron gate is 2 inches thick, which greatly ensures safety. At the bottom of the nuclear reactor hall, which is the 3rd floor inside the 816 nuclear military cave, there is a round pot-shaped pool after walking through a narrow corridor and passing through an iron door more than 2 inches thick that can only be entered by bending over. The upper opening of the pool is about 20 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep. It has a production pump responsible for normal production, a control pump responsible for regulating temperature, and a safety pump that can stop out-of-control persons in time. In the central control room on the 9th floor, there is a gray console in the middle of the hall with the words Factory Date, July 1980, Great Wall Switch Manufacturing Plant of the People's Republic of China written on it. However, this console has been abandoned, and the equipment from the last century cannot meet current needs. The most surprising thing is the computer system in the control room, which occupies 3 walls and an area of about 150 square meters. The original giant computer was about 2 meters tall, with many wires exposed in the middle on the empty iron frame. A yellowed product certificate on the device's display screen showed the manufacturing date, June 30, 1978. Several circular display screens with a diameter of about 2 meters are marked with distribution signs for various parts. In front of these old computers, a new wall was built, and in front of the wall were replaced by computers and control equipment produced after the new century. The control systems have now gone through multiple rounds of testing, and although a lot of painstakingly collected diesel was used to run them, overall it was worth it. Everything in the shelter is a legacy left by our ancestors. Although many things are old and dilapidated, they have regained their due functions through human transformation, leaving new hope for human civilization. The main structures of the shelter include caverns, roads, pilot tunnels, branch tunnels, tunnels and shafts. Main plant, reaction hall, reaction cauldron, central control room, etc. Motors, control equipment, etc. After utilizing part of the space and transforming it into a living area, Zhang Ran and his team replanned the space inside, such as energy area, production area, agricultural area, etc. Among the remaining 3,000 people, there are more than 1,000 young and strong laborers, as well as top brains from various industries, who have made this shelter what it is today. February 1st, 2027. Amid everyone's anticipation, Zhang Ran stood in the main control room, his gray hair revealing an extremely calm face. Although he was more nervous than anyone else, he still had to remain composed. Dr. Chun, are you ready? Zhang Ran asked Dr. Chun, who also had a head full of white hair. Hold on. Dr. Chun didn't look at him. He turned to another young man sitting in front of the computer and said, Xiao Zhu, check the parameters again. Also, notify Li Chong and the others to inspect the site before raising the adjustment rod. Clear. In addition to the sounds of various reporting data coming from the walkie-talkie, the scene was filled with a tense atmosphere. The reactor used in this ignition test is a pressurized water-moderated and cooled reactor, which is what we often call a pressurized water reactor. Pressurized water reactors have been widely used due to their compact structure, small size, high power density, high average fuel consumption, low risk of radioactive fission product spillage, good power self-stabilization and self-regulation characteristics, and relative safety and reliability. For Dr. Chun, he has been dealing with pressurized water reactors for most of his life, and it is also the type of reactor he is most familiar with. Zhang Ran looked at the busy staff and did not bother them. Instead, he asked the assistant behind him, how much nuclear fuel do we have left? The assistant flipped open the document in his hand, looked at it for a moment, and replied, Boss Zhang, we found the fuel rods at the Xi'an factory. Dr. Chun said that apart from the ones we're using now, the rest should be able to last for more than 10 years. Zhang Ran thought for a while and understood that the nuclear fuel refueling cycle is usually 24 months, and not all of the fuel is replaced. Only the central fuel elements with high burnup are replaced, and then the peripheral fuel elements with low burnup are moved to the center to continue burning. Therefore, the 10 years mentioned by the assistant should still be a conservative estimate. Report to doctor. The re-examination is completed and all work is ready. Staff member Xiaozhu stood up and shouted loudly. Okay, send the fuel rod position increase command. Instructions completed, rod control and boron control instructions have been issued. Inject the loop diluent and observe the parameter changes. Received, command to inject circuit diluent issued. Time passed by little, and everyone's heart seemed to be in their throat, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Report, the diluent is about to reach the critical value. Xiaozhu's voice became sharp. Dr. Chen looked at the parameters on the computer, waited for a moment, slapped his palm on the table, and said loudly, lift the stick, fix the critical value. Was it successful? Jiang Ran swallowed and looked at Dr. Chen. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds were heard from the 8th floor, and the reactor reached critical value and began to release heat. Xiao Li, analyze and summarize the data from each sensor. Receive. Xiao Zhang, closely monitor the surveillance footage and report any abnormalities immediately. Receive. Dr. Chen assigned many tasks in one breath, and then slumped down on the chair, breathing heavily. No one disturbed him. They all stood quietly outside the glass cover, waiting for the final result. 20 minutes later, after Dr. Chen and his assistants had checked various parameters, he turned and said to Jiang Ran, the fire program was successfully launched. The boiler temperature and pressure are normal and have reached critical state. The turbine unit, steam turbine, test will be carried out tomorrow. Success. Amidst the huge cheers, Jiang Ran suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up to Dr. Chen and said in a deep voice, thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chen. Go and rest first. We will celebrate this great moment together tonight. Well, I'll have to wait and see. If there are no problems with the reactor, boiler, and turbine tests tomorrow, we can connect them to the grid and generate electricity as soon as possible. In this way, the production system and agricultural planting system can be operated at full power. Dr. Chen smiled and said with anticipation, yes, let's build the agricultural foundation first. After all, the oxygen generator cannot meet the needs of such a large space. Jiang Ren also smiled. Today's test was very successful, but there was some trouble with the turbine test the next day. The shelter spent a lot of effort to remove this steam turbine from another power plant. During installation, the assembly shaft was not aligned properly, which almost caused a shaft burning accident. Fortunately, the abnormal temperature rise was detected and the machine was stopped in time, which prevented greater consequences. After 2 days of repairs, it was tested again, and this time, it was successful. Finally, the shelter had a stable energy supply. The fire here burned more vigorously. Jiang Ran and Dr. Chen, looking at the brightly lit shelter, finally smiled for the first time they had seen in a long time. Chapter 43, Testing the RV. The success of this Spark project in Chongqing is a landmark event in the continuation and development of human civilization, but it has little to do with Zhangsun, who is more than 400 kilometers away. Zhangsun's refuge is located in Inchi Prefecture, bordering Chongqing City. The straight-line distance is about 400 kilometers, which is not much different from the distance to Jiangqing. The only limitation is that the surrounding area is mountainous, the road is long and winding, and it is very difficult to travel. Moreover, the communication distance is very short, and communication is impossible unless a relay antenna is built in the middle. However, this is of no use at the moment. Both sides are unaware of each other's existence, and even if they do, they will not easily reveal their positions. Chongqing 816 Shelter has made the right choice to move human civilization deeper underground. This does not mean that they have given up their activities on the surface. On the contrary, various materials and minerals on the surface are also important sources of supplies for them. The construction of a larger underground city is inseparable from the support from the surface. As for Zhangsun, because the population is extremely small, at least his generation will not make major changes. Moreover, the space of these two shelters is very different. The 816 shelter covers an area of 104,000 square meters and is crowded with nearly 5,000 people. Zhangsun's shelter covers an area of nearly 4,000 square meters, but only has 6 people living in it. In terms of comfort and protection, the latter is naturally superior, but in terms of subsequent development, the former has better scalability and resilience. This also represents the different development directions of the two models. One is the small tribal model based on the family unit, and the other is the organizational and social form that continues civilization. In the future, as the large-scale shelter civilization gradually recovers, an inevitable collision between the two will surely occur on the surface. But in the foreseeable future, the probability of this happening is not very high. Zhangsun was anxious to increase the defenses of the shelter because he was considering this possibility, adding a bit of confidence to his home. In the past 2 years, the human population in Inchi Prefecture has become extremely small and insufficient to support the continuation of civilization. Apart from Zhang Sun's family, there will be a vacuum of life here in the foreseeable future. According to Zhang Sun's deductions before the end of the world and Professor Wang's, it may take many years for the dust in the atmosphere to settle and allow sunlight to shine in, and the recovery of land and marine ecosystems will take at least thousands of years. This is still a relatively optimistic guess that does not take the factor of nuclear radiation into consideration. No one knows the specific recovery time. Perhaps there are still a small amount of vegetation or algae living in dark environments that can withstand such harsh environments. But these seemingly inconspicuous little guys carry the hope of ecological recovery. After the remote-controlled weapon station outside the shelter was deployed, Zhang Sun conducted several rounds of tests inside and basically completed the construction of the defense system. Then it took another 2 days to install another remote-controlled weapon station on the RV. Since the RV was specially customized, a standard interface for the remote weapon station was reserved on it. Just a simple change of the channel and program was enough to declare it a success. Since the RV had not been used for a long time, it was a good opportunity to test the weapons and drive it out to see if it could withstand low temperatures and radiation environments well. Zhang Sun, Du Jing, and his mother drove the RV out for a spin. In addition to testing, they also wanted to prevent their family from staying in the shelter for too long and feeling depressed. At the beginning, the 3 of them were wearing protective clothing just in case. But after driving for a few hours, they found that the RV was well sealed and the air conditioning was powerful. After testing the radiation level inside the car and finding no fluctuations, they took off their protective clothing. The remote-controlled weapon station on the roof was also under Zhang Sun's control and completed several rounds of tests with good stability. In order to keep warm during normal times, the outer surface of the vehicle-mounted weapon station is also wrapped with a large layer of iron sheet. Using a concrete cover is too heavy and consumes too much fuel, so it is useless. The inner wall of the iron sheet is also covered with insulation materials and coatings, and the roof heat sink can ensure that the temperature will not be lost. In addition, the structure is basically the same as the previous one, and it also has a shooting window that can open and close automatically. Although the civilian reconnaissance mast equipped on the RV is not as accurate as the military one, it is completely sufficient for use in open areas, so Zhang Sun did not transfer the spare mast to the RV. After completing all the testing work, Zhang Sun did not return to the shelter immediately. Instead, he drove the RV with his wife and mother to stroll around the area. The temperature difference between inside and outside was nearly 80 degrees. My mother and Du Jing sat in the sci-fi cab, experiencing the long-lost wide view through the 180-degree observation window, and the feeling of depression in their hearts gradually dissipated. "Wife, let me teach you how to drive an RV. Then you can take your parents out by yourself." Zhang Sun suddenly stopped the car. "Can I drive such a big car?" Du Jing was a little unconfident. "Why not? It's the same as an automatic transmission car. But there are still some things to be careful about." 5 minutes later, Du Jing held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, stepped on the accelerator again nervously, and the RV started to move slowly. Soon, after getting familiar with the car for a while, her nervousness disappeared and the car's speed became faster and faster. Zhang Sun smiled and said to his mother, "Mom, do you want to try it?" My mother quickly shook her head and said, "I don't even have a driver's license. Why should I drive a car? Stop thinking about unsafe things." Seeing that his mother was unwilling, Zhang Sun did not force her. He walked to the carriage, took out the SLR camera from the cabinet, handed it to his mother, and said, "Mom, take some pictures." After taking a few pictures of Du Jingkaka driving with her camera, my mother started taking pictures of the dim mountain scenery outside. Half an hour later, it was almost 11 o'clock. Zhang Sun and Du Jing took over and drove the RV back. Since the 3 people did not leave the RV, the disinfection and cleaning work was quick and only required 2 rounds of flushing of the RV surface. Back in the living area, the mother went to cook. The daughter came up and said to Zhang Sun mysteriously, "Dad, can you take me with you next time you go out?" Zhang Sun laughed and said, "You little brat, why are you going out? Wait until you grow up." "Humph, if you don't want to take it, then don't take it." The daughter pouted her pink little lips and went back to her room to watch cartoons. Zhang Sun also considered taking her out for a walk, but when he thought about how she had been exposed outside, and it was not clear whether her body had fully recovered, he did not dare to take her outside rashly. Even the slightest carelessness may lead to unpredictable dangers. So I will wait until she is a little older and has no physical discomfort before considering taking her out for a walk. From January 25th, 2025 to February 3rd, 2027. It has been 2 years since the end of the world. Although life has been monotonous for most of the past 2 years, it is better than losing one's life. Zhang Sun's family is already very satisfied. My parents are almost 60 years old. Life is short and happy times are even shorter. Zhang Sun cherishes his hard-earned life now. At least it is safe and happy. Chapter 44 Building Materials Market. On March 17, 2027, Zhang Sun was going out again. This time he is going to the city with his wife Du Jing. The shelter was running low on materials. Things like steel plates and cement have been consumed in large quantities recently. The first-floor warehouse is small, and the previous purchase quantity was not large, so we have to go to the city to stock up on a new batch. You too must pay attention to safety on the road, especially Xiaodu, drive slowly. My mother gave instructions while helping them put on protective clothing. I understand, Mom. I will protect her, Zhang Sun said. Forget it if you didn't find anything. Come back early this afternoon. Okay, Mom, I want to eat fish tonight. Du Jing zipped up her pants and said with a smile. Well, I'll go to the cold storage and get one out to thaw later. Mom checked the time again and continued. You guys should hurry up and leave. I'm going downstairs. After their mother left, they each drove a car slowly into the passage, waiting for the 2 gates of the shelter to open. Du Jing was still driving the armored reconnaissance vehicle in front, while Zhang Sun was following behind in the truck. Because there were only 2 people and it was very inconvenient to wear thick protective clothing, Zhang Sun added a hand-cranked hoist to the back of the truck to make it easier to lift supplies onto the truck. Soon, the 2 cars, one in front and one behind, disappeared from the surveillance screen of the shelter. Wife, drive slower, don't drive so fast. After walking for a while, Zhang Sun took out the walkie-talkie and shouted to the front. Got it, got it. Du Jing's voice came from the intercom, and there was no further response. Zhang Sun smiled helplessly. An hour and a half later, they arrived in the city smoothly. The infrared and visual reconnaissance equipment of the armored vehicle was constantly turning, but no signs of life were found. Wife, turn left, go 2 kilometers, then turn right. Got it. Remember to remind me when you turn right later. 5 minutes later, Zhang Sun picked up the intercom and said, Wife, turn right. Sai, you've passed the line. The car in front suddenly stopped, and Du Jing asked, Oh, why didn't you remind me earlier? What should I do now? Should I turn around? Forget it. Don't turn around, just keep driving forward. Remember to turn right at the next intersection. Zhang Sun patted his head, speechless, and told her not to drive so fast. I turned right. How do I go from here? Just drive in this direction. Once you've avoided any obstacles, remember to return to the original direction. Okay, got it. 20 minutes later, the 2 arrived safely at their destination, the Inchi Building Materials Wholesale Market. This market is made up of 7 or 8 10-story buildings, which are densely packed with many wholesale shops. Although the inventory of each shop is limited, the quantity is large. When Zhang Sun arrived, he found that half of these buildings had collapsed and all the materials inside were buried under the rubble. He didn't bring many tools this time, so even if he wanted to go in and look, he had no way to break through the surface. What made him feel somewhat fortunate was that there were still 2 or 3 buildings that were still in good condition, but they looked shabby and miserable. He told Du Jing to park the car in an open area, which would facilitate reconnaissance and prevent objects from falling from high places and hitting her. Zhang Sun got off the car, observed for a while, chose a building that looked structurally intact, and went in to check it out first. After entering, Zhang Sun found that most of the doors and windows were gone, and various materials were scattered on the ground. If you were not careful, the nails on the ground would easily make holes in them. I didn't dare to be careless. I used a flashlight on my forehead to illuminate the road ahead as I moved forward. The first floor of this building is basically made of metal materials, with many types, including plates, wires, and bars. Zhang Sun was slightly happy in his heart. Fortunately, it was not on the upper floor, otherwise it would be difficult to install. After taking a look at the first floor, he walked up the stairs to the second floor. The things here also had what Zhang Sun needed, mainly some materials such as cement, lime, and paint. However, many of these things had been soaked in water and should be unusable. He searched around and finally found some cement and lime that had not been soaked in water in the corners of some shops. The third floor is more mixed, with many shops selling lamps, flowers, and household appliances. However, Zhang Sun couldn't guarantee whether these things could still be used. The fourth floor mainly sells ceramic materials, mainly finished products such as flooring and bathroom fixtures. The fifth floor was for furniture. Zhang Sun didn't look at it for long and went back to the first floor. When he looked up and found something useful, he would mark it on the attachment so that he could find the location quickly and easily when moving it later. This time, Zhang Sun was relatively confident about his own safety. On the one hand, the survivors in the urban area were probably all dead, and if there were any left, their number would not be too large. On the other hand, this place is relatively remote, and even if someone wants to come here, it is difficult to find it. So he called Du Jing out of the car to help him. First, we started from the second floor and moved out the cement bags and lime bags that we had found in good condition before and threw them directly down. These things were very soft, and there was no need to worry about them falling apart. Throwing them down also saved time and effort. In total, they found more than 20 bags of cement and 15 bags of lime, which took them more than an hour. After dusting off the dust on their bodies, the two men returned to the car to rest for a while. It was inconvenient and tiring to work in thick protective clothing. Have you rested well? Zhang Sun asked. All right, let's go. Leave the cement there for now and go get the steel loaded onto the truck. The two continued to walk through the shops on the first floor. After checking the size, they loaded the steel plates onto the truck. These things are very heavy, and sometimes even two people can't lift them. There's no way around it. We can only give up temporarily. They loaded half of the truck with steel, aluminum, and some complete thermal insulation materials. The hand-cranked hoist at the back really played a big role. Moving it onto the car was an extremely physically demanding job. Without it, it would have taken at least an extra hour. After these things were loaded, the next step was cement and lime materials. Zhang Sun aligned the rear end of the truck, took a short rest, and then continued working. The truck's tires were also deflated little by little, but fortunately, they did not exceed their limits. It was just that the fuel consumption would be higher when running later, and there were 2 spare tires hanging on both sides. Wife, what time is it? Zhang Sun asked after covering the back with the canvas. 1:25. Du Jing said on the intercom. Okay, Zhang Sun said as he sat in the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. Eat something, take a rest, and then we'll go back. Du Jing nodded, pulled her hands out of the gloves of her protective suit, took out a bag of compressed biscuits from her arms, and started eating. Zhang Sun did the same. After they finished eating, they rested for another 10 minutes. It's just past 2 o'clock now. How about we take a walk around the city? Du Jing looked around and said to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun thought about it and thought that since the two of them had guns on them, they shouldn't be in any danger. He also wanted to observe whether there were any other survivors in the city, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, but you have to listen to me in everything. You are not allowed to act on your own. Do you understand? Zhang Sun said with a smile. I know I won't. Besides, you saw me training a few days ago. My shooting skills are better than yours. Du Jing picked up the pistol and shook it proudly. This action frightened him out of his wits, and he said in horror, Auntie, don't point it at me. What if it goes off accidentally? Do you want to murder your husband? Haha, you look so scared. I haven't even activated my insurance yet. Du Jing said. You can't point it at people even if the safety isn't on. Be careful next time. Do you hear me? Seeing Zhang Sun's serious expression, she also realized that this action was inappropriate and nodded timidly. Well, I won't do it again in the future. Chapter 45 Investigation. Before leaving here, Zhang Sun refilled the fuel for the 2 cars. In such a low-temperature environment, the fuel consumption was really too high. After running less than 100 kilometers, almost 4/5 of the full fuel tank was used up. The oxygen cylinder was not forgotten to be replaced. For the next hour, they drove aimlessly around the city. At first, the two were a little cautious, but later they became more and more bold. Turn on the high beam. Zhang Sun told Du Jing through the intercom. With the high beam on, everything in front is clearly visible, but the ruins of the city are like a ghost town, appearing particularly eerie in the dim environment. Along the way, they found several shelters. Although these shelters were underground civil defense fortifications, the exits were filled with sandbags and debris, and it was obvious at a glance that they were exits. The brave Zhang Sun actually honked his horn wildly when passing by these shelters. At first, Du Jing was so scared that she scolded him on the intercom. The huge horn sounded without causing any ripples in the empty city ruins, and no survivors responded. I passed several shelters in a row, and they were almost all like this, very quiet. Only when the wind outside the car whistles past a building can the city echo, but these sounds are like the wails of civilization. Unconsciously, Zhang Sun and Du Jing had realized that this city, including the traces of human civilization, had completely become history and disappeared among the ruined mountains and rivers. Every time they come here, Zhang Sun and Du Jing would fall into a sad mood. The end of the world means the end, and personal efforts or resistance are so insignificant. Some people fight to the death for supplies. Some people struggle to survive and go with the flow. Some people are unwilling to accept the status quo and rise up in resistance. In this city, there are too many memories, too many joys and sorrows, but at this moment, they are all scattered by the wind. Just like Zhang Sun, he did not have any spectacular experiences during these 2 years because he was too well prepared. All he has is the thinking that an ordinary person should have. They may feel sad for others, be somewhat selfish, and be wary of strangers. This is the end of the world. Zhang Sun never thinks of himself as the protagonist in a novel. He is just an ordinary person. After strolling around, Zhang Sun felt that it was enough, so he told Du Jing to go back. Soon, they passed a familiar place. Du Jing stopped the car and said to Zhang Sun, "Honey, do you still remember this place?" Zhang Sun asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "The last time you and I came out, this was where we first heard the other guy's broadcast." After Du Jing's reminder, Zhang Sun remembered. When he, Du Jing, and his father came here to transport the remote-controlled weapon station, they passed by here and accidentally listened to the broadcast from a shelter using the walkie-talkie, although the person who made the broadcast was already crazy. "Do you want to take a look around?" Zhang Sun asked. "Good." With Du Jing's permission, Zhang Sun took a walk around the area and actually found a relatively hidden shelter. This shelter was originally located under a residential area, and the collapse of the residential building formed a barrier. If ordinary people don't look carefully, it is difficult to find that there is actually a shelter under the ruins. The exposed passage outside is very small, and unlike other shelters, there are many sandbags as cover, which are not needed here. The two parked the car here and found that the passage of the shelter was half open, and there were several human corpses frozen into ice sculptures nearby. The external radiation is blown into the interior by the wind, and it seems that there are no living humans inside. Zhang Sun got out of the car, walked to the outside of Du Jing's driver's seat, and said to her, "Wait outside for a while. I'll go in and take a look." Du Jing hesitated after hearing this, and Zhang Sun continued, "Under these circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger inside. You stay outside and monitor the surroundings. If anything unusual happens, you can notify me faster." Du Jing nodded and said, "Then be careful and keep your gun." Zhang Sun didn't say anything. He just opened the half-open door of the passage and walked in. After entering the shelter, the passage inside suddenly became spacious and could accommodate 2 small cars passing side by side. This should be an underground parking lot, Zhang Sun thought to himself. As he continued to walk inside, the light above his head became a little unstable. What caught his eyes was a messy, shack-like area with various dilapidated sheds mixed together, appearing very crowded and chaotic. But at this moment, they all stood quietly in this place, without any life. He tried to open one of the sheds, but what he saw was an ice sculpture with its legs missing, staring at him with eyes that looked like they were still open, which frightened him so much that he shuddered. It took Zhang Sun a long time to recover. He took another look and found that the ice sculpture was covered in blood. It was probably beaten to death before death, and his legs were sawed off and eaten by someone after death. It seems that the person who ate him died not long after. Otherwise, the upper body of this ice sculpture would not have been preserved. Zhang Sun endured the discomfort and continued to go deeper. Inside the dark shelter, looking through the light of the forehead flashlight, there were these messy sheds everywhere. After walking about 200 meters inside, Zhang Sun exclaimed that this shelter was really big. Moreover, comparing it with the map, this place is close to the government office area. It seems that when the disaster occurred, many government personnel took shelter here. At this time, he saw another staircase leading to the next floor. Zhang Sun was puzzled as to why the shelter, with its 2-story structure and no serious damage when the disaster struck, had only existed for 2 years, and yet everyone there had died. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and continued walking forward. The area of the lower floor is much smaller, and there are many independent small houses made of concrete. This should have been built after the end of the world. It forms a sharp contrast with the shacks on the upper floor, just like the difference between rich people and poor people. Zhang Sun looked at the red blood stains all over the walls and finally understood why this shelter disappeared so quickly. But none of this concerned him. The temperature here wasn't actually that low anymore. There was an iron door separating the stairs leading down from the first floor, blocking most of the radiation and low temperatures. If there had not been a civil strife in the shelter, Zhang Sun was not sure whether this term was appropriate. If it had not happened, the people inside might have lived longer. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Sun suddenly heard a faint sound, like a cat's meow, but he was not sure. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Not long after, the cry was heard again, and Zhang Sun decided to follow the sound and take a look. After searching for more than 10 minutes, I endured the discomfort and opened the doors of most of the rooms on the second floor, but I didn't find anything suspicious. With no other choice, I had to prepare to go up. As he passed the stairs, his voice rang out again, and it was exceptionally clear. Zhang Sun quickly retreated and walked carefully to the back of the stairs, his footsteps becoming much lighter. Suddenly, in the darkness, a dozen glowing things like beads scared him so much that he staggered and almost fell. What is it? A ghost? Zhang Sun steadied himself, pointed the flashlight on his forehead forward, and looked again. Chapter 46. Unexpected Discovery. The light shone forward, and Zhang Sun finally saw what these things emitting faint light were. It turned out to be just a few dogs. There were several dog corpses around, and in addition to dogs, there were also 2 cat corpses. Zhang Sun approached and observed carefully, and found that the only living dog was the female dog, and she was dying. What surprised him was that there were 3 puppies and 2 kittens in the female dog's arms. As Zhang Sun approached, a glimmer of light appeared in the bitch's eyes, but she was too weak and didn't even have the strength to bark. The kitten and puppy in Zhang Sun's arms were a little scared when they saw him. They called out a few times with their remaining strength, then lowered their heads and rubbed against the mother dog's arms. Zhang Sun looked around and saw that the bodies of the 2 big cats were not yet completely stiff, and their necks were bright red. It seems that he was bitten to death by a female dog. There was a lot of blood on the female dog's body, and it seemed that she was seriously injured. What happened to the other dogs? They died too. This shouldn't be the case. How could there be animals like cats and dogs in the shelter when there is so little food? This is so unreasonable. All the people are dead, but these things are still alive. Zhang Sun couldn't figure it out, so he walked up to the bitch and touched its head. There was a hint of expectation in the bitch's eyes. Then she slowly closed her eyes and never opened them again. Alas, he sighed, looking at the little ones, and had already decided in his heart to take them back. There was a passage behind the stairs, which should be a ventilation hole or something. Zhang Sun ignored the puppies for the time being. He leaned over and looked inside, and found that there were many bricks, sticks, and other things in the passage, as well as the bodies of several cats frozen into ice lying there. Zhang Sun speculated that these cats had hidden in these passages, and people could not catch them, so they escaped. But what do they eat? Rats or? He didn't think further. After returning, Zhang Sun took out the walkie-talkie and was about to ask Du Jing to bring down some tinfoil and a blanket, but after thinking about it, he put the walkie-talkie down again. The environment in here is gloomy and there are corpses everywhere. It's better not to let her see these things. Zhang Sun walked up the stairs quickly, rushed out of the first floor as fast as he could, and returned outside. He took a deep breath inside his protective suit and walked towards the armored vehicle. "Wife, give me the tinfoil and blanket in the car," Zhang Sun said. "What's wrong? What do you need these things for?" Du Jing asked puzzledly. "I found a few puppies and kittens inside and planned to take them back," Zhang Sun explained. "Well," Du Jing asked hesitantly, "do they have any symptoms of radiation?" Zhang Sun shook his head and said, "It should be relatively light. The radiation received by the second layer below is very small, and they just look a little weak. I don't know about the rest." Then he briefly told Du Jing about what he had done. Du Jing was silent for a while, then took out 2 blankets and some tinfoil from the back and handed them to Zhang Sun through the car window. "Be careful. Come up quickly," Du Jing urged. "It's already past 4 o'clock. If you go back any later, your parents will probably be worried." Zhang Sun nodded and said, "Yes, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he entered the shelter again with these things. When he came in front of the little guys, Zhang Sun spread a blanket on the ground and wrapped them tightly with tin foil, leaving only a small nose exposed for breathing. After wrapping them, place them on top of the blanket and wrap them carefully to prevent the loss of heat. Because the temperature difference between the second layer and the first layer is quite large, the temperature drops rapidly after they go up, and if they delay for a while, they will be frozen to death. Zhang Sun held them in his arms and ran upstairs quickly. After returning outside, he quickly opened the car door and sat down in the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. Because the car has air conditioning, the temperature is kept at around 5-6 degrees Celsius. It's not that the air conditioning is not powerful enough, but the ambient temperature is too low, which makes the car air conditioner work too hard and the temperature cannot be raised. I sat down and relaxed for a while, then spread out the blanket. 5 puppies and kittens wrapped in tinfoil were humming and panting. "Look at you. Why are you wrapping them so tightly? Are you trying to suffocate them? Let me see." Du Jing stretched out her hand and opened the tinfoil a little. 3 puppies and 2 kittens. "Well, that's what I saw. The big cat and other dogs nearby were all dead. I guess the female dog brought them over," Zhang Sun said. "Forget it, take him back. The 2 children at home will have a playmate in the future," Du Jing said. "Put them in your car, you can go back now." Zhang Sun put the little ones on the side of the seat to make it easier for him to get out of the car. After returning to the truck, Zhang Sun turned on the hazard lights and signaled Du Jing to drive in front. This was his third time in the city. The first time was to find the exact location of the repair shop and see if there were any useful supplies inside. The second time I came was mainly to move the remote-controlled weapon station from the repair shop and various spare parts in the warehouse. This time he also came here to collect materials and supplies. Every time he came, he would gain something, but every time he came, the city would become a little quieter. He was actually very conflicted. After about an hour and a half, Zhang Sun and Du Jing finally returned to the shelter before 6 o'clock. Although it was a little later than originally planned, the process was generally smooth. The two vehicles could not be parked in the garage because there were a lot of supplies in the trucks and the disinfection and cleaning process was very long. Cement and lime cannot come into contact with water. There was no other way, so he could only ask his father to get a huge radiation shield and put the two things in it. Although it is impossible to eliminate radiation, it is still possible to isolate the radiation inside. Cement and lime are placed here in the passage, and over time, their radiation levels will slowly return to normal levels. Several little guys were no exception and underwent disinfection and washing, but they were washed with warm soapy water. The radiation on their bodies was relatively small to begin with, so they returned to normal after washing. However, Zhang Sun was still worried, so he washed them twice more and used a hairdryer to dry the moisture off them. After returning to the garage, he temporarily put the little ones in a nest, and then his mother brought some food over and asked Zhang Sun to feed them first. These ones smelled the scent like hungry wolves, and they were about to jump into the basin. Fortunately, Zhang Sun was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and carried them out and put them away separately. Seeing these little guys eating so enthusiastically, Zhang Sun's stomach also growled with hunger. Zhang Sun suppressed his hunger and waited until they were full before returning to the living area. It was already past 8 o'clock when we had dinner in the evening. Although I came back so late, my parents were worried for a long time. But when I saw that the two of them brought back a few kittens and puppies, I was very happy, and now the house is even more lively. There are 3 puppies, 2 males and 1 female, and both cats are male. There are too many. You should pay attention to controlling the number in the future. Otherwise, your house will be occupied by them in a few years. Du Jing said while eating. Well, why don't we sterilize them after a while? Zhang Sun said. No need. We'll see later. There's only 1 female dog and 2 male dogs. Let's see how many puppies there are in a litter. If there are more, we'll keep 1 pair of male and female and sterilize the rest. Du Jing said. But there will still be a lot of them later. Zhang Sun thought. Isn't it because of your own saintly heart that you brought back so many? Du Jing curled her lips and said dissatisfiedly. It's not that she doesn't like small animals, but she is afraid that they might accidentally hurt the baby. But this is not a big problem. Zhang Sun was determined to kill some of them if there were too many of them. At worst, he would eat dog meat hot pot. Chapter 47 Past Events. Let's go back to May 2022. Zhongyuan Province, Lu Family Villa. The homeowner, Lu Siki, was lying flat on the big bed in the bedroom. The room was littered with wine bottles and a lot of vomit, while the lively singing and dancing on the TV screen continued. Lu Siki was lying on the bed, his forehead covered in sweat, his face showing a painful expression, and his head shaking from side to side, as if he was experiencing a nightmare. His eyes suddenly opened, and then he sat up straight, gasping for breath. After a while, he raised his head and looked around, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and touched his face again. He was about to get out of bed, but his head was dizzy. Looking at the wine bottles all over the floor, he remembered that he must have had a party with friends at home last night and drank too much. I don't know why, but at this moment his eyes were sharp and his expression was resolute. Compared to his previous self, he seemed like a different person. Walking to the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror, Lu Siki suddenly snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Since God has given me a chance to be reborn in this life, I swear I will never let those bastards go." Yes, he thought he was born again. Lu Siki is a rich second generation from Zhongyuan Province. His parents originally owned a listed company. Although it is not a big company, its assets are worth tens of billions. Ever since her parents had a car accident last month, Lu Siki inherited their shares in the company. These 60% shares are worth more than 1 billion yuan, and the remaining 20% is in the hands of his second uncle. When my father started his business, my second uncle also helped a lot and provided some funds. Later, when the company grew bigger, my father gave my second uncle 20% of the shares and let him participate in the company's management and decision-making. After the company went public, for unknown reasons, my father and my second uncle had a disagreement over business philosophy. His father thought that since the company was listed, they should take advantage of this favorable situation to expand the business, while his second uncle believed that they should proceed steadily and develop slowly. Because my father was the largest shareholder, he pushed for expansion, which made my second uncle very dissatisfied, and the two broke up. But 3 months ago, the after effects of the company's blind expansion began to show up. The company's cash flow had problems, and before my father could find a solution, he died in a car accident. Liu Siki attributed all this to his second uncle. Although the police said it was an accident, he did not believe it. Because my father was at home at the time, and he only went out because of a call from my second uncle. Later, his second uncle explained to him that he had found an investor who could help solve the company's financial problems, and then he called his father to ask him to go with him to meet the investor. But how could Liu Siki believe such an explanation? It was obvious that he wanted to gain control of the company, so he secretly murdered his father. Later events also confirmed his idea. After taking over the company, most of the decisions he proposed were opposed by shareholders, including his own second uncle, who criticized him in front of so many people for messing around and not understanding the company's management and business. Chi Siki simply fell out with him. He was in a bad mood during this period and often invited some bad friends to his villa for parties, which is why the house was always in a mess. He hadn't been to the company for several days, and his second uncle called him many times, but he didn't answer. The company is mine. Without me, you'd all be left starving. Liu Siki sneered as she looked at the missed call on her phone. There are still 2.5 years until the end of the world. Liu Siki held the freshly cooked instant noodles in her hand and sniffed the aroma greedily, as if the noodles in her hand were some kind of delicacies from the mountains and the sea, with a look of enjoyment on her face. The experience before his rebirth was the most painful time in his life. Although he was rich, everyone abandoned him after the disaster. At that time, he was still learning a foreign language in a club, but the chaos outside made him feel a little overwhelmed. He wanted to find a place to hide, but was swept into the nearest shelter by the crowd. Before going in, he met a few friends and participated in a $0 shopping event with them at a nearby supermarket. But soon, within 2 weeks, his so-called friends beat him up over a bag of chips and stole his remaining food. After enduring a difficult time, the earthquake and fire finally subsided. He saw many people going out to look for food, but the fate of those who went out after returning made him shudder. In this shelter, he saw his ex-girlfriend and ex-ex-girlfriend and shamelessly asked them for some food, but was beaten by their new boyfriends. However, his 2 ex-girlfriends felt sorry for him and shared some food with him, allowing him to survive in the shelter for a few more days. Liu Siki took the food and secretly swore in her heart that she would make those who hurt her pay in the future. Later, in order to get more food, he decided to form a gang to steal food from here. But the good times didn't last long. They went too far and were driven out of the shelter by others. After being driven out, he quickly snatched a set of protective clothing that could withstand some nuclear radiation and an empty supply truck and left the area. My home is in a villa area, the shelter is very small, and it is probably very dangerous. So he decided to seek refuge with his second uncle. After arriving at the shelter near his second uncle, he quickly found his second uncle's family. Although his second uncle's family did not have a good attitude towards him, they still accepted him. A year passed in the apocalypse, and most people in the shelter contracted radiation sickness, including him, who was very weak. There are 5 people in my second uncle's family: my second uncle, my second mother, my cousin's wife, and my second uncle's mother-in-law. However, his mother-in-law died 5 months after the apocalypse, and the 4 of them were squeezed into a shack of less than 15 square meters, worrying about food every day. Liu Siki's bad habits as a rich second generation made his second uncle very disgusted. He tried to persuade him kindly at first, but then he started to scold him. Later they started beating him. Although Liu Siki hated them, he still endured it for the sake of that little bit of food. Although he would only go out to look for food after being beaten by his second uncle, his luck was always bad, and he was the one who got the least supplies among the family. Many times he returned empty-handed, which made his second uncle very angry, and he had to share some of the food he found. The health of the 4 people was getting worse and worse. Liu Siki was already desperate. He didn't want to go out wrapped in strange things, nor did he want to stay in this disgusting place every day. So one day, while my second uncle and cousin were out looking for supplies, he dragged my cousin's wife to a deserted place and hit her against the wall. After more than a year, he finally experienced the taste of a woman, which made him feel very comfortable, and all the previous depression in his heart was swept away. This woman was taken in by my cousin a few months ago. After spending some time together, the 2 of them got together. Although it is the end of the world, the human fox still needs 2 people to comfort each other. Liu Siki was very jealous, but he couldn't beat his second uncle and cousin. Looking at the lifeless woman on his body, Liu Siki's original intention to leave suddenly disappeared. He wanted revenge, and after he was done, he ignored the woman, found a wooden stick, went back to the shack, and beat Erin to death while she was lying on the bed. Then he sat on the wooden bed, quietly waiting for his second uncle and cousin to come back. After waiting for more than an hour, I finally heard voices coming from outside. He hid behind the curtain with a stick in his hand and beat them to death as soon as they came in. Unfortunately, the person who came in was my cousin's wife. Regardless of the beating she was receiving, she hugged Lu Siki tightly. My second uncle and cousin also came in at this moment, and they understood everything instantly. They worked together to subdue Lu Siki and beat him while crying and calling him an ungrateful person. Soon, Lu Siki died from the beating of the two men. Chapter 48, Another Life. He wolfed down the instant noodles in his hand. Lu Siki raised his arm, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and then stared blankly at the green shade and crisp bird calls outside the window. For the first time, he felt the beauty of the world. Reborn, he whispered, then laughed out loud, looking like a madman. Rebirth happened to me. Could it be that I am the protagonist in the legend? Lu Siki guessed. System, Tongzi, Brother Tong, Uncle Tong, are you there? He called in his heart. There was no response, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Could it be that the system has not awakened yet? Or is it not time yet? It is now May 2022, and there is about 1 Kuan year left before the disaster begins. The Kaijin star will not be discovered until next year. Maybe the system has hidden itself before the time comes. Lu Siki touched his chin. He remembered that in many apocalyptic novels, the protagonist usually had systems to help them survive in the apocalypse, such as upgrading the shelter or generating some kind of superpowers. Some of them are spatial characteristics that the protagonist has. The time in these spaces is still, and they can be upgraded. They are essential for stockpiling supplies in the apocalypse. Since the system has not awakened yet, let me see if I can bring my own space back. Lu Siki quickly closed his eyes, entered a state of meditation, and called out in his heart. Unfortunately, I almost fell asleep with my eyes closed and didn't see a single hair. That's impossible. The protagonist's space is usually inside the body. Isn't mine the same? Lu Siki thought for a while, and suddenly remembered something. So she rushed to her parents' room and started looking everywhere. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he remembered that in some novels, the protagonist's space was a family heirloom left by his parents or elders, such as a jade pendant, which could absorb gold for upgrading. Lu Siki searched for a long time, but didn't find anything that looked old. There were quite a few gold and silver jewelry, but they were all clearly marked with prices. Since it's a family heirloom, it's impossible to be found so easily. It seems that I was too impatient. I'll look for it slowly in the future. Maybe I'll find it accidentally someday. He sighed and comforted himself helplessly. Don't think too much about it. Just take a shower and go out for a walk first. Lu Siki did not contact his bad friends again. He would not let any of them go in the future. He would settle the score with them after he finished the things at hand. During these 2 days, he ate a lot of meat and fish for every meal, and ordered all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. He looked like a starving ghost, attracting the attention of the diners in the restaurant. But he ignored the looks and ate with big mouthfuls, his mouth full of oil. At night, he experienced various entertainment activities alone. His favorite activities were ice and fire and threesome. After finally releasing all the desires in his body, he did not forget his mission. Early in the morning on the 3rd day, he wore a suit he had never worn before and walked into his company with confidence. All shareholders were notified to attend the meeting. His second uncle was the last to arrive. With a stern face, he said to Lu Siki before he even sat down, "What have you been doing these past few days? You didn't even answer the phone. Have you just ignored all the company's affairs?" Lu Siki felt disgusted when she saw this face. She didn't give him any face at all and sneered. "Humph, I'm the boss of the company. I can do whatever I want. If you have any opinions, just hold them in." You. The second uncle had just sat down and was immediately furious when he heard this. He was about to stand up and hit him, but was quickly stopped by the people around him. The second uncle calmed down and looked at Lu Siki and said, "I know you have a problem with me because of my eldest brother. I am also very sad about your parents' accident, but this company was built by your father. I can't just watch you lose it. You speak better than you sing. Do you think I don't know what you were thinking?" After Lu Siki finished speaking, he waved his hand and motioned the secretary to come over. The secretary glanced at him, then at his second uncle, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, opened the document in his hand, and said to everyone, "At today's shareholders' meeting, President Lu has an important decision to make." After a pause, he continued, "Mr. Lu has decided to sell his 62% stake and withdraw from the company." What? All the shareholders, including the second uncle, were a little unbelievable and stared at Lu Siki. "I don't agree, Lu Siki. You are playing with fire and getting burned. Have you ever thought about your parents?" The second uncle slammed the table. "Umph, it's not your turn to speak. I'm the chairman. This isn't a discussion with you. It's a notification." Lu Siki took a sip of water and continued. "Of course, based on the market value of these shares, the company's internal shareholders have the right of first refusal." Second uncle's anger had reached its peak, but he still suppressed it forcefully. He stared at Lu Siki for a long time, then sighed heavily, as if all the energy in his body had been drained away. He calmly said to his nephew, whom he had watched grow up, "Forget it. Since you've made up your mind, I don't care anymore. As long as I'm your uncle, leave some of your shares to me." Second uncle doesn't have the ability to preserve your father's legacy, nor does he have the ability to completely take over the shares in your hands. Just think of it as leaving a thought for your eldest brother. After saying this, second uncle closed his eyes. "Anyone who is able and willing can sign the equity purchase and sale agreement now," Lu Siki said calmly. Although the company had some financial problems before, the investor that my second uncle knew later agreed to help inject capital. Although the expansion has been temporarily halted, there are still prospects, and many shareholders are tempted. In the end, after bargaining, nearly 50% of Lu Siki's 62% shares were taken up by internal shareholders, and he was able to quickly sell the remaining 12%. His second uncle eventually took 21% from him. Combined with his previous 20%, he became the company's largest shareholder and the actual manager. 2 weeks later, Lu Siki finally completed all the procedures. Now, with the cash left by his parents, he has nearly 1 billion yuan. This was because he was in a hurry to sell his shares, resulting in a premium. Otherwise, there would be more money in the account. In preparation for the disaster 2 years later, his first thought was to build a shelter. After some research, he found an American design company to help him build a luxurious doomsday bunker. This guy hurried to Houston, USA, looked at their company's products, and decisively chose a suitable product based on the financial situation he had. As for needs, after looking at the earthquake and radiation resistance levels of the shelter, he was quite satisfied and did not interfere too much with the design. His main focus was on the style of decoration and design. "When my system awakens in the future, I can upgrade the shelter however I want." Although the system has been silent for some time, he still holds this idea. The reason for buying such a luxurious shelter was, of course, that even if he didn't have his own system, he could still live a good life in the doomsday, which was equivalent to buying peace of mind. In order not to waste time, he discussed with the design company to finish the work as quickly as possible. The design company originally wanted to contract it themselves, but the client requested this, so they had no choice but to find a domestic construction unit to cooperate with. The shelter Lu Siki bought was not in the mountains. Since most of the Central Plains province is plains, it would be more appropriate to call it a doomsday bunker. It is deep underground, 9 stories high, with a total area of nearly 7,000 square meters, and is built strictly according to the standards of a 5-star hotel. It is equipped with various entertainment facilities such as a gym, game room, swimming pool, and 2 floors of space are specifically used to store various supplies. It is initially estimated that the construction period of the shelter will be within 9 months, and the construction cost will be 600 million yuan. Chapter 49: The End of the World. In March 2023, Lu Siki's shelter was built, but he did not do it secretly. Instead, he showed his luxurious work to the outside world in a high-profile manner. Of course, he's not stupid. On the one hand, no one would think the end of the world would really come, and being high-profile is in line with his personality. On the other hand, Lu Siki also found a reason for the construction, which was similar to Zhang Sun's reason, also a doomsday theme hotel. There were also local reporters who came to interview him, and Lu Siki did not shy away from it. He wanted to let those people know who would live better after the end of the world. During this period, many people around him began to laugh at him when they heard that he had invested most of his assets in this thing, saying that he had squandered all his parents' money. "You can laugh at me now, but when the end of the world comes, let's see who will kneel down and beg me." Lu Siki sneered in his heart. The first floor of his doomsday bunker is nearly 30 meters underground, so he is not worried about anyone looking to cause trouble for him. The apparent entrance is like a vertical shaft, and you need to climb up and down, but in fact, this is just a place to hide the truth, and the real entrance and exit is not here. Even if someone later finds the entrance to the shaft and wants to cause some damage, they can't do anything to him. The worst that can happen is that they can just seal or abandon the entrance and exit. The construction of the shelter took less than 9 months, and the process was very fast because Lu Siki bought a ready-made design. Most of the time was spent on the interior decoration. If the 9-story structure is presented in an animated way, you will find that this is a completely underground luxury presidential hotel. The bottom 2 floors are mainly equipment rooms, and the 7th, 8th and 9th floors are warehouses. The 5th and 6th floors are the entertainment area, which includes a game room, swimming pool, cinema, chess and card room, billiard room, tea restaurant, etc. The 4th floor is the main living area. The lighting, furniture, and daily necessities are all very luxurious, and every corner pays attention to artistic beauty. The 3rd floor is the guest room, and the 2 floors above are the garage and basketball court. You can move in with just your luggage and enjoy luxury. Of the 600 million construction costs, more than 200 million was spent on decoration. Lu Siki looked at her new home and felt very satisfied. He was already planning that when the end of the world comes, he would take a few beautiful girlfriends with him and live a shameless life together. It would be so cool. He had already built the shelter 2 years before the end of the world and had more than 400 million in cash left. After that, he slowly stocked up on the goods. Lu Siki didn't worry too much about it. As a rich second generation, he had a lot of connections, and he specially found people to help him purchase supplies. Due to his lavish spending, after spending more than 300 million yuan, he found that there was not enough money to purchase subsequent materials. But this is not a big problem, so I stopped for the time being. He spent the rest of his time traveling around and enjoying life to the fullest. Although he could not use criminal means to deal with those who had offended him in his memory, he kept suppressing them in secret. For example, paying someone on the dark web to beat them up, disrupt their business, collect their negative information, etc. After his second uncle took over the management of the company, Lu Siki never let him feel at ease. He kept slandering the company online, causing the company's market value to decline. The depression in my heart finally dissipated a little. Not only that, he also smuggled a batch of arms through the dark web. Although he was very brave, he was still a little nervous about this kind of thing, and he did not use his own identity to operate and take over. In the past 2 years, the system he was looking forward to has not appeared, which made him a little panicked. After obtaining this batch of arms, Lu Siki's sense of security was overflowing. In the last month before the end of the world, he mortgaged his villa and borrowed money from banks and lending companies, raising more than 200 million yuan. He used the money to buy the remaining supplies he needed. In the past 2 years, he fell in love with 3 girls. 2 of them broke up with him after they found out that Lu Siki had other women. But he didn't care. He would gather them together before the end of the world. That way, even if they continued to make trouble, it would be useless. He thought about it this way. First, I will stay in the shelter with my 3 wives for half a year, and then go out to recruit some followers. Kill all those who have offended you one by one. Of course, these little brothers would never let them live in their shelters. He would use some food and other supplies. As a lure, he developed his own power in the urban area. In this way, after the official power collapsed, he could become the local tyrant of the entire city. The idea was great, and Lu Siki even developed a series of plans, writing each one on the whiteboard in his war room. January 25, 2025. On the deadline for loan repayment, Lu Siki invited his 3 girlfriends to his shelter. The 3 girls met each other for the first time, and they also found out that he was not dating 2 women at the same time, but 3. They were all very angry and wanted to leave, but he blocked the exit. You will thank me at night. Lu Siki completely ignored the 3 people's curses and said confidently. The phone was not turned off, and debt collection calls came one after another. Lu Siki also scolded the other party with confidence. I have said I will never pay back the debt. What can you do to me? Go sue me, haha. 2 of the girls planned to report Lu Siki to the police for illegal detention. But how could Lu Siki do as they wished and snatch their phones and smash them to pieces? He was also afraid that at the last moment, other people would enter his shelter, even though it was quite far from the city. Well, if you still want to leave after today, I won't stop you. Lu Siki comforted. As evening came, the doomsday broadcast arrived as expected. Lu Siki deliberately turned on the TV. Looking at the screen and the government's sad announcement, several girls were stunned. But I still have doubts in my heart. Is it possible that the video is fake? But the earthquake that occurred more than an hour later completely shattered the hope in the hearts of several people. 2 of these 3 girls are not locals, while the other one is local, but her family has returned to her hometown. This also made them feel extremely desperate, and they kept crying. They didn't know whether they were scared by the earthquake waves or worried about their families. The system that Lu Siki had been looking forward to did not awaken. The entire shelter was shaking. Isn't the amplitude too big? He was a little worried that he might not be able to withstand this wave of impact. To be honest, the shelter is said to be able to withstand the impact of a magnitude 11 earthquake, but this time it was different. The earthquake lasted for several hours. The shelter's earthquake-resistant measures are all conventional designs. Although it is also equipped with shock-absorbing springs, Overall, it is still far inferior to Zhangsun's shelter in terms of structural strength and safety. After all, the construction standards and requirements of Zhangsun's shelter all use the most advanced technology and materials. And safety comes first, while other things, such as decoration, all come second. More importantly, the location of his shelter is very good. The mountain is made of hard granite, and the structure is very stable. Earthquakes of varying sizes struck intermittently. For more than an hour, the shelter was shaking, but nothing unexpected happened. Lu Siki slowly calmed down the anxiety in his heart and was about to comfort his 3 girlfriends. Unexpectedly, there was a loud bang and a collapse sound came from above. Everyone was startled and squatted in the corner trembling. Fortunately, this time, apart from the intermittent earthquakes, there was no other sound of collapse. After more than an hour, the earthquake finally came to an end. Lu Siki didn't bother to comfort the 3 girls. He carefully went to the guest room area on the 3rd floor. There was no collapse here, but when I looked up, I saw many cracks in the ceiling of the 3rd floor. It seemed that the 2 upper floors had collapsed, and Lu Siki felt a little scared. Next, he went to the lower floors to see if there was any damage, but the result made him feel so miserable that he could not even cry. The main unit of the power generation equipment below was damaged, and many pipes were twisted and broken. The warehouses on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were in a mess, and a lot of stored water and oil were scattered all over the floor, contaminating many supplies. Chapter 50: The Tragic Shelter. Since the 2 upper floors collapsed, the overall impact was not that great, but the top vertical shaft passage was definitely ruined. Fortunately, the other real entrance and exit passage was not affected. More importantly, this entrance was very hidden and was not afraid of being discovered. What really saddened Lu Siki was the heavy losses of equipment and supplies on the lower levels. The main generator set was out of service, so the backup set had to be started. Since Lu Siki knew nothing about mechanical equipment, if it weren't for the ridiculously detailed operating instructions, even basic electricity supply would have been a problem. He mobilized his 3 girlfriends, and it took nearly a week to clean up the 3 layers of water and oil stains. During the cleanup, the shelter's temperature control system and air filtration system also had problems. The temperature inside once rose to over 40 degrees Celsius. Lu Siki spent 2 or 3 days studying it and finally solved the problem through trial and error. Not only that, there were sparks and lightning all the way in many places. Due to the impact of the previous earthquake, many electric wires were short-circuited and broken, and the lighting system would go on strike from time to time. Lu Siki had to stop the generator and check the circuit everywhere. It took me a long time to finally get things sorted out. The constant situations in the shelter almost drove him crazy. Fortunately, one of my girlfriends happened to be a graduate of mechanical and electrical engineering. Although I didn't work in a related industry later, I quickly picked up the basic knowledge.